Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Bloom, Part 1, by Gianni Holmes. Narrated by John Solo. Prologue. Crow. Oh, fuck. Winter, standing behind me, stumbled back from the gruesome sight in the small shed we'd found on the property. Saint emptied his stomach on the grass. Bile rushed into my mouth, acrid and burning, but I swallowed it down. If I gave in like Saint, I wouldn't be able to stop. Jesus Christ. Another time I would have laughed at Saint, tough biker that he was, bent over puking his guts out. Winter had gone pale, and sweat beaded on his forehead. He had his hand over his nostrils to ward against the stench of death that had almost knocked us off our feet. Over the years, we had helped our fair share of men into the afterlife. We did what we had to in order to survive, and death was a part of that survival. All of us in the Bloodlets Motorcycle Club were used to it. What we weren't used to was the sign of life packaged as a scrawny child smeared from head to toe in blood. Literally, blood matted his blonde hair, streaked his face, and covered his naked body. At the sudden bright light, the child looked up. He stared at me with vacant green eyes that were too big in his angular face. Was he blind? He didn't react at all, just gawked for a full minute, then dropped his gaze to one of the two mangled bodies lying next to him on the ground. He pulled a large knife out of the body with a slight sucking noise, holding the weapon in two hands as if it weighed a ton. His hands were slick with blood, as was the handle of the knife. What the... The boy shoved the knife into the body repeatedly in a rhythm that seemed practiced. My stomach revolted, and I turned my head to the side to spew out the acidic taste of beer, the only thing I'd had to drink today. "What the fuck, Crow?" Winter whispered. "That's not... normal." A groan came from Saint, who leaned weakly against the side of the shed. "Yeah, that's... fuck." He gulped in air and closed his eyes. Just what the fuck had we walked into? My father, the president of the Bloodlets, had given us a simple task, to round up jawls who'd swindled money from him. When he didn't answer the front door, we had searched the property, and our noses had led us to the shed in the back. From a bloody cut similar to the one I wore, my father wouldn't be getting his money at all. I winced as the knife hit bone. The boy pulled with all his might and toppled over onto his back when the blade slipped free. "We gotta get him out of there," I said in a low murmur to not startle him. "He ain't normal, Crow. Leave him be." Nothing about the situation was normal, but that vacant look in the boy's eyes was too familiar. I could have been him had I not had Winter as a rock when I was younger. There was no way I could leave him there. And the bodies, I could see it now. At best, they would put him in a psychiatric facility for the rest of his life. "I'm going in." "Crow, listen, man, this is bigger than us," Saint said. "Your mother's a damn psychiatrist, Saint. You should know better." He dropped his gaze, as he should. Unlike the rest of us, Saint came from a decent home. While we were jaded, he should have been hopeful for the child. He was so tiny. I slowly walked into the shed, my boots crunching on the dirt floor. Flies circled the corpses, so the couple must have been dead for several hours at least. Unable to take the stench, I shook out a bandana and tied it around the lower half of my face. I averted my gaze from the bodies full of stab wounds and severed flesh and concentrated on the boy who climbed to his knees. He crawled over to what looked like the body of a plump woman and raised the knife. "Fuck no." "Hey there," I said with more calm than I felt. He swung his head around. He blinked rapidly, his eyes darting from the corner of the room to me. "I'm not going to hurt you." Hands held up so he could see them, I stepped over the corpse closer to me. My boot hit something. A severed finger. Oh, God. They were bad people, weren't they? You did nothing wrong. For all I knew, Saint was right, and this child was Lucifer reborn, but I would bet my Harley against it. That dead look in the boy's eyes had a reason behind it. So did the graphic sight before me. "My name's Crow," I extended a hand toward him. Let me take you away from here. Are you hungry? I was fully inside the shed now, and it was even worse than I'd thought. The scent of human waste on top of the dead bodies was unbearable. My eyes burned, and my throat clogged up. I can't take much more of this. I need to get him out now. Let's get you cleaned up and into some clothes. I moved quickly toward him. He was tiny, after all, and couldn't ward me off. I reached a hand forward to grab his wrist, which held the knife. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Startled, I jumped back as he slashed at the air with the knife. I stumbled and fought like hell to regain my balance. The boy dashed across the shed with legs as thin as twigs and dove into a box at the back of the shed. His entire frame fit inside, though he peered over the top. Saint's right, man, Winter said. The cleaning crew is on their way. We can let them handle him. Hell no. I hadn't come this far to give up now. I just need to disarm him, and then we can take him away. Take him away? Look at him, Crow. He's like a wild animal. Then we tame him. I can't talk you out of this, can I? No. Whatever you do, stay back. The more of us that are inside, the more terrified he gets. I'm gonna shut up now. My lungs are revolting from the stench. With each step closer I took to the boy, he let out a scream that sounded every bit like the wild animal Winter made him out to be. But this was no wild animal. He was a boy, one who needed our help. For all the misery we had caused in our lives, we could do one good deed. The boy's head disappeared inside the box. Next to it was the bottom half of a plastic juice bottle filled with maggot-infested rotten food that had to be several days old. That's it. I can't spend another second inside this filth. I kicked the box gently. Just like I'd expected, he lunged out with the knife. I grabbed his thin wrist, twisted it, and he howled. The knife fell to the ground, and I picked it up. Calm down, kid. I'm not... A searing pain ran the length of my cheek. Crow, he's got another knife. Winter's words were too fucking late. Blood dripped from the cut. Fuck. It wasn't so much the cut that I minded, but the possible infection. Who knew where the fuck that knife had been before he slashed me with it? Give that to me. He tried to stab me with the knife again, but I knocked it out of his hand. I grabbed him by the shoulders and lifted him out of the box. Shit, he weighed next to nothing. It shouldn't come as a surprise, given how scrawny he was with every rib protruding, but I still hadn't expected it. A strong gust of wind could blow him away. Had he really killed those two people? How? He sank his teeth into my arm and wouldn't let go, no matter how much I shook him. Not until he bit out a chunk of my flesh and swallowed it whole. Did he just... Winter cried. Blood poured from the wound in my arm, but I grabbed him by the hair. For someone who weighed as little as he did, he had an inhuman kind of strength as he kicked and fought me. His body, slick from blood, didn't make it easy to maintain a grip on him either, but eventually I got him out of the shed and into the light. The boy went stiff, his eyes wild with fright as if he wasn't used to being in the open. His chest rose and fell hard as he sucked in huge gulps of air, his eyes darting in all directions. His pulse and his thin wrist beat frantically under my fingers. He was no longer lashing out at me. Instead, his fingers were like relentless hooks fastened in my cut. The sounds coming from him were full of distress, pitiful grunts and moans, but nothing intelligible. Listen to me, we're not going to hurt you. You don't have to be afraid. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but no word came out. His eyes rolled back into his head and his body went limp in my arms. Shit. Is he dead? Winter asked. I laid the boy on the ground and pressed 2 fingers to his long neck. His pulse fluttered erratically beneath my touch. He's alive, but we need to get him medical attention. You're bleeding too, man. You need to get those looked at stat, Winter said. Steeling my resolve, I clenched my teeth, took the shirt from Saint and covered the boy's limbs with it. Saint, ride my bike. I'll take him in the van. Thank fuck we had anticipated Jaws running when we showed up, so we brought the van in case we had to bring him back with us kicking and fighting. Why do I have a feeling this kid's about to turn our lives upside down? Saint threw me the keys. Cradling the kid in my arms, I ran with him to the van. Hang in there. The screams had finally stopped, thank fuck. I removed my hands from my ears, which still rang. The bandage on my jaw felt funny, but Saint's dad had cleaned the wounds and applied antibiotic treatment to both areas. I'd showered in water so hot my skin still felt raw, but nothing could cleanse my eyes from what I'd seen. My phone vibrated and I checked the screen. I cussed under my breath. "Yes, Pop," I answered. "Where the fuck are you?" he bellowed. Didn't Winter explain? "That fucking junkie never knows if he's coming or gone." "Well, it's true. Jaws won't be paying you back in this life, so forget about it." "Did his kid really kill him?" "We don't know what happened." "Did you know he had a kid?" "I don't remember him mentioning any kid, just a dog they kept around." My stomach flipped. There'd been no signs of a dog anywhere. Jaws couldn't have been talking about his son, could he have? The cardboard box, the crude makeshift plate, the place where we had found him, they all added up. Jaws always referred to the dog as Mutt. The boy was Mutt. I clenched my fists and let the anger flow through me. If that bastard wasn't dead, I would kill him myself. "Forget Jaws," Pop said. "I need you back at the clubhouse right away." "I'll be there as soon as I get the chance." "In case I wasn't clear, I meant to stop whatever the fuck you're doing and haul your ass back to the clubhouse." He hung up before I could tell him I would do no such thing. Over the years, I'd done his bidding to avoid his wrath. There was a reason he and Winter's father ran the club. Two old-fashioned bikers cut from the same cloth. Pop and I would have to argue it out when I reached the clubhouse. No way in hell was I going to abandon the child after coming this far. "Crow?" When Dr. Silvera entered the living room, I surged to my feet. "How's he doing?" The doctor frowned. "Where exactly did you find him?" "Dr. Silvera, you know I can't answer that." "To be frank, Crow, it's a miracle that boy is alive. He's severely emaciated. We'll have to keep him for a few days to run all the tests we need to on him." "Is there anything else you can say about his condition?" "Based on the appearance of some of the tissue scars, this child has suffered abuse for a very long time, possibly all his life. His back is covered in scars. 2 of his fingers have been broken and not reset properly. Malnutrition has stunted his growth, making it difficult to determine his age, but we would say he's around 12. 12? He looks more like an 8-year-old. Starvation will do that to you." He glanced away, his brow furrowed as if he had a lot on his mind. "What is it?" I asked. "I'm not sure if I should say anything, but this child, it might have been better had he not survived." I clenched my teeth. "You're a doctor. How can you say that?" "It's precisely being a doctor that makes me say it. The road to recovery for this child will be a tough one. He's not verbal, and at this stage we can't determine if it's selective mutism or more. And all the physical challenges aside, let's not even mention how this trauma will affect his psychiatric well-being. But that's my wife's domain." "Can I see him?" "Of course. He's sedated right now, and we've had to strap him down to the bed. Follow me, please." As we walked down a long hall, he explained the different tests the child would have to go through. "So it's best if we let him stay here for a few days." "Whatever he needs." He stopped at a door and pushed it open. A single bed with crisp white sheets occupied the center. Beside it stood a small metal nightstand on which lay an array of medical instruments, their stainless steel surfaces gleaming under the bright clinical light overhead. On the other side was a portable IV stand, its slender pole holding bags of clear fluids. We approached the bed, and I took in the child lying on his back. He was no longer covered in grime. He was a handsome boy, but 12 years old? Maybe Dr. Silvera needed new glasses. The boy's eyes fluttered open and stared right into mine. I couldn't look away. His body looked young, but his eyes were that of an old man who had lived through it all. "It's okay, little fella. It doesn't matter how long it takes. One day, you'll show them your bloom." Prologue 2. Bloom. A few months ago. It felt strange going up to an actual house and ringing the doorbell just to see Bay. We'd always lived together at our clubhouse, so I was used to him being down the hall from me. And while I had forbidden him and the others from entering my cave, I usually walked in and out of his room without even knocking. He didn't mind. He always kept it open for his fuckboys anyway. But things had changed. Everything's changing, and I don't know how to make it stop. Although I knew I was being selfish, I longed for the days when we were back in Riverton. Just the 5 of us. Well, 4 when Sarge wasn't around. That had been a simpler time. I never had to second-guess my role in our brotherhood. Since the day they'd found me, Crow and the others had doted on me, the weird kid who everyone else avoided. Now, Crow, Bay, and Saint were all paired off. Where did that leave me? The door slowly opened, and Gerald, Bay's new boyfriend, appeared. Even dressed casually in shorts and a t-shirt, he still had a stuffy air about him. When I first found out about their relationship, I hadn't given it much thought. Bay was a man-whore who slept with anyone and anything that was willing, often several partners at once. That was a fact, until it wasn't. He hadn't gotten tired of Gerald like he always did with the rest. Nope, he'd gone and fallen in love with him, which was the weirdest shit. Gerald was nice and all, but that was the problem. There was nothing nice about us. I can understand Crow picking Max. He was from the streets, despite his brief stint as a millionaire. From the way he'd fought me that first day I'd arrived in Smoky Vale, he didn't take life lying down. He was a fighter who did what he had to survive. We didn't always see eye to eye, but I could respect that about him. He was perfect for a man like Crow. Gerald, on the other hand, was reserved, with a moral compass that shouldn't have pointed him in Bay's direction, let alone to be living with my brother. But the two were disgustingly happy in love. I might not have believed it at first, but the way Bay doted on his new man had erased all my doubts. It was enough to make one sick, and it also left a bitter taste in my mouth, something I would never admit to them. A moment of awkward silence passed between us as we stared at each other. Normally, I didn't filter what came out of my mouth, but the last time I'd messed with Crow in front of Max, he'd scolded me for doing that shit. I didn't want to cause problems between Bay and Gerald, not when I might already be losing them. Hey, Gerald fiddled with his glasses. Bloom, right? Yeah. I fingered my hair, realized what I was doing, and dropped my hand. I'm here to see Bay. He's taking a nap. Is it urgent? I can wake him, but I'd rather not. We kind of, had a late night, and, well, he's extremely tired. Gerald's face flushed. I had to put effort into not pulling a disgusted face. Knowing Bay, he'd gone on a fuckfest with Gerald last night. My guess was confirmed when Gerald rubbed a bright red hickey on his neck. That's fine, I'll call him later. Tell him I popped by. Yeah. I will. I'm sorry you didn't get to see him. Nah, don't worry about it. Didn't really want to see his ugly mug anyway. Crow sent me. I was lying through my teeth, but I didn't want him to think I was some kind of sap. Lately, Bay had gotten involved in Gerald's mess that put his life at risk. I wanted to know what I could do to help. The 4 men who helped raise me were all I had, and I didn't want to lose any of them. But you're losing them anyway. Gritting my teeth at the intrusive voice, I hopped onto my bike and rode away. Even the neighborhood Gerald lived in was much nicer than most of Smoky Vale. Big iron gates or fences lined the properties. The lawns were well kept, and several yards boasted flower beds. 2-story houses, some even 3, took up most of the street. I sped down the road, wanting to get away from the beautiful houses. The perfect atmosphere was too pretentious and suffocating. I pushed the speed limit, letting the thoughts of Bay and Gerald slip from my mind. With the wind blowing through my hair, the roar of the motorcycle beneath me, everything felt real again. This was the life I understood, the life I recognized, raw, wild, fearless, and bound by brotherhood. The adrenaline rush was intoxicating, which curbed my taste for liquor. Crow didn't allow me to drink. Not that that ever stopped me from sneaking off to a bar where they didn't care about age limits. Still, I preferred riding across the open roads, feeling the grit of this city under my wheels. Too soon, I rode on to the Bloodhounds compound. Crow's bike was here. I got off my motorcycle and rushed into the clubhouse, my boots thudding on the wooden floor. The mess hall echoed with the rowdy voices of bloodhounds chatting and drinking. I scanned the room, but Crow wasn't there. Saint was at the bar with his they friend, Dove, flicking their nipples through the transparent crop top they had on. I rolled my eyes and ran up to the bar. "Hey, where's Crow at?" He glanced at me for a brief second and returned his attention to Dove.
"Think he went to his room."
"Oh, thanks." I set off with long strides.
"I wouldn't disturb him if I were you. Give him a few minutes."
"Why?" But I didn't wait for him to answer. Bursting with impatience at the good news I had to share, I strode to Crow's bedroom. Ever since I arrived in Smoky Vale, he'd been hounding me to see a therapist, and I'd finally made up my mind. Saint's mother had gotten a recommendation from a colleague of hers about a psychiatrist who worked at the hospital. Crow would be relieved I'd finally chosen someone. I twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open.
"Fuck me, Crow. Oh, God, fuck my slutty hole."
So caught up in what they were doing, neither Crow nor Max heard me enter. The whole damn bed was rocking. Max's legs were up to Crow's shoulders, and Crow was pounding away like a man possessed. His slick, tattooed back glistened as he drove into Max with such force Max cried out. He raked a hand down Crow's back, leaving red, angry welts in its stead. I stepped back outside and yanked the door shut with a thud. Fuck. They'd know someone had seen them. Not that it was the first time I was seeing Crow fuck someone, but something weird happened inside me. I didn't like these tingles. At all. They felt strange and unlike anything I'd ever felt. When the door didn't open, I frowned. Did they seriously not hear me leave? I pressed my ear to the door, which amplified the grunts and moans. Was this all Crow cared about now? Getting off in Max's ass? I thought he would want to know about me seeing a new therapist. At least I could tell Saint. I retraced my steps to the mess hall, back to Saint and Dove. "Got a minute?" I sat on a bar stool. Saint tore his eyes away from Dove.
"Actually, we were just getting out of here, but I'll be back later tonight. We can talk then."
"I don't mind waiting if you two need to talk," Dove said.
"Nah, it's Bloom. It'll be about head stuff. He doesn't have much else going on. Doesn't really have a life outside of all that, do you, sport?"
His words stung like someone had poked a knife in my gut. He compounded it by rubbing my head like I was still that damn little kid he and Crow had raised. Was that how they all saw me? Just a head case without a life? Just a kid who had nothing going on? Dove and Saint got up, leaving me alone at the bar. My vision grew red and my heart beat wildly as panic set in. Who do I go to now? I have no one. Lub-dub. Lub-dub. The room sounded overly loud. Everyone had someone laughing and chatting. I'd never wanted to curl into a ball more and disappear. How long before anyone even noticed I was gone? Bay had Gerald. Crow had Max. Saint had Dove. Even Winter had Coke as his mistress. And I had no one. Nothing. I twisted the spiky ring on my finger and jabbed it into the wrist of my other hand, twisting until the sting was unbearable. Blood trickled from the wound. If you don't like the way something is going, Bloom, you have the power to change it. You can control your narrative. The voice of Saint's mother echoed in my head, providing a blanket of calm to ease the panic that had set in my bones. I could make a new friend, couldn't I? I glanced around the room, but no one paid me any mind. Why would they want to be friends with me, especially when I'd pissed off so many? Maybe Max's friends, but we were so different. They were all pretty, smiley boys who talked about clothes, sex, makeup, and their men. My makeup was limited to a grunge look, and I'd sooner break my legs than shake my ass the way they did when they danced. I didn't dance. Period. No, the boys wouldn't work. Besides, they had each other already, plus their partners. Why would they be bothered with me? Maybe a friend wasn't the way to go. They all fell in love and moved on. What I needed was a man in my life, too. Someone who I could label as mine. A man who solely belonged to me. A man who would never leave me, never get tired of my crap, and never call me a child. A man devoted to me. Sweet Lucifer, I wanted that. I wanted it so badly. I stood from the bar stool, ignoring the throbbing that raced up and down my arm.
If they were all going to fall in love and forget about me, then who needed them? I'd show Saint I could have a life too. Then maybe when they needed me, I would be too busy. See how they'll like that. But where to find the kind of man who would want to please only me? Chapter 1. Bloom. How rude. If you sent a guy a nude picture, the least he could do was respond with a thank you, right? From the blue ticks, Dr. Collier had read my messages. Unsure which was my good side, I'd taken several shots from different angles draped on the bed against the wall. Hell, I'd even been on all fours on the cold floor, buck naked. He could have at least given me credit for that one. Did he know the contortion that went into arching my back and still getting that perfect shot? But nothing. Because I couldn't decide which one of the pics to send him, I'd sent them all. 8 photos in total of me wearing nothing but my tattoos and piercings. I tossed the phone onto the bed and picked up my Solitude Suits Me, long-sleeve, oversized black shirt. I wasn't used to taking pictures of myself. None of the bikers did that sort of thing, and they'd raised me. But I'd seen their boys sending them provocative photos, so I'd figured men must like that type of stuff. In the one I'd glimpsed on Crow's phone, Max had only been wearing the expensive faux fur Crow had bought him for his last birthday. Did Dr. Collier like fur? Maybe I should try that one next. I huffed a breath and stepped into my black cargo pants. How could he not like any of my photos? The whole thing had started as gross. I thought maybe he'd like them and he would see what I had to offer, but he'd ignored them. Again. Damn that man. Fuck, I wanted him to like my photos. All the other boys got thousands of likes when they posted their pictures on their social media pages. Jamie had started a new page of himself as the poster boy for sexy doctors. Aside from the few nasty comments that had stopped as soon as he posted a picture of himself next to Grim, everyone loved him. What was wrong with me? That I couldn't get one man to appreciate my photos? Maybe he had seen the scars through my tattoos and thought they were gross. My stomach flipped. I'd followed him around, and he didn't strike me as someone shallow, but maybe he was. He was so secretive, I knew very little about him. I sat heavily on the bed and woke up my phone. Still no response from him. I narrowed my eyes against the pricking of tears. Tears were for wimps, and life had beaten all the wimp out of me by the time I was 10 or 11, or 12. Nobody really knew how old I was. One by one, I swiped through the photos I'd sent to Dr. Collier. I pinched the middle and expanded them. The scars weren't visible, so that theory flew right out the window. My heartbeat quickened. He'd rejected me over and over. I'd always believed he'd turned me down because he thought I belonged in a mental institution, which wasn't that bad, considering it was probably true, but maybe he genuinely didn't like me. Maybe he thought I was ugly. Heat flushed through me, and I stabbed my finger against the block button. Just as quickly, I tapped the icon to unblock him. Who was I kidding? I couldn't block him. From the first moment I saw him, I'd decided he was the one. I wasn't sure yet what all that meant, but I didn't want to hurt him, like I did most people. Anyone who spoke to me the way he had would have been missing a limb already. But his scowl, his rolling eyes, the clenching of his jaw, meant he noticed me. And he was good-looking, which I'd never realized about a man. Ugh. I sat up on the bed and shoved my feet into my mid-calf-length black boots with the chunky raised soles. Straps, buckles, and lace formed details that prevented the boots from being ordinary. I tightened each one, my mind still full of thoughts on Dr. Collier. It was almost November. I'm running out of time. I slipped on my leather biker jacket, then my black leather gloves with the silver studs and spikes, my recent find in a thrift shop that had become my favorite place to buy clothes in Smoky Vale. Since my makeup was still flawless, I finger-combed my hair and walked out of my room. I secured the padlock on the door. Yep, I took my motherfucking privacy seriously, and I didn't trust these bikers. Those I grew up with knew not to fuck with my stuff, but we were mingling with the Smoky Vale chapter now. They were notorious for doing stupid shit. Since I'd promised Crow to behave, I didn't want to have to gut one of them and start an internal war. In the mess hall, I made a beeline for Saint, who was drinking with Gunner, though neither was talking. I glanced around for the ex-cop, Gunner's husband, but he was nowhere to be found. Strange. Since he left the force, he'd practically glued himself to Gunner's backside. Or maybe it was the other way around. "Hey," I slapped a hand on the counter and leaned into Saint. "I need your opinion on something."
"No, you can't kidnap the doctor,"
he said, his tone flat.
"Crow won't allow it, so get it out of your head."
Gunner snorted and guzzled down his beer. I grinned. My brothers knew me so well. "I'm saving that for our first date." I opened my phone, found the message chat with Dr. Collier, and shoved the phone into Saint's hand. "Look at those pics and tell me what's wrong with them."
"What pics?"
Frowning, Saint took a gulp of his beer and looked at the phone. He let out a choking sound and spewed beer from his nostrils and mouth onto the counter. "Fuck, they were that bad?"
"The fuck, man?"
Gunner grunted, picking up a rag and throwing it over the mess.
"Clean that shit up."
He rose to his feet and walked away, scowling. "What's up with him?" I asked. "Where's the cop?"
"Hanging out with Jasper and the baby?"
Saint wheezed. He brought the phone closer to his face and scrolled through the photos.
"Damn, Bloom, I didn't know you were this photogenic."
"They're good, then?" The way he was staring intently at each photo, I couldn't tell how he felt about them.
"Fuck yes."
"Then why the hell doesn't he respond?" I propped my elbows on the counter and gave an exasperated sigh. "He made me think I was ugly."
"You? Ugly? Are you kidding me?"
"I'm not."
"Trust me, if you were ugly, Max wouldn't have been jealous that first day you met."
"Okay," I nodded, pleased. "So I'm average looking. Why doesn't he notice me?"
"Average?"
Saint shook his head.
"There's nothing average about you, Bloom. I mean, damn, how did you get your back to arch like that without snapping your spine in half?"
I frowned. He was staring at those pictures just a little too long. "You've seen me naked before."
"But not when you're trying to be sexy. The tattoos and the goth look, all of it just works."
"What works?" Crow popped up over Saint's shoulder. His jaw hardened and he snatched my phone from Saint's hand.
"What the hell is this?"
My face went hot and I stepped back.
"Don't you dare move another muscle, Bloom."
"I did nothing wrong."
"No? Didn't I tell you not to send any more dick pics to the doctor?"
I shrugged. "Technically, they're not meant to be dick pics. My whole body's showing." Crow's nostrils flared and his chest expanded from his sharp inhale. He let out the breath slowly.
"You can't just send unsolicited naked pictures to people."
He slapped Saint upside the head.
"And you should know better than to encourage him. What do you think you're here for? You know he's no good at social cues."
Saint rubbed his head.
"I wasn't encouraging him. His therapist says he has low self-esteem. I was just trying to boost his confidence, that's all." "Confidence, my foot."
Crow shoved the phone back at me.
"If you send him more naked pictures, Bloom, I'll take the phone away from you."
I squared my shoulders and glared while tucking the phone into one of my many pockets out of his reach. "You can't do that to me anymore. I'm all grown up now." This wasn't like that time when I was 16 and had sent death threats to another biker's son for making fun of me being mute. Crow had taken my phone away and had me placed under involuntary treatment until they deemed me safe to be around others. The biker and his son had moved away before I was out.
"You know your development is years behind, so don't give me that,"
he said. "You're still being hypocritical. Max sends you naked pictures all the time." Crow swiped a hand down his face.
"You're missing one crucial piece of information, Bloom. Max is mine."
"And Dr. Collier is mine." I puffed my chest out and raised my chin. Would I have gone to this great length if I hadn't already claimed him?
"What he's trying to say—" "Don't tell him what I'm trying to say,"
Crow snapped, eyes flashing daggers at Saint.
"You weren't helping earlier, so don't try to be a parent now." "I just looked."
Saint grumbled and rose to his feet.
"It's hardly that serious. Like it or not, Crow, he ain't the little boy we found years ago. He's all grown up, and frankly, he can fuck the doc if he wants. Without your permission."
I watched Saint leave, grateful for his input. No one who knew Crow would have guessed how strict he was with me. He wouldn't even let me have my own apartment. I'd asked. Sometimes he was so stern I wanted to run away, The one time I had, he had turned Riverton upside down until he found me. Those 3 days had been the longest days of my life. I wouldn't tell him this, but I'd been relieved when he brought me back home. Being on my own had been scary. But Saint was right. I was different. I deserved to have somebody special, the way they did. He's right, you know. I'm not the same boy, Crow. You don't have to act like a father all the time. Sometimes you can act like a brother, too.
Maybe I am coming off a little too strong, but I'm worried about you.
He ran a hand through his hair, and a twinge of guilt stabbed me over how much he'd had to put up with me for 8 years.
You want to know why it's okay for Max to send me naked pictures? He's my boyfriend, Bloom. We are in a consensual relationship where that's okay. You don't have that with Dr. Collier. Didn't he ban you from the hospital? What more do you need him to do for you to understand he doesn't feel the same way you do about him?
I sucked in a deep breath and clenched a fist over my aching chest. You don't know that.
It's been weeks. Has he ever given you any sign he's interested in you?
Of course, I chewed my bottom lip, searching for a memory that could prove to him that despite Dr. Collier pushing me away, he wanted me to. I just know, okay? Crow crossed his arms.
What did your shrink say when you told him about it?
I hung my head and focused on the shiny buckles on my boots.
Bloom, you have been going to your therapy appointments, haven't you?
Yes, I whispered. Sometimes I skipped them, but I went most times.
Bloom.
What? I snapped my head up. I have been going, but I don't like him, so I haven't told him anything about the doctor.
Well, isn't that convenient?
What's that supposed to mean?
Why do you suddenly have an issue with a therapist? You've been going to them for years. It's just an excuse so you can hold back on things you should tell him.
Why would I tell him anything? I already know what he's going to say, that I'm not ready for a relationship.
Exactly.
But he's wrong. You're wrong. I'll show you. I straightened my spine, but before I could take a step, Crow grabbed my arm. His hand, though firm, gentled the second I turned back to face him, and he instantly released me. He knew what being restrained did to me.
Bloom, I say this because I've seen how far you've come. Not to hurt you. You know your capacity to love and be with someone is linked to your attachment disorder. You're still working through this in therapy. You can't afford to get attached to someone who won't reciprocate. It won't end well.
His words reminded me of the new therapist I'd been seeing since my relocation to Smoky Vale. When I brought up the idea of a relationship, Dr. Sims had shot me down and told me I had a long way to go before I could have a healthy relationship. Was it so bad to have a relationship without the healthy part? Crow stalked Max. Was that healthy? Nope. But they did it anyway. And I saw how they loved each other. Ben and Gunner had literally pulled guns on each other more than once. Shitty, abusive past aside, chances were with role models like them, I would still be the same fucked up guy I was anyway. I have to go. Fuck him for scolding me. It was on the tip of my tongue to remind him he wasn't my father, but he was more of a father to me than anyone else. He'd cared for me when I was at my lowest, refusing to believe I would never be normal. On second thought, I threw my arms around Crow and hugged him. I didn't want to be ungrateful for all he had done for me. He and I alone knew the extent of how far I'd come. Thank you for everything you've done for me, Crow. But you can't protect me from everything. You taught me how to survive, remember? Now please, let me live. The mess hall had gone quiet. I looked over Crow's shoulder. The bikers were staring at us with bewildered and uncomfortable expressions on their faces, as if they'd never seen two men hug. Maybe not. They were the type to fuck a man but not hug him. Dr. Collier wouldn't be like that. I just knew it. My shrink would have told me I was projecting expectations on him, but I didn't care. The fuck you looking at? I asked. The tension eased from Crow and he chuckled.
Leave them alone. They don't need to understand this. Just as long as you know, I'm here if you need anything.
I know.
And if you have questions, come to me, not to Saint, not even Bay. Those assholes take everything for a fucking joke.
But sometimes that was what I needed. They balanced Crow's role. All right. Now I really have to go or I'll miss my therapy session. You wouldn't want that, would you?
You're nothing but trouble. You know that?
I grinned, loving the warmth in his voice as I walked away. Off to my therapy appointment, where I might just conveniently run into the doctor. Chapter 2. Logan. After 3 back-to-back surgeries, the most recent of which was an emergency laparotomy, the last face I wanted to see when I approached the nurse's station was Bloom's. Coincidentally, the fatigue I'd felt just moments before disappeared as I straightened my spine and braced for impact. Running into Bloom always had the effect of being hit by a train going 70 miles per hour. I was in no mood for the devastation he left in his wake. Not today. One of my patients hadn't made it through surgery. I still had to document what had happened and inform his family. Bloom wore full black, as usual, from the crown of his head, which I suspected was a natural blonde, to the soles of his combat boots. His cargo pants had more pockets than I could count, and several chains running from one end to the other. In theory, Bloom should be a huge turnoff, with his face-piercing, stretched earlobes and the tattoos covering almost every inch of his body, information I didn't even want to know. His presence should make people look in the other direction, and it did. Some visitors sitting in the waiting area kept casting suspicious glances his way. As I approached, Nurse Hatchet sent me a look of relief. She didn't like Bloom lounging by her desk, but as always, he seemed oblivious. Why didn't I feel in danger around him? Given the people he hung out with, I knew he was a cold-blooded killer. When he'd said he nearly ate his parents, I believed every single word. Yet his eyes held something vulnerable, something innocent about the way he smiled when he saw me. Always smiling for me, even though his default expression seemed to be a frown. "What's up, Doc?" He grinned from ear to ear, stretching those plump lips of his. He was stunning just by being, but when he smiled, my God, was he gorgeous. My stomach fluttered and I inhaled. Damn it. He smelled delicious. It made my mouth water. I wanted to lick him all over, exploring his tattoos with my tongue. You can't have anything to do with this boy. He wasn't my type. I usually liked guys closer in age to me, in their late 20s at the least, and I preferred them well-built. Bloom was slender and too damn young, not to mention he took people's lives while I worked to save them. Nurse Hatchet? What was that scent Bloom was wearing? I detected a rich amber with an undertone of warm musk, but mixed with something else, something that teased my senses. A fragrance that was magnetic and alluring, drawing me to him despite my best efforts to ignore him. That's it for me. Dr. Otto is on call. Unless he needs to consult me on a case, I wish not to be disturbed. Making some alone time for me? Bloom sidled closer and traced a vein on the back of my hand with his index finger. My mouth went dry, and I fought against the instinct to snatch my hand away. Then he would know how much he affected me, and I'd been downplaying any sort of attraction to him since we first met. Mr. King didn't make it through the emergency surgery. I kept my voice steady, as if his finger wasn't doing funny things to my insides. The urge to sniff him until I could inhale every unique scent of his cologne and him made me grit my teeth. I tried contacting his wife, but was unable to get through. When was the last time I got laid? You want me to keep trying, Dr. Collier? She asked. Bloom bent sideways and waved a hand in my face. Hello, I'm not invisible. I grabbed his wrist and ignored his sharp intake of breath. Please do, I said to the nurse, holding on to Bloom without acknowledging him. He plastered himself to my side and shoved a hand into my lab coat. Damn him. There was something else I needed to say to the nurse, but what? Anything else, Dr. Collier? Nurse Hatchet asked, her gaze flitting from Bloom to me. Yes, the test results for Ms. Davis. Are they back yet? She typed quickly on her computer, then nodded. Yes, it's already updated in the system. Thank you. Dr. Collier, she said hesitantly. Do you want me to call security? Bitch, I can hear you, you know. Bloom's eyes flashed, and the nurse pushed her chair back a few feet. I tightened my hold on his wrist so hard he gasped. Apologize to Nurse Hatchet. I don't apologize to no one. He raised his chin, his lips forming a stubborn line. I will not tolerate you being rude and disrespectful to the hospital staff. Now apologize, or else. My threat hung in the air, empty between us. Short of filing a restraining order against him, what else could I do? I waited for him to call me out on my bullshit. He was blunt like that. But he pouted and turned a malicious look toward Nurse Hatchet. I'm sorry I called you a bitch. His tone was flat and not apologetic at all. You're really not a nosy bitch, and I'm sure you didn't mean to put your nose where it doesn't belong. He flashed me a smile. That better? Don't push it. He made his eyes go big and batted his eyelashes thick with mascara. Don't push what, Dr. Collier? I apologized, just like you said. I'll see to it he doesn't bother you again, I said to Nurse Hatchet. In the future, if you see him, don't engage. He's not your average person. Noted, Dr. Collier. You, come with me. I dragged Bloom after me. Not that much dragging was needed when he was too happy to follow. We barreled down the hallway, getting odd looks. The insufferable boy waved to everyone we passed, deliberately drawing attention to us. I greeted colleagues with a nod while grinding my teeth. Soon we came upon my office, a private sanctuary from which I oversaw the trauma unit. Letting go of Bloom's wrist, I unlocked the door. He slipped both arms around my waist from behind. Are we going to do it? He asked, his tone breathy, his erratic heartbeat thumping against my back. Get in here. I pried his hands loose from around me and yanked him into the office. My superior, Andrews, looked at us from the hallway. I gave him a nod and firmly shut him out. What the hell are you doing? Bloom stood half naked in the room, his shirt on the floor. He was working on his pants. Stop that this instant. You don't want to fuck me? He bit his bottom lip. I admit I'm not sure I'll like it, but I'm willing to try. If anyone can make me enjoy it, I'm sure it's you. My mouth went dry, and I stared at his bare chest covered in tattoos. He had barbell piercings through cherry-sized nipples. Not only was his belly button pierced as well, but he had couplet hip piercings his low-hanging cargo pants didn't hide. His slender build and the tightly cut V-lines disappearing below the waistband of his pants drew my eyes like a magnet. I took a deep breath to steel my nerves. Must resist him. Put your shirt back on. I picked up the shirt and, because I didn't trust him not to argue, placed the hole over his head. He smiled a little too wide as he raised his arms one by one without protest, allowing me to slip them through the holes. If what Saint says is true, most men would jump at the chance to fuck me, he said softly. Why don't you? Did I get it wrong? Are you a bottom? I top exclusively. I clamped my lips together too late. The words had already spilled out, and he wore a smug look. Can you wait for me to figure out this sex stuff? He cocked his head to the side, shoved his hands under my lab coat, and felt my pecs. Touching you makes me hard. Do you know this never happened with anyone? The intricacies of your love life aren't my concern. I pried his hands away from my body. Another second of him rubbing on me like that, and he wouldn't be the only one hard. What intricacies? He took a step back and slowly turned as he looked around my office. Until I met you, the thought of lying naked with anyone repulsed me. What is it about me that makes me different, then? I didn't want to be different. I didn't want his attention. I didn't want him. I bit my tongue before the question sprang from my lips. Bloom had a dangerous allure. He was a paradox in the flesh, beautiful on the outside, but I sensed darkness within him. Foul-mouthed and uncaring one second, yet frank and achingly vulnerable the next, I doubted nothing that came out of his mouth, which made it concerning that he had set his sights on me. Even if I were interested in dating or relationships, I couldn't have his special brand of unhinged behavior in my sedentary life. I was done with all that, and had the wiped past to show for it. Look, Bloom, contrary to what you believe, there's nothing special about me. My work is my life. I work 80 hours a week. The little time I have is reserved for sleeping, eating, and the occasional one-night stand. I don't have time for a relationship, nor do I want one, and especially not with you. Why especially not with me? He crossed his arms. I sent you pictures earlier, but you didn't respond. Didn't you like them? Saint says I'm not ugly. Do you think I'm ugly? Is that why you won't give me a chance? I frowned. Who on earth would think you're ugly? But it doesn't matter how beautiful you are. I'm not interested in you. Do you understand? A few seconds of silence passed. Then his lips slowly curved into a smile. He dropped his hands and tilted his head. God, he wasn't merely beautiful. He was stunning, breathtaking, captivating. All I hear is that you think I'm beautiful. Good God. Talking to him was useless. I yanked out my chair and sat. Leave. I'm not ready to go yet. It doesn't matter. I'm finished with this conversation. If you don't go now, I'll have security escort you from the building. I placed my hand over the phone on my desk. Bloom perched on my desk and took up a pair of scissors. If you make that call, I'll hurt you. Unfazed by his threat, I picked up the phone and punched in the extension for security. After a brief pause, a bored voice came on the line. Security desk, this is Officer Rose speaking. Dr. Collier here. Bloom slammed his fist down on the hook, disconnecting the call. With a scowl, he dropped the scissors on my desk. You're taking advantage because you know I'd never truly hurt you. Security will be here any minute. Then let them. You think I came here unarmed? I always have my piece on me. My stomach clenched as a scene unfolded in my mind of Bloom confronting the security guard. If he had a weapon, they wouldn't go easy on him. He could end up getting hurt, or worse. You should go before they get here. You're the one who called them. For God's sake, Bloom, go. He stubbornly refused to move his ass off my desk. I may not want to be with you, but I don't want anything to happen to you either. The stubborn fire in his eyes softened. Now, was that so hard for you to admit? He got up, seemed to think better of it, stretched across my desk and smacked a kiss to my cheek. By the time I jerked back, it was too late. Those soft lips had already touched my skin. I'll see you soon, Dr. Collier. You still have enough time to fall in love with me before November. What? My voice came out croaky, and I cleared my throat. What's so special about November? A dark look crossed his features like a shadow shielding his emotions. A vacant, faraway look settled in his eyes. November is when the monsters come, and I have to kill them all over again. The air in the office turned cold in an instant, and a chill ran up my spine. I don't understand. The possibility of this being some morbid joke didn't escape my mind, but that look in his eyes, it was too painfully real, too raw. I wanted to reach out to touch him, comfort him. That was normal, wasn't it? Bloom's gaze returned to me, but the darkness hadn't receded. It was so stark I almost asked him to sit on my desk again and flirt with me, to do whatever made him smile. But his demons weren't mine to fight. I already had my own shit to deal with. Don't forget about me, Dr. Collier, he said softly. And FYI, I came here to see Dr. Sims. I have an appointment. Bloom slipped through the door and closed it behind him. Dr. Sims? He was seeing a psychiatrist at the hospital? If Bloom was serious about seeing him, Dr. Sims would know his background. You know that's not ethical. Thinking about it wouldn't hurt anyone. It wasn't as if I would go to him and ask to peek at what must be a long list of diagnoses. Yeah, that would definitely not be ethical. Chapter 3. Bloom. Come on, you stupid fuck! I hit the side of the slot machine and glared at the screen, which taunted me with its 2 cherries and a lemon. I was so close. Always so close, but never quite winning. I was almost out of the allowance Crow gave me weekly. Not that I didn't know how to scrounge up money if I needed extra dollars. Still, it was a slap in the face to lose so much. Maybe I should move on to another machine. The man next to me, who had been having a lucky night, collected his chips with a wide grin and winked at me.
It's called luck, kid. You're either born with it or not.
Well, fuck me then. I'd never had luck a day in my life. Maybe the day Crow plucked me from the corpses of my parents, but that remained to be seen. After all the years it had taken me to become human again, I wasn't sure it was worth it. But it could be tonight. All I needed was to win once. It didn't even have to be much, just enough to show me my luck could change. If I wanted the slots, maybe I also had a shot with Dr. Collier. I was running out of ideas to get that man to fall for me as hard as I had for him. An older man walked up to the lucky machine. I bared my teeth and hissed at him. He stumbled back, almost knocking over a woman behind him.
What in the world?
Beat it, bozo. That machine is mine.
I was there first.
You're gonna fight me for it. I slapped my long black cloak behind me to show him the knives strapped to my thighs.
Fucking psycho,
he muttered. I took a step toward him, and he ran like a bitch. I might not be lucky, but I still creeped people out enough for them to leave me the fuck alone. That could be counted as a win. But not the win I wanted tonight. Don't let me down. I patted the machine and slipped in my last $100 bill. It was now or never. The machine hummed and blinked, the screen displaying my credit. From the corner of my eyes, I saw the man whispering to security across the room. I ignored them, drew a breath, and hit spin with more force than necessary. I could feel it. This was my lucky break. This time I would win big, and the next time I ran into Dr. Collier, he would admit his feelings for me, he would make me his, and we would live happily ever after. For the first time in my life, I believed in a happily ever after. I couldn't give up on that. I couldn't give up on him. The screen exploded into a frenzy of colors as fruits spun in a dizzying whirlwind before slowing down. I held my breath as 2 cherries fell into place. Then, a lemon. No, no, no! I struck the slot machine screen with a clenched fist. The echo of the metallic ring resonated through the casino. Heads turned, eyebrows rose. Maybe I should accept it. I was born a loser, had grown up a loser, and as much as Crow had tried, he still couldn't wash the stench of loser off me. What a bad fucking night. I should have stayed at the clubhouse instead of sneaking into the casino. No gambling, Crow had said. Man, the list of things he wouldn't allow me to do was getting longer and more absurd. No drinking, no smoking, and no sex, too. The man didn't even allow me to watch porn, like I was some little kid.
You heard what the psychiatrist said, Bloom. You're susceptible to addiction because of how your childhood trauma has wired you. I'm just trying to protect you.
A heavy hand settled on my shoulder, making my skin crawl. I spun around and yanked on the guard's hand, twisting his fingers back with a sickening crunch. He let out a pained scream, dropping to his knees in agony. I rested my weight on my left leg to kick him in the face.
Bloom, let him go.
Bay, who ran the casino, hurried toward me. I glared at him for ruining the one thing I was good at. He touched me. I glared at the guard, who clenched his teeth. Don't you know who I am, motherfucker? Your worst nightmare. Don't ever put your hand on me or you'll lose it. He's new. Bay lowered his head to mine. We can't cause an incident here and ruin this business, Bloom. I've worked too hard at getting this place up to par. Fuck. It wasn't so much that I cared about the casino, but he was right. His working at the casino allowed him to be a more responsible father rather than doling out punishments. I let go of the security guy's arm. No wonder I hadn't noticed him if he was a recently patched member. I'd been so busy chasing after Dr. Collier that I'd missed countless meetings. Crow had threatened if I missed once more, he would fine me. Joke's on him since he controlled my money anyway. Sorry about that, everyone, Bay said loudly. Just a misunderstanding. Please return to your games while I escort this young man out. Bay kept a few inches between us. On a normal day, he could touch me if he wanted, but tonight I was high-strung and frustrated. It had been over 2 months, and Dr. Collier was still giving me the cold shoulder. Bloom, what's gotten into you? He asked.
You been acting out more lately?
Nothing.
It's the doctor, isn't it?
I don't want to talk about him. He wouldn't say anything I hadn't already heard from Crow, to leave the doctor alone and concentrate on my therapy. I was fucking sick of therapy. Why did I have to get better before someone loved me? They all had partners. Couldn't they see I wanted what they had?
Bay sighed. If not me, then at least talk to Crow or call Saint's mother.
I'm already seeing a psychiatrist here. She approved him.
Is it working? He doesn't seem to be doing a good job of helping you channel your anger.
I don't have any anger. He raised a brow. Okay, maybe I have some anger, but it's just been a bad day. We all have those.
Then go home. Have an early night. Should I call Crow to pick you up?
I scowled. I'm not a baby. Don't I have my bike?
Yeah, but
I can ride, Bay. See ya. Once I was outside, I loped off toward where my motorcycle was parked. Crow had gifted it to me when I was officially patched into the Bloodhounds. I ran my hand over the shiny, polished metal, admiring the sleek curves of the bike. It was a black beast beneath the moonlight, so much bigger than me, but that was why I loved it. I hopped on, and with a revving roar, rode out of the parking lot. I let it rip down the highway, the vibration of the engine reverberating through my bones. The wind whipped through my hair, sliced through my coat, and bit into my skin, but I didn't mind. The dulled pain was nothing compared to the sharp ache of rejection. Rejected by everybody. I can't allow him to reject me, too. The highway was practically empty at this time of night, with only a few cars. It allowed me to weave through the lanes, streaking across the dark landscape with no concern. The road lines blurred beneath me, disappearing under my wheels and reappearing again. By the time I pulled off to a gas station, I was feeling much better, and sheepish I'd ridden so carelessly without a helmet. If Crow knew, he would scold me, probably ground me by taking my bike away like the last time I'd fallen off and given myself a concussion. Well, it's not like I'm going to tell him. I pulled up to the pump, dismounted, and filled my tank. The cold metal of the nozzle bit into my hand, and the smell of gasoline filled my lungs. I inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar sweet scent. The soft hum of the pump was almost like a lullaby, luring me into a state of calm. A truck stopped parallel to me on the diesel pump. The driver, a medium-built man with a goatee wearing a baseball cap, climbed out. He low-whistled at my bike.
Nice ride.
I resisted the urge to shoot him the finger. I didn't need his approval of my bike. See, I could be nice to people I didn't care about, even if it was hard. I finished up at the pump and strolled into the convenience store. The fluorescent lights reflected starkly off the white linoleum flooring. A bored-looking cashier, a young woman who appeared a year or two older than me, perked up and smiled. I suppose she was pretty, with shiny blonde curls, blue eyes, and a heart-shaped face. When she sat up, her breasts jiggled, and I barely managed not to pull a face. I was definitely not into women, and I'd known that for a long time. What was new was the hots I had for Dr. Collier. I'd never felt sexual desire for anyone, but the more time I spent around Dr. Collier, the more I wanted to know what it was like being fucked by a man like him. My desire didn't come from a place of wanting to top him the way my brothers did their partners, and that made me nervous. I was raised to be a leader. I was an enforcer, for fuck's sake. How could I be the bitch? And yet the more I thought of it... Hey, can I help you with anything? The cashier's voice cut through my thoughts. Nah, I'm good. I walked past the shelves stacked with bags of chips, chocolates, and other snacks. At the back, I browsed through the liquor selection and picked up a bottle of tequila. I didn't know much about hard liquor. Because of the Zoloft I was on, the doctors forbade me to drink it, but what the fuck? No one would ever know. Crow said I couldn't drink until I was 21, but I'd reminded him none of us knew how old I truly was. I placed the bottle, a pack of cigarettes, and gum on the counter. I'll need to see your ID, she said. No, you don't. I handed her my bank card. I've had a rough night. Don't make it worse. I smiled. I didn't feel it, but my brothers said sometimes a smile worked. She swallowed and nodded. Okay, but just this once because you're really cute. My cheeks flamed. No one had ever said that to me. People usually stared, but kept their distance. Hard to tell what they were thinking that way. You think I'm cute? She laughed as she rang up my sails. Cute is an understatement. You're fucking hot. And the goth thing you have going on looks fantastic on you. My smile was genuine as I took my goods. She scribbled something on the receipt and gave it to me. That's my number on the back. My name's Naomi. If you want, call me sometime, and we can hook up. Yep, that was a phone number, all right. I counted all the digits just to be sure. Thanks, Naomi, but I'm not into girls. Too bad. Still call me. I bet you're fun to hang out with. Maybe. Whoa. I walked out of the store in a daze. Was that how people made friends? For as long as I knew, it was just me and my brothers. I'd never gone to a formal school, so I'd never gotten the chance to make friends, and my life revolved around the club. My first instinct was to throw away the number. I pocketed it instead. Maybe it would come in handy. The truck was still parked by the pump, even though the driver was no longer getting gas. Uneasiness settled in my gut, and I quickly put away my items in the saddlebag. A man approached my bike, a cigarette between his lips.
That's your motorcycle, kid?
He asked. I grabbed my helmet but didn't put it on.
I'm talking to you, you weirdo.
The man fisted my coat. I reared back and slammed my helmet into his face, hard. The crunch of bone breaking echoed in the empty night. He staggered back and fell to the ground, clutching his bloody face. I swung my leg over the bike, put on my helmet, and roared off into the night, leaving behind the gas station, the girl I had no interest in, and the man with the smashed face writhing in pain on the concrete. I bet he'll think twice before he comes after anyone again. Weirdo. Did he think that insult hurt? I'd heard it all my life. It never bothered me in the past and didn't bother me now. Does Dr. Collier think I'm a weirdo? I swallowed the lump in my throat. He told the nurse I wasn't normal. Was that the reason he refused to be with me? I could stand other people calling me a weirdo, but not Dr. Collier. I rode too fast and too recklessly, running every stoplight I encountered, my mind racing faster than the motorcycle beneath me. I wanted to outrun my thoughts, hating the self-doubt Dr. Collier had reopened with his constant rejections. The clubhouse came into view too soon. Several strange motorcycles that didn't belong there lined the perimeter of the building. I parked and inspected them. Fuck. The bikers from the Grim Reapers were here. No wonder it was so noisy inside, even though it wasn't a party night. Carrying my bounty, I snuck off to the back of the clubhouse where Crow had recently built a boathouse. He planned to take Max on boat rides for fun, fishing, and fucking. Sometimes I hated seeing them together, not because I wanted Crow, but because I was jealous of how close they were, of how Crow took care of Max. But I wasn't like Max. I didn't need that level of protection and care from anyone. What exactly did I need from Dr. Collier? I groaned. Why were relationships this complicated? I settled down in the back of the small boat and unscrewed the cap off the tequila. The clear liquid slid down my throat easily, a burn I welcomed. Shuffling feet approached. Shit. If Crow found me drinking. Something hit a wall, followed by a grunt. I peered over the edge of the boat. What the fuck? The twins from the Reapers. They were kissing like no one else existed in the world but them. They whispered words I couldn't hear, ripping at each other's belts. Seeing them together wasn't a surprise. Everyone knew the two were boning. Whatever floated their boat, though I found it strange as hell. They looked so much alike. It was like fucking yourself, and who wanted to do that? I took another swig and watched the spectacle unfold. Maybe I could learn a thing or two from them. Normally I didn't pay my brothers any mind when they were fucking someone. I'd had no interest in the subject, at all. But these strange feelings Dr. Collier gave me meant I wanted him to do this to me. Didn't it? In a jiffy, both their jeans were down to their ankles. I couldn't tell who was who, but one settled himself behind the other, bit his shoulder, and thrust. The boathouse filled with grunts and the sounds of skin slapping against skin. The one taking it seemed to enjoy it. I'd always thought being on the bottom was degrading. I'd seen the way the brothers back in the Riverton chapter treated their women and men like a piece of meat. They were mean to them. But this guy was grabbing his brother's hips and grinding into him like he was desperate for it. The whole thing didn't last long, 5 minutes at the most, but they were some intense 5 minutes that ended when the look-alike that topped came. They didn't stop there, though. The top went down on his knees and sucked off the other until he came into his mouth. When the deed was done, they collapsed against the wall, kissing while fixing their clothes. I waited until they were fully dressed before I poked out my head farther. "Hey!"
What the fuck?
The brothers startled, clinging to each other. Well, weirdness aside, that was kind of sweet. "You!" I pointed at the one who'd been bottoming. "Doesn't it make you feel gross to be at the bottom? I mean, you're letting another man treat you like you're inferior."
The fuck are you going on about?
The top growled.
We're equals. What does bottoming or topping have to do with superior or inferior?
I shrugged. "I don't know, which is why I'm asking. You mean you actually like to bottom?"
We don't need this.
The top pulled his brother's arm, but the other said something to him. They whispered harshly, kissed, then the top walked out of the boathouse. "He acts like he owns you," I said. The one staying smiled.
We own each other, but yeah, I like it when he acts like the boss of me.
"And you don't feel weird about it?"
Nah, why should I?
He propped his elbows up on the boat.
Why were you spying on us?
"Spying? I was already here. Not my fault you chose to get nasty in here."
Nasty?
He burst out laughing.
How old are you, 10?
"Sex is fantastic when it's with the person you care about.
Well, it's good overall, but even better with someone you love."
Never loved anybody that way before, so I shrugged. "But you really don't mind being his bitch?"
Hey, unless someone specifically likes that, you don't call someone a bitch because they bottom.
I didn't mean it as an insult.
Well, some guys are into that, but even then, they might only want their partners to think of them that way. Doesn't give you a free pass to repeat it. Whatever happens in the bedroom, you respect your partner. And that's why I can comfortably bottom for Whip. Why are you asking about this anyway?
No reason. I picked up the tequila and took a swig.
You're asking questions like you've never had sex.
That's none of your business. I fanned him off. You can go now. Thanks for the demonstration. Now I gotta think about Dr. Collier doing to me what they just did. My gut stirred at the thought of Dr. Collier pounding into me. My breath hitched. "Wait!" I cried.
What is it?
He stopped at the door. "How did you get your brother to want to fuck you? Can you teach me how to do that?" He stared at me wide-eyed for a few seconds and shook his head slowly.
Hell no, I can't help you with that, kid. You can't force someone to like you. Either they do, or they don't.
Chapter 4. Logan.
The insufferable boy was missing for 4 days. Well, not missing, but that was what it felt like when he didn't show up at the hospital or pop up in front of me in the most random places. He stalked me. But I figured he was harmless, so I didn't get the police involved, although Ben had suggested a restraining order when he was still the chief of police. He should talk now that he was shacking up with a biker. I hated that I noticed his absence, hated that my mood had soured during those 4 days, and most of all, I hated that my heart skipped a beat whenever a shadow appeared, only to find out that person was not him. Maybe I'd finally gotten through to him, and he had given up. I should host a celebration at the hospital with all the people he had terrorized and made uncomfortable. Instead, I was on the phone with James, hemming and hawing while I tried to come up with a reason to visit the clubhouse that didn't seem suspect.
"Dr. Collier, what's really going on?"
James said, sounding breathless.
"In case I didn't make it obvious, I was on top of my daddy when you called."
That was an image I didn't need in my head.
How such a delicate femboy topped the burly older biker was beyond me. He must have been damn good, since that man looked at him like he hung the damn moon. "And you answered?" I asked. "You never call me unless something crucial happened at the hospital and you need me. Who cares what I'll be wearing at the charity gala? That's still weeks away. I'm getting laid, and after this I'm convinced you need to get laid too. Maybe the next time Bloom propositions you, you'll take him up on his offer." I stifled a groan. Why had I confided in James about Bloom throwing himself at me when I'd last seen him? He'd stalked me and frustrated me to death. He kept on saying we were in a relationship, but until that day he'd never gotten sexual with me. Well, there were the pictures. Hot, naked pictures I should delete from my phone. But when we were together, he was more like an annoying baby koala who wanted attention all the time. The kind of attention I didn't have the time to give anyone. "That's the last time I confide in you, James. Carry on with your chore, then." I ended the call and ran my fingers through my hair. Stupid. Phoning James had accomplished nothing. The knowing smirk he wore every time he saw me since I'd told him what Bloom did would only get bigger. What had I been thinking? I hit the spacebar on my computer twice to wake up the screen and opened the scheduling system we used at the hospital. With one of our staff members moving out of state, the rest of us would have to pick up the slack until we hired a replacement. Smoky Vale Gen was one of the least desirable hospitals in the state, and finding someone could take months. I'd promised to work as many extra hours as needed, so the rest of the staff didn't have to work longer than necessary. My life didn't amount to much more than work anyway. My pager went off and I checked to find one of the nurses needed me. I rang back the number. "Dr. Collier?" If only I had a receptionist, but hospitals couldn't afford such a thing. An entire wing was closed since some pipes broke and caused a flood, revealing some serious structural damages. Management had already started an extension work for VIP rooms and used it as an excuse to drag their feet on conducting the much-needed repairs to the wing. As if the regular people of Smoky Vale could afford VIP. To compete with Hargreaves, the private hospital, they were forgetting the reason for the hospital's existence in the first place. "Dr. Collier," Nurse Riley's voice was strained. "We have a patient wishing to see you, sir." "Dr. Otto is making the rounds. Ask him to see them." "He tried, sir, but the patient refuses to have anyone else treat him but you." "Then he doesn't need medical attention. Send him home." Who refused help when they needed it? "He's rather difficult to handle, sir. Not only is he rude and insulting to the staff, but he seems rather dangerous. If you don't show up, Dr. Otto says we should call security. After all, you're the one who's enabled him." I sat up straight, my chair creaking under the sudden movement. Bloom. He could only be talking about Bloom. I clenched my ass in my chair to keep sitting. Did they all think I enabled him? If I went, I would only prove their point. Like I said, Nurse Riley, if he doesn't want to see a doctor, he doesn't need help. Have security escort him out if that's what it takes. Just what trick did he have up his sleeve this time? Medical attention. I scoffed. Once I closed the door to his room, I would no doubt find him naked, asking me to give him a voluntary prostate exam. Okay, Dr. Collier, I'll try again to convince him to let me at least stop the bleeding. Bleeding? I catapulted to my feet. You didn't mention anything about blood. He's bleeding? Yes, sir, quite a bit. Where is he? As soon as she confirmed the examination room, I hurried out of my office, my lab coat billowing behind me. What had happened? Was it a serious injury? I should have asked before hanging up. Those damn bikers were always getting shot, knifed, hit by cars, and God only knew what else James had to patch them up for. I only saw them when the cases were so serious enough James wasn't sure of the best way to handle them, and he wanted my input. My stomach cramped when I skidded to a stop outside the room. My hand shook as I opened the door. Bloom was sitting on a chair next to the examination table. Amanda, one of our new nurses, stood a few feet away from him with some gauze, looking stressed out at the thought of approaching Bloom. "Dr. Collier, you're here," Amanda said. I swept my gaze past her to Bloom. He wore black jeans shorts and black ripped stockings beneath. He seemed immune to the blood running down his left leg, dripping into his boot and on the floor. Jesus Christ. I rushed forward, slipped on a pair of disposable gloves, and grabbed a handful of gauze from the nurse. I went down on one knee in front of Bloom and pressed the gauze to the wound. There was so much blood. How deep was the wound? I need to get you out of these clothes so I can see what I'm working with here. Amanda, will you help him get undressed? If she puts a finger on me, I'll bite it off, Bloom said. You do it. I heaved a sigh. Amanda, you may go. Thank you, Dr. Collier, she said, the relief in her voice palpable as she practically fled the room. I think your staff's afraid of me. What do you expect when you threaten to bite their fingers off? Come on, I was joking. Partly. What is it with you and wanting to eat people? I only want to eat you. Work with me here. There's so much fucking blood. Oh, Dr. Collier, you said a bad word. I gritted my teeth. Now's not the time, Bloom. Or don't you see that you're bleeding all over my floor? At least you're touching me. I have to touch you to take care of you. Will you be an obedient boy for once? Okay, Dr. Collier. I'll be your good boy. His words, simple yet charged, sent a shiver down my spine. My hands were less steady than moments before. The air felt thicker, and my breath came out shorter. How the hell did his agreement become even more lethal than when we argued? I worked on his boots, took them off, and put them to the side. I need you to get up for a minute so I can remove your jeans. Keep the gauze pressed to your thigh and balance on your good foot. Which one? Damn it, Bloom. He had an erection. Erections weren't uncommon during traumatic injuries, but the way he was grinning at me, as though proud of it, made me grit my teeth. How he could flirt at a time like this was beyond me. I ignored the stiffness at the front of his pants and concentrated on carefully pulling the jeans down his round ass. My hands grazed naked flesh. His cock popped free with a delightful bounce that made me gulp. He wasn't wearing underwear. He was more hung than I would have thought for a guy his size. I haven't done laundry in a while, he said. What do you think? Do you like how big my cock is? Do you want to suck it? My throat went dry. He's bleeding. That's what you're taking care of, not the other blood flow problem. Are you hurt in any other places? Just keep peeling those clothes off. You see naked patients every day and none of them affect you. Yes. I snapped my head up. Where? He pressed a hand to his chest. In here. Every time you ignore me. I inhaled sharply. He sounded hurt. My pulse throbbed in my neck. Don't let him get to you. He's a manipulator. After the count of 2, raise the gauze so I can get these off. The blood's not dried yet, so we shouldn't need scissors. Ready? No. Bloom, answer me first. Do you like me or not? That hardly matters, Bloom. Of course it matters. It's the only thing that matters to me. Will you at least tell me if you hate me? What harm could it do? I let out a sigh. I don't hate you. His lips quirked up in the happiest smile, and his usual intense gaze softened. One would have thought I'd just confirmed my undying love for him. But I don't hate anyone. Too late. We're talking about me, not everyone. As long as you don't hate me, I can get you to fall in love with me. Bloom, stop talking and lift your ass. Here we go. After 2. 1, 2. He worked in sync with me, lifting and removing the gauze so I could peel down his pants. I draped the clothes over the arm of the chair as Bloom sank back down in it. I gently took his leg and examined the deep gash that ran from the interior of his thigh, almost to his kneecap. It was a jagged, ugly wound, and the skin around it was already clammy and pale. How are you not feeling any pain right now? I asked. I took 2 painkillers right after it happened. What kind? Why? Some painkillers increase bleeding. Oh, I didn't know that. He mentioned an over-the-counter brand, and I nodded, satisfied. It looks relatively clean, but I'll still need to sterilize the wound and stitch you up. I'll have to administer a local anesthetic first. Okay. His forehead was creased with a frown, and his earlier playfulness was gone. Sit on the table. I washed my hands, slid on a pair of fresh, sterile gloves, then fetched the medical supplies. He lay spread out on his back with his lower half naked. His erection had softened, thank God. I carefully draped the white sheet up to cover his groin, leaving out the bleeding thigh. Bloom flinched as I cleaned the area around the gash with an antiseptic wipe, but he remained silent. I opened the sterile package with the small vial of local anesthetic and a syringe. Most patients looked away at this point, but Bloom watched me as I cleared the liquid into the syringe and tapped the side to remove any air bubbles until a small bead of liquid appeared at the tip. "I think my leg's better," Bloom said, his voice laced with fear. He was afraid of needles? I raised my eyebrows. "You're covered in tattoos. You're telling me you're afraid of the needle?" "It's different." "You're right. You'll feel a sting, but it will be over before you know it." As I applied the anesthetic around the wound, Bloom's grip on the table tightened, but he didn't make a sound. "It'll take a few minutes for the area to go numb. Why don't you tell me why you're afraid of needles?" Bloom bowed his head. "It's not just the needles, but the setting. Too familiar." A faraway look settled in his eyes. "Hospital room, the scent of antiseptic and bleach, people asking me questions, always asking me questions. The needles they used to control me." He rubbed his nose. "Especially in the beginning when my brothers found me." "Found you?" He smiled, the change startling me. "Sneaky doctor. You almost had me sharing all my secrets with you." "Not at all. Just some, to make me better understand him." No one became the way Bloom did without having experienced a traumatic past, a past I'd never cared to know about. "If you want to know about my entire past, ask me out on my first date." First date. I blinked, my mind reeling. If he was to be believed, he was a virgin who'd never been on his first date? Would he also try to convince me he'd never kissed anyone? "I'm not going on a date with you." "Why not? A few nights ago, a woman hit on me. If she wants in my pants, why don't you?" "A woman hit on you?" Jealousy seized me, its icy grip holding me hostage. His eyes were lit with a devilish glint, like he could read my emotions. I cleared my throat. "You should go on a date with her." "Impossible. I'm not into women. I'm not into anyone but you." "Bloom, are you going to stitch me now?" Without a word, I washed the inside and edges of the wound with a sterile solution, then picked up the sterilized suture kit and unfolded it on a clean tray. I selected the needle and thread, fine enough to minimize scarring but strong enough to hold the wound together effectively. I started at one end of the gash, carefully bringing the edges together and stitching with precision. As I worked, Bloom watched me, which rattled my nerves. Once the stitching was complete, I cut the thread and applied a thin layer of antibiotic ointment over the stitches to promote healing and reduce the risk of infection. Finally, I covered the wound with a clean, sterile bandage, securing it in place. There. All done. I disposed of the used medical supplies and removed my gloves. "You'll need to keep the bandage clean and dry. Also try to avoid any strenuous activities that might strain the stitches. You need to come back in for a follow-up to check on the healing progress and have the stitches removed when it's time." Bloom nodded. "Thank you, Dr. Collier," he said, his voice husky. From the tint in the sheet, he was hard again. What a weird boy. Did he have a pain kink? That would explain so much. And it was way more than I needed to know. "I don't suggest you put those clothes back on. I have a shirt in my closet you can wear, or you can call someone to bring you a change of clothing." "I'd rather wear your shirt." Why didn't his choice surprise me? I had no right to feel as pleased as I did. Bloom, dressed in my clothes, was way too personal. "All right, stay right here, and I'll get it." On my way to my office, I passed the nurse's station. The three women fell silent. They were discussing me, all right, and another doctor couldn't meet my eyes. I nodded at them. but I felt sick to my stomach. What had happened to keeping Bloom at arm's length? One incident, and I was tripping over my feet to take care of him. Frowning, I unlocked my office and entered. I had one purpose in Smoky Vale, and that was to save lives. No matter how much I longed for more, there was nothing else to this life except death, and I'd do well to keep that in mind when around Bloom. I dialed the nurse's station and asked for a nurse to come to my office. I wrote a prescription for painkillers and antibiotics for Bloom, which I handed to the nurse along with the shirt I had taken out of my closet. Given how often I slept on the pull-out couch, I kept several clothes and toiletries in my office. When the nurse left, I returned to the work I had been doing before they called me about Bloom. Was he giving them any trouble, or would he leave quietly? What if he refused to get dressed unless I was there? Not your problem, Doc. There's security at the hospital for a reason. But every time I thought about security, my stomach sank. Bloom was a fighter. He wouldn't react well to security interference. Perhaps I should. I pulled my hand away from the phone. Nurse Riley had said I enabled him. I couldn't always interfere and let him get away with unacceptable behavior. How would he learn the consequences of his actions? A fist pounded on my door. What the hell? The door was flung open on its hinges, and Bloom walked in, his cheeks red and eyes flashing, dressed in my long-sleeved shirt, which reached almost to his knees. He had belted the waist with one of his chains, with the top 2 buttons undone, showing off the lighthouse tattoo on his neck and his bare legs. He looked stunning, like he'd just crawled out of my bed. His disposition was also nothing like the young man I had been patching up earlier. His eyes were hard, as if he was one step away from killing someone, either me or the nurse running behind him. Dr. Collier, explain yourself. Why are you running around on your leg? I frowned. Nurse Riley, he's stubborn and won't listen. Honestly, doctor, I don't know how you put up with him. Because I'm good in bed. Bloom arched an eyebrow. You should go, if you don't want to see us make out on his desk. Bloom, he's nothing but trouble, Dr. Collier. Nurse Riley walked stiffly out of the office, his back ramrod straight, and shut the door with a bang. I massaged my temples. What the hell did I do in a previous life to deserve this? You know exactly what you did. You should call someone to pick you up. Bloom limped around my desk and plopped his ass down in my lap. You didn't come back. You said you were going for the shirt, but instead of bringing it, you copped out and sent the nurse. In case I didn't make it clear, Dr. Collier, I didn't show up here for a nurse to take care of me. I wanted you to do it. This is inappropriate. You can't call me Dr. Collier and sit on my lap. Logan, then. The way he whispered my name sent a shiver down my spine. The sensation tapped into a part of me I'd been keeping locked away since I met him. If I never have to treat another biker in my life, it won't be soon enough. I clench my teeth as I check the vitals of the man lying on the hospital bed. Next to him, the former mayor looks on concerned, and I shake my head in disbelief. He's a smart man. I've heard his campaigns before, and he always hated bikers, always wanted to get them out of Smoky Vale. But here he is, fawning over one. Just what the hell do these bikers have that makes sensible men lose a screw? James, my protege, is smart as a whip, but he's with one of them. Is it the thrill? Their personalities? And are they good in bed? It has to be something specific that makes perfectly upstanding citizens give them their loyalty. So what if they're good-looking, virile men? Their lifestyle should have sent anyone with half a brain cell scurrying in the opposite direction. You're lucky the bullet didn't shatter your collarbone. I grumble. In a few days, the door to the room opens and I lose the last straw I've been clutching. Didn't I ask not to be disturbed? A young man who looks to be in his late teens enters the room. Most people would have flinched at my waspish tone and ducked out of the room, but he is unbothered. I do a double take at the straight black hair that falls past his shoulders, the heavily applied mascara, the eyeshadow, and the pink lips. He wore full black, but his top is cropped, showing off more piercings than the two in his cheeks and the one in the center of his top lip. He has jewelry in his belly button and couplets just above his hips. Tattoos cover his pale skin. Who is he? If I'd seen him before, I wouldn't have forgotten him. He has the kind of look that's memorable. His youth aside, he isn't even my type, being too slender and effeminate looking. But even I can't stop staring. One more is hardly a disturbance, he says, his hard gaze challenging. You aren't really going to kick me out, are you, Doc? He sweeps his gaze over me, brows raising as if in surprise. He shifts his weight to his other foot, twirls a lock of hair between his fingers, and bats his long lashes at me. The breath flies out of my lungs. Such a commanding energy. He's demanding to be seen, and it's working. I tear my gaze away, resisting the urge to take another glance. I scribble on Bay's chart, ignoring the impertinent boy who smells too much like trouble. In a few days, you should be able to go home. We'll see you to dress your wounds as an outpatient, or James can handle it at the clubhouse. You may feel fine, but your body's been through trauma. You need to rest. This time I have a good excuse to stare at the young man. He hasn't taken his eyes off me, and it takes effort to act like it doesn't throw me off balance. And limit your visitors. He smirks. I'd love to see the day someone limits me. Here's a clue, Doc. It won't be you. That challenge. If he only knew I'd chosen my profession due to the challenging nature of the job. Too bad I'm not looking to limit him or anyone, but if I did, I would have put him across my knee until he learned some manners. I shake my head. Where are your parents, little boy? They know the company you keep? Silence, thick and suspenseful, fills the room. I frown. Bay is clutching Gerald and has gone pale. Is it something I'd said? A laugh peels out of the young man. His eyes are crinkled and his lips curve into an amused grin. Sweet Mary, but when he smiles, his whole face lights up. He is the most stunning creature I've ever seen. He saunters over, circling me like a vulture, waving his index finger. I'll tell you a little secret, Doc. They can't know anything, not after what I've done to them. Hacked them into small pieces. I was so hungry at the time I almost ate them. Despite the humor on his face, his eyes are fierce black holes that seem to dare me. Dare me to do what? The way the biker in the bed is reacting doesn't help. Why am I even entertaining them? I've done my duty. Time to put distance between me and this boy. Ridiculous. I grab the boy's hand, shove it away from me, and march to the door. Damn it, I can still feel his gaze digging into my back, sending a shiver down my spine and making the hairs at my nape stand up. Is that a yes to our date? He calls. I'll find you. Has he sensed the way I can't keep my eyes off him? It means nothing. His sense of style just took me by surprise. I slammed the door closed on his preposterous offer. Me? Date him? Not likely. A boy like that is nothing but trouble. I preferred more mature men, who understood what it meant to have a one-night stand. Bloom wriggled on my lap, pulling me out of my trance. I frowned. What were we talking about again? The conversation came back to me, and with it the implication of his earlier statement. Wait a minute. I rested my hand on the arm of the chair to avoid touching him. What do you mean you didn't show up here for a nurse to take care of you? It's not like you stabbed yourself on purpose. For such a mouthy boy, he had sure gone quiet fast. Stunned, I stared at his profile. No, he couldn't have. How sick would he have to be to stab himself in the thigh so that I would take care of him? Bloom, please, tell me you didn't. It was an accident. At first. But when I saw the cut, I got the idea. So I made it bigger. Oh, my God. He had to be kidding. But his matter-of-fact expression held no remorse, no understanding of the gravity of what he had done. I wanted to throttle him and, at the same time, tie his hands together so he couldn't hurt himself anymore. The boy was a menace to himself. My pager went off. The sharp buzz of the device was like a bucket of ice water shocking me back to reality. It was an emergency call from the ER. My stomach churned. How could I leave him knowing what he'd done? What if he did something more extreme? I have to go. Do you? He leaned into my chest and sighed. I don't know why, but I always feel comfortable with you. Do you feel it too? I swallowed. Bloom, I need to tend to patients. It could be life or death. Then let them die. I plucked him off my lap gently and set him on his feet. Promise me you won't hurt yourself anymore. He raised his chin and pouted. Tell me you care about me first. Bloom, I don't have the time for this. He shrugged. Okay then. You just might come back to find my dead body on your desk. He picked up my letter opener and ran the sharp edges along his thumb. This would work, don't you think? I sucked in a deep breath, the image his words evoked causing my heart to constrict painfully. He was going to drive me up the wall. I didn't know when to take him seriously, but his death, especially by his own hands, could only be taken gravely. I took the letter opener from him, but so what? He could find several things in the room to do it if he really meant it. My beeper went off again, but my feet remained rooted to the spot as ambivalence weighed heavily on my mind. If I left, I could save someone's life, and if I did, he could lose his. Hey, I'm joking. He grabbed a handful of my lab coat and tugged on it. Would I die so easily when I haven't made you fall in love with me yet? I let out a shaky breath. Don't go anywhere. Do not leave this office. Do you hear me? We need to finish this conversation before you do anything else rash. Okay. I am serious, Bloom. I stopped at the door with my hand on the handle. If you disobey me, I swear to you that you will have no chance with me. His face split into a grin. What I'm hearing is that I have a shot. I shut the door. I hadn't said that at all. Chapter 5. Bloom. 15 minutes after Logan left, I was bored out of my mind. How long was I supposed to wait on him? If I went away and returned before he came back, he would never know. But as I laid my hand on the doorknob, guilt overcame me, and I plopped onto the couch again. I couldn't be dishonest, not to him. I'd promised to not leave his office, so barring a fire, I had to keep my word and stay put, no matter how much the walls felt as though they were closing in on me. The door remained my escape route, taunting me with the promise of freedom. I sighed heavily. I needed a distraction, something to take my mind off how trapped I felt. Obeying Logan reminded me of memories best left buried. I sat at his desk and tried to snoop on his computer, but he had it password protected. Damn. I would have loved to dig into his emails and files to learn more about the man I wanted to be mine. He made it so difficult to get to know him. The desk was filled with junk. Well, not really. They were important files, but they meant nothing to me, so garbage. I shoved them aside, and something fell to the floor. I picked it up. A well-worn, leather-bound journal with a clasp closure. My heart skipped a beat. Bingo. What secrets was he keeping in this book? Only a few pages in, and I slumped my shoulders. Dense, technical descriptions and medical jargon filled the pages. He kept a detailed log of his routine, making notes on medical conditions, patients, and daily occurrences at the hospital. I would find nothing personal about him inside this book. I thumbed through the pages, and I straightened up and slowly went back a few pages. In his neat, bold handwriting was my name printed. Bloom. My heart thudded and blood rushed to my head. I clamped my eyes shut, counted to 5, and peeked at the page again. My name was still there. Logan had written my name in his book, a book he took up every single day. Sure, the rest of the page was blank. He could have written my name in frustration or with fondness. but I gave not one fuck about it. All that mattered was that my name was there. The air seemed to vanish as I held my breath and traced my name with a trembling finger. It felt intimate to touch the exact place where he had. I closed my eyes and imagined him sitting at his desk, pen gripped between his skillful fingers, writing my name with the same deliberate precision with which he performed his surgeries, the same focus and intensity directed at me, at my name. The imagery was more intoxicating than the tequila I'd drunk in Crow's boat. I carefully put the book right where I'd found it. No, I wanted him to know I'd seen it. Grinning, I scribbled on a sticky note, stuck it on the page where he had written my name, and gently closed the journal. I hugged it to my chest and replaced it. Feeling more lively than I had earlier, I yanked open the top drawer of his desk. What else was he hiding from me? A bottle of Tylenol, toilet paper, hand sanitizer, wipes, and a box of Band-Aids. Typical doctor stuff. I shook the Tylenol, the pills rattling like tiny pebbles in a jar. I put the bottle back, closed the drawer, and opened the next one. This drawer held more junk from the hospital, but a novel with dog-eared pages was tucked away in the corner. The cover featured a desolate cityscape with towering skyscrapers half submerged in water. Logan liked these kinds of books? From the worn pages and smudges, he must have read it a few times. He also tabbed some of the pages with yellow, green, and red. I flipped the cover and squinted at the text written in a hasty scrawl, the letters jumbling before my eyes like a cryptic code. Each word seemed to twist and warp, a frustrating dance of shapes that refused to stay still. I shut my eyes tight and rubbed the bridge of my nose. Concentrate. I opened my eyes and carefully deciphered the words. Thanks for loving me the way you have over all these years. I owe everything I am to you. My blood boiled, but then I read the names below the message. To Christian, love, Axel. Hell's balls. For a second, I thought I would have to kill every Axel I came across, but the book wasn't even Logan's. I grinned. He'd probably think I should increase my visits to my shrink if he knew a little note almost sent me over the edge. Good thing he would never know. I put down the book and rifled through the bottom drawer. A half-empty box of Nature Valley snacks and an old stethoscope with its rubber tubing cracked were the only items in the drawer. I pushed my hand inside the box and hit something that crinkled like plastic. I pulled it out and almost passed out. I forgot how to exhale. He'd kept them. He had acted as if he hated everything I'd sent him. Hell, he'd even called them juvenile. But he'd kept them. With a shaky hand, I opened the Ziploc bag and carefully took out the handwritten notes I felt embarrassed about now that I knew what his handwriting was like. The lock of my hair I'd cut off. The jumbo plastic ring I'd sent him as a promise ring. And the naked photo. If I didn't like someone, I wouldn't keep their gifts. No one did that, right? Which meant, did Logan like me back? Was it not a figment of my imagination, but did he really like me? He had rushed over to patch me up when he found out I was hurt. I rocked back in his chair with a grin so wide my face was in danger of being split in two. This was even better than I'd hoped for. I clutched the photograph to my chest, a mix of emotions surging within me. He likes me. He likes me. I replaced everything the way I'd found it, then lay on the couch with my boots propped up on the armrest and waited for Logan to return. Time passed without him returning. I stared at the ceiling, tracing the intricate patterns with my eyes. My phone rang, but when Crow's name popped up on the screen, I ignored it. He left me a voicemail. I braced myself for his angry tirade as I played the message.
Damn it, Bloom, where are you?
I felt slightly guilty for the worry in his tone, but not guilty enough to leave the office.
Your shrink called to say you've been skipping your therapy sessions.
You remember what happened the last time you stopped going? We're not in Riverton anymore, where we have contacts, Bloom. We can't cover for your ass if you go off on someone. Call me when you get this, and for fuck's sake, kid, just leave the doctor alone. He's not worth it.
Except Crow didn't get to decide who was worth it to me. I turned off my phone and tossed it onto the coffee table, my mind spinning. But one thing remained clear. Logan liked me back. He had kept all those little things I'd given him, even while he complained and dismissed me. My stomach growled, a reminder I'd skipped lunch. A bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch was all I had for breakfast. How much longer would Logan be? He'd already been gone for over an hour. A knock sounded on the door, and I jerked up to a sitting position. The door opened, and Jamie walked in. He looked so different from when he was at the clubhouse, more serious in his tailored pants and dress shirt underneath a white lab coat. His makeup was also minimal and warm. My skin tingled, and I had the strong urge to leave the room. Jamie reminded me of everything I wasn't. He was smart, confident, sexy, and fun. All the boys liked him. All the boys wanted to hang out with him. All the boys wanted to be him. Well, I still needed therapy to figure out who I was. I was starting to fit into my goth skin, to accept the monster no one wanted. I wanted Logan to want me. Was that so difficult for them all to understand? There you are. He flashed his perfect white teeth in a dazzling smile. Sometimes I wanted to carve 2 lines in his face with my knife just to make him a little imperfect. But I didn't. Of course that would be wrong. And they thought I had no self-restraint. What are you doing here? I asked. Dr. Collier sent me. He glanced around the office as if looking for someone else. Have you been here long? Aren't you bored? Logan said I should stay here. Logan? I bet that made your day, huh? He crossed his arms and grinned. Why did he look like he knew some of my dirty secrets? Something like that, though it's none of your business. You're a part of the club family, so of course it's my business. Wouldn't you like my help? What do you mean? Considering I'm the closest person to Dr. Collier, Jamie took a step back when I rose to my feet. Bloom, I mean that platonically. I'm with Krem. I have no interest in the doctor. Frankly, I don't even know why you are interested in him. Dr. Collier isn't an easy man to get close to. I just am. Did you need a reason to like Grim? Well, I've always had the hots for Grim. He's protective and sweet. I snorted. Sweet. Yes, sweet to me. Then maybe Dr. Collier will be sweet to only me. I like the thought of that. I like that very much. Maybe, but I must warn you to keep your expectations low. Dr. Collier doesn't do personal relationships. How do you know that? I'm his protege. Take a look at his office, for example. Do you know he's had this office for several years? So what? There's nothing personal here. That's Dr. Collier in a nutshell. He keeps everyone at a distance, although I admit he seems more tolerant of you than he usually is of most people. He is? The good news kept coming. Jamie nodded. You really like him? You're not playing games with him? I only play with my victims. Is he? Is he what? Is Dr. Collier going to wind up one of your victims? I licked my lips. Depends. You can't hurt him, Bloom. This time, when I stepped closer to him, Jamie didn't budge. He had balls. I had to give him that. Don't try to intimidate me. I know you won't hurt me. How can you be so sure? I circled him like a predator. My fingers twitched with the unfamiliar sensation of restraint. Jamie was a part of the club family. Off limits. The rules were clear. But rules weren't something I was particularly fond of. Because if you hurt me, you'll start a war between the 2 clubs. Wouldn't that be stupid, given how close the 2 clubs are now? Would you want to cause the death of your brothers? Maybe your brothers would be the ones dead. You're not naive, Bloom. You're on our turf. Don't be too cocky. You're not so different from the rest of us boys, you know? Why won't you hang out with us? I don't like you. That shut him up. Technically, it wasn't true. He made me uncomfortably aware of how little control I had over my life. I was a failure at everything, except killing. A psychiatrist had to help me to regulate my emotions. Who wanted to hang out with someone whose presence was a constant reminder of that? You've never even tried to get to know me, he said softly. I don't need to. I have all the brothers I need. You know, friendships and family don't need to be finite, right? You can have as many or as few people in your circle as you want. What makes you think you belong in my circle? You're just another Reaper bitch like all the boys, aren't you? Jamie's eyes flashed with anger. Listen here, Bloom. Call me what you want, but you don't talk shit about my friends. They're loyal and hold down their men. You don't get to look down on us because you're a patched member and we aren't. Unless someone specifically likes that, you don't call someone a bitch because they bottom. The twin brothers' words echoed in my head. Fuck. I pinched my lips. I hated apologizing. Sorry, I mumbled. He would tell me where to shove my apology, and of course when he did, I had to respond in kind, and it would be another argument all over again. Just don't make us to be lesser than our men. We do for them so they can do what needs to be done. Whatever. Jamie sighed. I won't take what you said to heart, because I know you've been through a lot, and things might be a bit murky for you, but it doesn't change the fact that if you want to talk, I gotta shrink for that. I'm still here. And yes, I do think Dr. Collier has some feelings for you, but that doesn't mean he'll act on them. Jamie walked toward the door. If you decide you need help, the offer still stands. I know him better than anyone, though that's not to say much. Didn't you say he sent you here? Jamie slapped his forehead. All right. He wanted me to tell you that he's going to be tied up in a surgery that will last several hours. You should go home. A lump formed in my throat. Was he really busy? Or avoiding me? He really is in surgery, Bloom. I scowled. Get out of my head, will you? That annoying grin was back. Told you I could help. Call me if you need anything else. He disappeared through the door, leaving me alone inside the sterile office with thoughts jumbling around in my head. I smacked my hand against my temple several times to calm things down. I should go. What was the use of staying here? Chapter 6. Logan. 14 hours of being on my feet was a normal day for me. Some days were worse than others, and today had gone downhill fast. I'd planned to take care of the emergency I'd been called away on, then sit Bloom down and explain to him patiently why we couldn't have any kind of relationship. The chaos that had been waiting for me in the ER had quickly changed that plan. I must have sucked the life out of an entire 14-pack watermelon gum. The chewing motion had kept my brain active and my eyes open. Fueled by my flavored saliva and familiarity with my practice, I managed to make it through the evening, navigating the emergency room of a crime-infested town. I'd seen 3 different patients suffering from gunshot wounds, one I'd already extracted 2 bullets from in the last year. Without judgment, I'd patched him back up, certain I'd be seeing him again soon, or the next time we'd send his body to the morgue. Just when I'd thought that was the end of it, a teacher who'd jumped from the 2nd floor of Smoky Vale High was wheeled in, followed by victims of a multi-vehicular crash that plunged our emergency room into one of the blackest days I'd experienced since I started working at the hospital. The crash victims came in waves. First, the driver of the pickup, his body crumpled. Then the occupants of a sedan, a mother and child. The mother's condition was critical. She'd taken the brunt of the impact. Her daughter was miraculously unscathed physically, but remained an inconsolable bundle of terror until her father arrived. Broken bones, ruptured spleens, collapsed lungs, and a crushed skull were just a few of the litany of injuries we faced. Blood-soaked scrubs, the harsh glare of surgical lamps, and the constant beep of life monitors became my world for hours. I'd never felt more alive. Family members poured into the waiting room, making the situation tenser. Desperate faces scanned the room, clinging to every announcement made. Some prayed, others cried, and then there were the difficult ones we tried to empathize with, but who demanded answers, not understanding that our priority was saving the lives of their loved ones, not answering their questions. Consoling family members and friends had never been my strong suit. My mentor had once tried to convince me that to be a good surgeon, I needed to connect with patients and their families on an emotional level. He had said that the scalpel was my instrument, but compassion was my tool. But over the years, the knives and bullets extracted from bodies, the organs I'd stitched back together, the patients I'd seen come and go, or not go at all, had hardened me. Empathy was a luxury I couldn't afford amid the chaos. My role was to mend bodies, not hearts. You're welcome. What did it matter if I didn't pick up the crying child who held onto my leg? I'd saved his mother's life, hadn't I? Wasn't that the important thing? Despite the chaos that had descended upon us, it was a satisfying evening when I finally walked out of the OR. Some patients were in critical condition, but I hadn't lost any. As the waiting room slowly emptied, I breathed a sigh of relief and marched to my office. I loved my job. I wouldn't want to do anything else, but I needed food and sleep to do it all over again. Thank God I'd sent Jamie to inform Bloom that he should leave. I was too exhausted to handle his big emotions. With my guard down, I might share details I didn't want him to know, like how the sight of him made me yearn for things I could never have. Every time he let it slip how innocent and untouched he was, desire filled me to be his first and his only. Dangerous thoughts I would do well to squash. A small note was pinned on my office door. Dr. Collier, see me when you get the chance. A. What the hell did Andrews want? He was the hospital's director and usually reserved his visits for special circumstances, emergency meetings, or distressing news about funding. We weren't exactly seeing eye to eye after I'd chewed his ass out for cutting corners in the trauma unit last month. His whining about lack of funding hadn't fazed me. Not when he didn't live in Smoky Vale, but made use of a private jet so often that the money could easily have the abandoned wing repaired. But with him, everything had to go through the bureaucratic process. Whatever he wanted could wait. I entered my office, my empty office. I breathed out slowly, shying away from acknowledging the heavy feeling of disappointment. Bloom had left. Why was I surprised? I'd told him to leave. But he'd also promised to stay put. You need to make up your mind, I muttered. You want him, but you can't have him. Just let it go already. I walked past the papers piled high on my desk and went straight to the bathroom. Though considerably smaller than the one at home, it was big enough for me to freshen up after a long day. After scrubbing my hands thoroughly, I splashed cool water on my face. Fluorescent light reflected in the mirror, casting a harsh light on my features. My eyes looked more bloodshot than usual. I took a deep breath, struggling to keep my eyes open. I dried off with a clean towel and trudged back to my desk. The chaotic mound of work stared back at me, demanding attention. The charts from today's work, gunshot injuries, broken bones, and car crashes, diagnosis, procedures, prognosis. Every single detail had to be jotted down meticulously. There was no room for error. I filled out the reports, one by one. The process was usually monotonous, but today it felt particularly laborious. Shit. I shook my head. I was reading the same sentence over and over without processing it. I need sleep. No longer able to resist, I pulled out the couch and collapsed onto it. A wave of exhaustion hit me. I didn't bother to turn off the lights. Didn't have the energy. I barely managed to set my phone alarm to wake me up in an hour before I was out. Why hadn't he stayed? Maybe he wasn't that serious, after all. Dr. Collier can't come to the door right now.
Is he inside his office or not?
He's sleeping, and if you wake him up, it'll make me unhappy. You don't want to do that.
The voices of two people arguing stirred me from my sleep. For a few seconds I stared at the ceiling.
What was going on?
"Who the hell are you?"
The familiar, demanding voice of Andrews was filled with irritation, even more than usual. I closed my eyes. Damn it, I was still pissed off that he'd not only denied my request for more funding for the trauma unit, but had also cut our budget. I had no desire to speak with him. "Listen up, sir." My eyes flew open. That voice. "I'm the one who'll hang you by your toes if you insist on barging your way in. Read my lips, sir, asshole. Dr. Collier is not accepting visitors at the moment. Please come again. Thank you." The door clicked shut, and I winced. A part of me was outraged that Bloom had once again asserted himself into my business after I'd made it clear I had no interest in him. He was barely out of his teens, for crying out loud. But the other part of me had to stifle back a laugh from imagining the look of outrage that must be on Andrews's face. I didn't know anyone else at the hospital who dared to contradict him. Had a staff member talked to Andrews this way, I would have bought them dinner. But this was Bloom. If I showed him the least bit of affection, he would become even more obnoxious than he already was. I fixed my face into a disapproving scowl and sat up on the couch. Bloom stood at the door, favoring his left foot, still dressed in the shirt I'd given him. Hadn't he left the hospital earlier? Why was he still wearing the same clothes? I had to get this boy to leave me alone. Only then could I return to my routine I'd perfected for over a decade. As a creature of habit, I didn't have the time for distractions. Should I choose to entertain a man in my life, it would definitely not be one this peculiar and bordering on unhinged, and not one this intoxicating. A boy like Bloom would consume me and take way more from me than I was willing to give anyone. Bloom's gaze collided with mine, and his lips turned down in a frown. "Fuck, I'll gut the bastard, I really will," he muttered. "You're not going to do anything." I climbed to my feet and stretched. His gaze followed my movements without so much as a blink. I rocked back on my heels. There were days I wished I'd never argued with him that first day we met. If not, I wouldn't have drawn his attention to me. The way he watched me might have made another man feel 10 feet tall, but I wasn't an ordinary man. I knew damn well I did nothing to deserve that look. If anything, I'd been rude to him on purpose, but it hadn't dissuaded his obsessive behavior toward me. Bloom stuck his bottom lip out. "But he woke you up after I went to so much trouble to disable your alarm and pager so you could sleep longer." "You did what?" I patted my pockets. "I put them on your desk." I checked my phone. My heart stuttered. I hadn't slept for an hour like I'd planned, but 4 hours. Next to my phone, my pager sat useless. "Now before you get mad, let me explain." I glared at him. "There's no explanation that can excuse what you did. What if there was an emergency and they needed me?" "Then other doctors will see those cases." "And if they can't handle those cases?" He shrugged. "The patients die." He'd said it earlier, but not until hearing it again did I realize he meant it. He was comfortable talking about a loss of life because he'd taken his fair share. As young as he was like the other bikers. Maybe even worse for someone so young to be a cold-blooded enforcer. While I had to be the opposite, the person who worked to save lives, whether or not they deserved a second chance. Did it even make sense to argue with him about this? "How did you get inside my office?" "I locked the door when I came in." "Did you get your hands on my keys?" He grinned. "I promised the janitor a blowjob if he opened the door for me." "You did what?" The words exploded out of me, and I clutched my chest. My blood boiled at the mental picture of Bloom on his knees, his lips locked around another man's dick, over my dead body. "I won't actually do it." He limped over to my desk and stroked the front of my pants. "If it's not your dick, Doc, I don't want it." I batted his hand away and took a step back. "You should go." Bloom let out an exasperated sound. Why? Are you mad?" "I was only looking out for you. I saw how tired you were when you came in.
If you don't take care of yourself, how are you supposed to take care of your patients?
Huh. Bloom was making sense. Was I still asleep?
Wait a minute. What do you mean you saw how tired I was when I came in? Didn't you say the janitor opened the door for you? I lied. I wanted to see your reaction to me sucking another man's dick.
And I'd walked right into the trap. I swallowed hard. Why did I think this boy was simple-minded? He was anything but. Where were you hiding?
In the closet.
Of course. He hadn't been in the bathroom, so that left only the closet.
So you just sat in the closet watching me without announcing yourself. A wave of discomfort washed over me, crawling over my skin like a swarm of ants. The thought of Bloom, concealed in the closet, silently observing my every move, injected a chilling unease into my veins. I didn't mean any harm. Besides, I was polite to that Jack man who came to your door.
Polite? You called him an asshole. That man's my boss.
I said, sir. I closed my eyes and raised my head to the heavens, begging for divine intervention I didn't believe in.
Bloom. When I opened my eyes, he was chewing on his bottom lip. For a second, he looked so vulnerable I forgot what I was about to say. Every time I told myself this would be the last time I considered his feelings, I looked into those blank green eyes and wanted to see life in them. Oh, he laughed. He got angry, and he could be stubborn. But deep in those eyes, he seemed to have sealed away a part of him that wouldn't allow him to feel. If he couldn't feel, how could I take his pursuit of me seriously?
You were saying, Logan?
I blinked. I still have a lot of work to do. Go home.
I can help.
You've helped enough. I just want to be left alone. Can you do that for me? Can you leave? He slid off the desk.
Okay, if that's what you want. I'll see you tomorrow, then.
No, Bloom, when you leave, I don't want to see you back here. This is my professional space, and if you can't respect the lives I have to save, there's nothing more we have to say to each other.
But people aren't that important. Only a few. Like my brothers.
Like you. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Arguing with him was useless. A wire must have been crossed somewhere inside him. The moment we met, I'd known he was different. Too different. His level of unpredictability was a hazard in my field, in my life. That's where you're wrong. So wrong that I don't want to have anything to do with someone who thinks that way. Do you understand?
I can change, or
pretend to. Just go. You're giving me a headache. It was more than likely due to my need for food, but I needed something to push him away. His lips turned down.
I've been nothing but nice to you. How can you treat me this way?
Because I'm not interested in you. I never have been, and I never will be.
You're lying.
I'd expected him to throw a tantrum, perhaps knife me on his way out, but he smiled, his big, beautiful eyes carrying a well of sadness in them.
I know you're lying, but I'll go for now. You're going to miss me, and when you do, you should call me. No matter how long it takes, I'll come running, because it's you.
Bloom's words were like stab wounds from his knife. Hell, they might even hurt worse. He didn't raise his voice, didn't throw things, didn't attack me. In fact, his voice was neutral, like he was just stating a fact. But I could tell he meant every single word. I won't call Bloom, so don't wait.
You can tell me to leave your office, Logan, but waiting is my choice, and no one gets to take my choices away from me anymore.
The hardness had returned to his face, overlaying the neediness he usually displayed around me. Bloom limped toward the door, his movements slower than usual. Fuck, he'd stabbed himself in the thigh to see me. Would he do anything else drastic? At the door, Bloom turned around.
You know what's funny? You implied if I didn't leave, I would have a shot with you. I didn't go anywhere. I stayed put. And still, you won't allow me to get to know you better. I pinched the bridge of my nose. I would regret this, but you can ask me one question. Anything you need to know. He raised his chin. Are you attracted to me? Damn it. Lie through your teeth. Yes. Shit. He nodded and slipped out of the room. I let out a sigh. Finally, he was gone. My office was back to the way it was supposed to be. Just me alone working my ass off to right the wrongs I'd done. Without Bloom's presence, I should have been free of distractions to finish the workload on my desk. But when I settled in my chair, I didn't reach for a file. Instead, I opened the bottom drawer and took out the Ziploc bag with the gifts he had sent me. His hair, for crying out loud. Handmade cards, a silly big plastic ring. I pushed the ring onto my pinky. It was the only finger it could fit. I'd tried it before. I picked up the photo of him. It wasn't a perfect photo. He was concentrating too hard on the camera, but none of that mattered. Bloom's naked body was a work of art, from the lighthouse tattoo on his neck to the cobwebs inked across his knees. He looked every bit as sinful as I thought he would before he sent me the photo. Yes, I'd imagined him naked. My imagination didn't even come close. He was stunning. Even his crazy was beautiful. But I couldn't let him know that, ever. A shadow peeked out from the bottom of the door. Someone was standing outside. A piece of paper slipped through the crack. I put the photo back into the bag and placed it in the box in the drawer. I walked over to the door and picked up the piece of paper. My chest tightened. Bloom had doodled a stick figure carrying a broken heart. Fuck. I inhaled past the lump in my throat. Hurting him now was for the best. He didn't know it, but by pushing him away, I was doing right by him. Chapter 7. Bloom. At the sound of my soft chime, you'll awaken. Dr. Sims's voice floated through the haze, a lifeline pulling me back from the depths of my mind just when I felt like I was drowning. As the gentle ring of the bell pierced the air, my consciousness emerged. I sucked in a deep breath, not wanting to look around the room I hated. Since being in therapy for so many years, I should have been accustomed to the idea of a stranger prying into my mind, but it was only tolerable at best. You're doing this to get better so the doctor won't think you're incapable anymore. But how wasn't this incapable? Therapy should work, but I was crumpled in the corner of Dr. Sims's office, cowering, curled up as I rocked back and forth. My cheeks were wet with tears I didn't remember shedding, and my arms were tightly wound around my knees, anchoring me into place. My mind was a jumble of images and emotions. He'd pried into my childhood memories again, even though I fought against the resurgence of that horrific time before Crow found me. They always left me feeling violent and more unstable than before. But Dr. Sims insisted the key to overcoming my episodes was going back, all the way back, to when it began. Bloom, can you hear me? It's okay. You're safe here. Dr. Sims's voice, warm and steady, cut through the confusion. I want you to focus on the room around you. See the furniture, the framed certificates on the wall, my vase, the coffee table, those stacks of books on the shelf. Are you seeing it all, Bloom? I slowly raised my head, following his gentle prodding to ground myself into the present. A tremor ran down my spine, and I stretched my legs, straightening my posture. That's very good, Dr. Sims said. Now, tell me what you see. Books. My lips felt dry, so I licked them. I used the sleeve of my shirt to scrub my cheeks. Your shoes. Coffee table. And what about your feelings? Can you tell me what those are? Feelings. Why were feelings always so important to them? Didn't they understand that feelings hurt? They made everything real when I just wanted to forget. Fear, anger, painful memories threatened to pull me back into their dark embrace, but I fought against them with all my strength.
It's okay to feel those things. We're not here to judge or condemn. We're only here to understand them. Can you tell me why you're feeling fear?
I clenched and unclenched my fists. It's almost November. My chest tightened and my breath came out in shallow pants. I don't want it to be November.
Why?
Because November was when the instinct to kill became worse. It was a month I was least like myself. Or maybe the real me came out. The month when everyone tiptoed around me because the slightest disagreement might lead to a knife buried in someone's throat. And the isolation came when the worst of it hit. I would bet Dr. Sims had no idea what it felt like to be strapped down in a straitjacket, unable to do anything but let the monsters inside me ravage my mind. But not all Novembers were bad. Maybe this one would be okay. I can't escape the memories then, I said simply. I fear I'll never be normal.
We try to avoid the word normal. Everyone has their own uniqueness. What we're hoping to achieve is a state that you're comfortable with. We want you to feel in control, especially of your emotions. Why don't you come over here and have a seat?
I climbed to my feet and shuffled over to the sofa where I had been sitting before he put me under hypnosis. Dr. Sims remained seated across from me, his face a mask of understanding and patience. But how much did he understand? A fancy degree said he had the right to diagnose me, but how could he help me when he had no idea what I'd been through? The rest of the time we talked about my feelings. He dug and pried, pulling one word and short responses from me. The more he pressed, the more my chest tightened and my lungs constricted.
I sense there's something on your mind.
I hated when he did that. When he saw right into my mind without an invitation. Usually I would flat out deny it, but this was too important. I dug my fingers into my thighs. I want to talk about...
About what, Bloom?
Relationships.
What kind of relationships? With family? Friends?
Lovers. I cleared my throat. I've met someone.
Absolutely not.
I flung my head back at the sharp objection. He closed the book on his lap with a thud. What do you mean, absolutely not?
You're still too vulnerable to be involved with anyone intimately. You could undo all the progress we've made.
I tilted my chin and glared. But what if I don't? What if he's good for me?
I'm not willing to take those chances. You have a complex array of personality disorders. Your previous psychiatrist helped you a great deal to overcome the dependency you experienced with your brothers. From our conversations, I gathered you still exhibit signs, and I'm apprehensive that forming a close relationship will only make you fall back into the pattern of dependency on a partner. There's a strong possibility what you feel for this person is not genuine, but your disorder at work. This could lead to disastrous consequences.
It can't be my disorder. I've never felt this way about anyone else.
All the more reason to not engage. Bloom, if anything happens between you and this man, I need you to tell me right away.
Sulking, I sat back with my arms folded. If he said one more time that what I felt for Logan was my disorder, I would stab him with his expensive-looking gold-plated pen. But if you do that, Logan will never be yours. Damn. Would I forever be constrained by my feelings for him and not do anything to jeopardize my shot with him? I didn't want to mess up. Okay. Yeah, not likely. I could do anything else Dr. Sims wanted me to do except leave Logan alone. I was already close to drugging him and tattooing my name on his chest, right over his heart. I would have done it, too, if I hadn't thought about the consequences, like him being mad at me and being more forceful about me staying away from him. And they thought I didn't understand consequences.
Good. Before you go, I want to hear about your night terrors.
How have you been sleeping recently? My nights are restless. I gladly moved on to a different topic. I haven't had the night terrors exactly, just regular nightmares, and... He raised an eyebrow. Go on. I usually wake up soaked in sweat, but last night, I hung my head and twisted my fingers. Last night I wet the bed. Dr. Sims scribbled into his book. He finally looked up with a small smile. Wetting the bed is a common symptom of extreme stress or trauma. Nothing to be ashamed of. But I haven't done that in a long time. Is there something new that's causing stress in your life? Did Logan count? He took up all my thoughts these days, but if I explained that to Dr. Sims, he would only double down on me not getting emotionally attached to anyone. He was a few months too late. Not that I can think of. He narrowed his eyes as if he wanted to call me out for lying. I see. Well, this is it for our session today. If the night terrors begin before our next session, I want you to call me, and we'll set up a meeting. What if you're too busy? He smiled. I'll always make time for you. You're a special patient, Bloom. If you want to talk about anything, don't hesitate to call me, especially if you feel the urge to pursue that relationship you told me about. Okay. Before I could walk out the door, Dr. Sims stopped me with a hand on my shoulder. My spine stiffened at the unwanted touch. He must have sensed it, because he dropped his hand. Remember, Bloom, progress is a marathon, not a sprint. I was worried about you when you... A doctor approached, flanked by two youthful-looking guys dressed in scrubs who were hanging on to every word Logan said. I smiled, but he nodded at the psychiatrist and continued without acknowledging me. My breathing quickened as I fought against the urge to run after him and force him to acknowledge me. He didn't seem to miss me at all. Bloom, did you hear a word I said? Dr. Sims asked. I'll be at my next appointment. No, I said relationships are too complicated for you at this time. Yeah, I'd heard it all before. I was too easily obsessed to have a healthy relationship. It was better to learn to cope first before kindling any romantic attachments, yada, yada, yada. I was sick and tired of hearing it. So I walked away from Dr. Sims, even though he was still talking. I should have gotten a better look at those two guys with Logan. Who were they? Did they want my man too? If they knew what was best for them, they would stay away. What was I thinking? I couldn't wait until I was better before chasing Logan. With my terrible luck, he would find someone else and forget all about me. I couldn't let that happen. Although the urge was strong to stalk to Logan's office, I went to the information desk instead. The woman sitting at the desk looked familiar. She rolled her eyes as I approached. Dr. Collier has given strict instructions not to be contacted if you show up, she said before I could get a word in. I'm not here to see Dr. Collier. Her eyebrows skyrocketed up her forehead. You're not? No, I'm here to see Dr. James Dehaney. Dr. Dehaney, she frowned. May I ask why? It's none of your business. Just let him know I'm here. You know, if you want someone to help you, that's not how you should speak to them. Oh, you mean be respectful the way you are. Honey, if you want to go home tonight, you'll do what I ask. Her face turned red. Don't think I won't call security. You think they'd make it here before you hit the floor? Don't be difficult. I don't want to hurt anyone. Just get on the phone and tell Dr. Dehaney Bloom is here to take him up on his offer. She punched in a number. After a minute, she slammed the phone on its hook. He's on his way. Now, it's not so difficult to stay alive, is it? I walked over to a row of chairs and sat. My leg was beginning to ache. I hope it leaves a scar. That way, whenever I see it, I'll be reminded of him. After a few minutes, Jamie entered the waiting room. He stopped by the information desk and spoke to the woman, then came over to me. Hey, Bloom, you gotta stop threatening the staff, you know. It's getting out of hand, and they might actually think you're serious. Who says I'm not serious? He rolled his eyes and took the seat next to me. I know you're tough, but you're not completely heartless. Plus, If you hurt any of our staff, you can kiss your chances with Dr. Collier goodbye. Damn him, but he was right, and I hated that he could read me so easily. Was I that predictable? Was everyone getting a kick out of prying into my brain? Don't act like you know anything about me. I scowled, but he remained unbothered. You're right. I don't know you, but I know you're obsessed with my superior, too obsessed to do anything that would come between you two. Well, there's not much of an us. You said you could help. Are you finally accepting my offer? Don't make this into a thing. How can I not? Do you know how in awe the other boys are of you? You're just saying that. You all wanted to gut me from Max. Jamie chuckled. Can you blame us? You were all over his boyfriend when you blew into town. How were we supposed to know Crow's like a father to you? But that's so long ago that we've put it behind us. You and Max get along well now? Yeah. I don't care about all that. Will you help me with Logan or what? I see you're already on a first-name basis. That's good. What exactly do you want from him? A fling? A relationship? I clutched my fingers. I think a relationship. Cool, you're not sure. We can work on that. I'll help you on one condition. I jumped to my feet. I knew it. There's always a catch. No. Listen. He caught my arm. I waited for the freak-out to happen, but he exuded nothing but kindness. The condition is that you have to come out with us on our next night out without the bikers. I'm not like one of you. And that's fine. We can do with your killer instinct to protect us. So what do you say? I shrugged. For Dr. Collier, it seemed like a small price to pay. I would never admit it, but the boys were fun and carefree. Had I been different, I might have enjoyed hanging out with them. Fine, but it better be decent help. It is. Here's what we're going to do. You see, there's a charity event coming up soon. How would you like to be my +1? Better you than dragging Grim to an event he doesn't like. I'm not interested in you, Jamie. First of all, ouch. He clutched his chest dramatically. But I didn't mean for me. Dr. Collier will be there. He's getting a recognition award for his work at the hospital. What do you think? Not exactly what I had in mind. I'd never been to a function like that. But I could do it. I would do it if it got me closer to Dr. Collier. Tell me more. Chapter 8. Logan.
Logan, congrats on the recognition. Nicholas kissed my cheek. The scent of his cologne was still as overpowering as a few times we'd been out together. In the beginning, the night would end in sex, but it hadn't taken long for the attraction to fizzle out. Nicholas, thank you. I squeezed his hand and stepped back. Around us, the yearly charity cocktail event was in full swing. Laughter and chatter filled the country club, a prelude to the evening affair. Low musical strains from the jazz band, tucked into a corner, resonated with a subtle lilt of sophistication, fitting for the night. After all, even a crime-infested town like Smoky Vale had its elite, the people least affected by the rampant, unchecked crime, the ones who lived behind tall walls and security systems. They wore their wealth like a suit of armor against the chaos that affected everyone else. A few nights of charitable deeds, and they were satisfied they'd done their duty to the town. Tomorrow, they would appear in the Smoky Vale Star, who would focus more on who wore what rather than the purpose of the affair, to raise money to expand the burn unit. And, although the donations should be private, the newspaper would publish who gave exactly how much. Whatever it took to improve the medical facility in the town. God knew we needed it with how understaffed we were and the lack of resources. How have you been? Nicholas asked. It's been what, almost 2 years? Something like that. Truth was, I hadn't given him another thought. Too bad I had to leave town when I did. He brushed imaginary lint from the shoulder of my jacket. But now I'm back. There's no reason we can't pick up from where we left off. You're still single, aren't you? Bloom's face popped up in my mind. What did my relationship status have to do with him? He'd finally listened and stopped bothering me.
He no longer showed up at the hospital unless he had to see Dr. Sims, and the one time I'd run into him, he hadn't followed me back to my office. Not that I would have had time for him, with 2 new interns to train, a load of paperwork to complete, and the constant pressure to make money out of paper to meet all the expenses of our unit. Yes, I'm still single. I took a sip of my champagne. The bubbles prickled my nose. Nicholas was a handsome man, no doubt. Tall and lean, with eyes that were an unusual mix of hazel and green, set against his russet hair. But the spark that had flared between us was long gone. Then can I count on seeing you later tonight? I've missed you, Logan. Every other man I've been with since you have paled in comparison. You're still a sweet talker. That's not an answer. He grabbed my hand. Dance with me. Maybe then I can remind you of the chemistry we had. That chemistry is... The world fell away, and Nicholas along with it. 2 young men just entered the room. James, dressed to kill in a silver dress and heels, was still no match for the boy next to him. Bloom looked stunning, in a pair of tight black slacks, a long-sleeved black shirt, and a matching corset with purple detailing that cinched in his waist and emphasized his slender but well-built frame. His long hair had been tamed into a loose bun with a few strands falling across his forehead, but he kept his piercings, and his eyeliner was heavily applied, as always. Absolutely gorgeous. And I wasn't the only one who noticed, although the people could be discussing James's short dress that showed off his spectacular legs. But James, in a dress, was a common occurrence. Bloom, with all his claws retracted and in formal attire, wasn't a sight we were used to. The little Spitfire looked more presentable for company than I'd ever seen him. "Who is that?" Nicholas asked, his voice full of awe. Dr. Dehaney's date, it seems. Graham wasn't with his boy, which meant James had taken Bloom as his +1. What were they up to? Bloom was already a force to reckon with. With James in tow, he spelled trouble with a capital T. Nothing good could come from this duo tonight. Damn, he's getting all the attention. Nicholas took my tie in his hand and tugged. You aren't even looking at me anymore. I couldn't take my eyes off Bloom. He was listening keenly to whatever James was saying. When had they become close friends? It made everything more suspicious. What were they up to? He's not supposed to be here. You know him? Yeah. I took another sip of my drink. James was introducing Bloom to Aaron Price, one of our colleagues. Nothing out of the ordinary, except Price was one of the few openly gay men at the hospital. I scoffed. Was that their strategy? To bring Bloom here tonight, flirt with a colleague of mine, and drive me to jealousy so I confessed my undying love for him? Did they think me gullible? That I could be swayed by such childish games? Price touched Bloom's arm, and I held my breath. Here it comes. Bloom will punch him for sure. Bloom hung on to every word Price was saying. Whoa, why that scowl? Nicholas asked. You keep looking at him like that, and I'll think you and he have something going on. Absurd. I tore my gaze away from Bloom. He's just a kid. Doesn't look like a kid to me. Damn it, he was right. And no matter how many times I told myself that, it was simply not true. Bloom looked more mature than he ever did. And he was behaving for a change. What the hell had James done to my Bloom? Well, not my Bloom, but the Bloom I'd come to know. A vicious little monster who made me want to cuddle him to death. The Bloom who would wound himself to get my attention. Now he wouldn't even look at me. More champagne, sir? A server carrying a gleaming tray of glasses asked. No, thank you. But I gave him my empty glass. Nicholas snagged one and downed it before the server could walk away. Come dance with me. Maybe later. I'm not in the mood to dance. Well, when you're interested, call me. He flounced off, but I didn't care. Not when my gaze wandered back to Bloom, who was still chatting with Price and laughing at something he'd said. An odd pang of jealousy surged through me. Bloom shouldn't be getting along with anyone. He was wild and unpredictable and had no filter. No one else is supposed to want him. Sucking in a deep breath, I turned my back to them. I couldn't allow such dark thoughts to fester. I should be happy he was paying attention to someone other than me. "Hi, Dr. Collier. Are you excited about tonight?" My breath hitched, and I slowly turned to James. Two could play this game. I smiled. It's good that the Medical Association acknowledges the work I've been doing at the hospital after all these years. And as your mentee, I am thrilled to present you with the award. I'm glad it's you, James. You're a gifted doctor, and one day I see you taking on this position." "Really?" James's eyes lit up. "You believe I can one day fill your shoes?" I dropped my gaze to his feet, arched gracefully in strappy heels. His nails were painted a glossy midnight blue. "Well, not exactly my shoes, but you fill out yours very well. You've shown you're not afraid to handle tough cases and make even tougher decisions. I'm proud to be your mentor." Color rushed into James's cheeks. "You've never praised me like this." "It's about time, wouldn't you say?" He let out a sigh. "Are you upset about something?" Now, why on earth would I be upset? You haven't done anything, have you? I brought Bloom here. I see. Seconds ticked by in which I waited for him to continue the conversation. I had nothing to say to him until he admitted the scheme he was trying to pull. "I needed a +1, he said. "After last year's event, Graham didn't want to come." "You could have asked anyone else. You're not short of friends, and you know I don't want to be involved with him." "Is that the reason you called me the other night to ask about him? Damn near ruined my game that night, too." "Oh, James, give it a rest already. Going one night without you climbing on top of Grimm isn't that big a problem." "And neither is Bloom. All he wants is to get close to you." "Is that why he's over there faking a laugh with Price?" "Well, since he's into doctors and you won't give him the time of day, I promised him I would introduce him to another doctor. Where's better than a benefit where doctors will be in attendance? He's hitting it off with Price. See?" I saw enough, all right. Bloom making a fool of himself, allowing Price to take him out onto the dance floor. Had he forgotten I'd stitched his leg up recently? "You admit you're interested in Bloom, then? He's not so bad once you get to know him. I mean, how bad can he be?" "You have no idea, do you?" "His brothers are all reasonable, and they helped raise him." I placed my hands on my hips. "Did he tell you he took a knife to his thigh just to get me to see him at the hospital and play doctor?" "What?" James's eyes bulged wide. "He did that?" "Yup. Now tell me again, James. Why do you insist on pushing an unstable boy into my life? Don't I have enough on my plate without being involved with someone I'm afraid will off themselves for attention if I don't give it to them?" "But you won't even try? Can you honestly say it won't matter if Bloom is with someone else? Because your eyes have been following him across the room since we arrived." "James, I already let you drag me into this biker mess when I didn't want to be involved." "You did it because you love saving lives and see it as your duty. Maybe that's exactly the reason Bloom suits you. Maybe he needs you." "What Bloom needs is a psychiatrist. I'm not one." "As far as I know, he's seeing one, isn't he? You can't hold that against him. Think about it." I had done nothing but think about it multiple times. The fact didn't change that I couldn't love anyone and drag them into my mess, least of all Bloom, who already fought against his demons. How selfish would I be to involve him in my uncertain life? 10 years might have passed, but I didn't forget. I would never forget. It took everything out of me to stay on the opposite side of where Bloom was. I didn't want to talk to him. Didn't want to be close to him. Didn't even want to look at him. Luckily, several board members had shown up, and I didn't waste the opportunity to speak to them about the abandoned wing they were dragging their feet on fixing. Their secretaries always fielded my calls, telling me they were conveniently not in office. Despite the sour faces, I needed to get my piece out, which was damn near difficult to do with Bloom dancing with Price. When they announced the time for the awards, I couldn't decide if I was more relieved that Bloom had to stop dancing or that I could collect my prize and return home. Some prize, when on days like these I felt that my work had no effect on the hospital at all. It was time to collect my award. James was all smiles as he took the stage. When he had just started working at the hospital, dressing in feminine clothes had made the staff wary, but it hadn't taken him long to win them over the same way he had me. "The first time I met this doctor," he reprimanded me, James said. "He was tough and had high expectations of my work from the moment I entered his department. For the past year and a half, I've had the privilege to work under his tutelage and have learned so much from him. To many, he might be cold and insensitive, but he's one of the best damn doctors we could ever find. He's invaluable to me and to this hospital. So it's with great honor that I present this award to none other than my mentor and friend, Dr. Logan Collier." If James's entrance had been met by thunderous applause and chuckles, mine was heralded with a scattering of the same. Head held high, I walked up the stage. I was under no misconception of how the staff viewed me. Too strict, too short-tempered, too selfish. I was fine with all that, as long as I got my work done. James held out the award to me. "You deserve this, Dr. Collier." He gave me a hug, and the crowd clapped louder as I accepted the award. The trophy was heavier than I'd anticipated. When I was first told about the honor, I didn't put much stock into it, but holding it in my hand now, it felt different. My work mattered. Maybe there was such a thing as redemption after all. "Thank you, James," I said into the microphone. "And be careful walking in those heels. I won't accept a sprained ankle as an excuse not to come to work tomorrow morning." Laughter resonated through the audience as I squeezed James's shoulder. He stuck out his tongue and grinned. My God, he was right. We were almost 2 decades apart, but he was the first friend I'd had in years. Unlike others, he didn't hate me because of my short temper. He didn't stay away because of my scowl. He didn't flinch because of my abrasive words. I'd thrown up all the walls I could when he started working at the hospital, but he'd wedged himself into my life anyway, refusing to leave me to my solitude. Just like Bloom. No, not like Bloom. The relationship I had with James was purely platonic. I didn't feel like running away whenever James got close, but I'd been avoiding Bloom all night. I scanned the faces, searching for him. He wasn't where I'd last seen him, and I'd kept my eyes glued on him all night. Had he slipped out when I accepted the award? "Dr. Collier, I know my dress is stealing your breath away, but you really should give your acceptance speech." I jolted back to reality at James's teasing quip and the ensuing bout of laughter. Clearing my throat, I forced a smile while running my gaze over every seat. "Well, this is the right place for that, James. I'm sure we have a cardiologist in the house." Several hands went up, to which I nodded. "I want to say I'm deeply honored to receive this award and to be recognized." Price was also missing. Had the two of them gone off together? I swallowed the sudden bitterness while my lips stiffened into a thin line. "You chose to ignore him. He's none of your business." To hell he wasn't. "Thank you for this award, and I look forward to many more years serving at the hospital." I stepped away from the mic and hastily climbed off the stage. The clapping continued behind me as I darted through the crowd, weaving around guests and waitstaff, and rushed into the hallway. Where could they have gone? Chapter 9. Bloom. My thigh was killing me, and it was all Jamie's fault. That was the last time I would listen to him. I'd done everything he said. He'd talked me into dressing up this way, although I couldn't gripe about the corset since I loved it, to impress Logan, who hadn't looked at me once all night. Jamie had convinced me to smile on cue, but I hadn't felt like it once. And the longer I kept it up, the more my jaw ached. My irritability had almost reached catastrophic levels, and a catastrophe was exactly what would have happened had I stayed in the room, so I'd slipped out the first chance I got. What better time to make a getaway than when Logan was too busy accepting his award to notice me? Not that that was a problem. He hadn't noticed me at all. I limped to the hotel's bar, which was almost empty. In hindsight, I shouldn't have danced as much as I had. I never danced, and I'd felt odd the whole damn time, but I'd endured it, because Jamie said if Logan cared even a bit about me, he wouldn't like to see me with another man. Wrong. Again. Jamie always came across as smart, but he was as clueless as me about men. How had he even landed a biker like Grimm? I acted myself, and that wasn't enough for Dr. Collier. I acted like the boys, and that still did nothing for him. But he'd clearly said he was attracted to me, so why was he being so standoffish? Or had he said that to spare my ego? The bartender, a tall man with a neat beard and sharp eyes, shot me a sympathetic look.
Rough night?
Something like that. I hoisted myself onto one of the high bar stools. The pain in my thigh shot up farther, and I winced. A stain had appeared in the dark material of the slacks. Yep, I overdid the dancing and tore my stitches. I probably should go to the ER, but I'd had enough of hospital visits that didn't amount to anything. I was unlikely to bleed out to death.
What can I get you to drink?
He asked. Whiskey sour, I snapped, a little more roughly than I'd meant to, but my mood was as black as my soul. He raised an eyebrow but said nothing. The bartender placed my drink in front of me.
It's none of my business, but you look like you're in pain. Anything I can get you?
Nah, I'm good.
You sure?
Something about the way he was staring at me was the way I wanted Logan to see me. Was this guy interested in me? Only one way to find out. I downed the drink for courage and raised my chin. What would you say if I asked you to take me home with you tonight?
Well, I couldn't.
Damn, I'd misread another signal. Why was I terrible at this?
Because my wife's home. But I can take you somewhere else.
Where?
There's a motel just down the street.
He checked his watch.
In fact, I get off in half an hour. Can you wait that long?
He refilled my drink without me asking.
It's on the house.
Maybe. Tell me what you'd do to me first, so I'll see if it's worth it. His gaze shifted around us. He leaned in closer so inches separated us.
Depends. Are you a bottom or a top?
I bit the insides of my cheeks. If Logan had asked, I would have said bottom in a heartbeat, but I couldn't see me spreading myself open for this asshole. What answer are you looking for?
Maybe we can flip-fuck. With the old lady home, it's been a while since someone fucked me. But I wouldn't want to miss the chance to get off on your ass either. You're too pretty.
The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Too bad you'll have no option but to miss it. I snapped my head around and my chest swelled. Logan, what are you doing here? He scowled, his piercing eyes filled with a rage I'd never seen, but it wasn't directed at me. He was glaring at the bartender. Interesting. Fucking hell, could Jamie have been right? Maybe he did know a thing or two after all. Is it a habit of yours to ply someone who's not old enough to drink with liquor and then take liberties with them? Logan growled at the bartender. Your manager will hear from me. He placed a hand on my arm. Bloom, let's go. Everything inside me was screaming to go with him, but I struggled against my instinct to do whatever he said. Why did he get to dictate the terms of our relationship? He acted like he cared about me, then pushed me away. I shook off his hand. I'm not going anywhere with you. Mike here and I were just talking about him rearranging my insides tonight.
My name isn't...
Do you want to fuck me or not? I blurted out before the bartender could jinx everything.
I don't know, man.
He eyed Logan uneasily.
This guy looks mad enough to beat me to a pulp. He your husband or something?
Now why did he have to put that image in my head? I liked the idea of being Logan's husband way too much. Bloom, Collier. I would finally have a last name. He's just a doctor. What is he going to do to you? I know every single bone in your body that I can break, Logan said calmly, and I can do it in a way that you won't die or bleed out. You'd just wish you were dead. My mouth fell open, and my dick hardened. Whoa, where had this side of him come from? I loved it. I wanted it. Logan, I moaned.
Yeah, I'm not into whatever the hell this is.
The bartender walked away, foiling my plans. Bloom, are you coming or not? Damn it, where was Jamie to tell me what to do next? He'd only talked to me about getting Logan's attention, not what to do after I had said attention on me. Why should I go with you? The last time I saw you, you said you didn't want to see me anymore.
I'm this close to spanking you.
Logan held up his thumb and forefinger with barely any space between them.
Let's go.
All right, I'm coming. I hopped off the chair, and my bad leg folded from beneath me. Logan caught me. The anger on his face dissipated, replaced by concern.
You're favoring your leg.
Did you aggravate the wound? He touched the area gently, then pulled his hand back.
You're bleeding.
I grimaced, leaning forward to rest my forehead on his chest. I think I popped the stitches tonight, dancing with that jerk.
If he's a jerk, why did you dance with him?
Logan hoisted me up in his arms carefully. I stiffened.
What are you doing?
Carrying you to my car, what do you think?
It's what?
Mortifying to be carried like a damsel in distress, but I didn't want him to let me go, so I put a sock in it and held on to him. Logan didn't return to the room where the hospital event was happening, but strode across the lobby, not sparing anyone a glance. The doorman opened the door for us.
Good night, Dr. Collier.
Logan grunted in acknowledgement and carried me into the cool night air.
You didn't answer my question.
What question?
Why did you dance with Price if he's such a jerk?
Jamie said if you cared about me, it would make you jealous.
I knew it. He whispered. What did you do?
Run to Jamie for help? I didn't. He offered to help me because he knows how I feel about you.
Well, I hope it was worth it.
Reopening your wound just to drive me up the wall watching you dance with Price? I touched the side of Logan's face and threaded my fingers through his hair. You mean it worked?
You were jealous over me?
He kept silent, but that was all the answer I needed. I tightened my arms around his neck and rested my head on his shoulder. You're not the only one frustrated by this, you know.
What do you mean?
He stopped at a sleek black sedan and gently placed me on my feet. Ask me to kill a man and I can do it with my bare hands.
Bloom, that's not something you should tell me.
I trust you.
You shouldn't.
But I do anyway. I heaved a heavy sigh. That's what I mean. I wish I could turn this all off and walk away. You think I ever thought one day I'd beat ass up for any man? I'd stick a man with a knife before he puts his cock inside me. I'd bite it off before sucking on it willingly. But why am I not repulsed when I think of taking you into my mouth? Why do I think about pleasing you in bed so you never look at anyone else but me? The lock of the car released, but Logan didn't move.
Is that why I overheard you making plans with that son of a bitch to have him fuck you?
What are you grinning about? I pushed myself up to full height and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. I wasn't actually going to sleep with him. You never have to worry about that. If it's not you, I'll die a virgin.
Bloom.
It's true. No way would I let him stick me with that thing. Besides, he was married, and I find it disgusting for a married man to sleep with someone else. If he were my man, but he's not. Well, if he were, and I found out he was cheating,
let me guess. You'd cut off his dick.
Nothing so drastic. I'd cut his balls off and keep them on the nightstand so he would not forget it. And if he cheats again, I'll cut off his dick. That way I know where it is at all times.
You're serious, aren't you?
Of course. You already know I ain't too rational, so never test me that way. I'd hate to see your balls detached. I bet they're beautiful balls. Now you're threatening me? Logan opened the door and took my arm. Sit slowly. When we get home, I'll see how much damage you've done. Home? As in his home? Or the clubhouse? I shifted around in my seat when he closed his door. Where are we going? Put your seatbelt on, Bloom. Safety first. I snorted. What would you say if you saw me riding without my helmet? He reached around me and locked the seatbelt into place. I couldn't resist. I kissed his cheek again, except he raised his head, and our lips grazed. The world seemed to stand still. In the dimly lit car, I saw the shock registering on Logan's face. The air between us was electric, filled with unspoken words, and raw emotion.
Did you just... on the mouth?
Yes. The heat of a blush crept up my cheeks. Would he let me if I kissed him again? I guess I did. Screw it. I grabbed both hands full of his hair and pulled him into me, slanting our lips together. My heart thumped erratically, and I opened my eyes. His lips remained stiff for a moment, but then Logan groaned and captured my lips, doing things with his tongue inside my mouth that left me breathless and my nipples and cock hard. I didn't know what to do, so I mimicked him, thrusting my tongue into his mouth. A guttural sound rumbled in his chest, and his lips became even more demanding until my lungs ran out of air. I didn't need air, did I? Oh, fuck, I did. I released my hold on him, pulled back, and dragged in painful lungfuls of air. He closed his eyes, his face contorted as though he was in pain. Logan,
I need a minute.
Why?
Because if I don't take a minute, Bloom, my cock will be inside you, which is not what I want.
I squeezed my cheeks at the throbbing ache that centered in that region. Do it. He rocked back into his seat.
Your leg's injured.
I don't care if I bleed.
But I do.
I don't.
Be a good boy and stay quiet so I can think.
Only if you tell me what you have to think about.
What do you expect, Bloom? I have to rethink my entire stance with you because I can't get you out of my head, no matter how much I try. Now, shush.
I clamped my lips together, inspired by his words to be good for him.
Only him.
I placed a hand on his thigh because I craved touching him. When he didn't push me away, I relaxed, watching the glow of neon signs and street lamps go by. When he turned on the street leading to his house, butterflies took off in my stomach. I already knew where he lived and had even passed by his house a few times, but I'd never wanted to cross that boundary that would make him shove me away even more, so I'd always stayed out of sight. As we approached his secluded property, the automatic gates opened, and he slowly drove along the driveway. A flood of lights came on, illuminating the two-story mansion and casting long shadows around the well-manicured grounds. I didn't get to see much before he drove into the garage.
Don't move, he said. I'll come around and help you.
He switched off the engine and rushed around the car. With the hand under my elbow, he helped me to stand. He slammed the door shut. Then I was back in his arms. I think I'm getting used to this. Logan chuckled briefly, seemed to realize it, and fell silent.
Look away.
I rolled my eyes and pretended to keep my eyes averted while memorizing his security code when he punched it in. His house smelled faintly of apple-scented disinfectant. A short hallway led us past a kitchen, where everything sparkled, from the kitchen cabinets to the expensive-looking chandelier hanging above a marble island. But without any personal effects, the place didn't feel as if someone lived there. Having lived with loud, foul-mouthed, messy bikers all my life, I was used to chaos and clutter. This immaculate environment, free from the grit of reality, left me feeling oddly displaced, and reminded me of how different we were. Why did I think I could fit into his world? The state didn't even have any record of my birth. To the country, I didn't exist. We passed an expansive living area that was as perfect as the kitchen. A TV, larger than any I'd ever seen, was mounted on the wall. Sleek, champagne-colored leather couches were arranged around a glass coffee table. We ascended the stairs to the second floor. A long hallway lined with closed doors on either side greeted us. We took the right, and he opened the first door, revealing a neat bedroom. The bed was piled with a comforter and throw pillows. A large mirror occupied one wall, while another led to a walk-in closet. Another door to the left was closed. The gray carpet on the floor was better than where I'd slept for the first years of my life. But like the kitchen, this room was devoid of personal touches. No photos or mementos. My bedroom at the clubhouse was not as grand as this one, but I collected stuff to display, especially scented candles and colorful stones.
This is the guest bedroom.
Guest bedroom? What are we doing here?
Cleaning you up. Let's get you into the bathroom.
The bathroom was as pristine and uncluttered as the rest of the house, with sleek black tiles adorning the floors and walls, and a bathtub big enough for 3 people in one corner. Logan set me down on the toilet.
I'll go for my medical kit. Take your clothes off.
He was out of the bathroom before I could ask if he meant just my pants. With a grin, I stripped down. When he walked back in, he stopped short when he saw me sitting on the marble countertop wearing not a stitch of clothes on. His Adam's apple bobbed in his throat as he swept his gaze over my tattooed chest, my body piercings, my half-hard cock. He pressed his lips together and glanced away. Disappointed, I folded my hands over my lap.
Remove your hands, he said.
Excuse me?
You want me to see all of you naked? Why bother to cover up now? Remove your hands.
Slowly, I pulled my hands away and clutched the edge of the sink, revealing my cock. My knuckles whitened as Logan placed a medical bag next to me. He slipped on disposable gloves with the practiced snap of latex. He took my leg in hand, examining the wound with a focused gaze. His jaw tightened, but he remained silent. He pulled out sterile gauze, saline solution, and a suture kit. Logan soaked the gauze in the saline solution and cleaned the blood in the wound, his touch gentle yet precise. The cool liquid stung a bit, but I gritted my teeth and fixed my attention on the tiled pattern on the floor. I've been through worse pain. I can handle this. Once the area was clean, he prepared the needle and thread with a concentration I admired. I focused on his face, his thick, furrowed brows, the firm set of his jaw, his lips pressed together in a thin line. He worked quickly, his movements sure and steady.
There, all set.
Logan peeled off his gloves.
Let's hope it leaves minimal scarring.
Is that why you seem upset? Because I'll have a scar? I don't know how important that is, given my back's full of scars. Sure, they're faded and covered up by tattoos, but they're still there. Logan cupped my cheek.
That's not why I am upset.
Then what is it?
You're reckless, and don't give any thought to your well-being. If you hadn't tried to make me jealous by using Price tonight, you wouldn't have reopened your wound.
You don't get it, Logan.
What don't I get?
I was born in pain and experienced it during most of my childhood. Sure, I've repressed the memories because if I think about them, the darkness inside will be even worse. But I haven't forgotten. Not them pushing my head into a bucket of water until I couldn't breathe. Not them putting me in a ring with a starved dog to fight it for scraps. The memories, as vicious and biting as that starved dog, tore into me. Darkness edged around my vision, threatening to take over.
I'm sorry you had to experience that, Bloom.
Logan's voice pulled me back from the brink. His hand against my cheek was warm and grounding. Was this what I'd always sensed in him that attracted me to him? That he could ground me? I might have chosen him on a whim because of how authoritative he'd seemed when we first met, but he'd shown me kindness. None of that pain would be as bad as not being with you. He sighed and kissed my nose.
You're a puzzle I haven't figured out yet.
I can't promise you anything, Bloom. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. I refuse to lie to you.
My whole life is already a goddamn lie.
What do you mean? Logan shook his head.
Don't worry about it. You should take some pain medication and go to bed.
I don't have a curfew. I'm an adult.
Well, I'm giving you one.
I bit my bottom lip and pointed at my erection. It wouldn't hurt to ask. Can you at least take care of that? He stared at me so long I thought he would turn me down for sure. But he dipped his head and took the tip of my cock into his mouth. Nothing could have prepared me for the slide of soft lips over my skin, the warm wetness of his tongue licking me. I gasped and dug my fingers into his hair. Logan, I gasped. Oh, fuck. No one had told me having my dick sucked would feel this good. Logan gobbled me down to the back of his throat and I thrust into his mouth. He held on to my hips, forcing me to keep steady and accept the magic he was doing with his mouth. His tongue made unpredictable patterns along my length that had me writhing beneath him. In response, he hummed, the vibration sending fresh jolts of pleasure through me. Logan, I groaned, shuddering under the attention. He didn't slow down or give me a chance to catch my breath. Instead, he continued his exploration, each movement pushing me closer to the edge. My muscles coiled tighter. Cries of satisfaction spilled from my lips as he worked his lips harder, faster, sucking with his cheeks. He looked up at me with piercing eyes. The sight of him swallowing my dick was the final straw. My body tensed as a current, more powerful than anything I'd ever felt, rippled through me. I leaned back against the vanity, panting heavily as wave after wave washed through me. A light, feathery touch ghosted across my hole. Logan rubbed me there, where no one had ever touched me, and I wanted more. Wanted his fingers inside me, wanted his cock in me. I wanted his everything in me. Slowly, I came down from my high, my eyes drifting shut even as I fought to keep them open.
Is it too much to hope that will be enough for you?
He kissed my forehead. I hugged him loosely, letting my head fall where it belonged, against his chest.
Are you kidding me? I own your mouth now, but I'll give you a break if you let me sleep in your bed tonight.
Logan picked me up.
When are you going to learn, Bloom? With me, you don't call the shots. I'm in charge.
A smile danced across my lips.
Did he think that scared me?
If mind-blowing orgasms like I'd just experienced were my reward for him being in charge, I would follow him on all fours with the leash around my neck. Chapter 10. Logan.
A part of me maliciously wished I could ignore that I'd brought Bloom home without James's knowledge. James deserved to worry, after the role he'd played in tonight's debacle. How could he have taught Bloom the wiles he'd used on Grem? Now Bloom was fast asleep in my guest bedroom, and his taste lingered on my tongue. I took a sip of my brandy, which did nothing to quell either the bitter tang of Bloom's cum or the turmoil in my heart. How the hell had I wound up in this situation? Had my senses not returned, I would have likely fucked him in the bathroom. Strumming my fingers over his tight hole had been the slap in the face I'd needed. Bloom might be a killer, but he was a virgin who had never experienced certain pleasures. If I took his virginity, I would never be able to return from that. I already had the look of abandon on his face when he'd come stamped on my brain. His sexy little cries were a melody stuck in my head. Bloom wasn't like my one-night stands. They always knew the score and never returned for more. Bloom was like a parasite that didn't know when he was uninvited. A sexy little parasite I didn't mind having around, but I shouldn't have him around. The blowjob would have to be enough for him. I punched in James's number and put my phone on speaker. I'd had a few missed calls from him when I'd been treating Bloom's wound. Maybe I should keep him at the house for a few days to ensure he stayed off his leg. He was too reckless on his own, and those bikers let him run around doing whatever he pleased.
Dr. Collier, you left already?
James answered my call. Yes, I had an emergency I had to handle.
That emergency wouldn't be Bloom, would it? Don't be upset, but I think I lost him.
You think you lost him?
When I returned to my seat after handing you the award, I didn't see him. I searched everywhere. Maybe he's with you?
I should let him sweat, but I was too exhausted from handling Bloom tonight. Yes, he is.
I knew it. My little plan worked then.
If you mean did he aggravate his wound by dancing and I had to take him home to stitch him up, then yes, your plan worked fine.
Oh, shit. All that happened?
Yes, it did. You owe me one for tonight, James.
I don't mind. So, did you and Bloom kiss and make up? You're the hot topic in our group chat and everyone's desperate for news.
Then they'll just have to wait longer. Good night, James. But I ended the call, drained the remainder of the brandy, and washed out the glass. The counters were already clean, but I wiped them down anyway. I checked over every window and door in the house. After setting the alarms, I climbed the stairs. A peek in on Bloom showed he was sleeping. I'd given him one of my shirts to wear, but he might as well have been naked. He didn't lie under the covers, and the shirt was practically up to his neck.
He must have been exhausted because he'd fallen asleep the instant his head hit the pillow. His back was to me, and tattoos covered almost the entire expanse of his skin. His round ass was a stark and appealing contrast to his otherwise inked body. Desire rushed back in, tingling down my spine and pulling in my groin. I averted my gaze, mentally chastising myself for allowing the forbidden thoughts to creep in again. He needed more than I could give him. He deserved to be happy. Why did he refuse to find that happiness with someone more suitable? I lifted the sheet and covered him up to his waist. For a few seconds, I let my imagination run rampant, imagining me slipping into bed next to him, holding him in my arms, and sleeping through the night to wake up with him still next to me. Morning breath kisses, breakfast in bed, and a shower together. Shower sex. God, I was giving myself a boner. Step away from the ticking time bomb. I returned to my room, went through my nighttime routine, and crawled into bed, leaving the bedside lamp on. The Echo Dot picked up from where I'd left off in my latest dystopian audiobook, which lulled me to sleep. Something brushed against me and startled me awake. Disoriented, I opened my eyes. Bloom stood at the foot of my bed. I regulated my breathing and focused on pretending I was asleep. Maybe he would go if he thought that. The bed dipped, and I held in a groan. Bloom climbed up the bed and cautiously lay down on his side with his back to me. He scooted closer and closer until his ass pushed into my groin. He raised my hand and placed it over him, then settled down, wriggling his butt against my cock. If you're going to sleep like this, at least keep still. He instantly stopped moving. I was trying to get comfortable. You shouldn't be comfortable in my bed. If you keep squirming, I'll kick you out. I'll be good. I let out a snort, but he didn't respond. He lay quietly on his side with me as the big spoon. I half expected him to grope me, to continue wriggling his ass against my cock, but after a few minutes his soft snores broke the silence in the room. With him asleep, I relaxed enough to move closer and settle my arm better around him. How could someone so small bring such energy and make so many people afraid of him? I inhaled his hair, savoring his faintly spicy scent, the scent that was so distinctly Bloom. He felt strangely right in my arms, an odd but welcome warmth against my body. His hand lay on top of mine, our fingers loosely entwined. I stroked the back of his hand with my thumb, drawn to the sensation of his soft skin against mine. A strange peace washed over me as I gazed at him sleeping. I could savor this moment for tonight, couldn't I? He could recuperate in his own home. Crow, the biker who seemed responsible for him, could babysit. It was his job, not mine. My eyelids grew heavy, and I drifted back into sleep with a piece of heaven masquerading as hell in my arms. And, if I felt more relaxed in this big empty house because of the boy next to me, I pushed it from my mind. For the second time that night, I was jolted out of my sleep. My arm was no longer around Bloom, who was getting up. I rubbed my grainy eyes. What now? If he wanted sex, he might get lucky. I was so tired I might not have the willpower to say no to him. What is it, Bloom? He turned his head enough for me to get a glimpse of the blank stare on his face. His mouth moved as if he was mumbling to himself. Was he sleepwalking? Bloom never looked at me with such a vacant expression. I climbed out of bed and followed him in case he damaged himself. He walked around the room in a daze, his bare feet padding softly on the carpet. He ignored my presence, lost in his somnambulist haze. I watched him silently as he slowly paced in circles, his barely audible mumblings growing louder. He jolted and opened the door. I went after him down the hall to the stairs. Bloom, I said softly, trying not to startle him. He didn't even flinch. His eyes were open, but they were glassy and unperceptive. Let's get you back into bed. I gently turned him toward the bedroom. He kept walking with me, but once inside he jerked violently away from my guiding hands. I let him be, but locked the door. I sat on the bed to wait out his episode, watching him so he didn't hurt himself or get too agitated and hurt his leg again. He fiddled with the knob for a few minutes, then gave up. Muttering incoherently, he moved to another door, the closet, and disappeared inside. The next minute, a low wail rose, and I rushed to the closet. Bloom had tucked himself into a corner, rocking back and forth while scraping the wall with his nails as if looking for an escape route. I knew he had been through a traumatic childhood. His comments about being forced to fight a dog for food had filled me with so much rage and sadness for him. The people who had done that to him deserved to die. No, they deserved to suffer for the rest of their lives for what they had done to this innocent boy. Bloom. It's me. Logan. I couldn't leave him in the closet, and I had work tomorrow. I needed to get a good night's rest. Not that that was possible anymore, but any amount of sleep would do at this point. Each time I urged him to his feet, his agitation grew worse. Bloom. I touched his cheek. Can you hear me? He snarled at me, hissing like a wild animal, and sank his teeth into my hand. Fuck! Blood seeped out of the punctured skin. His grip was unwavering. Bloom, let go. It's me, Logan. I used my other hand to squeeze his jaw, hating the idea of hurting him. But if he didn't let go, I might be missing a whole hand soon. I increased the pressure, and he screamed, an inhuman sound that startled me. I snatched my hand back. Tears spilled down his cheeks, and he returned to clawing at the wall, sobbing. I grabbed a tie from the hanger and wrapped it around the wound in my hand tightly. This time I knew better than to touch him. Bloom, are you looking for a way out? There's one right here. But he ignored me. I sighed. All I could do was make him comfortable and ensure he didn't hurt himself. We were in for a long night. Chapter 11. Bloom. As soon as I woke up, I knew I'd had an episode of night terror. My body felt drained, my throat was scratchy, and my eyes burned. My face was sticky as if I'd been crying, and fuck, my nails hurt. I opened my eyes and brought my hands up. My nails were chipped and a few had bled. Where am I? I sat up, my body stiff from the unfamiliar cramped space. I'd found a closet this time, one that was empty of clothes. A thick comforter lay beneath me, providing a soft place between me and the floor. Another lighter blanket lay over me, and pillows buffeted me on either side. Who? Of course. Logan sat sleeping up on the opposite side of the closet. Unlike me, he had no sheet covering him, no pillow to cushion him. Had he fallen asleep watching over me? My heart pounded as I imagined what could have happened last night. I never remembered, which I always preferred. Who wanted to know what their possessed subconscious did when going through an episode? But I would have given anything to know about last night. How bad had I been? Did he think I was crazy now? Since we both ended up in the closet, it couldn't have been a peaceful night. I swiped a hand over my face. Today marked the 1st of November. I hadn't expected it to hit so hard right away. I had milder months, but this didn't seem as if it would be one. At least I hadn't wet myself. I flung the blanket off me to check. Relieved, I heaved a sigh. I should disappear and never see him again. He knew firsthand now that I was unlovable. Nobody loved a monster. Breathing hard, I stared at him, my chest squeezing painfully. He'd brought me home to fix my leg. He had scolded me to take better care of myself. He'd rearranged his closet to make me comfortable. I'd been right about him all along. He was a good man. The best man. The only man. But now what? How could I face him, not knowing what I'd done while he had all the memories? Resisting the urge to climb onto his lap and wrap myself around him, I slowly climbed to my knees and crawled out of the closet, then got to my feet by bracing my hand against the wall. My leg was throbbing. A quick check showed I hadn't ripped the stitches in my mania last night, but the relief was short-lived. Dr. Collier's bedroom was a disaster. So unlike him. Clothes were dumped on the bed and his shoes were scattered on the floor. One night, I'd spent one night with him, and had turned his bedroom into a disaster. I stepped carefully over the objects and hobbled as fast as possible back to the guest room, where I should have been sleeping last night. How had I even made it into his bedroom? I quickly used the bathroom and dressed. My clothes were crummy, especially with the dried blood on the pants, but I had no option. I snuck down the stairs and headed straight for the front door. I punched in the code I'd seen Logan use last night and breathed a sigh of relief when I stepped outside. This wasn't how I'd imagined my first sexual encounter with Logan to end. Me sneaking out of the house as if I were a thief because I was too much of a coward to look him in the eyes and see disgust, or worse, pity. A cold, misty wind brushed against my face and I turned my collar up against it. I selected Winter's number. The fucker owed me one. I crossed my fingers that he wasn't shit-faced somewhere sleeping off a hangover.
Hello?
Winter? The voice sounded unfamiliar, but not so distinct I could tell. Depending on what Winter was on, he could sound like anything. But the person drawled his speech, sounding as fucked up as Winter did when he was on some serious shit.
Nah, man, it's Poe.
Poe? Who the hell are you? Where's Winter?
Don't worry, man. I'll send him back to you when I'm done with him.
Motherfucker hung up on me. Gritting my teeth, I dialed Saint's number. Crow was the ideal person to call, but he would be up my ass about me hounding the doctor, and I didn't want to deal with his shit, not when I was in such a foul mood.
Bloom, where the hell are you?
Saint demanded.
You didn't sleep in your bed last night.
I'll send you the address. Pick me up.
Where's your ride?
Back at the clubhouse.
I don't understand. What the hell's going on?
Just pick me up. We might have to bail Winter out of whatever shit he's in, too.
On my way. Send your location.
I hung up the phone. Of all my brothers, Winter got on my nerves the most. He was messy, and his drug addiction made everything rough. When he was sober, he was a decent guy, but we'd had to bail him out of countless messes when he was too coked up to protect himself. Crow worried about him. Hell, I worried about him. Winter might be a gigantic pain in the ass, but he'd helped save me. Gritting my teeth, I scaled the gate and slipped out onto the sidewalk. My stitches were still intact, thank fuck. I limped away from Dr. Collier's house as fast as my throbbing leg would allow. I kept my head down, not wanting to draw attention to myself. In a neighborhood like this, I would be lucky not to get picked up by the cops. Would Logan be pissed that I hadn't said goodbye? Maybe he'd be relieved. Fuck. Fuck him. I clamped my lips together to prevent the scream that was scratching the insides of my throat from being let out. He made me feel insecure all over again. Vulnerable. But what scared me the most was the way I craved being with him still, like I'd been waiting all my life for him. Someone I was comfortable being myself with. Someone other than the brothers who accepted me for who I was. Other people feared me, scorned me, or pitied me. I stopped walking to avoid the pressure on my leg. Logan wasn't likely to come after me anyway. The more I thought about it, the more depressed I became. I watched the street for signs of Logan, or Saint, I wasn't sure, but I might have felt a twinge of disappointment when Saint rolled up in Dove's car. Thanks, man. I got in and slammed the door shut and sank in my seat.
Which one of these houses belongs to the doctor?
He asked. What?
Come on. You had to have spent the night with the doctor.
Says who?
You gonna deny it?
Shut up.
You're in a shitty mood for a guy who lost his virginity last night.
I shot up in my seat and punched him in the shoulder. I did not.
Ah, that explains the shitty mood. No way you could have gotten railed last night and still be so cranky. But if you didn't get fucked, why are you walking so funny?
I hurt my leg, asshole. Why would I be walking funny if I had sex?
Jesus, I forget how little you know sometimes. Did we ever have the birds and the bees talk?
Didn't need it. I've seen you all fuck way too many times and wasn't interested in it either.
True, but there's a difference between seeing and taking part. I'll remind Crow he needs to give you the talk.
Don't you dare! I don't want Crow back on my case about the doctor.
You know he's just worried about you.
Yeah, well, there are certain things he can't help me with. And this is one.
But
I don't want to talk about the fucking doctor anymore, Saint. Let's go find Winter.
why do you think something's wrong with him?
I called him before you. He glanced at me, his eyes wide.
You did?
Figured you'd be with Dove, and I didn't want to disturb you. But from the sounds of the guy who answered the phone, Winter's out of it right now.
Track his phone. We'll find him.
Saint's teasing was gone as his tone shifted, the worry clear in his voice. As much as we bickered and fought, the bond between us brothers was unshakable. Winter might have been a constant source of trouble, but he was our trouble. No one else got to give him shit. We were there for that. I quickly got to work, tracing Winter's signal. Given how much danger we usually faced, we all had trackers on us. More than once we'd used it to find Winter when he was stoned. I got a hit. Saint drove with a steady hand, taking one sweeping turn after another through the dimly lit, run-down part of town where drugs got passed around like a bowl of sweets on Halloween. He was quiet, a rarity for him because he was always cracking some joke or making light of a situation. Had Logan realized I was gone yet? Was he disappointed? Saint stopped at a house even shabbier than the rest in this forsaken district. The peeling paint and boarded windows screamed neglect. A flickering neon sign advertising some defunct business tilted dangerously on the rooftop. A rusted metal gate led to an equally decrepit yard littered with discarded items.
Jesus, Winter.
Saint unbuckled a seatbelt.
What the fuck have you gotten yourself into this time?
I slowly followed Saint into the yard, careful not to put pressure on my leg. Winter's hog wasn't parked anywhere, so maybe he wasn't here after all. I don't have my knives. That's the last time I removed them, even for a formal event.
Here.
Saint thrust his knife into my hand. His gun was tucked into the waistband of his jeans.
Do not act unless I give you the go-ahead.
Well, this ain't gonna be fun, then.
I'm serious, Bloom.
I rolled my eyes. I won't kill anybody unless you say so. Maybe. Saint knocked on the door, then pounded when no one opened it.
Hold your horses.
The door swung open, revealing a tall, thinly built man with a goatee, sallow skin, and the flesh under his eyes sagging. Bruises from needles peppered the inside of his arms to the extent they were almost black. Apart from the needle marks, tiny sores dotted his hands.
We ain't got no drugs left.
He raked his gaze over my body with a predatory leer and grinned, displaying a mouth of missing and some rotted teeth.
But for you, I may be able to part with my personal supply.
I withdrew my knife. Now can I kill him? I asked Saint.
Not yet.
He pulled a pair of disposable gloves from his pockets and handed them to me.
For safety.
I frowned, but took the gloves and slipped them on. First we had to find Winter and get him home.
Wait, what the hell's this?
Saint pushed his way into the house, and the man backed up so fast he stumbled.
Are you Poe?
Yeah, what of it?
We're looking for our friend. Tall, big guy, long blonde hair. Know him?
His eyes shifted to the right as he shook his head.
No, I don't know anyone fitting that description.
He's lying, I said. Saint carefully pulled his gun from beneath his cut. With deliberate movements, he retrieved a suppressor from his other pocket and deftly screwed it onto the gun's barrel. The man's eyes grew wider, darting between the weapon in Saint's steady grip and the knife in my hand.
If you lie to us, we're going to make a game of who can kill you faster.
I grinned, perking up. That's a good one, Saint. We haven't played in so long. Last time I was up 13-1.
I let you win because I knew you were a whiny-ass baby about losing.
You lying motherfucker! No disrespect to your lovely mother, of course. She was the one who'd mainly treated me, after all. Without her patience, I would still be the mute feral boy who'd stayed alive by eating rotten food and drinking my urine. Then let's play for real this time.
No.
Poe held up his hands.
Please don't kill me. It was his fault. I didn't do anything he didn't want me to do.
Where is he?
Saint demanded.
Show me.
Poe led us to a living room, a drug addict's paradise, the air thick with the sickly sweet smell of burned plastic and meth. Dim orange light from a dying bulb flickered over a nest of empty liquor bottles and discarded food containers. A half-empty bottle of lube sat on the floor, next to a fold-out couch bed, where an enormous figure lay motionless, naked from the waist down, with his jeans around his ankles. The long blonde hair was unmistakably Winter's, even though I couldn't see his face. My chest rose and fell. He wasn't moving. Was he? Saint strode over to the couch bed, yanked the sheet over Winter's waist to cover him up, and brushed Winter's hair away from his face.
Win?
Silence greeted us. Saint leaned closer, pressing his hand against Winter's neck.
He's still breathing, barely. I'll call 911.
You can't call 911? Poe cried.
Let me get my shit out of here first.
I laughed, the sound ringing through the dingy room, filling it with the bitterness inside me. The lube, Winter's nakedness. I wasn't as naive as Saint had implied earlier. I knew enough that a man in Winter's position could not consent to sex. You don't have to worry about the authorities. You'll be dead long before they arrive.
They're on their way,
Saint said. He lashed out his hands, smacking the gun across Poe's face. The man crashed to the floor with a strangled cry.
It's not my fault,
he groaned.
He doesn't know when to stop. I told him he'd had enough, but he kept shooting up.
So you fuck him while he's unconscious. I stomped on his face, his jawbone cracking under my boot. A splash of blood sprayed across the grimy floor, pooling beneath his distorted features. Instead of getting him help, you use him, humiliate him over and over again. You fucking pussy! I plunged my knife between his legs, the blade slicing into his cock with accuracy. A guttural scream echoed through the room, bouncing off the grimy walls as the man writhed. Even though I wasn't looking at him, Winter's naked body, used and left to die like an animal, was seared into my mind. I didn't care how many drugs he took or how irresponsible he was. None of that mattered. No one had the right to hurt him this way. No one had a right to hurt us, to make us fight dogs for food, to make us sleep in boxes and on the cold, hard concrete. No one should treat us like we were subhuman, like we deserved all the rotten things they did to us because we were weak and helpless to know better.
Bloom!
A sharp slap to the face brought me back from my thoughts. In the distance, a siren wailed, getting closer and closer.
Fucking shit!
I stared at the dead man on the floor, his body mangled from multiple stab wounds, and my knife still buried in his neck. The gloves on my hands were covered in blood, as were my boots.
The ambulance is here already.
He glanced from Winter, who was convulsing, to the body on the floor.
We can't hide the body, it's too late.
I yanked the knife out of the man's throat, even though I didn't recall burying it there. Slowly, I climbed to my feet. Was it normal to feel this sense of calm and peace after taking a life?
You can't stay here, Bloom,
Saint said.
You have to leave. Now.
Outside, the ambulance pulled up. I shook my head. No, I'm not leaving you. All my life they'd protected me. Now that Winter needed us, I wouldn't run. Brothers till the end. That's what we pledged. Chapter 12. Logan.
Don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Dr. Sims.
Fuck it. The psychiatrist stopped and turned around, giving me time to hand a prescription to the nurse and catching up with him. I'd been a doctor long enough to know what I was doing was ethically wrong, but it had been 8 days with no sign of Bloom. No glimpse of him in the parking lot, no showing up at my office unannounced, no sending me creepy, inappropriate, and juvenile gifts. When I woke up the morning after I'd given him a blowjob, he was gone. He'd disappeared from my life in the same way he had appeared, abruptly. I'd told myself countless times that Bloom keeping his distance was for the best. Maybe he'd finally come to his senses and realized there was no future for us. But every second my mind wasn't occupied with work, my thoughts strayed to him, and that last night we'd spent together. Why hadn't he given me a chance to comfort him the next day? Dr. Collier, what can I do for you? Dr. Sims was a new psychiatrist at the hospital and kept mostly to himself. He didn't make any effort to get to know the staff and build a working relationship with them, but who was I to judge when I was the same?
How are you getting on at the hospital?" I fell into step with him as he resumed walking briskly.
"I get along fine, Dr. Collier." He pushed his glasses up his nose. "All the patients I have to see keep me busy. That's all I can ask for." "I don't recall seeing you at the charity event a week ago." He halted, furrowing his brow. "Dr. Collier, is there a reason for you delaying me? I do have patients to attend to." "Actually, yes, and this is going to seem unconventional, but I'd like to talk to you about a patient of yours. Bloom." "I see. And what is it you wish to know?" "Has he been attending his sessions with you?" Bloom could avoid me all he wanted, but that boy had issues he needed to work out. He couldn't do that if he stopped going to his appointments. "And in what capacity are you asking me that question, Dr. Collier?" "He's a friend. I'm concerned whether he's keeping his appointments." "Frankly speaking, I'm disappointed in you for asking me such a question. I don't know what guidelines you follow, doctor, but I don't divulge my patient's information to anyone, even if they happen to be a so-called friend." His voice dripped with disdain. My nostrils flared, heat rose to my cheeks. But what could I do? I was in the wrong. I might be a doctor, but I had no reason to know about Bloom's coming and going to the hospital to see his psychiatrist. "I understand your position, Dr. Sims, and I apologize for overstepping." I offered him a polite smile. I merely thought I could help in the event he was not attending. "Your expertise is in trauma surgery. With all due respect, you have no business interfering with a patient of mine. Now, if you'll excuse me—" What a pompous jerk. "I thought you would be concerned about the well-being of a patient. If Bloom isn't showing up, and you know of someone who can make him take the sessions seriously, isn't it your responsibility to listen?" Dr. Sims stopped. "Bloom needs to see the value in our sessions and attend willingly. Will you be there all the time to check if he shows up?" "But surely if I get him to attend his sessions, you're good enough at your job to convince him to stick with the program, aren't you?" "Why don't we cut to the chase, Dr. Collier?" He crossed his arms. "Everyone at the hospital knows of you behaving unprofessionally toward this young man. A young man who has such severe mental disorders from the harsh abuse he suffered in his childhood that he doesn't think or see the world the way we do. Does it make you feel important? Like some sort of god, the way he hangs onto your every word? Because I have a news flash for you. None of it is real. He doesn't know what love is. He has an attachment disorder and is incapable of forming relationships with others. In the rare event he does form those relationships, it becomes an obsession, dependency, not love. For whatever reason, he's decided to latch on to you, and everyone at the hospital witnesses this obsession. If you continue with this farce, you will only exacerbate his mental health condition. If that happens, you'll have crossed the line from being unprofessional to unethical." His words came out with such a calm finality that my chest tightened at their implication. He wasn't wrong. Wasn't that a part of the reason I'd stayed away from Bloom? I understood well enough how poor mental health affected people. The way Bloom had huddled in the closet that night, trapped in his mind, was proof Dr. Sims had a point. But was it fair to Bloom to dismiss what he wanted? Was my view skewered because I wanted him to want me like he said? That I even enjoyed how obsessed he was with me, and the tiny victorious leaps my heart made whenever he did something grossly inappropriate, like threatening people just to be close to me? Not only had I gotten used to having Bloom around me, but I also craved how he treated me like a god, and the realization made me feel sick. No healthy relationship could come out of what we had. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to be explaining his diagnosis to me. Only for you to see that you're a part of this young man's problem, so why don't you butt out of his life and allow me to heal minds while you continue to heal bodies? Son of a bitch. He walked off with his spine ramrod straight, the echo of his harsh words lingering, yet everything inside me rebelled against them, wanted to prove him wrong, even though he wasn't. Bloom was unpredictable.
1 minute suffocating me with his presence, and he proved asphyxiation might not be so bad after all, and the next, he was nowhere to be found. Guilt bubbled up within me, a gnawing feeling that twisted my insides. I ran a hand over my face, the weight of the truth pulling at my resolve. There was no denying it. Dr. Sims's words had stung. But they were not without merit. How could I hinder Bloom's progress by being selfish? Despite pushing Bloom away, I had allowed myself to be intoxicated by his obsession with me, maybe even feeding it by letting him get his way. Jesus, I needed a stiff drink, and a quick lay to push Bloom from my mind. I glanced at my watch and breathed a sigh of relief. In another hour, I could go home, to my empty house. I could take a shower and recall the way he'd tasted when he came in my mouth. Then I would grab clean clothes from the closet where I'd watched him that night, worried he would hurt himself. I care about him, too. I want him to be well. Deep in thought, I continued to my office and almost bumped into two figures standing in front of my door. Nicholas and James were engaged in what looked like a deep conversation. "Nicholas, what are you doing here?" I asked. "How did you find my office?" "A nurse showed me. I came upon Dr. Dehaney, who was explaining that you'd already left for the day." James subtly lifted his eyebrows as if daring me to call him out for lying when he knew damn well that I was on until 6 this evening. When had I ever left work early? He knew this better than anyone else. "I'm still here, as you can see." I unlocked my door. "Come on in." James entered first, as if I was talking to him. I gritted my teeth. How could I dissuade him from shoving me and Bloom together at every turn? "Actually, I'm meeting up with a friend, so this is going to be brief," Nicholas said. "Thought I'd ask you to have dinner with me tonight so we can catch up, reminisce about old times. We didn't spend nearly enough time talking at the charity event." From the way he was biting his lip, it was clear what old times he wanted to bring up, possibly reenact. Why didn't I feel the same level of attraction to him now that I had in the past? "Dr. Collier, I don't think you can make it tonight," James said. "And why not?" "Well, you have that thing tonight." "I don't have a thing." "Are you sure?" James clenched his teeth. "I'm pretty sure you do." "Wait a minute. I remember you." Nicholas wagged a finger at James. "You were the one wearing the dress, the one who handed Logan the award. I didn't recognize you without the heels." "Yep, I'm one and the same." "Logan, all this time I thought the dark-haired boy was the one you were interested in." Nicholas laughed. "But it's this one, right? Isn't he a bit too, effeminate for your taste?" James threw his arms around me and kissed my cheek. "Exactly, he's my man, and there's no way I'm letting him go out on a date with you. Sorry." "James." I untangled his arms from around my neck, scowling. "Will you quit it? Nicholas, he's just horsing around. He is not my anything." "Ouch. I at least thought I was your friend." "Put a lid on it, James." "Yes, Nicholas, I can meet you somewhere for dinner tonight, especially since I don't feel like eating at home alone." "I know someone who'd be glad to eat with you every night." James grumbled loudly. This was what I got for spending too much time with these brats. Nicholas would be more up to my speed. Quick sex, then goodbyes. "Are you sure this won't be a problem?" Nicholas asked. "No, of course not. Did you have a place in mind?" "Yeah. How about 8 at Le Bonbon? You remember the little French place we used to sneak off to?" No way would I tell him the restaurant was a regular spot where I met up with my random hookups. He'd never been anyone special, but he never wanted more from me than I could give him. Not like he who should no longer be named. "If you continue with this farce, you will only exacerbate his mental health condition." This was for the best. "Sounds perfect." "Is it, though?" James huffed. "You're playing a dangerous game, Nicholas. Logan's already taken by someone who won't like you going out with his man." "Don't pay him any mind," I said. "You know I don't do relationships." "That's right. I'll see you later then, Logan. Goodbye, you jealous little liar. You don't need to worry. I'm just breezing through town,
So by tomorrow, he'll be all yours again.
Exactly. The perfect man for a night of passion with a mature adult who could handle sex without a relationship. Bloom was not that guy. All I'd done was criticize him once, and he'd latched onto me since. The door shut behind Nicholas, and James rounded in on me, his chin tilted in a stubborn arch. I don't like him. He's not suitable for you. Good. I'm not looking for a relationship. I sat at my desk, picking up files and putting them down randomly. Is there a reason you're here? I thought when you went home with Bloom you worked out your differences. Whatever gave you that idea? The whole club knows he spent the night with you. James, you don't understand, and I don't need to discuss my personal life with you. You're making a big mistake. James curled his hands into fists at his sides. You've been this colossal asshole since the day we met, so damn cold and freezing out everyone. I'm the only one who dares to get close to you, and you still keep me at a distance. I don't even know when your fucking birthday is. You have no social media, no family, nothing. Finally, there comes a guy who worships the ground you walk on. He'd do anything, to be with you, and all you do is push him away. James, surely you know Bloom has a host of mental health issues he's working on through therapy. So? He can't do it and have a relationship at the same time? He doesn't deserve to be loved before he's whole? Is that it? It's more of doing him a disservice by not giving him the time to fully understand his feelings. You've seen Bloom's extremes. You know that's not love. James dropped his gaze. He knew damn well I was right. Bloom might convince himself he was in love with me, but he didn't even know me. Would he still love me if he knew the man he professed to love was nothing but a shell of his former self wrapped in a name that wasn't even his? All I know is that he thinks he's in love with you. He might not have a clear picture of what love is yet. It might be an obsession, but I don't think it's completely empty. There's something else there, Dr. Collier. But what if there wasn't? The scene of Bloom in the closet wailing and scratching at the wall flashed through my mind. I couldn't risk it. He was already in a fragile state that may have a catastrophic result in the future. He'd stabbed himself in the thigh, for fuck's sake, just to be with me. How could I feed into that kind of behavior? James might not understand it, but I was keeping Bloom at arm's length for his own good. Dr. Sims had reminded me of what was at stake, and even though I didn't want to, I cared too much to hurt him with my uncertain life. Even 10 years of living in Smoky Vale didn't guarantee where I would wake up tomorrow. And if that meant going on a date with Nicholas to convince myself I was moving on from that boy, I would do it, no matter how little my heart was into it. Chapter 13. Bloom. Slumped in my chair with my hoodie over my head, I listened to Crow's tirade. An emergency meeting had been called, and every biker in Smoky Vale who wore the bloodhound patch was in attendance, except for Winter, who was barely hanging on for life. No one but Crow, Saint, Bay, and me knew the full extent of what Winter had gone through, and we were keeping it that way. For that reason, we'd had him admitted at the private hospital rather than Smoky Vale Gen, where Jamie and Logan worked. I clenched my hands into fists. The images of him when we'd found him wouldn't leave me alone, even after more than a week. I woke up at night soaked in sweat from dreams of me in Winter's position. I tripped, my rage uncontrollable, so Crow had confined me to my room. No one had been allowed to talk to me except my brothers. They'd taken my communication devices. I hadn't been able to so much as twitch without one of them looking in at me. They took turns guarding me, not trusting my restlessness. I didn't blame them. The ugliness in me emerged, pushed to the surface by Winter's incident. Crow had been even more overprotective when he saw the cut on my thigh. He was afraid I would do something stupid, even though I told him I wouldn't, that I'd known exactly what I was doing when I took that knife to my thigh. I'd lied about how I'd gotten the wound, knowing he would only oppose me being in a relationship even more. He didn't believe me anyway. Saint's mom had called me every day to provide therapy over the phone. Thank fuck for her. She'd convinced Crow I could be trusted to go hunting, so they brought me camping yesterday and let me loose on nature. We'd hauled back all my kills and had a bittersweet feast. The physical activity had eased my need for blood, but I was still restless. It had been too long since I'd seen Logan.
We can't afford to have any fuck-ups during this time while we're under surveillance. Again.
Crow placed his hands on the desk, the scar on his face standing out against his skin.
I don't know why we have to halt our drug distribution because of him.
Tango glared at me.
Psycho over there is the one who killed that man.
Better be careful, Tango, Mouse chuckled. Wouldn't want to wake up with a knife stuck in your throat, would you? Tango squirmed. I drummed my fingers on the arms of my chair, attention fixed on each movement, each quiet tap of a finger hitting the wood. As long as I stayed focused, I wouldn't do anything rash. If I showed Crow I had my emotions under control, he would let me leave the clubhouse, and I could finally see Logan. It's been a week. Has he forgotten me?
You listen here, Tango. I can't control your thoughts, but I can control your ability to speak. Keep talking that shit, and you won't have to worry about Bloom.
I smiled as the room fell quiet. Crow was an unassuming leader, acting chill and interfering little. Gunner always handled the meetings, but when he took over and reminded them who was boss, that shit made me proud to be one of his brothers. The only man they needed to fear more than me was Crow.
One of our own almost died.
Crow's Adam's apple bobbed. Oh, hell. I sat up straight, ready to go to him if he needed me. He and Winter were close. They'd been together for longer than the rest of us. What happened to Winter had shaken him up. He cleared his throat.
Sure, what Bloom did got him picked up by the police. But thanks to Ben and the dirt Grimm's tech guy found on the new chief of police, he got away with it without them poking into his identity. We won't always be this lucky. We won't always have leverage to dig everyone out of their holes, so be smart. Keep your head down, and walk away when you can. We don't want to lose any more members when we're still trying to rebuild this club. Agreed, Gunner said. You assholes better listen up. I'll be the first to kick your ass to the curb if you step out of line. But it ain't fair. We're not the one causing the trouble,
Tango said.
Since they came into town, everything's been shit. You mean the mess they had to clean up after this club got involved in trafficking babies? That aside, you've been in the club long enough, but you don't have a clue about brotherhood. If you can't figure out what that means, Tango, maybe this club ain't for you.
If I weren't in such a shitty mood, I would have applauded Gunner. Crow wasn't in a fuck-around mood, so I kept my cool. I have to get out of here.
Just a reminder, the next month we patch our new pledges,
Gunner said.
We'll have a meeting with them alone after this. The rest of y'all can clear out.
Crow stepped out to answer his phone, and I made to follow him, but he shook his head. Relieved when Gunner wrapped up the meeting, I rose to my feet. As I walked past Tango, I couldn't refrain from leaning in, my hand in the pocket of my hoodie. He jumped back, as if he feared I would knife him. Laughing, I took out a stick of watermelon-flavored gum. If I were going to fuck you up, I'd let you see it coming. I popped the gum into my mouth. Only a few people have the honor of calling me a psycho to my face and lived to say it again.
You think I'm afraid of you?
Are you? His flaring nostrils and labored breathing showed his fear. Didn't he realize how hard his chest was rising and falling?
Bloom!
Rolling my eyes, I stalked over to Crow. I didn't do nothing.
Is that why Tango looks like he just shit his pants?
We were just having a friendly conversation. Didn't you say you wanted me to have more friends?
Stay away from him. His bark's worse than his bite, and I don't need you stirring up trouble.
Who was that on the phone?
Sarge. He wanted to know about Winter's condition.
Oh. Did you hear anything new? Crow doubled his hands into fists and shook his head.
He's breathing on his own, but still in a coma.
Can I go see him?
Is it Winter you want to see? Or have an excuse to be out the compound so you can chase after that fucking doctor again?
Can't it be both? He pushed a hand into his pocket and came up with my phone.
Here, you can have this back.
I eyed him suspiciously. Did you go through it?
I thought about it, only because I know you've been hiding shit from me and I want to know how deep this thing with the doctor goes, But I didn't. I won't violate your privacy like that. As much as I don't like it, you're not a little kid anymore."
He heaved a sigh and rubbed his nose.
"Between you and Winter, you've got me so worried I can't even give Max the attention he deserves. For God's sake, Bloom, I have to put Winter first right now, which means I can't keep track of your whereabouts. You need to give me your word that I won't have to worry about you."
"I don't go looking for trouble."
"But you don't show restraint either. If you feel the urge to kill anyone, use our buddy system. Call me or Saint. Bay has his family, but he's always there for you too. You don't have to go through all this shit by yourself. It's November, and I need to know you can handle it. We've been through enough Novembers, haven't we?"
Shit, did he always have gray hair? Granted, a few strands, but still, I had to be the cause of at least one or all of them. "You don't have to worry about me." He took my arm and pulled me out of earshot from the two prospects who entered the room.
"Do you need to go hunting again?"
"Not now."
"Good. Let me know."
I powered on my phone as I walked with them to the mess hall, where the other bikers had gathered for a drink and a game. A couple of women who hadn't left last night lingered. One was in a corner on her knees, gagging on a biker's cock. I inhaled sharply at the memory of Logan's mouth, swallowing me down. I needed more.
"By the way,"
Crow slapped my back, jolting me out of my daze.
"Sarge is driving through soon and will stay for a few days."
"You know why he's coming, don't you?" Crow chuckled, but it sounded weary.
"Yeah."
He thought he was being slick, but he was definitely smashing Chris when he was here last Christmas.
"Jesus Christ, Bloom.
What did I say? Isn't that the right term?"
You know how you always say the first thing that comes to mind?
"What of it?"
Practice saying the second. No, make that the third thing, just to be on the safe side. I shouldn't have let you hang around with these bikers when you were so young. For years you couldn't speak, but you were soaking up every foul thing coming out of their mouths.
"There? Don't you mean our?"
Yeah, get out of my face. I see the Reverend is here."
I didn't follow Crow as he walked across the room to a tall, distinguished-looking man dressed in black, with a white clerical collar and a cross pendant around his neck. Why the hell was he here? He was associated with the Grim Reapers, not us. My phone came on in an explosion of text messages and missed calls. Logan had sent me a text message.
Why did he leave?
He'd also called me twice on the day I'd run out on him. The rest of the missed calls were from Jamie earlier today, a slew of text messages, one right after the other. "What the hell, Bloom? I helped you with Dr. Collier because I thought you were serious about him. Will you at least tell me why you haven't been around? I know something's going on at the club, but Grim says everyone's been hush-hush about it. If you want to be with Dr. Collier, you need to call me now or lose him forever. I swear, Bloom, if you don't call me, I'm done. I'm no longer helping you. In case you're interested, Dr. Collier has a date tonight." "A date?" "What?" I'd been reading the messages in order, and as soon as I saw the last, I punched in Jamie's number. Crow was frowning at me. Damn it. I forced a smile to my lips and walked out of the mess hall. "Bloom, where the hell have you been?" Jamie asked. "Is it true? Is he really going on a date with someone else?" "Yeah, I was there when the dude asked him, and he said yes." I gritted my teeth to bite back the anger that wanted to roar out of me. How could he go out with someone else? After the last time we'd been together, did he not take me seriously about cutting his balls off? Who's this guy? What are you going to do? What the hell do you mean? I'm going to eliminate the problem. Listen to me, Bloom. You can't hurt him because you don't want him to be with Dr. Collier. That is not how you solve the issue. Ain't it? Because if he ain't breathing, he can't fuck with my man. Your man? You've been missing for a week. Did you two have some sort of agreement before you disappeared on him? Because it doesn't sound like it. You need to work this shit out with Dr. Collier and come to an understanding of what you mean to each other. That man has nothing to do with it. He does. If he didn't exist, Logan wouldn't be going out with him. He'd just go out with someone else. I'll only tell you what I know about him and where they're going to meet if you promise me you will not hurt this man. That's the fastest way for you to lose Dr. Collier. Just tell me what you know. Bloom, I won't fucking hurt him. But I couldn't let Logan go on a date with him either. All right, then listen to me and do exactly what I say. Chapter 14. Logan. Getting dressed for dinner while Bloom was on my mind shed light on how much of a mistake it was to go out with Nicholas. A date with Nicholas wouldn't fix what was wrong, because the problem was Bloom. Him worming his way into my life and refusing to leave. Now that he had, an emptiness had grown inside me that no one else would fill. No one else was Bloom. No one else could be Bloom. No one else made me feel desire like Bloom. Nicholas, with his sunny smile and insatiable needs in bed, couldn't fill Bloom's shoes, not even in my dreams. Those two were full of Bloom lately. How ironic that Bloom's over-the-top declaration of his feelings for me might be false, while mine had developed into something genuine. To be fair, I called Nicholas to cancel our date, but his phone was off. I felt bad about standing him up, so I went to the restaurant to have a platonic dinner with him and let him down for his expectations tonight. Nicholas had made the reservation, but he was late. Not surprising, since I'd waited on him every single time in the past. Somehow I knew Bloom wouldn't have kept me waiting. On top of that, I was hungry. I'd only had a protein bar for lunch, so I dug into the complimentary rolls while waiting for Nicholas to show up. The rolls were warm and buttery, the tang of rosemary cutting through the richness. On a whim, I unlocked my phone and dialed Bloom's number, although I didn't expect him to answer. He didn't. I swallowed down my disappointment and called Nicholas. "I'm so sorry," he answered, sounding out of breath. "I'm parking my car now." "Good, I was about to eat without you." "Very funny, Doc. See you in a bit." He ended the call and I opened my messaging app. Bloom had read the message I'd sent him a week ago. Why hadn't he responded, damn it? I knew my blowjob skills weren't good enough for an Oscar, but they were worth an honorable mention. He'd gushed about making my mouth his afterward, or had he just said anything he thought I needed to hear? None of this made any fucking sense. Bloom wasn't devious like that. He was an open book, and didn't mince words. One of the reasons I'd taken a liking to him. He was as real as they came. "We need to talk." The message lacked something, so I added, "I miss you." My mouth went dry, and my finger hovered over the send button. I was being honest. What was the worst that could happen? I couldn't stop thinking about him and how interesting he made my life. Even Dr. Sims's words, which I'd taken to heart earlier, had faded into nothingness. I hit send, locked my phone, and slipped it into my pocket. My stomach was no longer churning from hunger, but from what would happen when he read my message. What if he didn't respond? I would have no one but myself to blame, given all the times I'd pushed him away and said mean things to him. Could I let him walk away, if that was his choice? I downed my glass of water. What was taking Nicholas so long? The restaurant wasn't that crowded for him to not be able to find a parking space. Where would I take Bloom for a dinner date? A little premature to consider, given I didn't even know if he still wanted to date me, but one thing was for sure, I would never take him to this restaurant. Not to this generic place that was a default for all my hookups. "Sir," the hostess who'd shown me to my table earlier said, "your party has arrived." I almost spat out the water. I swallowed and coughed into my fist. "Bloom," I croaked. "What are you doing here?" His eyes were as hard as granite, even though he had a smile fixed on his face. He was not amused. "Is everything okay, sir?" The hostess glanced from Bloom to me. "Is this not who you were expecting?" "Yes, of course. It's just a temporary lapse in memory." The hostess nodded and hurried away. Bloom took the seat across from me, and for a moment silence reigned between us. His piercing gaze was steady and accusatory, so much I squirmed, even though I'd done nothing wrong. I'd cut his balls off and keep them on the nightstand so he would not forget it. And if he cheats again, I'll cut off his dick. That way I know where it is at all times. Did he see this as cheating? "How's your leg?" I asked. "Fine." He picked up the one remaining roll and ripped it into half. "You weren't thinking of cheating on me, were you?" "How can I cheat on you? We're not in a relationship." He slapped his hands on the table loud enough to startle the couple a few feet away from us. "I dare you to say it again." Now wait one damn minute. He didn't tell me what to do. "You're causing a scene. Lower your voice and we can talk. I didn't cheat on you with anyone, it's just dinner." "I know that." "You do?" "Yes, because I like your balls where they are. And I think you do too." I rolled my eyes. "You have some nerve showing up here when you've been MIA for the last 8 days. Do you know how worried I was about you?" Shit, I'd raised my voice and spoke louder than Bloom had before. Only he could get me to act so out of character. Only he could rile me up this much. Yet the second I'd seen him, color returned to my world. His raw energy, his impulsive reactions, his maddening reasoning, they were all part of the package that was Bloom. And I was drawn to that package. "You said you missed me." Bloom pushed the flower centerpiece on the table out of the way and pulled his chair closer. "Did you mean it?" "Yes." The word was a nail I'd driven into my own coffin, but I couldn't lie to him. Better yet, I couldn't lie to myself anymore. I wanted him. I wanted the boy sitting across from me, his eyes heavily lined with black mascara and eyeshadow against his pale skin. "How much?" he asked. "Come on, Bloom, isn't it enough to know I missed you? No, you have to tell me how much." I couldn't stop thinking about you. If I wasn't a trained professional, I would be thinking of you while I was operating on patients. Bloom pulled a face. "Then you didn't miss me enough." "What?" "Otherwise you would have thought about me even while you were performing surgeries." Bloom got up from his chair, came to my side, and sat on my lap. I stiffened, glancing around me. "You can't do that here." "Why not?" He twined his arms around my neck. "I missed you too," he said, almost purring like a cat. "I kept thinking of what you did with your mouth, and that I want you to do it again." "Then why?" Bloom kissed me. Not a chaste kiss either, one that was more suitable in private. He licked into my mouth, digging his fingers into my hair. Oh, fuck. I forgot where we were. His lips were so incredibly soft, and the way he kept threading his fingers through my hair was hypnotic. He moved on my lap. "Sir, we're going to have to ask you to leave. You're making the other guests uncomfortable." I tried to pull back, but Bloom wouldn't let go, tightening his hand in my hair. "Sir, are you hearing me? This is not the place for this kind of behavior." I tugged back Bloom's head, and he let out a sound of protest that went straight to my dick. I inhaled deeply and offered the manager, I assumed, a smile. "My apologies. It won't happen again." He nodded, his eyes straying to Bloom, who was petting my chest through my shirt. For a virgin, he was such a horny little devil. I took his hands in mine to still his movements. "If you control yourselves, you're welcome to stay." "Hey, buddy." I clamped a hand over Bloom's mouth. "Don't worry. We'll be on our best behavior." He gave me a look that said he didn't believe me, but at least he walked away. Bloom bit my palm, and I snatched my hand away. "Don't muzzle me." His lips pushed out into a pout. Damn him. All I wanted to do was kiss him again, but we still had things to straighten out. "I was worried you'd say something inappropriate. You have a way of threatening people, and they might take you seriously. Now go back to your seat." "They should take me seriously." "Can't I sit here on your lap? I missed you, Logan. It was torture staying away." "If you're going to sit on my lap,
Stop squirming.
But I like the feel of your hard cock against my ass.
You're hard for me, aren't you?
You want me?
Yes, I do. But we still have to talk first.
Why not later? I passed a motel not too far from here. You can be inside me in 5 minutes.
I groaned, willing the mental image of making love to Bloom from my mind. I won't take you to some cheap, flea-infested motel. You deserve better than that. Bloom widened his eyes.
But I don't mind.
Well, I do. I'd never forgive myself for doing that for your first time.
It doesn't matter as long as...
Bloom, I said sternly. We're not having sex in a motel.
Then let's go back to your place.
Him mentioning my house brought back memories of his night there. He looked so different now that the moment felt like a dream, like it hadn't happened at all. But it had. The closet wall still had scratches from his nails.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Bloom got up, but I held him on my lap, afraid if I asked questions he would run. He had a skittish look about him. You disappeared on me. He bit his bottom lip and leaned forward so his hair hid his face. Bloom, talk to me. If we're going to do this relationship like you want...
Only I want it?
You're right. Like we want. Then you have to be honest with me. Don't hide things from me.
It's weird. I woke up in your closet and couldn't remember what I did the night before. The thought of you looking at me like I was some sort of freak made me run.
I stayed the night in the closet with you. Didn't that say anything to you?
I'm not too good at reading cues, Logan. My mind tells me one thing, and it's hard to believe something else.
Well, we're going to have to change that, aren't we? I need you to listen to me, okay? He nodded. I'd be lying if I didn't say I still have reservations about starting a relationship with you. You're a unique person, but I know it's not your fault. You've been through some tough times. Your psychiatrist said I'm bad for you, by the way. Bloom's back shot up straight.
He said what?
We talked. I asked him about you when you went missing.
My relationship is none of his business.
But it is. He's your psychiatrist. And I need you to continue seeing him.
But I don't like to. He makes me feel uncomfortable and his methods differ from what I'm used to.
What do you mean?
I don't like when he puts me under hypnosis.
Have you told him that?
No. I mean, he's the expert, so he should know best, right?
There are different methods in psychotherapy, and if you're uncomfortable with one, your therapist should find another way. Next time you tell him you don't consent. Bloom smiled.
You're like the smartest person I know.
The smile dropped, and so did his gaze.
I've never been to school. I can't read well. Does that bother you?
No. But if you want to do something about that, I can help.
I knew I wasn't wrong about you, despite what Crow says.
What did Crow say? I frowned. So many people were against this relationship.
I don't think he likes you very much.
Why? We haven't even met officially.
Because he knows I want you to fuck me.
Jesus, he didn't mince words. Oddly, I found that attractive in him, even if half the things coming out of his mouth were offensive. Was I truly doing this? Being with Bloom would require patience. What you do and with whom you do it is your business. You're an adult.
That's exactly what I told him, but he keeps treating me like the little boy he found years ago.
He found you?
Yes, and brought me home. Besides you, he's the most important person to me.
I see. A twinge of jealousy pierced the indifferent armor I'd been wearing for too long.
Sir, are you ready to order?
Damn, I'd forgotten we were in a restaurant. That I'd come here to have dinner with Nicholas. Where the hell was Nicholas?
Sir?
Give us a minute more, please. I'll signal you when we're ready.
Very well.
The waiter stomped away, but I didn't blame him. All we could do was leave him a generous tip for all the trouble. I picked up my phone.
Who are you calling?
Nicholas was supposed to meet me. Right before you came in, he said he was parking, so he should have been here already.
Did he see us together and leave?
Nicholas's phone rang without a response. Something is wrong.
Like what?
Bloom's facial reaction was odd. He looked like he was holding something in. Had he run into Nicholas? James, what did you do?
Me?
He raised his eyebrows as if surprised I was incriminating him. Don't give me that innocent act. What did you do?
Nothing. He's outside in his car.
Oh, then, wait a minute. Where in his car?
The trunk.
You locked him in his trunk? I sprang to my feet, blood rushing to my head. This impulsive boy was going to get himself put behind bars.
I was going to let him out after we had dinner.
No! We'll let him out now. I prodded Bloom to his feet.
Sir, are you leaving?
The server rushed over to us looking confused. Yes. No sense in staying now. Our presence wasn't wanted, and the bread I'd eaten would hold me until we could get something else. This wasn't where I wanted my first date with Bloom anyway. I reached for my wallet, but the waiter waved me away.
That's fine, sir. I think it's best for everyone if you just go.
Bloom went rigid beside me. I grabbed his wrist and held on to him. He leaned into me, pouting.
Are you always going to try to tame me?
He asked as we walked out of the restaurant to a round of applause. I groaned. As a respectable member of this community, I never had anything like this happen. As if we'd been chased out. Bloom only made it worse by firing the finger over his shoulder. Good God, how much would he change my life? Would it be worth it? He tilted his head, and his beauty hit me hard in the gut. It was shallow, maybe, but he was fucking hot, especially dressed in black. There was something about the way the color complemented his paleness. I'll keep trying, even if it's a waste of time. Even then, I don't believe you're wired to be a killing machine. Now, which car did you stuff my date in?
Chapter 15. Bloom.
The sobbing man I'd forced into the trunk of his car earlier clung to Logan, who'd freed him from the cramped space and cut the zip ties around his ankles and hands loose. I gritted my teeth at the too close contact. 1, 2, 3. I cracked my knuckles. Logan pushed the man away from him and held him by the shoulders at a distance when he tried to get closer again. Nicholas, get a hold of yourself.
He locked me in the car trunk. I've never been treated like this.
He clutched his chest. Dramatic much?
Oh, God, I thought he was going to kill me.
If he faints, Logan better not catch him. It might still happen if you don't stop grabbing the dock like that. He won't be able to save you. Nicholas paled and dropped the hand that had been clutching Logan's shirt. I smirked, ignoring Logan's scowl. Much better. Bloom, not helping. I shrugged. Did I have stupid stamped on my forehead? I didn't plan to help this guy into Logan's arms. It was only fair I warned him. I didn't take kindly to him getting too close to my man. I was being considerate. What I really wanted to do was stuff him back into the trunk and light a match.
Where's your phone?
Nicholas asked.
He broke mine. I need to call the police.
No police. Logan jerked his head to the right. It was just a misunderstanding. Right, Bloom?
Misunderstanding?
Nicholas gawked, his lips opening and closing. A choked sound escaped his throat as he stared at Logan in disbelief. He reminded me of a summer Crow had taken me fishing when I was around 16, and we caught a fish with big, bulging eyes. It looked so pathetic, flopping around, that I'd tossed it back into the water. If this Nicholas were a fish, I'd have left him on the dock. Look, this hasn't been a pleasant experience, but
of course it's not. Your little psycho boyfriend.
He jumped at the blade I brandished under his nose. Let him finish speaking. Bloom!
What? I glared. If I'd interrupted you, you would have called me rude. What's so special about him that you don't scold him? Did Logan like him after all? He's nothing special. I'm just trying to defuse the situation. And you're not helping. Go stand by your bike. I planted my feet firmly on the ground. I ain't going anywhere leaving you two alone. You'll be able to see us. I didn't budge. Logan's eyes narrowed to slits and his jaw hardened. Go stand next to your bike, Bloom. The soft authority in his tone was enough to raise the hairs at my nape. How was this fair? He didn't have to shout, didn't have to threaten me. His quiet words were always like strings to my puppet. I had to do whatever he wanted. If you let him touch you again, don't blame me for what I might do next. I stalked over to my motorcycle, hating every step I took away from him. Leaning against the cool body of the bike, I crossed my arms. The two fired words at each other I couldn't hear, no matter how much I cocked my ears. Where was the wind when I needed it? Nicholas's hand twitched, and I gritted my teeth. As the outstretched hand inched closer to Logan again, years of training kicked in. Every moment I'd familiarized myself with the weight and balance of my knife, every target I'd practiced on, all of it condensed into a singular point of focus. My muscles tensed, ready. Without a second thought, I drew my arm back and snapped it forward, releasing the knife. The weapon cut through the air, a whistle of deadly intent aimed not to harm, but to warn. The blade spun, a blur of motion perfectly aligned with the gap between Nicholas's outstretched hand and Logan. The knife found its mark, not in flesh, but in the ground a few feet away from them. The sound of impact was sharp, a distinct thud as the knife embedded shallowly, the handle vibrating slightly from the force before coming to a rest. Nicholas stopped his hand mid-air, mere inches from Logan, his eyes darting to the knife sticking out of the ground. Slowly, oh so slowly, he retracted his hand. He rushed to open his car door, trembling, and cast one last look at Logan and me, his eyes wide with fear. I relished it. Within seconds, tires screeched against the gravel and dust clouded the air as Nicholas hastily backed out of the parking lot. The car disappeared into the distance, leaving the echo of its engine behind. Good riddance. I picked up my knife, meeting Logan's eyes. His lips were pinched in a stern line. Now don't start with me. I warned him. What if you'd stabbed him? I laughed as I examined my blade for any defects, but it seemed solid. Why? Do you care about him? Not the way you're thinking, but as a human, yes. You're wasting your concern over people who don't matter. I wrapped my arms around his neck. Can we go home now? We are going home, right? Logan rubbed his nose against mine, making me smile. He wasn't too mad at me then. Yes, I was trying to talk Nicholas out of reporting you to the police. You just ruined that. He won't talk. How can you be so sure? Because he's too scared. For your sake, let's hope so. I tilted my head back. If I went to prison, would you visit me? No, he said without missing a beat. Scowling, I smacked him in the chest and stepped back. Why the fuck not? I'd be digging a tunnel to get you out. I wouldn't do anything to go to prison in the first place. If you want to be with me so badly, stay out of prison. You say it like I'm the only one who wants this relationship. I grumbled. When he said nothing, my chest rose and fell. Well? What? Didn't you hear me? Am I the only one who wants this relationship? Logan grinned and walked toward his car. Are you following me home or what? Damn him. He pulled out of the parking lot without me. I hurried to my motorcycle and hopped on. With a roar, the engine came to life beneath me. I ripped out of the lot, tires squealing. The wind whipped against my skin as I closed the distance between us, ducking low to gain more speed. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, Logan never once veered too far away from me. We stopped side by side at a red light, and Logan rolled his window down. He shouted something that got drowned out by the loud exhaust of a motorcycle that came to a screeching halt on my other side. Fuck, the other bike was a modern beast. Even as a sworn Harley rider, I could appreciate the sleek design and raw power of the Ducati. The rider raised his visor and gave me a once-over, his eyes lingering a bit too long for my liking. He threw me a smug grin.
"Nice ride,"
he called. Did he mean me or the bike?
"Want a race?"
The fuck was up with this idiot? Over the roar of the engine, Logan was shouting at me.
"Why aren't you—"
The asshole next to me throttled his bike, the motor rumbling in a loud taunt as if daring me to accept his challenge. The lights were still red, but his fingers were twitching restlessly on the handles. "What's that?" I asked Logan.
"Ignore him."
Hard to do that when he's being an annoying prick. The traffic light turned green.
"Pussy!"
The rider yelled at me as he surged forward. I gritted my teeth. It was juvenile to take offense to his words, but the part of me that loved a good challenge and wanted to teach him a lesson urged me forward.
"Bloom!"
Logan's voice was lost to the wind as I sped up, rushing down the road after the retreating figure of my unwanted rival. The wind roared past my ears, and the city lights blurred into long streaks of colors as I zoomed past them. My pulse pounded in sync with the engine while adrenaline flowed through my veins. With every passing second, I got closer and closer to the fool who had challenged me. He beckoned at me with one hand. I gunned the bike, determined not to let him win. The bike surged beneath me, the engine growling thunderously. Something about the weightless feeling of speed, of the danger it carried, made me feel more alive than anything else. I twisted the throttle harder. The bike let out a monstrous roar as I shot forward with a burst of speed so powerful it felt as though I was being catapulted through space and time. The smooth asphalt turned into a blur beneath my wheels as I matched his speed and then some. The world around me warped, colors meshing into a whirl of lights. With the adrenaline crashing through my veins, everything seemed surreal, like some high-speed dream from which I didn't want to wake up. With one final burst of speed I pulled from the guts of my Harley, I rushed ahead of him. I flashed the asshole my middle finger, grabbed both handlebars again, and raised the front wheel off the ground in a triumphant wheelie. The rider turned left at the intersection. The victory was sweet, and the taste of triumph lingered. I'd lost Logan somewhere behind me. Fuck, he was going to be upset. I was close to his house, so I rode on, the adrenaline still pumping through my veins. As his house came into view, my stomach nodded. This was the night. If Logan wanted me, I would give him everything. I wanted to experience everything with him. I parked at the side of the driveway, climbed the gate and straddled it, waiting for him. A bead of sweat trickled down my face from more than the high-speed, reckless chase. What would happen when Logan arrived? I heard his car engine long before I saw him. He inched up the driveway, and the gates slowly opened. I lost my balance, but steadied myself just in time. Logan's car rolled to a stop. I jumped off the gate and landed with a soft thud on the driveway. At least my thigh doesn't hurt anymore. The car door opened and Logan stepped out. He slammed the door shut so hard I winced. What the hell were you thinking? How could you be so reckless? And riding without a helmet? I won! I crowed in delight. His bike was better, but I let him eat my dust. Isn't that... Logan stalked to me, grabbed me around the waist, and threw me over his shoulder. I gasped and clung to him. Logan! I kicked my legs in an undignified manner for an enforcer of a biker club. If my brothers saw me, they would laugh at me to death. Put me down! You never listen, so why should I? He carried me to the front door and led us inside. Without missing a beat, he climbed the stairs with me, still slung over his shoulders like a sack of potatoes. Each step resonated through the silent house, accentuating the stillness of the late hour. He pushed open a door with his shoulder and walked in. I froze. The last time I'd been in this room had been a disaster. We'd ended up in his closet. I still had no idea what I had done or said during my night terror. His bed was free of clothes, so I assumed he'd hung them back in the closet. I was the only misfit. Logan set me on the bed. He loomed over me, jaw clenched and nostrils flaring. He was seriously mad. I am beyond furious with you and your behavior tonight. Images flashed through my mind and I winced.
Look what you did, you mangy mutt.
A face presses so close to mine I can smell the rancid breath.
It's already November, Ellen. You said you'd find a buyer for the run. I'm giving you till the end of the month to get rid of him.
Pain flares up my side, and I cry out as a boot connects with my head.
It's November. It's November.
Bloom?
Bloom. Can you hear me?
I flinched, my breath hitching as his voice pulled me from the recesses of my dark memories. Logan was kneeling before me, his face etched with concern.
Bloom, talk to me.
He cradled my cheek in his hand, stroking his thumb over my jawline. My words were trapped in that little boy's head as I fought to ground myself in the present. I'm Bloom, no longer that mute little boy. I'm Bloom. I'm Bloom.
Bloom.
I threw myself at Logan, and he caught my trembling body as I knocked him over onto his ass on the floor. Logan wrapped his arms around me, tucking my head under his chin. I closed my eyes, pathetic whimpers I loathed coming from me, yet I couldn't stop them. Say something to him. He slipped a hand beneath my shirt and rubbed my back over the scar tissues hidden by my tattoos.
It's okay,
he said.
You don't have to say anything. Take as long as you need, you're safe. No one's going to hurt you. I promise.
I squeezed my eyes tightly closed and buried myself farther into his embrace. His warmth enveloped me like a protective shield, keeping away the ghosts of my past who threatened to pull me under again. For a long time, we sat together on the floor, me clinging to him and him letting me. Several times I tried to speak, but my throat was too tight. Drained from the turmoil of emotions, I sagged against him, broken and hating myself for being so weak. A growl rumbled from Logan's stomach. I raised my head, but he pushed it back gently to his chest.
You're hungry, I croaked. I won't die. This is more important.
The urge to flee like I'd done that morning was strong. But what had that gotten me? Logan finding himself another man? I wouldn't let that happen again. He was my new Crow. No, Logan was more. I'd never felt this way about Crow. Logan made me feel more than safe. He made me feel like I belonged. I'm sorry I freaked out over nothing.
But it's not over nothing, is it? Do you want to talk about it?
I chewed my bottom lip. The images were vague and they were never concrete memories.
It's okay. You don't have to.
They were memories. You looked so angry I thought you were going to smack me.
Yes, I was angry, but Bloom, I'd never smack you.
Not even if I deserve it?
No one deserves to be abused.
He tilted my chin and placed his lips on mine.
And sure as hell not you. Not on my watch. Now, if we're having sex and you wanted me to spank your ass, I'd do that in a heartbeat.
What's the difference?
The difference is that you control whether it happens or not. If you don't want to, I won't. But some people get off on that kind of sexual pain. But only if you want to. You're in control of everything that happens between us. And that's why I don't do relationships, Bloom.
I don't give that sort of power to anyone. But you can have as much as you need to feel safe. With me. Chapter 16. Logan. Bloom's lips trembled under mine as I kissed him lightly. Although the old scars littering his back could no longer hurt physically, I framed his small back gently with my hands. His tattoos might have hidden them, but while caressing his skin earlier, I'd felt the raised flesh beneath my fingertips. He might have covered up that pain, but from the way he'd reacted to my anger, it was clear his past still haunted him, still whispered its dark secrets into his dreams, still etched its scars on the canvas of his soul. I pulled back, but Bloom uttered a cry of protest, shifted on my lap, and cupped my face so he could continue kissing me. I groaned, clenching my fists to prevent my hands from wandering down to grope his ass, which was nestled over my cock, which didn't seem to understand that tonight wasn't the night for sex. Bloom didn't seem to understand that either. His excited little pants echoed in the quiet room, stirring a primal desire within me to tumble him to the floor and sink my cock into him. When he shoved his tongue into my mouth and rubbed alongside mine, I jerked my head back as if stung. Stung by the reality of how much I wanted him. My hands ached to stroke bare flesh and not solely to soothe him. "What's wrong?" Bloom reached for a button on my shirt, tugged, but found it difficult to open. "Why aren't you touching me anymore? I love it when your hands are on me." "I don't think we should do this tonight." "Why not? Don't you want to?" He plucked a knife from his pocket, unsheathed it, and sliced the blade through the front of my shirt. Buttons flew everywhere, falling like metallic raindrops onto the carpet. He moved so swiftly I had no chance to object. Just a moment ago, "I don't want to think about it. I just want you, Logan. You're not going to turn me down, are you?" Damn, but when he was looking at me like that and caressing my chest, his fingertips grazing down my exposed skin with a feather-light touch, how could I resist him? I cupped his cheek. "Bloom, there's no turning back once we—" He slammed his mouth on me, making his position on tonight clear. "I feel like I've been chasing you for a long time. Let it end here, tonight. Please. I want to know all of you." He trailed his hand down to the front of my pants and pressed against my hard-on. "I want you to put your cock inside my ass and make me yours." I captured his lips with mine. "Oh, Bloom, I don't need to do that for you to be mine. I've tried to resist it, but you've been mine since the day you started following me around like a bag of trouble bursting at the seams." I picked him up in my arms and lay him on the bed, then shrugged off my ruined shirt and dangled the rag in front of him. "Look what you did. You owe me one for this." "Owe you?" Bloom yanked his shirt over his head, exposing a lean torso and a trail of inky tattoos dancing down to the waist of his black camo pants. His eyes sparkled with mischief as he tossed the shirt aside. Whatever he had been thinking about earlier, he seemed to have forgotten it. "You'll find I'm more than capable of repaying my debts, Logan. What do you think? Is this repayment enough?" He unhooked the chains from his pants and shoved them down his narrow hips. His sleek muscles demanded to be touched, each dip and curve so inviting. My throat felt parched as his cock, hard and wanting, sprung free. "Well?" Bloom cupped his cock and stroked himself, a smirk on his lips. "I think I may end up owing you." "Yeah? So do I measure up to the other guys?" He peeked up at me from under his long, thick lashes. "What other guys?" "There were other guys. Guys like Nicholas." Frowning, I unbuckled my pants, placed one knee on the mattress, and hovered my face close to his. His indrawn breath was a sharp hitch in the otherwise silent room. "I don't think about other guys when I'm with you." I brought a hand up to stroke his cheek, my gaze never leaving his. "There's only you,
You don't need to be jealous. Anyone else I've been with was nothing more than to scratch an itch.
But I still am. I don't want anybody to touch you the way I do. You have to make it up to me.
Silly boy. I pressed my lips from his forehead to his nose, everywhere but his lips. You're aware I've been sexually active before you were born. Fuck, saying it out loud hit home how much younger he was. Was I really going to do this? He wrapped his arms around my neck.
I don't care. From now on, you can't fuck anyone else. If you're in the mood, I want you to use me, wherever and whenever you want me.
I groaned. Bloom, you don't want to tell anyone that. Not even me.
Why not? I mean every word. You're the only person I'd ever lie with.
You only say that now because you haven't slept with anyone else. Later, you may want to explore.
I won't, he said sharply. Logan, when I joined the MC, I made a pact with my brothers. You're the only man who could ever make me break it. That's how much you mean to me.
His words weighed heavily like a responsibility months ago I wouldn't have wanted to bear. What did it say about me that I understood, that I even craved his dedication to me? I might be a doctor who dealt with physical injuries, but I understood enough to know this sort of relationship I was embarking on with Bloom was anything but healthy. Stay there. I got off the bed and disappeared into the bathroom. A few minutes later, I returned and scooped him up from the bed.
What are you doing?
If we're going to do this, I want you to enjoy it.
Don't people always enjoy it?
No. If it's not done right, it can be painful, messy, and tough on your body. A little tension crept into his eyes, but he didn't pull away.
And you know how to do it, right?
I do.
I'm not sure what you want me to do.
That's what I am here for. In the bathroom, I prepared his enema. Apprehension sketched itself across his face as he watched my every move. I poured warm water into the bag, attached the long tube to it, and carefully lubricated the tip.
Is that going inside me?
Bloom pointed toward the bag with a trembling finger. Yes. My gaze softened at the way he shuffled back, but I promise you, I won't let it hurt you.
Okay.
His voice was barely a whisper, but it was full of trust. The kind of trust that made my heart ache, never to let him down. I plied him with kisses to get him relaxed, then as gently as possible, inserted the nozzle into him and released the water slowly. To keep his mind off what was happening, I maintained eye contact, offering reassuring smiles and gentle touches on his knee. When we finished, he shuddered, visibly relieved it was over.
That wasn't too bad. Now you can fuck me.
I chuckled. Not yet, but we can do stuff that leads up to it.
How long will we have to wait?
At least 30 minutes. His eyes bugged wide.
Are you playing with me? I don't recall any of my brothers doing this.
This is something intimate. Most people don't talk about.
But what are we going to do for 30 minutes?
I turned the shower on and checked the temperature. You tell me when we're done, if the wait was worth it. I stripped off my pants and stepped under the spray. Bloom came in after me. I adjusted the waterfall head to cascade warm water over our bodies, the steam lightly fogging up the clear glass of the shower cabin. How's your thigh?
Barely hurts.
If it still does, I can give you something for it. He shook his head.
The pills make me fuzzy. I already have to take so many.
I was just glad he took his pills. Anything that helped him to cope with the demons he fought daily. I picked up the shower gel and lathered up my hands, producing a thick foam. Bloom watched me, his eyes wide and curious.
What now?
He asked. Now, I'm going to wash you. His breath hitched at my warm, foamy hands moving over his chest. Let me take care of you tonight.
He closed his eyes as I worked the soap over his chest and arms, down to his belly and lower, washing away any lingering tension. His muscles relaxed under my touch, and he surrendered to the sensation. I took my time, making sure every part of him was clean and prepared for what was to come. Occasionally, he let out soft moans as I massaged his shoulders or ran my fingers through the hair on his chest. His moans were music to my ears, confirming that he was enjoying and trusting me with his body. After scrubbing him thoroughly, I picked up the handheld shower head and rinsed him off. The warm water cascaded over his body in slow rivulets, washing away the suds and leaving his skin glistening wet.
"Logan,"
he moaned.
"I'm so hard. Will you suck me off like you did that night?"
"Is that what you want?" He nodded.
"I really liked it. You know, I once saw one of the twins sucking his brother's cock, and I couldn't understand what was to like about doing that.
And now?
Now I do. I think about your mouth on me all the time."
Good. I went down on my knees and, wrapping my hands around Bloom's slender thighs, took the head of his cock into my mouth. He gasped, clutching my hair. His pulse quickened under my hands, and his breath hitched in his throat. His eyes, bright with desire, watched me as I pleasured him. I took him deeper until the heat and hardness of him hit my tongue. His taste was intoxicating, salty and sweet. A mix of soft moans and whispered curses escaped him. Releasing Bloom, I raised his cock, licked down the prominent vein to his balls, and took each one into my mouth, gently sucking before popping them out. He trembled under my touch, his breath coming in sharp gasps. I returned to his engorged head, swirling my tongue around the ridge and sucking him deep into my mouth, bobbing my head rhythmically. With one hand wrapped around the base of his member, I roamed over his wet skin with the other, tracing the muscles of his abdomen and chest.
"Logan, please don't stop. Don't ever stop."
Bloom bucked forward a bit, pressing his cock farther down my throat. A growl rumbled deep in his chest, and his fingers tightened on my scalp.
"Logan,"
he moaned as if struggling with something. I eased off him, and he collapsed against the glass, his back shaking. I kissed his thigh, his hip. His glutes hardened at my first touch of his bare ass. "Relax. Trust me." I pressed kisses along his round ass while I moved my hands in comforting circles on his lower back, dipping my fingers into the inviting valley between his cheeks. Bloom sucked in a sharp breath as my touch wandered closer and closer to his opening. "You're doing so good," I said. "Don't tense up on me, sweetheart. I want to taste you, right here." He pressed himself against the cool glass, but I only moved forward, spreading him open.
"Logan, what are you doing?"
"I'm gonna make love to you. Look at that pretty pink asshole. So damn tight. Is this all mine?" When he didn't answer, I squeezed his cheeks harder. "Is it?"
"Yes."
"You're not going shy on me, are you, Bloom? No need for that. You tell me whatever you're thinking."
"I'm thinking, should you be doing that?"
"Doing what? This?" I pressed my mouth against him, teasing him with my tongue. His gasp echoed through the bathroom and his knees buckled, but he firmed his stance, arching his back and widening his legs.
"Oh, fucking Satan."
Taking cues from his loud cries, I lapped at him while his muscles fluttered against my tongue. He was too tight for me to penetrate him with my tongue, and that only made my dick harder.
"Logan,"
he gasped out, reaching one hand back to grasp my hair. I ignored the twinge of pain and continued my assault on his sensitive flesh. His mules of pleasure fueled me. He was soft here. His vulnerability laid bare for me to explore. I relished it, pushing deeper with my tongue as his body opened readily for me. A quake ran through him, signaling his impending release, and I pulled away. Not yet. I brushed 2 fingers over his hole, petting him where I would be before the night ended. I bit his cheek. Beautiful. So fucking perfect. I rubbed my face over his cheeks, licking and nipping. When I pulled back, his ass was bruised all over. I traced the pink imprints of my mouth on his skin. He shuddered beneath me. I stood and kissed where his neck met his shoulder. He tilted his head back, and I took his lips with mine while I pinched his and pressed the other hand against his hole. Let's go. Bloom followed me out of the shower as I opened the medicine cabinet and searched for lube. His arms came around me, and he kissed the center of my back. I like being naked with you, Logan. I groaned. Oh, believe me, the feeling's mutual. I hastily toweled us both dry, and we returned to the bedroom. Bloom shoved me onto my back and straddled me. He looked down at me, his lips slightly parted, his desire mirrored in his deep green eyes. His skin was still damp, glistening in the soft light of the bedside lamps. You're so fucking beautiful, I murmured, tracing his ribs, cupping his waist, and pulling him closer. Come sit on my face, and make it your chair. He was a fast learner, and knew exactly what he wanted. He braced his hands on the headboard and lowered his ass over my face. I brushed my fingers along the inside of his thighs, his muscles tensing under my touch. He jumped when my other hand found its way to his cheeks again and spread him apart. I pressed my tongue against him and licked a sweet line from his hole to his taint. Some things were instinct after all. He moved his hips, grinding his hole down on my tongue. Oh, Logan, I never knew this would feel so good. I don't want you to stop. His vulnerability, his raw honesty, was a drug I was hooked on. I urged him down harder against my mouth, spinning him farther into ecstasy as my tongue worked its magic. Chapter 17. Bloom. Sticking your tongue up somebody's ass was something I would never have thought to hold any appeal, but fuck almighty, Logan did it so well. He turned me into one of those femboys the Reapers dated, gasping and gyrating on his face like I was a pole dancer. Not that I believed in any of that, but yeah, he worked that tongue across my sensitive skin, making me feel sensations I never thought possible. How could I be embarrassed at something that felt so good? I was getting high off his mouth pressed to my hole. I balanced on my arms and rode his tongue until, for the 3rd time that night, a coiled spring tightened in my belly, and just as he did all the other times, Logan backed off, turning us over so I was under him. My frustration in not coming was lost in his frenzied kiss as he devoured my mouth, his tongue dancing a wild tango with mine. He slid his hands down my body, leaving fireworks in their wake that only intensified when he reached my throbbing hardness. His grip was firm, sending a delicious shiver up my spine. His other hand was exploring my chest, pinching and lightly twisting the jeweled-studded nubs that begged for attention I didn't even know they needed. How he knew so much about my body that I didn't blew my mind. Logan kissed my neck, panting against me as if in pain. Logan? Need a minute. When the time passed, he raised his head, looking almost embarrassed. Sorry. It's hard touching you like this. It is? Yes. All I want is to be inside you. But not yet. We still have to prep you. I didn't understand a word of what he had said. Except for that one time I'd walked in on Crow and Max, I never saw my brothers having sex with their boyfriends. The moments I'd glimpsed them fucking some rando, they'd never seemed to be as attentive as Logan. I'd never been that interested in sex to pay any attention to the details, but apparently prepping meant lube. Lots and lots of lube. Logan shoved a pillow beneath my hips.
Ready?
I nodded, but I wasn't sure. His fingertips touched my hole, and I blew out a breath and jerked my hips up. My legs shook.
I have to prep you, Bloom. Remember what we talked about? That there's a way to make you enjoy it. This is that way.
Oh. Slowly, I dropped my hips back to the pillow. He circled my hole for a few seconds, and then poked a finger inside my ass. It felt funny, and I made a face. How was I supposed to enjoy this?
Trust me,
Logan said, as if reading my mind. He moved with patience, allowing me to adjust to the foreign sensation. So this was what all the boys enjoyed? But why? More and more I wanted to call off the whole thing, until Logan pressed another finger inside me. My eyes flew open wide. The sharp sting opened up a world of sensations. It was more than discomfort. The way he stretched me with his fingers, twisting and plunging them inside me, left me gasping. The niggling pain turned into a warm pressure, and soon the rhythm of his patient fingers was all I could focus on. More, I begged. From the look in his eyes, he was getting as much pleasure from this as I was. With his other hand, he trailed a path of heat along my ribs and up my chest. My breath hitched, but I tried not to let any sound escape my lips. Logan noticed anyway.
Are you okay?
He stopped moving his fingers. No, don't stop. A smirk appeared on his lips, and he added another finger, stretching me even more. This time, there was no pain, but budding anticipation. With every thrust of his fingers, my body tensed and then relaxed again. He stretched me wider and wider, and with each movement, the pleasure increased. He curved his fingers, which hit a spot within me that sent off fireworks. It was like nothing I had ever experienced. A hot rush of pleasure so intense my head spun.
I think you're ready now.
Logan lubed his dick, shifted between my thighs, and pushed the head of his cock against my hole. Even after having 3 fingers, he seemed different. Huge.
When I enter, I want you to bear down. It may feel uncomfortable at first, but I swear it'll get better, just like my fingers. I'll go slow. Give you time to adjust.
I trust you. With a slow, deliberate movement, Logan pressed, refusing to relent when he encountered resisting muscles. The head popped in, and it slipped inside my body. Logan was really mine. He was in me. The realization filled me with renewed courage. I inhaled deeply, bit my lower lip, and bore down as he had instructed. Even so, only a few inches of his length found its way into my body. I wanted him all. Grabbing Logan's hips, I tilted mine as I pulled him forward. He tore past my tightness, the rest of him sliding inside me, filling me to the brim. Shit, I hadn't expected that.
Fuck. Baby, are you okay?
I clutched his back tightly, digging my fingers into his skin.
Yes. Fuck me.
But he kissed me instead, letting my body adjust around him. He coiled his tongue around me and strummed my nipples with his fingers until I was gasping and moving impatiently against him. He kissed my neck, licking and sucking on the skin. I grabbed his ass cheek.
Do it, Logan.
He withdrew slightly and pushed back in. A gasp escaped me as shudders rippled through my body and goosebumps dotted my arms.
Baby.
Logan groaned. He was breathing hard and had his eyes closed.
Baby. Baby.
I'd never expected or wanted to have a man call me baby. But coming from Logan, it made me feel seen, cherished, soft. And who knew being soft was a good thing? Our bodies moved in sync, each thrust better than the last. He fucked me through deep kisses that soon became nothing more than our mingled breathing and cries. Seconds turned into minutes, and he quickened his pace as though testing me to see my reaction. I raked my nails down his back. Harder. I want more of you in me. His movements became more forceful, his grip on my hips tightening as he plunged deeper inside me, although I got the sense he was still holding back. Probably not a bad idea, considering how wrecked I already felt taking him to the hilt. I pulled my knees up to my chest, whimpering as sweat dripped from Logan's forehead onto my chest. The bed squeaked under the force of our movements. Oh, fuck. It burned. How was it possible to feel sore and ecstasy in the same place? Every pained gasp was transformed into a low moan, every moment of discomfort overshadowed by immense pleasure. The room was filled with the sounds of our labored breathing, the wet slap of skin on skin, the occasional creak of the bed, and my cussing. Can't last longer, Bloom. Logan took hold of my cock and stroked me. I need you to come before I do. The dual sensations of him working my dick with his hand and my hole with his cock sent waves crashing through me. As he pumped into me, I bucked my hips wildly, matching his powerful thrusts. Each stroke hit that spot, igniting my skin as if every nerve in my body had been fired up, every muscle tensed in response to the electrifying pulses that were quickly building in intensity. My muscles clamped down around him with each stroke while jolts of pure pleasure coursed through me. My body tightened like a drawn bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. A guttural cry tore from my throat, my breath came out in hot bursts, and my vision blurred. Logan's thrusts became more erratic as he chased after me, his lips trailing wet kisses down my jawline and a path that ended at my earlobe. His warm breath tickled my skin as he murmured my name over and over in a lust-filled mantra. Oh, fuck. I don't know how much of this I can take. Just as I pressed a hand to his stomach to get him to stop, he groaned, filling me to the hilt and coming inside me. He collapsed on top of me, his body shuddering against mine. Now that he was no longer working my sore hole, I didn't want him to leave my body. Ever. As Logan's breathing slowed to normal, he gently pulled himself out and lay next to me. He slipped a hand between my cheeks and tenderly explored me back there. I hissed and pushed at his hand.
Did you enjoy it?
He asked. It was incredible. I sighed and rolled into his arms. The way he held me against him might even be better than the sex.
I'm glad.
We can do that as often as we want, right? Logan brushed a lock of hair out of my eyes and kissed my forehead. His chuckle was deep and warm, vibrating through me.
Aren't you sore?
He asked. Well, yeah. We can do it more when your body can handle more.
This was already intense for a first time.
Heat filled my face at the reminder of how I almost stopped him before he came. He was right that I was sore. His stomach growled loudly, and a laugh bubbled up from him. You need food.
I do. I never had a chance to eat dinner because someone got us kicked out of the restaurant.
Not true. We left. He kissed my lips and got out of bed. I started to rise, every movement a literal pain in my ass, but he eased me back down to lie.
No, you stay. I'll bring you some pills to dull the pain, and also something to eat. Would you like that?
A sudden shyness came over me. He was making me feel all soft again. My stomach flipped at the tender way he looked at me, really looked at me, like I was his.
Bloom.
He swallowed, Adam's apple bobbing, then shook his head and smiled.
I'll also turn the hot tub on later. It'll help, I promise.
And of course, I believed him. I would always believe him. Chapter 18. Logan.
My arm sliced through the water, each stroke pushing me farther in the expansive indoor pool. The surface rippled and shimmered, a cool embrace against my skin. Above me, the morning sunlight filtered through the towering windows, spilling golden beams that danced across the surface. The silence was broken only by the gentle splash of my strokes and the distant echo of water lapping against the pool's edges. It was like I was in my own world, a serene bubble where the chaos of the outside couldn't reach me. And in that world, I could think. Of last night, of Bloom, of how naive yet responsive he had been in bed. Sleeping with him was even better than I'd thought. I'd always known he would be amazing in bed. He was too wild, aggressive, and expressive to be anything else. But the connection I'd felt to him last night had been startling and terrifying because I was in too deep. Despite my medical background and knowing he wasn't in danger, last night when he'd been locked inside his head, unable to vocalize his thoughts, I'd been scared for him. His parents had done a number on him. With all the tragedy he'd experienced in his young life, how could I have so selfishly dragged him into my mess? I knew Bloom. After sleeping with him, there was no going back. He'd already acted territorial, and he would only get worse. What if one day I had to disappear without a trace? How could I leave him behind? I sank deeper into the water, welcoming the numbing cold that engulfed me whole. The silence beneath was comforting, a temporary refuge from the storm brewing inside me. But as soon as I resurfaced, the reality hit me again with an overwhelming intensity. I might unintentionally become one of the people who hurt him most. With renewed vigor, I plunged back into my strokes, going as fast as possible. My arms grew heavy, my muscles burning with exertion, but I didn't slow down. With every sharp turn, the water slapped against my face, the shock of cold serving as a stark reminder of what was at stake. I couldn't run from it, couldn't pretend it didn't exist. I have no business getting involved with him. Gasping for breath, I swam toward the edge and gripped it as if it were my anchor. Wow, you're an amazing swimmer. I wiped the water from my eyes. Bloom, wearing one of my long-sleeve shirts with only half the buttons done, sat on the edge a few feet away, his legs dangling over the water but not touching it. He looked relaxed, a mischievous smile on his lips. He leaned back, face tilted and his black locks tumbling down his back. The sun framed his face with an ethereal light. For a moment, I forgot everything else. He's the most beautiful boy I've ever seen. And he's mine. You're looking at me funny. I blinked and inched over to him, swimming between his legs. He was calm this morning. Last night I'd been worried that I was too rough with him, but the time we'd spent in the hot tub seemed to have soothed his achy muscles. Just thinking. About what? How beautiful you are. Bloom sat up straight, his eyes shifting, uncertain. Really? Yes. How beautiful. I smiled at his childishness. It's not enough for me to tell you you're beautiful. He shook his head. You know what I want to hear. That mind of yours is too complex for me to know that. Why don't you tell me? I want you to tell me that I'm more beautiful than... I groaned. Don't even say it. Nicholas. He spat the name out like it was poison on his tongue. His gaze bore into mine, dark and demanding. Yes, you are more beautiful than Nicholas, without a doubt. Tell me more. I laughed. Bloom, what is it you want from me? Tell me I'm the most beautiful guy you've ever slept with. You are. I ran my hands up his thighs, unable to resist teasing him. But who knows? Maybe in the future. In the future I'll cut off your balls, that's what. He lashed a foot out at me, and I almost sank as hard as I was laughing. I swam away from him. You'll have to catch me first. Don't think because I can't swim I won't come in after you. He couldn't swim? Ah, well, I inched closer to him to taunt him some more. How are you going to reach my balls, Bloom? If you want them as a trophy, you'll have to... He scrambled to his feet and jumped, aiming right at my head.
I swam away in a quick burst of energy, barely dodging his incoming body crash. Had he been joking when he said he couldn't swim? Bloom stared at me with wide eyes and disappeared underwater. He shot back to the surface, arms flailing. "You're going to have to do better than that to fool me." Bloom splashed more water at me, his panic-stricken face barely above the surface. "I'm not fooling. I can't swim." Did he expect me to believe him? Who jumped into a pool when they couldn't swim? Not even he would be that foolish. He held my gaze for a moment, but then he spit out a spurt of water and sank again, and didn't resurface. The water rippled where he had been, then went still. But then again, he's the same guy who stabbed himself in the thigh just so I could give him medical attention. Is there anything he wouldn't do? My heart pounded in my ears, and I stopped laughing. "Bloom?" I called, but there was no response. "This is no longer funny." Bubbles floated up where he had disappeared. "Damn," I muttered, diving underwater in search of him. Swimming as fast as possible, I finally reached him. He looked almost peaceful, with his long dark hair floating like tendrils of ink. Shit, he truly couldn't swim. I hooked my arm around his chest and kicked hard to propel us back to the surface. With a gasp, we emerged from the water, and the world righted itself. I dragged Bloom over to the edge of the pool and helped him out, then climbed out after him. Bloom coughed violently, spewing water from his lungs. His skin was pale beneath the sheen of wet droplets clinging to it. My hands shook as I touched his face. "Are you trying to kill yourself?" I snapped, but I regretted my harsh words as soon as they left my lips. "Why are you always so reckless? Doesn't it matter to you how devastated I would be if I lost you?" "You said, for fuck's sake, Bloom. You're the only one I constantly think about. When will you get that through your thick skull? I don't give a damn about anyone else, only you. How can there be anyone else after you? Do you understand?" He nodded weakly and climbed me with his arms and legs wrapped around me. His chest rose and fell erratically, and his heartbeat hammered against my chest. I tightened my grip around him. "Do you think I'm crazy?" he whispered. "No. I think you're impulsive and reckless because you don't value your life. I need to give those bikers a piece of my mind for raising you that way." "My death won't mean anything. There's not even any record of my birth. No one would know I existed." "Your brothers do. They care about you, though they piss me off for what they've gotten you into." "Yeah, but with them it's different. In our way of life, death is just a part of it. They'd miss me, but move on." "But what about me?" I stroked his damp hair away from his face. "I was so angry last night when you rode off recklessly because I was afraid you'd crash and die. We've just begun. I haven't had enough time with you yet. The way I feel about you, the time I'll spend with you, will never seem enough. So you're not allowed to be so reckless again, do you hear me?" "Logan," he placed his chin on my shoulder. "Do you really care about me?" My throat clogged up, and tender words I hadn't spoken in 10 years couldn't come. Not because I didn't care about him, not because I didn't love him. People I knew had died because I cared about them. "Let's get you into dry clothes." "Logan, why are you avoiding the question? You led me to believe you didn't care about me all this time, but you just told me you'd miss me if I died. Why won't you ever be straight with me?" "I acted the way I did because I thought it was better for you not to be involved with me." "And now?" "We'll see. Let go." "No. I'm just taking you back to the bedroom so you can put on something dry. I'm still not letting go." He tightened his grip on me. Sighing, I got to my feet with him wrapped around me. Dripping water, I carried him through the house. We were at the foot of the stairs when the doorbell rang. I frowned. No one came to my home. Bloom was the first person I'd brought here with me. "Get down so I can answer the door." "Nope." "Bloom, you're killing me." "No, I'm loving you." My stomach fluttered at the sweet words.
I'd never have expected someone so dark to be so affectionate. He tightened his arms around me as if afraid I'd slip away. If you catch a cold because you're stubborn, I won't be happy. I'm warm enough. The intercom buzzed again. I pressed the button. Who's there? A voice crackled over the speaker. It's Crow. I see Bloom's motorcycle is here, so don't bother telling me he's not with you. Bloom went stiff and shook his head. Pressing his lips close to my ear, he whispered, Deny it. He'll be upset if he knows we slept together. I frowned. What I did with Bloom was none of the biker's business. I had a few choice words I wanted to say to him anyway. Come on up. I punched in the code to open the gates and the front door. A motorcycle engine rumbled up the driveway, and with the flurry of dust and rubber, Crow was at the door before I could convince Bloom to get down. The biker removed his helmet, looking imposing with his incredible height and the hard lines of his jaw. Bloom hid his face in my neck. Pretend I'm not here. I rolled my eyes. If you'd bothered to get down and put clothes on, I could have done that. Crow's gaze was disapproving as he climbed the steps. You didn't come home last night. Bloom remained silent. That's not how your selective mutism works, you frustrating little shit. Watch your language. Don't call him that. No wonder he has low self-esteem. You don't know shit about us. So keep your opinion to yourself. I gritted my teeth. I was sure he had multiple weapons on him, but did I give a fuck? The way he talked to Bloom didn't sit well with me. This was the man who had raised him, albeit incompetently, given the way Bloom reacted to things. Look, you can rule the world when you're on the other side of that gate, but once you set foot on my property, you do what I say. This is my territory, which includes him. You either accept it, or get the hell out. The silence that followed was deafening. Crow stared at me, his icy blue gaze intense. His lips shifted into a crooked smirk, a sign of amusement, perhaps. He looked at Bloom, then back at me. Count your lucky stars, he said, his voice gruff but steady. That little speech might have saved your life. I don't care if you're affiliated with the Grim Reapers. If you hurt a hair on Bloom's head, I'll be the one reading your last rites. So, he cared about Bloom despite his rough demeanor and ignorant approach to raising the boy. I stepped aside. You can come in. Bloom groaned. I thought you were going to send him away. You shush. I'm not ready to deal with you yet. Crow entered the hall and I closed the door. Oh? I raised my eyebrow. He knows the rules. We need to know where he is, yet he spent the night out without telling any of us. Crow heaved a sigh and ran his fingers through his hair. Bloom, will you get off the man for 1 second so I can talk to him? No! I squeezed his ass, ignoring the way the biker's nostrils flared. Be a good boy and do what you're told. Go put some clothes on. That's not fair! He pouted but shimmied down my body. You better not hurt him, Crow. Or else what? You gonna knife the man who saved you to protect your lover? Crow clicked his tongue as though amused. You'd make me choose? A soft expression crossed Crow's face. My stomach churned at the way this hardened killer looked at Bloom with such tender possessiveness. Years of history were between them. This was the man Bloom was attached to the most, and the realization planted seeds of jealousy that squeezed my gut and wrung out every breath from my lungs. You don't have to worry about him, Crow said. I can tell you care about him, so as much as I still think you're not ready, I won't touch a hair on his head. Yes. Bloom flew at Crow and wrapped his arms and legs around the man like he'd held on to me. A volatile heat ignited beneath my skin at their too intimate interaction. Bloom always stayed a mile away from others. He hated people, except for me, and apparently this man he was hanging on to while practically naked. Bloom, I think your worry was misplaced. The biker set Bloom on his feet. You keep holding on to me like that and your doctor's going to lose his cool and nail my head against the wall as an example to all other men who get too close to you.
Bloom's eyebrows knitted, clearly missing Crow's point. What do you mean? Go put clothes on, I said gently. He nodded with a smile and rushed up the stairs, giving me a perfect view of his pert ass cheeks. With the wet shirt he had on, everything was on display. I snapped my head around to see if Crow was watching, but he looked at me, then dropped his gaze to my swimming trunks. I'd offer you some coffee, I said, but I haven't made it to the kitchen yet. I'm not fond of coffee anyway, but I'll take a beer if you have any. Unfortunately, I don't. Iced tea? He shrugged. Fine. We moved to the kitchen. Crow glanced around while I poured him a glass and handed him the iced tea. I got the coffee machine started, then leaned against the counter, arms folded. Nice, expensive-looking place you got here, he said. I'm sure you didn't come all this way to compliment me on my taste in houses. Crow shook his head. Who would have thought you would be Bloom's type? He even listens to you. I can't get through to him lately. What is this visit about? All right, let's cut to the chase. What do you want with Bloom? Well, obviously, I can see your interest in him is sexual, but he doesn't have much experience. It might take that interest to mean more. I'm here to see he doesn't get hurt. Rest assured, I have no intention of hurting him. But I might anyway. I don't think you're understanding what's at stake here, Doc. Bloom's crazy about you. And I feel the same way about him. No, you don't. He rose to his feet. You have no idea what that boy is like. He has an attachment disorder, which makes it difficult for him to connect with others. But when he does, it becomes an obsession. He'll have an irrational fear of losing you, which makes him do extreme things to ensure he doesn't lose you. You think him clinging to you and refusing to let go is bad? It's just the beginning. I held his gaze, even though a chill ran down my spine. Is that all? He will hurt you and the people close to you who he thinks take your attention away from him. How much has he told you about his past? Not much. But I understand he was abused as a child. Abused seems such a light word compared to what his parents did to him. The state doesn't even know he exists. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists. And you never sought to correct that. You just let him grow up without an identity? Crow's eyes flashed. I did what was best for him. How is it best for him to not belong anywhere? He belongs. He's a part of the club. That's easy for you to say. Sure, you're a part of the club, but that's not all you are, is it? You can walk away at any time, start a new life without a hitch. What else can he be but an obscure biker when, to this state, he doesn't exist? You've used him as a ghost to do your dirty work as an enforcer for the club. But did he ever get a chance to be himself? Fuck you! You know nothing. Crow slammed his fist on the island. You have no idea how I found him. He was barely alive. He almost killed someone once simply because they tried to get him to take a shower. For years he couldn't speak, and even when he didn't have to, he slept in a cardboard box rather than on a bed. I did everything I could for him, including giving him the name Bloom. Then why didn't you give him your surname to make him feel he belonged to a family? Crow swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. He was silent, a conflict of emotions crossing his face. You don't understand. Then make me understand how you've had that boy for, 8, 10 years? And he doesn't value himself. Chapter 19. Bloom. The anger and authority in Logan's voice directed at Crow made my heart pound. I wanted to cover my ears and find a place to hide, but I couldn't hide from the sensation Logan's questions evoked. My chest ached and tears pricked my eyes. I fought against the instinct to sit on the floor, pull my feet up to my chest and whimper. He'd voiced questions I'd been asking myself before we arrived in Smoky Vale, but was never brave enough to ask. Why had Crow never made me a part of his family? Bloom, that wasn't a real name, and I had no surname. Whenever I went somewhere that required an ID, I had to use the fake one Crow had made for me. Once I'd overheard some of the bikers in Riverton mention that Crow wouldn't adopt me, wouldn't give me a surname, wouldn't register me as a living entity, because as anonymous as I was, no crime I committed could lead back to someone who didn't exist. While their explanation had made sense, my mutism had hit hard as I battled with conflicting emotions about what made sense and what seemed cold. I wasn't just someone who killed. I wanted to belong too, but I'd never told Crow how I felt. So hearing Logan fire the questions at him left me speechless. How did he know?
You think I didn't want to give Bloom my name? Do you know how many times I almost did? But it was in his best interest that there was no record of his birth.
Crow sounded exhausted, as if he had to pull every word from his vocal cords like a defeated sigh.
I wanted to keep him safe.
You're not making sense.
When I found him, many thought it was better for him not to be alive. I refused to accept that and was determined to make him normal, or as normal as possible, which resulted in losing a lot of help along the way. He would seem to be doing better, and then one thing would set him off. We realized it got worse in November. That was the month we found him, the month he killed his parents. And every November, it's like a switch gets flipped, and he becomes the worst possible version of himself. We had to lock him up and sedate him in November, Doctor. Is that someone you think the government needs to be aware of?
I see.
Logan did? Because I didn't?
I'm not going to pretend I was an expert at raising him. I had no good example, but I gave him the best damn life I could have, given the circumstances. The Bloom you see today may have a lot of issues, but you're welcome. You never have to know what he was like before I took him under my wing.
You're right. I'm sure you've done your best and you care about him. I just hate to see him second-guess himself this much and be so vulnerable.
Crow chuckled.
He's only this way with the people he cares about. You best believe he doesn't act like this around others. They fear him because all they see is a killer without a conscience. Only a select few know how much of that little boy is still inside him. And that's why I came here when I found out he spent the night with you for a second time. He's made you a part of that circle. Don't abuse that, and we won't have any issues.
I won't.
I pushed off the wall, let out a breath slowly, and walked into the kitchen. With these two men, I couldn't pretend, because they knew me better than anyone else. Even though I'd met Logan a few months ago, he saw right through me. Are you two done trying to hatch ways to control me?
Crow snorted. What are you talking about? You're his problem now. I can catch up on 8 years of beauty sleep.
I think that ship's already sailed.
Little asshole. I'm gonna go. Walk with me.
I glanced at Logan, who nodded.
You do what he tells you now?
Crow asked as we walked out of the house, but his voice held genuine curiosity. Kinda. We stopped at his motorcycle.
You look happy,
he said. Yeah.
He's good to you then?
I nodded. I know you don't want me to be with him.
It's not him, Bloom. I don't think you're ready for a relationship yet. Mainly because I'm worried about what will happen to you if someone breaks your heart. Most people develop crushes over a lifetime and learn to deal with disappointments. You invested everything into this man from the get-go while you knew nothing about him.
I guess I got lucky. But you're right.
Say that again?
I rolled my eyes. You were right. I thought I was in love with him before, but I wasn't. Not truly.
And now?
He's the one. The way he cared for me and made me vulnerable so he could be there for me was nothing I'd ever hoped for. But I liked it. Liked that I didn't have to be the tough one around him.
If he hurts you, I'll break his legs.
I inhaled deeply. I still might not understand why Crow didn't give me his last name, but I had no doubt he loved me. I hugged him. Thank you, Crow.
For what?
For loving me first. He patted my back.
Oh, don't take it seriously. The therapist said I should tell you.
I elbowed him in his stomach. Quit playing. You were like a father to me. He winced.
Ouch! Now I feel like an old man.
Max doesn't mind, so I shrugged. And by the way, I get it. The way you are with Max. I may spend more time here now, but if you need me for anything, call me.
We can do without you for a while so you can catch up on what we've all been doing since we were teens.
Laughing, Crow hopped onto his motorcycle.
I'm proud of you, kid.
I watched Crow go, my chest hurting as if I'd lost something. But that was ridiculous. He would always be my brother, even without the name. Logan was no longer in the kitchen. I climbed the stairs and found him in the bathroom, naked, while he brushed his teeth. How many naked bodies had I seen? Too many to count, but Logan's was different. My heart beat wildly and my whole ached. I wanted him so much. Logan spat toothpaste into the sink.
Did your talk go well?
Yeah. What did you two talk about?
Just sharing concerns about your well-being.
And?
And what?
I sat on the floor and wrapped my arms and legs around his feet. He gave a startled laugh.
Bloom, what are you doing?
I won't let go until you tell me what you talked about.
I already told you. We talked about you.
You can't lie for shit, you know that? You asked him about my name. He turned the faucet on and rinsed out his toothbrush.
You were eavesdropping. Is that how a good boy behaves?
I don't want to be good. I want to know the truth. Why did you tell him you understood why he didn't have me registered?
I'm going to shave. You don't want to hang on to my legs and have me get nicked by the razor, do you?
He picked me up like I were a doll and placed me on the counter. He protected my forehead with a hand while he opened the cabinet and got out his grooming supplies. Logan, please tell me. I've asked myself that question many times.
Why didn't you ask Crow?
I shrugged. He'd already done so much for me without asking anything in return. How could I have asked him for more?
All right. If Crow had registered you by giving you his last name, the state would have taken you away. Given the condition you were in, he wanted to protect you from being committed and further abused.
Oh. That made more sense than wanting me to stay anonymous so I could kill anyone for the club without getting caught.
Yes, from what I gathered from our little chat, he seems protective of you.
He squeezed shaving cream onto his hand and lathered his face.
Was there anything romantic between you two?
Me and Crow? No way! I told you I've never been interested in anyone. Until you.
I see.
He swiped the razor across his cheek, watching me in the mirror.
Well, that's a relief.
He removed another layer of shaving cream from his jawline. Why? Would you have been jealous? He stilled the razor.
At first I was. Now I understand your relationship better. Do you want to shave me?
I don't know how to use a razor. Don't you see my face? He pressed his lips to mine, smearing shaving cream on my cheek.
That's what I want to do every time I see your face.
He grabbed a towel and wiped the cream from my face.
Here, I'll show you how to do it.
You trust me with this? I ran my thumb over the sharp edge of the razor, the cold steel biting in my skin.
Yeah, after all, it's my balls you're after, not my neck.
He took my hand and guided it toward his cheek. Gently now. I held my breath as I glided the razor over his skin. It was much harder than I thought, and I had to concentrate on not pressing too hard. The soft scruff of his beard scraped against the metal blade. The trust he showed in me, allowing me to hold something so sharp against his skin, stirred something deep within me. Am I doing good? My voice was barely above a whisper, uncertainty threading through it.
You're doing wonderful, sweetheart.
Logan's tone was soothing and encouraging, just like we were in bed. I swallowed as my cock hardened against his shirt. How could such a simple act turn sexual? The way he watched me tenderly made it difficult to breathe. All the blood seemed to have rushed to my cock. With each pass of the razor, the shaving cream diminished, revealing the smooth skin beneath. Logan's approving sounds and the warmth of his gaze bolstered my confidence. Done, I said, a note of pride in my voice as I lowered the razor to the sink and admired my work. Do you like it?
Yes.
Then this is my job from now on. No one else is allowed to shave you. He sighed.
Yes, your royal bossiness.
He rinsed his face, washing away the last remnants of the cream. He patted his skin dry with a towel and turned to me with his hands high on my thighs.
Now, how can I repay you?
I bit my bottom lip, my heart skipping a beat. I caught the hem of my shirt and raised it to my waist, revealing my hard-on.
Naughty boy. Did it turn you on to shave me?
I don't know how, but yes.
You want me to go down on you?
Yes. He chuckled softly, spat in his hand and stroked my length. I clenched my shirt in my fist. Oh. He lowered himself so he was on eye level with my lap.
Don't forget to breathe.
Anticipation curled in my belly, and then his warm lips closed around me. I bit my bottom lip to stop the slutty moan from escaping. I never thought I'd be this needy for a man's mouth on my body. Logan worked his mouth around me, the silken pressure overwhelming my senses. The squelch of my cock hitting the back of his throat echoed in the bathroom.
Logan.
I dug my fingers through his damp hair.
Feels so fucking amazing.
An image flashed through my mind of Logan's tongue running over my hole. I scooted lower until I was half lying on the vanity, clutched the backs of my knees, and pulled them into my chest. Logan released my cock, licked my balls, and ran his tongue down my taint. With one hand stroking me, he slipped the other down to my hole, and I let out a hiss. Despite his gentle care in prepping me last night, it still hurt there.
Sore?
He asked. I nodded. But I can take it.
You need time to rest, but I'm not going to fuck you with my cock right now, Bloom. We have forever.
Oh, fuck forever sounded so good. But like a long time, too. I didn't want to wait that long to experience again what I had last night. Maybe. I made a mewling sound.
What do you want?
I lowered my eyes to indicate without saying the words. He grinned.
Come now. We both know you're not shy. Tell me.
I want you to lick my hole like you did last night.
Enjoyed that, did you?
Yeah. I don't know why it feels so good, but it does.
Then I'll make a meal out of you as long as you're a good boy. Deal?
Yes. Why do I get the feeling you're stalling?
So impatient.
He laughed lightly, tracing his fingers over my hole. I shivered under the gentle touch. His fingers moved in circles, and I breathed out noisily. His breath brushed over my skin. He was close, but not quite there. I whimpered in frustration and tilted my ass up to his mouth.
Patience?
He pressed a soft kiss against my hole.
I want to savor you.
I bit my bottom lip hard enough to taste the metallic tang of blood. He spat saliva on my hole and slid one finger inside me.
Still so tight.
Is that a good thing?
It's a very good thing, Bloom.
Good. I want to be perfect for you.
You are perfect for me. The way you are.
His tongue replaced his finger, smooth and warm, fluttering against my skin. I cried out at the contact, my body arching off the vanity as pleasure flooded me. He held me still with one arm around my waist, delving his tongue deeper, relentlessly fucking my hole. "Logan," I moaned out his name as an ache built deep within me. He lapped faster, beating against my overly sensitive flesh in a rhythm that left my head spinning. His hand moved in sync, stroking me in the same desperate tempo. My vision blurred as the pleasure rose to an unbearable crescendo. "Logan!" My world exploded, and stars danced across my vision. I screamed out his name as I came. At the last moment, he covered the head of my cock with his mouth. I bucked, my body convulsing and twitching. Every nerve in my body was on fire. He lapped up the cum trickling down my cock, his hand milking every last drop from my spent body. Logan pressed soft kisses along my cock, and then back to my hole. The slow swipe of his tongue ended each time with the most intimate kiss. His hot breath against me stirred waves of aftershocks through my sweaty body. I was too spent to move, too overwhelmed to do anything but let Logan have his way. And too out of it to realize what he was doing until he grunted. He shot his cum right on my hole, warm and unexpected. My body jerked at the sting. "Logan." He caught my ankles, widened my legs, and lapped up the cum dripping from my hole, his tongue greedily tracing the trails of his spen. I watched him with heavy-lidded eyes while he paid attention to me, to us. His gray eyes met mine, and for a second everything stood still. "Was that what you wanted?" he asked. I nodded. I was robbed of speech, but for the first time, it wasn't from terror. It was the overwhelming pleasure and happiness that had silenced me. He tilted my chin and kissed me. He tasted bitter and minty at the same time. "I'm off today. We can do whatever you want." "Yeah?" I'll need to do some grocery shopping, but you can stay here while I do that." "No. I'm coming with you. I don't want to be apart from you." "All right, then. It may be a good idea to stop at the clubhouse and get a few things." "Why? I love wearing your clothes. They look better on me anyway." Logan laughed. He pressed his face to my neck, his mouth curling up in a smile against my skin. "You still need a few suitable things for when we go out. I want to take you to a proper dinner tonight." "But we can order in. I'm not picky about food." "You don't get it, Bloom. We did everything the wrong way, and I want to make it right. Let me take you on a date." I sucked in a breath. "A real date?" "Yeah." "You want to date me?" Logan pulled back his head and frowned. "Why? Is something wrong?" "I've never been on a date." "Damn it, Bloom." He heaved a deep exhale of breath. "What?" "I love the idea of being your many firsts too much. It's settled. I'll take you to a restaurant tonight. But whether we go back depends on how you behave." "I'll try my best, Dr. Collier." He grunted. When you call me that, I'm not convinced." I grinned. "I promise to behave, or you can spank me if I don't." He stroked my cheek with his thumb. "Are you sure?" "Yep. I'll be anything you need to be with you, Logan. Anything." Chapter 20. Logan. Bloom's bewildered expression when I opened the car door for him prompted a silent vow to myself. I'd make this a regular gesture. In addition to holding his hands, kissing him, and telling him how beautiful he was. He'd missed countless experiences. The bikers had done the best they could by him, but it was up to me to fill in the gaps. Despite my initial reservations, I was now involved with him, and I was determined to ensure his happiness. I extended a hand to help him out of the car. Slamming the door shut, I placed a kiss on his forehead. Lead the way. Bloom, acting all shy, was the cutest thing ever. When he dropped his gaze and a smile touched his lips, my heart fluttered. You don't have to do all that. Do what? Open doors for me and stuff like that? I want to. It feels weird. I took his hand in mine. Do you want me to stop? He seemed to think about it for a few seconds, then shook his head. Good, because I wanted to be the one who showed him affection all the time. I never wanted him to regret letting me be his first. We walked up the steps to the clubhouse. I pushed the door open for him and followed him inside toward the loud laughter and the hum of gruff voices. Bloom groaned. Seems like everyone is here. I should check in and see if I'm needed. It was on the tip of my tongue to tell him I needed him, but just like Crow wouldn't make him choose this morning, I couldn't come between him and his brothers, not unless they were putting him directly in danger. Hot damn! Bloom's brought a man home! The biker I recognized as Bay cried, bringing the lively conversations to a halt. We became the center of attention, stopping the bikers in their gambling, drinking, smoking, and doing some serious petting. Why not take a picture? It'll last longer. Bloom sounded annoyed, but he was grinning. Of course he was. I was the trophy he finally got to bring home. If only he knew he was the real prize. Come join us for a drink, another biker said. What was his name again? Let's celebrate. You know. He winked at Bloom. Sorry, can't. Just came to grab some stuff, then we'll head out. Not so fast. Gunner smirked, rocking back on two legs, his arm around the chair of the man next to him. Former police chief, current husband to a criminal. You gotta introduce us to your man, Bloom. Bloom raised his chin in a defiant gesture. I squeezed his hand to put out the fire burning inside him. Did they think I would cower before them because they were bad men? The men in my past would make them seem like babies. It's okay. I stepped forward. Everyone, I'm Dr. Logan Collier. Don't be surprised if you see me around more often. Oh? Gunner flicked a lighter on. Is that so? I don't recall giving you permission to be here today, much less to come back. I narrowed my eyes. He was deliberately fucking with me. I don't need to be here, but considering your business, I suggest you be nicer to me. Never know when you might need me to save your life. Bay chuckled. He got you there, Gunner. Gunner scowled. I'm doing your job, motherfucker. You just gonna let him date your kid like that? He's gotta be at least twice Bloom's age. I didn't get a say over you fucking a cop, so you don't get to have an opinion about my love life, Bloom said. But he's right, Bloom, Bay said. We just want what's best for you. How do we know that's the doc? We should run a background check on him. Shit, a background check? The U.S. Marshals had done a good job erasing my past and establishing my new persona, but if the bikers went digging, they could find out who I was. Information on the internet never truly vanished. Cut it out, Bay. I held Bloom back when he lunged forward. It's okay. They're just teasing us. I hoped like hell they were. They'll get over it soon. As much as I'd like to stay here and entertain you all, Bloom and I have plans for the day. If you want to interrogate me further and question my motives, you can call and make an appointment. I'm gonna get you back, Bay. And tell Gerald all your dirty little secrets. Bloom pulled on my arm. Should have filed for that restraining order when I suggested it, Doc. Ben grinned. Now you're in as much trouble as I was. Gunner turned to him with a scowl. What kind of trouble is that? You call him being with me trouble? Their voices faded as Bloom and I made our exit and walked down a long hall. Bloom let out a frustrated sigh. They can be so irritating. How can you be so calm? That's the way siblings react to each other. It shows they care about you. I wish... You wish what? Nothing. Where's your bedroom? Right there. Bloom stopped in front of a door with caution tape and a chain with a padlock. I raised an eyebrow.
You sure you don't want to go in before me and hide the bodies first?
Ha, ha. Now you're teasing me.
Because when you pout, you look so adorable. I tipped his chin and placed my lips over his. He sagged into my arms, all his irritation melting away. His lips parted under mine, and our tongues met in a languid waltz that sent sparks down my spine. How could he taste of innocence and rebellion, an intoxicating blend, at the same time? I pressed him against the door. Bloom? I sprang away from Bloom. A dark-haired young man stared at us wide-eyed. Damn it, there were way too many people here. How would I remember all their names?
Max?
Bloom said breathlessly.
Is Crow here?
No. Max glanced at me, then back at Bloom. You're bringing someone into your room?
Yeah, this is Logan, my...
He looked at me as if seeking permission. Boyfriend. Bloom grinned.
Yeah.
My boyfriend. Hot damn! Jamie won the bet! Jamie won the bet! Max grabbed his phone and ran along the hall. What was that about? Bloom shrugged.
I guess they made a bet about us.
Is that common?
It's a biker club. Lots of gambling goes on. And now our love life seems to have made its way into the betting pool. I guess we're the new entertainment.
Can't say I've ever been used as a bet.
Bloom unlocked the padlock and removed the chains from the door. You're not mad, are you? I can get them to stop.
Nah, it's harmless fun.
Yeah, the boys aren't any threat. They just like to have a good time.
And you?
What about me?
Don't you hang out with them? Bloom entered the dark bedroom and flicked on the light.
No, I don't think I fit in with them.
Why do you... Holy shit. Bloom's room was a gothic paradise. The room was small, but he'd utilized the space to showcase his style. The walls, painted a deep charcoal, served as a stark backdrop to several posters from iconic bands like The Cure and Bauhaus. Their monochrome images blended seamlessly into the room's aesthetic. A single window, draped with the heavy black velvet curtain, barely let any light in, enhancing the somber atmosphere. The canopy bed looked like something straight out of an Edgar Allan Poe's tale, draped with black lace and silk. An assortment of crystals, mostly obsidian and black tourmaline, were showcased on floating shelves. On the night table to the left stood a striking lamp that seemed like a relic from another era. The metalwork base boasted a Baroque influence, with its flourishes and curving lines. The lampshade was dark red, with black lace overlaying the fabric. It reminded me of Bloom. Tough, but delicate. A half-burned candle in a claw-footed holder, and more gemstones, were on the other night table. Against one wall, a full-length mirror stood next to a black, lacquer-finished dresser with skulls adorning the top and jewelry draped on a skeletal branch. Pushed in the corner was a black vanity desk, bearing a makeup box resembling a coffin. Wow. I stepped farther into the room, my eyes wide as I drank in every inch of Bloom's decor. Your taste is incredibly specific. When he didn't respond, I turned around. Bloom was chewing on his bottom lip and pulling on his shirt. Was he worried I wouldn't like it?
Do you think it's weird?
It's different, but it suits you. He released his lip and smiled.
All right, let me throw some stuff into a bag.
While Bloom flittered around the room, gathering clothes and whatever he needed, I ran my fingers lightly over the black velvet curtain, the material cool beneath my touch. You have a private bathroom? I hadn't expected that, given several people lived in the clubhouse.
Yeah, not all the rooms have one, but the newly built ones we added when we moved to Smoky Vale all have their own.
I slowly turned the doorknob. No! Bloom rushed over and threw himself between me and the bathroom.
You can't go in there.
Why not?
It's a mess.
So? I want to know everything there is to know about you. The door was already cracked open, so I reached over his head and shoved it wider. The black decor didn't surprise me. He'd even gotten a black toilet,
But what held my attention was the area where a sink basin should have sat. Bloom had transformed it into a kind of altar. In the center was an enlarged photograph of me, one I didn't recall posing for, framed by a thick, ornate frame. Draped over the corner of the frame was a delicate chain with a forked cross pendant. Around the idol was a constellation of objects. A polished skull, its empty eyes seeming to gaze directly at my image, while to the other side, a goblet, wrought from blackened metal and studded with small reflective stones, stood ready, as if for a ritual. The small space was crowded with other offerings. A circle of wilted flowers, their petals a deep maroon, a lock of hair, which by the color I assumed was mine, a pen he must have taken from my desk, a knife, and a tie. The entire ensemble was bracketed by a series of candles and holders that ranged from simple black pillars to more elaborate candelabras. Their presence gave the impression that the space was both hallowed and haunted. "I didn't want you to see it." Bloom sounded stricken. His face was pale. He ducked under my arm and made a run for it. I caught him around the waist and pulled him against my chest. He sank his teeth into my arm. "Are you going to hurt me?" I whispered. He loosened his grip on me, his chest rising and falling. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." "What are you sorry for?" "I didn't mean to." "You didn't mean to what?" "Worship you." "No one was supposed to know." My heart skipped a beat as I processed his words. "Worship me?" I swallowed hard, my eyes darting back to the altar. The items on the table suddenly held a darker, more intense meaning. This wasn't just about Bloom's taste and decor. This was about obsession. This was about devotion. And I didn't deserve it. But by God, I wanted to. "You're going to tell me it's wrong, aren't you?" It was on so many levels. He shouldn't put me on a pedestal like this. I was mortal, like him. There was nothing special about me. "Show me." "What?" "Show me how you worship me." "What if you change your mind about me?" "I won't." "I swear." With a reverence that bordered on sacred, Bloom entered the room. He picked up a lighter and lit each candle methodically. The soft sounds of the flame catching on the wick were like a call to silence, to respect. The flickering candlelight painted his features in a dance of shadow and warm glow, making the scene ethereal. He took up the photo, my photo, with a trembling hand, and his lips met the glass in a tender, devoted kiss. He replaced the frame and kneeled before the altar, bowing his head low in silent prayer. Though I wanted to know what he was mumbling, he seemed so serious in his worship, I dared not disturb him. His voice rose louder until I could make out low chants of vows and pledges of a lifetime of fidelity and loyalty, as he bowed over and over. "Today I vow once more to be only yours in my heart, mind, body, and soul. I pledge myself to protect, to revere, and to honor only you. For in you I see the divine. You are my hope, my redemption, my salvation." He pressed his forehead to the floor, then straightened. "Nothing but death shall separate me from you. My hands are stained with the blood of men, but through the symbol of your blood, I am made clean." He rose to his feet and took the goblet and the knife. My breath quickened as everything became clear. This was what he'd been doing when he cut his thigh open. How much blood had he lost since meeting me to fulfill this ritual? It would be so easy to laugh at him, to call what he did madness, to wash my hands of him and walk away, but his devotion humbled me. When I was pushing him away, he was treating me like a deity. Despite the wildness of it all, there was a certain beauty in his faith, a serenity that washed over me as I witnessed his devotion. Don't. I stepped forward and pried the knife out of Bloom's fingers. I shouldn't encourage him, but everyone needed something to believe in. Who was I to take that away from him? He wasn't harming anyone. I have to, he said, eyes desperate. If I don't, the ritual isn't complete. But I couldn't bear to see him lose any more blood. I made a shallow cut across my palm. A thin line of blood bloomed against my skin. You can't hurt yourself because of me. I offered my hand to him, blood seeping out of the cut. I don't want you to hurt yourself anymore. If it's blood you need, then let it be mine. For a moment he hesitated, his gaze flickering between the wound and my eyes. Slowly, he brought my palm to his lips. The warmth of his mouth contrasted with the sting of the cut. His tongue was gentle as he tasted my blood. A connection as intimate as it was startling. The air in the bathroom thickened. Bloom's gaze met mine. His pupils dilated, swallowing the green of his irises. He pulled away, my blood smeared over his lips. A shiver ran down my spine. The front of my pants was tight against the zipper of my jeans. The fierce need to have him right in front of his altar consumed me, and I pulled him into my arms. Our bodies crushed together, and his blood-stained lips found mine in a fevered kiss. My heart hammered, but I had no fear or doubt left in me about him. My eyes prickled with tears. This man, who worshipped me, who bled for me, was mine, and I was his. He broke away from the kiss, panting heavily. His eyes burned with an intensity that made my heart flutter. He glanced at the altar, then back at me. He grabbed the hem of my shirt, tugged it up, and threw it onto the floor. His touch seared my skin, a brand of ownership and devotion. I mirrored his actions, discarding our clothes until we were naked. The heat flickering from the candles seemed to intensify against our naked flesh. Bloom's gaze swept over me with so much adoration and reverence, it was overwhelming. Silly Bloom. I caressed the graceful curve of his neck. You're the one who deserves to be worshipped, don't you know that? Today I'll show you. I found towels in the storage over the toilet and spread them out on the floor. Do you have any lube? I asked. In the night table, the one on the left. I hurried to the bedroom and found the bottle of lube with the seal unbroken. I returned to him, laid him down on the towel, and covered his body with mine. He hitched a leg over my hip, moaning into my mouth. Tearing my lips away, I set about on my expedition of his body. He trembled beneath me, but I kept going, kissing and suckling his skin, even when he begged me to make him come. Not yet. I promised you I'd worship all of you, every single inch. He wrapped his arms around my neck, pulling me closer. My lips traced a path from his jawline down to his collarbone, then descended farther still, leaving a trail of hot kisses over his chest. He writhed beneath me, gasping for breath and muttering my name in desperate tones that only encouraged me. Logan, please. I've heard your pleas this time, Bloom, and I'll answer them. My journey continued, hands wandering over his toned abdomen, tracing each muscle with delicate reverence that elicited a shudder each time. I kissed my way down toward his navel, savoring the taste of his skin, mixed with the faint tang of blood lingering in my mouth. With every caress and kiss I administered,
I let him feel the depth of my devotion mirrored back to him, what he had been giving me all this time. As I finally reached the juncture of his thighs, his back arched off the towel, I took him into my hand gently, stroking him lovingly, as if he were the most precious thing on earth. Bloom bucked against my touch, eyes glazed over with desire, and cheeks flushed ever so prettily. Pressing his legs open wide, I licked down his taint to his pink hole. A shudder ran through him as I circled his entrance with my tongue, teasing him until he was squirming beneath me. If I wasn't already aware of how much he loved me rimming him, I would definitely know then. He clenched the towel, his breath coming out in short, shuddering gasps. "Logan, Logan." He keened my name like a prayer, his voice cracking on each syllable. Every moan and whimper was a hymn, which spurred me on to dart my tongue inside him. I coaxed a surprised yelp from him. He bucked his hips wildly, and I clamped a hand down on his thigh, steadying him while I continued to explore him. "Please, please," Bloom sobbed. "I can't take it anymore." He was shaking against me. I hadn't planned to have sex with him again so soon after taking his virginity last night, but his flushed, naked body was calling for me to bestow my blessing upon him. How could I let down the one who believed in me most? With my free hand, I grabbed the lube, unscrewed the cap, and squeezed a generous amount onto my fingers. I coated them well, then slipped a finger into Bloom alongside my tongue. Slowly, I penetrated him, adding another finger and stretching him loose. "Now, please, now." I cursed under my breath, taking my cock in hand and guiding it to his entrance. I rubbed the head of my arousal against him, teasing as I pressed just the tip inside. His body spasmed beneath me and he dug his fingers into my back. "Logan." For once, I wished he wouldn't use that name. Mindful of how much he had had to accept from me last night, I worked the tip of me inside him, fucking him with shallow thrusts. "Deeper," he whimpered, his hold on my back becoming more forceful. Sweat pooled between us, slicking our bodies together as I pushed deeper inside him. His heat enveloped me in a tight grip that threatened to unravel me. We moved together in a slow grind, his hips rising to meet my thrust in a sweet slide of skin against skin. He gasped out loud, his eyes fluttering shut, as he let himself go completely. His surrender was the most beautiful acceptance I'd ever seen. I laced our fingers together above his head, holding him down as I continued to love him with every inch of my body. Every thrust was slow and deliberate, making sure he felt everything about our connection. Bloom wrapped his legs around me, pulling me farther into him. His head rolled back against the towel as his cries grew louder, echoing off the tiles of the bathroom wall. "Logan, Logan, I gritted my teeth against my instinct to fuck him hard. Sweat dripped down my temples as I found his lips with mine, kissing him. Beautiful Bloom. I pressed my face into his neck. "You're the one who deserves to be adored. This sexy little body of yours is driving me wild." I lost myself in the rhythm of our bodies, the slow friction building a heat that suffused through every cell of my being. His body was a temple I worshipped diligently, mapping every inch with my hands and mouth. His noises were growing incoherent, my name interspersed with pleas that only spurred me on. I plunged my hands beneath him and cupped his cheeks, keeping him at the perfect angle as I focused on hitting that sweet spot that made him cry out the loudest. Grunts and our labored breathing mingled. I gave him every inch of me. He stiffened beneath me, unraveling. His body arched off the floor as his release spilled between us, splattering our stomachs. His cries turned into breathy gasps as I continued to thrust in him through his climax. Bloom, I groaned, my orgasm looming dangerously close. His inner walls, clamping down on me in aftershocks of his climax, sent me over the edge. With a final deep thrust, I let myself go, spilling into him with a grunt. We lay there on the towel, panting, our bodies slicked with sweat and spent arousal. Carefully I pulled out of him, feeling a twinge of guilt when he winced. "Does it hurt?" I asked. "Who cares?" He grinned lazily. "You continue to worship my body like that, and I will be your devout follower for the rest of my life." Smiling, I slid down his body, draped his legs over my shoulders, and did the thing he liked best. I lapped my cum from his ass, cleaning him and soothing him at the same time with languid strokes. He got hard again almost instantly. To be young and inexperienced. With my mouth, I drove him to the edge, catching the tip of his cock between my lips when he came again. "You're so good with your mouth." Who would have thought Bloom's contented sigh and happy smile would make my heart feel light? I liked seeing him this way, relaxed and not in a combative mode. It hit me then. I had to show him he didn't have to be the one to fight. He had me now. I helped him to his feet and held him when his knees gave out. He clutched my arms, looking embarrassed. "I don't know why that happened." "I do. We need to give your body a break." "I'm fine. I still can't believe how amazing it feels to have sex with you." Chuckling, I brushed a damp lock from his forehead. "That doesn't mean we have to do it all the time. We can wait. Sometimes the wait is even worth it." "Logan?" "Did you think what I did was weird?" "It's different." He stiffened in my arms. "I think it's sweet." "When did you put it together?" "A couple of weeks after we first met." "A lot sooner than I would have thought. But what did it matter? Everything worked out fine. All I had to do was live up to the expectations he had of me and never let him down. How could I not let him down? When I was lying to him about who I was. Chapter 21. Bloom. Oh shit, had I gotten it wrong? Since I came down the stairs to meet him in the hall, Logan hadn't budged. Only a few seconds had passed, but the way he was staring made it feel like an eternity instead. When he told me we were going on a date to a fancy restaurant, I'd tried talking him into choosing somewhere less public. The last thing I wanted to do was embarrass him in front of others, but he'd insisted. And I already screwed up by not dressing the part. How could he look even better, dressed up stuffier than usual in a dark blue and black tailored suit? Nothing like my outfit, which I'd been proud of a moment ago. The cheap thrift shop find, a sheer black lace top with ruffles at the end of the sleeves, and my only pair of decent black pants, seemed woefully inadequate. Oh shit. Logan was wealthy. His house, his car, his expensive clothes, everything about him screamed he had money. How had I never noticed? A lump formed in my throat as the old insecurities resurfaced. What was he doing with someone like me? He had his whole life together, while I couldn't find my marbles. Crow had money, I was sure of it, and if I asked, he wouldn't hesitate to buy me a new wardrobe. But Crow's money was his, not mine. "Do you want me to change?" "Run away. You're not good enough. This date will expose how wrong you are for him. You date a doctor?" A hollow laugh echoed in my head. That voice. It sounded like hers, my mother's when she taunted me. Somehow the bruises at my father's hand had hurt less than her cruel jabs. "Bloom."
I blew out a deep breath and brought Logan's face into focus. Yeah?
I said you look beautiful. Why would you change?
You like it?
I do.
He bridged the gap between us and touched the ruffles that made up the high turtleneck. His hand didn't linger longer, but fluttered over my torso as though in awe, touching my body wherever fabric met skin.
The truth is, you'd look good in anything. But this suits you remarkably well. This top reminds me of you. Delicate, feminine, and so goddamn pretty you take my breath away.
A second passed, then another. I waited for the familiar anger to rise at the thought of someone calling me those words I never associated with myself. I was a tough, hardened criminal. The scars and calluses proved it. But an unexpected warmth spread through me, and more so when I looked up in his eyes. Logan meant it. He meant every word. I laced my arms around his neck and pressed my body against his. You're the only one who uses those words to describe me, and I don't think they make me sound weak or less than. Logan slipped his arms around my waist, pulling me closer, and rested his chin on top of my head.
You've got to be the strongest person I know for all you've been through.
Damn it. I finally understood what that twin meant about seemingly offensive words having a different meaning when said by someone who genuinely cared about you. Had any of the bikers called me delicate, I would have punched them in the mouth. But Logan made me feel strong, without losing my bite. Bloom. Logan held me away from him.
I know you're nervous about me taking you out on a fancy date, but look at you.
He tugged me over to a mirror in the hall.
Can you blame me for wanting to show off the most stunning guy I've ever been with? I'll never want to keep you hidden away.
Logan placed a gentle kiss on the back of my neck. He thought I looked good, but all I could stare at was our reflection in the mirror, and how amazing I looked against him. He stroked my stomach absent-mindedly, and I blew out an aroused breath. I reached back and stroked his fly. I don't mind staying home. Chuckling, he removed my hand from his crotch. Haven't you had enough yet? I spun around. Never. How could I? This man was the fire burning inside me. He sustained the breaths coming out of my lungs. He was the reason for my living. Without him, how could I be? He rubbed the back of my cheek with his hand.
Oh, I almost forgot.
He opened his jacket and took out a rectangular velvet box, which he handed to me.
Don't bother asking what's in it when you can look.
I grinned. He'd taken the words right out of my mouth. I opened the box. A bracelet? I took it out and held it closer for inspection. The green and pale yellow gems didn't match my usual style, but the alternating leaves of gold and gemstones were interesting. When did you buy this?
When I told you I had to run an errand and you were pouting because I wouldn't let you come?
Well, you did make me come. He took the bracelet from me with a smile. I hadn't understood why he wanted to go out so soon again after coming home from grocery shopping, and had refused to let him go. So he'd done that thing with his tongue, working my body into a puddle, then left. My body had hummed for hours, and when he'd returned, I lay in the same spot on the couch with my pants still around my ankles.
I know it's not your style.
Logan slipped the bracelet on, but I thought it was fitting for you when the jeweler explained the significance behind the design. It's just a bracelet. True, yet it's more than that. You see, the leaves symbolize the growth you've gone through. It's to remind you that when it seems as if you still have a long way to go, to look back and see how far you've come. The prehnite has protective capabilities. I'll always be here to protect you, and I hope you remember that, even when I'm not physically with you. You don't have to be alone and take on the world on your own anymore. You've got me now. He touched another stone lightly. This one is a smoky topaz,
which is to ground you and instill balance whenever you feel yourself losing control. A lump formed in my throat. He'd chosen something so deliberate and meaningful that all I could do was stare at him in awe. How was this the same man who'd rejected me? He kissed the back of my hand. If you don't like it, I can get you something more in line with your style, but when I saw this, it reminded me of you. No, I love it. I'll wear it all the time. Thank you. I hated that the long sleeve covered it, but at least I knew it was there. Logan and I drove to the restaurant in his car. I didn't even put up a fight when he told me I couldn't ride my bike. I kept touching the bracelet, and whenever I did, I smiled for no reason other than knowing Logan cared about me. He opened the car door for me. I got out but tugged on his hand when he moved. Logan? Before, when I thought maybe you gave in to me because you wanted my body, I was okay with that. I didn't care if I needed to give it to you several times a day to make you happy. But it's not just the sex, is it? He rubbed a thumb over my bottom lip. If it was just the sex, I wouldn't have touched you. I can get sex easily, but someone like you doesn't come along very often. We entered the restaurant hand in hand. Maybe I gawked. I'd never been inside such a beautiful place. Diners, bars, and drive-thrus were pretty much what I was used to, but nothing like this, with pristine white linen tablecloths and a grand chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Soft romantic music played in the background, blending with the low hum of conversations. A hostess, a beautiful older woman close to Logan's age, greeted us with a smile that made me worry for a second. But Logan didn't let his eyes linger on her and kept glancing at me as if checking I was okay. "Mr. Collier, this way, please." We followed her through a maze of tables. Heads turned in our direction. I was out of my element. When I faltered, Logan steadied me with a soft smile bolstering my confidence. The hostess brought us to a table by the window overlooking the city, the nice part of the city, with its amazing skyline dotted with skyscrapers. Everything was incredibly beautiful, and a shiver of excitement coursed through me. I'd wanted to be with Logan, but I never imagined us going on a date. Who would take a wild, rabid monster like me to someplace so elegant? Logan pulled out my chair and gently guided me into my seat. He sat across the table, his dark eyes never leaving mine, as if nobody else mattered except for us two. "A waiter will be with you shortly," the hostess said. "Enjoy your evening." "Thank you," Logan replied. "She's very beautiful." I didn't notice. Logan reached across the table and took my hand. Sparks shot up my arm. "What do you think?" "This place is out of my league. I don't want to embarrass you." "Hey, don't go getting nervous on me. What's the worst you can do?" "Use the wrong knife and fork, which I'll probably do anyway." "It all takes the food to the same place, doesn't it? Relax. We're here to have a decent meal and talk. Isn't this nice? Just the two of us?" I knew exactly what he meant. The restaurant was almost at full capacity, but it felt like we were the only ones here. Relaxing, I allowed him to order for me. I learned he was a vegetarian, something I should have already known. The meal was delicious. I took Logan's cue for what fork to use. As someone who never cared for my vegetables, I was surprised when I found the grilled asparagus, roasted bell peppers, and portobello mushrooms quite tasty. I wouldn't eat it every day, but it wasn't as horrible as the name sounded. Throughout dinner, we talked a lot. He had a way of making me feel relaxed until I forgot where we were and that we weren't alone. I didn't mind getting out of my comfort zone when I was with him. I shared some tidbits about the club, but mostly he regaled me with stories about his work and his vacations in Europe. His trip sounded great. "I have my next vacation in a couple of months," he said. "I'll take you with me to Greece."
I'd never thought about Greece, but Logan had been there and he made it sound exciting. I can't go. Why not? It doesn't have to be Greece. We can go somewhere else. I can't go anywhere. Logan, on paper, I don't exist. Damn it, that's right. I'm sure there's something we can do. You can't spend the rest of your life without an identity. That's just wrong. I shrugged. I didn't have the faintest clue how to go about any of that. It sounds like going through a lot of trouble. But you're worth it. I'll look into it. But Bloom, I know you hold Crow in high regard, but this isn't about him or the biker club. This is about proper identification of who you are. Everyone deserves an identity regardless of the situation of their birth, and no one should deprive you of that. I get why Crow did it, but I can't approve. There are always ways to get around the red tape. Let me worry about it. When dinner ended, I loathed leaving the restaurant. I loved spending time with Logan and talking to him. It was nice doing something normal, something everyone else seemed to do on a regular basis, but I didn't. Did you enjoy yourself? Logan asked as we waited for the server to return with his credit card. The price of the meal was way too high, but Logan hadn't batted an eye, so I didn't mention it. I did. The urge to get up and sit in his lap was strong, but I didn't want to ruin the night with my neediness, so I clutched my hands in my lap. I like this. Going on a date with you? Then, how about we make date night a regular thing? I may not have much time because of work, but when I get off, I'd like to spend it with you. Will you stay over on those days? I was planning to anyway. Of course you were. Logan leaned forward, and I met him halfway, elated he didn't mind kissing me in public. His hand was gentle against my cheek, and his lips were insistent on mine. I wasn't ready for the night to end. Chapter 22. Logan. I wish the night wouldn't end. Hearing Bloom echo my thoughts aloud made me smile as we walked to my car, his hand tucked into the crook of my arm. I haven't seen him more relaxed. He'd almost had me second-guessing myself when he was reluctant to go out for dinner at a fancy restaurant, but his behavior tonight only confirmed what I already knew. People labeled him a killer, but there was so much more to him, and tonight I'd seen he could carry a conversation and make me smile. What if it doesn't have to? I asked. What do you mean? I unlocked the door of the car. We've had dinner. Why don't we go somewhere for a nightcap and dancing? Dancing? Your leg's healed enough for you to handle it. How about it? Do you mean like a nightclub? Yeah. Have you ever been? A couple of times, but I don't know if it counted. I didn't go for dancing. I snagged him around the waist and rubbed our noses together. It's been a long time since I've been. Years. I've never wanted to before now. I want to feel your body pressed against mine while we dance. His eyes went wide. I never thought you would want to go to a club. You don't seem the type. I used to go a lot when I was younger. Yeah? You don't talk much about when you were younger. Not much to tell. I hated lying to him, but I didn't make the rules where my new identity was concerned. As much as I would like to share my past with him, I couldn't. By doing that, I could risk both our lives. But being with him as Logan, the doctor, was much better than not being with him at all. I'll take my wins where I get them. All right, I'll go to a club with you. Good. I'm on a late evening shift for the rest of the week, so we can sleep in. I already had a club in mind, one I'd only been to once for drinks. Since it wasn't far, we set off on foot. The night was beautiful, the air fresh, the moonlight serene, and the guy on my arm even more so. Though I wasn't a regular, I got us inside quickly by flashing way more money at the bouncer than anyone had a right to spend to enter a club. Once upon a time, my name would have been enough to get me into places like this. The Collier name didn't have much clout,
but that was how I preferred it. As we walked through the door, my hand resting on Bloom's hip, the loud music hit us, pulsating with the flashing neon lights. For a few seconds I stood there and let memories wash over me. Memories of a younger me dancing, carefree, charming, and cocky flitted through my mind. The breathlessness of laughter, the heady rush of alcohol, and bodies pressing and swaying in rhythm. But that was another lifetime. Someone bumped against me hard, jostling me out of my reverie. Bloom scowled at the man, but I tightened my grip on his hip. "Do you want to go to the bar, or find a booth?" I asked loudly to be heard over the music. "The bar is fine." I nodded, leading him toward the bar. The crowd was thick but navigable. Halfway through, Bloom clutched my arm, a flicker of uneasiness crossing his face. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," he shouted. "Thought I saw someone I knew." At the bar, I flagged down the bartender and ordered whiskey on the rocks for me and a virgin mojito for Bloom. We surveyed the crowded dance floor while we sipped our drinks. The floor was pulsing with life, bodies moving rhythmically to the heavy bass thumping through the speakers. Rainbow strobes swept over the crowd, illuminating faces flushed from dancing and alcohol. Bloom's gaze was fixed on the dance floor, his brow furrowed as if analyzing their movements. I appreciated how the neon lights cast shifting shadows on his face, highlighting his delicate features. "We can wait till it's less crowded before we get out there." "I don't want to make an ass out of myself. It's just dancing and having a good time. No one cares. No one expects you to be a professional." I winked at him. "Just shake that sexy little ass and you're good." Color flooded Bloom's cheek. "I don't shake my ass." I laughed, the alcohol loosening my inhibitions and, with it, the persona I'd become. A little of the old me snuck back in. Before the night ended, I needed to feel his body moving against mine while we were dancing. When the dance floor looked less crowded, I tugged on Bloom's arm. "That's our cue." "Oh boy." But he followed me into the throng of thrusting bodies, his face split in a grin. I loved seeing him this way, unconcerned and happy. This was the version he was supposed to be, but people crushed that spirit and forced him into becoming the boy who fought to protect himself from people. But he'd let me in. I didn't deserve it, but since he had, I wouldn't disappoint him. The DJ was playing a pulsing electronic track. As we drifted into the crowd, the vibrations of the beat resonated through me, the rhythm pressing against my bones and seeping into my blood. A familiarity crept over me. The sound of the bass, the heat of bodies in motion, the scent of sweat and cologne mixed with smoke, brought back a carefree spirit I hadn't felt in 10 years. For the first time in a long while, I wasn't thinking about the hospital and how much work I had to do. All that would be there in the morning. My mind was on Bloom as I placed my hands on his hips. I smiled at him encouragingly, pulling him closer. Our eyes met and held. In the flashing lights, I saw apprehension in his eyes. But he didn't pull away. Instead, he stepped closer, erasing any space between us. I swayed, allowing myself to feel the swell of the music and let it command my movements. "Move, baby," I said directly into his ear. His back was to my chest, and I desperately wanted him to grind against me. He didn't think he could, but from the way he came alive when we had sex, he had it in him. He just needed to let go. Slowly, Bloom moved, no longer rigid and hesitant. The music transitioned into a pulsing remix of some old pop song. The throbbing bass served as our heartbeat, erratic, vibrant, alive. He glanced back at me with uncertainty, and I nodded. I raised my hands, gently guiding his arms to follow the rhythm. He mimicked my lead, nodding to the beat, letting the music seep into his senses. I leaned forward, pressing my body closer to him. Heat crackled wherever we touched, sending tremors through me. He let his head fall back against my chest, revealing the expanse of his neck,
I moved my hand from his waist to splay across his chest over the rapid thump of his heart. He turned, his eyes bright under the flashing strobes. It was an amazing sight. My guarded, reticent Bloom, embracing the music and discovering an unseen part of himself that he didn't even know existed. Soon, Bloom was dancing more naturally, swaying his body in an imperfect rhythm, which felt perfect against me. Bloom danced, his eyelids closed, a smile on his face, arms raised and hips grinding to the music. As though in a trance, I stopped and watched this stunning man come into full bloom right before my eyes. His smile grew, and he ran his fingers through the long hair rippling down his back. And then he laughed. It was hard to distinguish it from the loud music, but I felt it in my core. "You're beautiful." We danced for what might have seemed like hours. I hadn't meant to stay long on the dance floor, but I didn't want to lose seeing Bloom let go. At one point, he slipped his arms around my neck and pulled my head down in a kiss that seared through me. His lips were soft, melting against mine in a fiery dance. His sweet taste cut through the bitter liquor I'd had earlier. "Let's go back to the bar," he said. I nodded and took his hand, leading him away from the mass of bodies toward the calmer area of the bar. "You were incredible on the dance floor." "That felt so great." Sweat dripped down his forehead and his breaths came in heavy pants. His cheeks were flushed a beautiful shade of pink, and his eyes sparkled. "I've never danced like that." I leaned in to whisper in his ear as I waved over the bartender. "I knew you had it in you, the way you throw that ass back when I'm inside you." He widened his eyes in surprise, and his mouth fell open, a bright laugh bubbling out. "I didn't expect to like sex that much either." The bartender didn't bat an eye, although he must have heard Bloom. "What can I get you?" Bloom wanted to try something new, and, with a little pouting, had me cave in to get him an alcoholic drink. I asked the bartender to split the alcoholic shot with a non-alcoholic one. I wanted him sober when we got home. "I have to use the restroom. You good for a few?" "Gonna miss you. Don't take too long." When he said sweet things like that, how could I not fall for him? Oh, shit. I was falling for him, wasn't I? "What?" He narrowed his eyes. "Is my mascara running?" "No. You look perfect. I'll be right back." The line to the restroom wasn't too long, thankfully. I was in and out in no time. But when I returned to Bloom, he looked pissed at the tall blonde man standing way too close to him as he tried to get Bloom's attention. I frowned. Usually anyone who touched Bloom's shoulder the way the guy did would have met the sharp end of a knife. From his body language, straight back, clenched jaw, tense shoulders, he didn't want the attention. So why wasn't he doing anything? The man caressed a lock of hair that had fallen onto Bloom's cheek. My nostrils flared, and I doubled my hands into fists. I pushed through the crowd and tapped the man on his shoulder. The man shrugged off my hand. He swept his gaze over me and pulled a face. "Not my type. Neither are you mine. Now back off and stop harassing my boyfriend." The man glanced from Bloom to me and laughed. "Huh, you ain't serious." I didn't say anything, just stared him down. He raised his hands and stepped back. "All right. But you would have had a better time bouncing on my dick, babe." When he disappeared into the crowd, picking a random guy to dance behind, I turned to Bloom. "You all right?" "Not really." He was shaking. I wanted to stab him in the eye so badly. I rubbed his arms. "Why didn't you? Not that I'm condoning violence, but I'm genuinely curious." "Because you told me to be good and I didn't want to ruin our night." Silly boy. I don't mean to be so good you take harassment from anyone. So I have permission to stab someone who harasses me. Well, maybe not stab. Isn't there a less violent way for you to set them straight? I'll have to think about it. But
So long as I am with you, you don't have to do anything.
Wow. This is nice.
What is?
Having someone protect me, even though they don't have to.
What about the bikers?
They haven't needed to protect me in years.
I chuckled. That's because you're such a badass. Bloom grabbed me by the collar of my shirt and pulled me down. His lips were firm on mine, his tongue demanding, and the fingers creeping into my hair let me know what he wanted. Damn, at the rate he wanted sex, I would fuck him until my legs gave out, but not even that seemed too bad. Why don't we get out of here? I paid our tab and escorted Bloom from the bar with my hand on his lower back. Outside, the air was much cooler, but not for long. Bloom shoved me up against the brick wall, pressing his body against mine. His mouth sought mine again, and I obliged happily, pulling him in tighter against me. The heat radiating from Bloom's body made the rough texture of the bricks on my back bearable.
Home, I gasped. We need to get home. I can't wait that long. Then the car. Yes.
But before we had taken 5 steps, a tall man blocked our path. He crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes cold and calculating, boring into us. I thought I told you to beat it. The man shrugged. See, I thought about it some more and decided I'm not going to let this one go. From that little demonstration there, he'll be smashing in bed. He's got a great ass on him. Too bad that's not your decision to make. Come on, Bloom. We walked around the man. Bloom gasped. The annoying prick had Bloom's hair in his hand. Nah, I want to pull this hair, make his back arch like a bitch in heat and fuck that wet. My vision white-hot, I spun and kicked him right at the side of his neck, striking the carotid sinus. He dropped like the punching bag I kicked off the chain at the gym once when I found out how far my uncle would go to tie me down to the family. Oh, shit. Bloom's eyes were wide. He stared at the man on the ground, then at me. Where did you learn to do that? I shrugged. Did a bit of kickboxing in my early 20s. Didn't realize I still had it in me until I saw him holding on to you. Well, that was fucking amazing. The man stirred, and I breathed easier. I didn't want to kill him, just hurt him a little. What? Bloom kicked him in the head, knocking him out again. I groaned. Bloom? What? I was just following your lead. I grabbed his wrist. Just, come on. Bloom babbled excitedly next to me about the way I'd knocked out the man. He had no idea how wild my heart thumped. I'd been told learning how to fight would come in handy, though I never paid much attention, never wanted to learn, never wanted to have to use my fists. I'd picked up at least one thing that was useful tonight. Chapter 23. Bloom. I liked it when my face was the first thing Logan saw when he woke up. For almost an hour, I'd been lying in bed next to him, watching him sleep and waiting for him to get up. Although his eyes were closed, his lips curved up, so I knew he was finally awake. And he knew I'd snuck into bed with him. Again. He snaked a hand out, and I shuffled closer until I was pressed up against his side, one of my legs thrown between his with my knee dangerously close to his groin. These past 2 weeks with him were the best moments of my life. Finally, I felt like I had a life outside of the club. Not that I would ever want to walk away from my brothers, but having someone who cared about me like Logan did was different. The way we talked, laughed, and spent time together was different. The intimacy was nothing like I'd ever thought to experience with anyone. You feel good. So do you. I skimmed my fingers across his soft chest hair. Did I wake you? No, I don't think so. His eyes popped open, the warmth in them making my stomach flutter. There's your beautiful face. When he looked at me that way, it always led to sex or making out. Not that I was complaining. Had anyone told me I would become a slut for this man,
I wouldn't have believed it, but I couldn't get enough of him. It didn't help that he had woken up with the hard-on. He touched my neck, my cheekbone, my nose, my lips. I parted them and sucked his thumb into my mouth.
"Still not tired of me climbing on top of you?"
he whispered.
"Never."
He rescued his thumb.
"What time is it and when did you get here? I thought we planned for me to meet you at the clubhouse."
The Bloodhounds and the Grim Reapers were throwing an exclusive party at the former's clubhouse. When I'd found out Logan had never been to one, I'd begged him shamelessly to go with me. Yes, I begged him, on my knees. And I didn't even have his cock in my mouth at the time. I wanted to show Logan off to my other brothers. I, too, had myself a man I was proud to be with. He was the smartest man I knew, and not at all as grumpy as he acted. He didn't let me buy anything when we went out together, and yeah, that thing he did so well with his tongue and my ass made me into his sex slave. I would do anything he wanted if he kept playing with my body like that. I couldn't wait to see you. I ran my hand over his pecs, over the tense muscles, and I thought I should be here in case you changed your mind.
Why would I change my mind? I promised you.
I know, but I was still worried I'd look like an idiot by telling everyone I'm bringing you if you didn't show up. I don't think some of the bikers believe me when I mention you're mine. Logan chuckled.
I like the way you say that.
Say what?
Most people would have just said we're dating, or in a relationship. But you always use mine.
That's because it's true. I raised my head and stared him in the eyes. Isn't it? He groaned.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately? Logan laughed and rolled off the bed, but I got to my feet and jumped on his back. He stumbled but managed to steady himself, instinctively reaching back to secure my legs around his waist. I buried my face in the crook of his neck, pulling a surprised laugh from him.
You're like a damn koala, always hanging on to me.
You got a problem with that? I bit the side of his neck and he groaned.
No, sir, I don't. You can climb on me all you want.
He carried me into the bathroom on his back. He knew me better by now to not ask me to get down while he pissed. I licked my lips, salivating at the sight of his thick cock. Because of his damn hectic schedule, we hadn't slept with each other in 4 days, and my body was screaming it was time. We'd reached our limit.
I can feel you staring at my dick.
He kicked off his pajama bottoms, took up a thick towel, and spread it out on the vanity.
Get down.
No.
I can hardly pet you the way you like if you're on my back.
He knew me too well. I shimmied down his back, peeled off my clothes, and dropped them onto the floor. Logan picked me up and placed me on my knees on the towel, with my face to the mirror. Once, I would have thought the position was degrading, but my heart jumped like a jackrabbit had taken up residence in my chest. Logan took up the toothpaste and lube.
What time does this party start again? Do we have time to drop by the store first? I ordered you something I want to get.
Yeah? What is it? It was hard concentrating on his words when he was taking his sweet time, first squeezing toothpaste onto his toothbrush, then coating his fingers with lube.
I found this black lace lingerie I want you to wear for me tonight.
Lingerie?
I could picture you in it. So damn sexy.
He brushed his teeth with his right hand and brought his left between my cheeks. I held my breath as he teased me a little, then slid both fingers inside me. I spread my legs wider and braced a hand on the vanity. With slow and deliberate motions, he fucked my ass with his fingers. In no time, my cock was hard, pre-cum leaking onto the vanity. He spat out toothpaste.
So do we?
What was he talking about? I couldn't focus on anything but what his wicked fingers were doing inside me.
Do we have time to make the stop?
He asked.
And Will you wear the lingerie I bought for you?
He grazed my prostate, and I gasped, eyes rolling back in my head.
Logan.
I moved my hips to the rhythm of his fingers.
Yes, whatever you want, just don't stop, please.
He chuckled darkly and resumed brushing his teeth while teasing me. The warmth of my breath fogged up the mirror, but I could still see my face. Stunned, I stared back at the image with heavy-lidded eyes and parted lips while my hair streamed down my shoulders. Damn, I felt sexy.
See how damn beautiful you are,
Logan murmured, crooking his fingers so I cried out. He rinsed his mouth, but never removed his fingers. When his toothbrush was back in the holder, he moved behind me and spread my cheeks open.
I arched my back. I just can't keep my hands off you.
Logan planted kisses on my back.
God knows I tried, but it's a losing battle.
You don't seem to mind losing.
Because I still end up winning. Look at this ass.
A satisfying groan left him. Then his mouth was there, right where I liked it, and my soul separated from my body. All I could do was feel the sensations he triggered, with his tongue slurping at my hole and his fingers alternately diving deep inside. Logan's hungry exploration of my body unlocked my limbs, and I moved effortlessly against his tongue. His palm cracked against my cheek, the sound echoing in the bathroom. Logan went still.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
I reached back to grab my ass and squeeze, then slapped it hard. It feels better when you do it.
Are you sure?
Hell yes. It felt so fucking good.
Then I really must.
He slapped my ass again, and I choked out a muffled moan.
More. God, how are you so fucking sexy?
He wrapped an arm around my torso, and I turned my head to kiss him.
You were a virgin. You're supposed to question everything I do, but you take my dick like you've been riding it for years.
I will. Logan picked me up and brought me to the shower. We kissed while he fumbled with the faucet. I gasped when cold water hit my back. He whispered he was sorry and adjusted the temperature, all with my arms around his neck and legs wrapped around his waist. He didn't once allow my feet to touch the ground, not even after he lubed up and slipped his cock inside me. He shifted us so my legs dangled from his arms, pressed me against the wall, and laid into me. Loud cries tumbled from my mouth with each forceful thrust that slammed my hips into the glass. He had my cheeks in his hands, keeping them pried apart, while he buried himself deeper inside me, over and over until I nearly drove us deaf. His lips came down on mine, soaking up my cries. He slowed his pace, but his thrusts became possessive that claimed everything I had to give him, leaving nothing for me. I had no choice but to hang on to him and take everything he offered. Logan, I whimpered into his mouth, turning my head to kiss and bite his neck, tasting the water cascading around us, the sweat on his skin, and the tangy blood under my teeth. His groans echoed in my ears, mingling with splashing water.
Damn it, you feel better every single time.
I bit his neck again, never staying at the same place for long until his skin was marked with my need. Each nip of my teeth made him hiss, made his grip on my thighs tighten, made his thrusts more frantic. I reveled in this power I held over him, how I could push him to the brink with just my mouth.
Jesus, Bloom, that hurts.
He hissed.
Are you trying to kill me?
Just marking what's mine. And you deserve it for making me love this so much.
Damn, I'm going to come. But I'll wait for you.
He didn't have to. His next thrust drove me over the edge. I clenched my muscles around him and unraveled. Tremors rolled through me. I tightened my grip on him as I rode the waves of not just my climax, but also his, as his thrusts became frenetic. He snapped his hips once more and clamped his teeth together. I couldn't take my eyes off him and how much pleasure he got from my body. Damn it, I already wanted to do it again. I loved how much he enjoyed my body. Because he was so open with me when we were having sex, I felt I didn't have to hide my emotions from him either. For a moment, the only sound in the bathroom was the harsh panting of our breaths and the steady flow of water cascading over our bodies. Him softening inside me sent another shudder through my body. Slowly, he eased out of me, then shifted us so that we were both under the warm stream. He washed me with a tenderness that made my heart swell. Logan? Do I make you happy?
Yes. And do I make you happy?
You make me, Logan. He fell silent, but washed my body. Did he understand what I was trying to say to him? The me that existed now was because of him. Bloom. He said my name with a sigh, but didn't say anything else. Just gave me a kiss on my nose. Chapter 24. Logan. That'll be 100 each for entry. Was he serious? Bloom never mentioned anything about having to pay to join them tonight. Why are we stuck in the hall? Bloom came up behind me. Bay, what the hell are you doing? Trying to stiff me out of $200, I said. Bloom gave him a shove that made the other man laugh. You run the fucking casino. You don't need money. Leave him alone. All right. He held out his hand for a handshake. That I could do. How's it been, Doc? I see the brat must be really into you because you're still breathing. I'm rather fond of him, too. I smiled at Bloom, whose scowl turned mellow. Damn, you're good for him. Around you, the pity turns into a poodle. Who are you calling a poodle? Bloom took a step, but I caught the back of his shirt and reeled him back in. Be good. The fight went out of him. Bay shook his head. Wow. I need your phone number before you leave, Doc. I need you on speed dial for when he gets out of hand. But I may not do anything if you're the one provoking him. Bay held up his hands. Point taken. Come on in. Most of us are here already. He brought us to the mess hall, where I'd met a few bikers before. More people were here tonight. For a party, everything was pretty tame. No one was drinking alcohol, and no music was playing. Odd. Until I saw the kids in the room. One was a boy around 15 or 16. A little girl, around 8 years old, sat on a blanket on the floor next to a baby chewing on a toy. Hovering over them was Wentworth, so I figured the baby was his. Hey, everyone, look who's here. They hollered and waved, and one man walked over to us. He checked over Bloom, nodding as though satisfied. I figured if he found a hair out of place, my face would get acquainted with his fist. How could I feel mad about that, when I was just as protective over Bloom? Well, damn, Doc, you let this boy willfully play with your neck like that? Don't you know how dangerous he is? I shrugged. There are worse ways to die. I'd already mentally prepared myself for the comments when I saw the bruises this morning's lovemaking had left on me. It had felt too good to care about how it would look to others. Hopefully, they faded before I had to work tomorrow. The rumor mill at the hospital was already working overtime about my relationship with Bloom. Bloom, go get your man a drink, Crow said. I'll show him around. Crow introduced me to everyone. I wouldn't remember them all, but I made mental notes as much as possible. They were all rowdy, and in no time they roped me into a poker game. No gambling per Crow's rules. Tonight was a family-friendly affair, with the kids in attendance. Bloom stayed by my side for a few until the kids and a blond boy, Chris, fetched him. Chris looked barely out of his teens, but he wore a motorcycle jacket just like the others, and a prospect patch. Seeing Bloom play with the kids warmed me from the inside out, so I relaxed and gave his friends a chance. If they were willing to give up, even temporarily, the booze and the smoking, maybe they weren't so bad. They even had a swear jar, which was overflowing, but they tried. The money would go to the pediatric unit of the hospital, they said. Last Christmas, when they ran the donation drive for the hospital and made those children's day, I thought it was a PR stunt orchestrated by Jamie to give them a good name in the town, but they seemed to genuinely care for their children. The ex-mayor seemed happy. The rough men didn't faze him at all, and his biker treated him like a prince. They were always touching, kissing, and exchanging heated looks. Perhaps I'd overestimated their evilness. Those I'd been associated with didn't spare children or women. They showed no remorse to whatever innocent victim got caught in the crossfire.
I think the doc's cheating.
One guy called me out after I beat them again. He hadn't stopped talking since he sat at the table, but from the way the others ignored him, I figured it was a normal occurrence. Prove it, I challenged, calmly shuffling the deck.
I don't know how you did it, but I'll find out.
I shrugged and dealt, my eyes flicking the Bloom. He was still with the children, a look of pure joy etched on his face as he joined in their games. A rush of affection flowed through me at seeing him so happy. Why did this feel normal?
So you fucking crazy over there?
The same man grinned, nodding in Bloom's direction. He was trying to get a rise out of me, and he succeeded.
Shut the fuck up, Tango,
Saint growled.
Keep Bloom's name out of your mouth.
I didn't call no name.
But Tango felt quiet, though the way he glared at me was full of resentment. The other bikers were cool, but for some reason he didn't like me, or Bloom. When he left the table, everybody let out a sigh of relief. Grim and James appeared with their entourage behind them. Grinning, he headed straight for the table and took the place Tango had vacated. Dr. Collier, or maybe I should call you Logan, now that you're a part of the family. I dealt James in. Dr. Collier will do. Oh, come on. I'm sure that's not what Bloom calls you. Bloom's different. His grin grew wider, but he didn't push. As if hearing his name, Bloom walked over with a glass he set in front of me. Thanks. I smiled at him. You're welcome. James let out a repressed squeal. I rolled my eyes, rubbing Bloom's thigh. At some point, Gerald and Bay said goodnight and took the kids with them. They were barely gone when the music came on, the liquor flowed, and a few bikers lit up a cigarette, proving my theory they'd PG'd everything earlier for the kids' sake. Do you want to go? Bloom whispered in my ear. I know this isn't your kind of thing. It wasn't. But one night of clubbing hadn't done any harm, so one night among these leather-clad men wouldn't either. Not yet. Maybe in an hour? All right. He wasn't interested in poker, so I thought he would leave, but he plopped his ass onto my lap. My losing streak began. I couldn't get up from the table either because I was rock hard from Bloom's ass rubbing against me. I'm making you lose, Bloom said. I've never been good luck for anyone. That's not the reason I'm losing, I whispered. I tilted my hips so he could feel the bulge. His miserable look converted into a grin. What's that, Doc? Gunner took a card from the deck. You can't win a game anymore? Whatever you're doing over there, Bloom, keep doing it. Me? I ain't doing anything. Yet he bounced on my lap. Everyone laughed while I sweated. I'm going to make you regret that tonight. Hey, what happened to Winter? Grim asked around the fat cigar in his mouth. Haven't seen him around in a while. He back in Riverton? The room fell silent. Bloom went rigid against me, and not the way I liked. Bikers shifted uncomfortably in their seats while some looked away. What? Grim looked bewildered. Wynn's in rehab, Crow replied, but from his clipped tone there was a lot more to it, and he didn't want to get into it. Well, that's good, isn't it? James asked. I hope he makes a quick recovery. Heard he sold his ass for some coke. Tango laughed. Cut a lot more than he... Bloom was off my lap before I could blink. His fist connected with Tango's face with a resounding smack that sent the man sprawling to the floor. "You—" Bloom didn't give him a chance to talk, but straddled Tango, hammering his fists into him. Smack! Smack! Every punch landed like a thunderclap until blood splattered the floor, Bloom's knuckles, and Tango's battered face. Wasn't anyone going to intervene? As if he heard me, Grim took a step toward them.
"Leave him!"
Crow barked. Grim halted, glancing back toward Crow, who was glaring at the scene. Grim didn't push further, but he didn't look pleased. Bloom continued to lay into Tango, his swings growing wilder and less precise as fury took over. Tango could do nothing to defend himself, his cries and grunts of pain filling the room. He gasped for air under the relentless blows, a thin wheeze escaping as Bloom's fist slammed once again into his stomach. Bloom pulled a long knife out of his boot. I catapulted out of my chair. Tango moved his head, and the tip of the knife plunged into the floor.
"This is bullshit, Crow,"
Grim cried.
"You're just going to let him kill him, right here in front of everyone."
"If he doesn't, I will."
When Bloom raised his arm, I grabbed it. "Then you fucking do it, but don't put this on him."
"Did anyone hear me tell him to attack Tango?"
Crow snarled, jumping to his feet.
"I'll crush his goddamn fucking skull anyway for that bullshit he just said."
Bloom was shaking, his breathing ragged and his eyes glowing with a savage light. His grip on the knife was tight, and his arm was coiled like a spring about to snap. Only my hold on him prevented him from going after Tango's neck a second time, and something told me he wouldn't miss.
"Bloom,"
I said softly, "listen to me. It's not worth it." He opened his mouth as if wanting to speak, but nothing but a grunt came out. His face had gone red, and sweat trickled down his temples. With all my strength, I hauled Bloom off Tango, even as he fought me to finish the job. It took every ounce of energy I had. Normally he was easy to lift, but his anger made him a force of nature. Thrashing and kicking, he tried to wriggle from my grasp, whimpering and babbling inaudibly.
"Shh, it's okay. I got you."
A gun went off, and I jerked. I stared in disbelief at the man whose bruised and bloodied body relaxed into death. Crow stood over him, his face set in a hard line, jaw clenched, and shoulders rigid.
"There's a certain line you don't fucking cross,"
he said.
"And this motherfucker has crossed way too many. In case it's not clear, you don't fuck with my men. I don't care who you are."
Bloom crumpled against me, his body going slack. The knife fell from his grip.
"You going to take care of him, or do I need to do it?"
Crow asked. I tightened my hold on Bloom. He could pry the boy from me over my lifeless body. "I'll take care of him."
"Then go. Take him home. I'll check up on him tomorrow."
Chapter 25. Logan. Something was wrong. My subconscious sensed it before I opened my eyes. I lay still. What had woken me up? Water was running in the bathroom. Bloom. He was no longer next to me. After the whole debacle at the clubhouse, he'd refused to speak. When I put him to bed, he still hadn't said a word about what had gone down. I'd woken up several times during the night to him tossing and turning, groaning as if in pain. But each time I'd wrapped my arms around him and whispered into his ear until he settled back down and fell asleep. Worrying about Bloom and how the night's event might affect him didn't leave room for me to acknowledge someone was murdered before my eyes, or that Bloom would have done it had I not stopped him. The other man's blood had been on him, and I, the man who had sworn to save lives, helped him to wash away the evidence of him hurting another person. What was he doing in the bathroom? It sounded like he was taking a shower. At this time of night? I searched around the night table for my phone. It was just after 3 a.m. Definitely not the right time for a shower. I clicked on the bedside lamp and tossed the comforter off me. I sat up and froze at the big, wet spot in the center of the bed. Blood? No, the color was too yellow on the white-fitted sheet. I touched it. Warm. The scent of ammonia hit my nostrils and the air punched from out of my lungs. The last time he had thought he had done something horrible, while sleepwalking, he had run away. What if he... I jumped out of bed and ran to the bathroom, my heart pounding. Please let him be all right. I yanked back the door so hard it was a wonder the glass didn't shatter. The shower head spewed water onto Bloom, who was huddled in the corner. He scrubbed at his skin furiously, his fingers leaving angry red marks where they scraped against his pale flesh. His eyes were wide and unseeing, and his lips muttered unintelligible words. Bloom. I stepped into the shower, heedless of my pajamas getting soaked, and yelped. The water was frigid, a biting cold that shot through me and stole my breath. How long had he been under the spray? I turned the knob, shutting off the water. He jerked up his head, but instead of coming toward me like he normally would, he shuffled back until his back hit the tiled wall. His eyes darted in a wild, panicked look, and his fingers flexed in and out of fists. Don't. He hung his head. I'm sorry. Hey, there's nothing to apologize for. I moved closer to him. No, don't touch me. I'm filthy. Your house, everything is so clean and I'm not. I'm filthy. I peed the bed. Accidents happen. I am not mad at you. Of course you're mad. I'm dirty, filthy. He shook his head hard. It's November. I can't help it. Listen to my voice, baby. You're not dirty. You're not filthy. He flinched when I touched his shoulders. Goosebumps pebbled beneath my fingertips. The frantic words ceased from his lips but echoed in his wild eyes. He looked lost, adrift in a sea of shame and fear. You are not dirty, I repeated. You are not filthy. You had an accident when you weren't conscious. Why would I be mad at you for that? I wet the bed. Would it make you feel better if I peed in it too? He blinked, and the cloudy haze in his eyes seemed to lift. Logan. That's right. It's me. I inched forward, careful not to startle him. His breathing was erratic, panic still in his eyes, but he didn't back away. I placed my arms gently around his trembling form and pulled him into a soft embrace. He stiffened, then slowly melted against me, his head resting on my shoulder. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I should go. Even as he said it, he clutched my shirt. You'll never be able to sleep with me here. And now the bed's all wet. We can use the guest room, see? Nothing to worry about. Now let's get you out of the shower before you catch hypothermia. I placed one of my robes into the towel warmer while I dried him off. I had him sit on the toilet so I could scrub his hair. You gave me a scare. You know that? I kissed his forehead. I thought you'd be disgusted. I wanted to shower so you wouldn't notice, but then I realized I couldn't hide the wetness on the bed. The next time something like this happens, wake me up. But work. You need sleep. I'll take the day off. I've never taken a personal day since I started working at that hospital. It shouldn't be a problem. Bloom sighed and leaned into me. A part of me feels pathetic for letting you see me like this so often, weak and helpless. And another part likes that I can be this way around you. I never want you to be anything but yourself around me. No matter what, I'll never judge you for it. I kissed his forehead and retrieved the robe from the towel warmer. As I draped the robe on him and belted the waist, he made a sound of contentment. I led him out of the bathroom, his hand clenching mine tightly when we were in my room. I walked him to the guest bedroom and settled him under the covers. I whispered sweet nothings, placing gentle kisses on his shoulder and neck until his breathing evened out. Only then did I quietly get out of bed. Working quickly, I stripped off the sheets from my bed and threw them into the washing machine. After setting the wash cycle, I returned to my room to take care of the mattress, blotting up as much urine as possible with a towel, then spraying a solution over the area. When I was finished, I washed my hands and returned to Bloom's side. I might not have anticipated the cleaning at this hour of the morning, but seeing him there, a vulnerable little figure cocooned in sheets and bathed in the soft light from the hallway, I knew it was worth it. When I slipped in next to him, he stirred. "Logan? Shh. Go back to sleep." He lay half on top of me, curling his legs around mine, tracing soothing circles on my chest with his fingers. "Why are you still awake?" "Because someone is keeping me up," I said in a teasing voice. "You can fuck me if that helps." "Shh. All I need is you here, just like this, and I'm fine. Just rest. Tomorrow we can go out and do something fun. But only if you go to sleep now." He fell asleep a few minutes later with a small smile on his lips. My body relaxed gradually, his quiet breathing soothing my hurried mind. When I woke up, the bed next to me was empty for the second time, devoid of urine, too, and I sighed in relief. He would have been devastated if he peed on the bed twice. I got out of bed, used the bathroom, and went in search of him. I found him in the kitchen eating pancakes, the kind he could warm up in the toaster, and drinking what looked like grape soda, which he had pressured me to buy for him, even though I'd told him that carbonated beverages weren't good for him. But I didn't scold him for drinking the acidic poison so early in the morning. He looked at peace as he ate while using my iPad. I cleared my throat, but he was so absorbed in what he was watching, he didn't hear me. Smiling, I snuck up behind him, but froze. Bloom was watching porn. The man on his knees was going to town, sucking the other man's dick. Bloom cocked his head. "It doesn't look so hard," he muttered. Wait, what? Was he studying how to give a blowjob? Damn. We'd had sex several times, but I was the one who always went down on him. Shit, I should have thought of that sooner. Shaking off my surprise, I steeled myself and wrapped my arms around him. "Good morning, Bloom." He didn't startle like I expected him to. In fact, he barely blinked. "Morning, Logan," he said absently, eyes fixed on the video. "What are you doing?" "Watching men give blowjobs. It's..." He jerked. "Oh!" I smiled. Thank God he looked to be over what had happened last night, but I was beginning to realize he barely registered what happened when he was suffering through an episode. But what about what had happened before? Had he blocked that out too? Shouldn't we talk about it? Or would he shut down again? "It's what?" I teased. "It's fascinating." I took the tablet from him and tapped the history tab. Fuck. He'd been watching porn for at least 2 hours. I turned the screen off. Enough of that. "But that one was the best one." "You don't need a video to learn how to give a blowjob. If you want to learn, I can teach you." "I wanted to impress you, to be good at it before I tried it on you." "You don't need to, and trust me, just the thought of your mouth on my cock is enough to impress me." I kissed his lips. "Were you hungry? Are you only eating pancakes? You should have woken me up." He gave a tiny shake of his head. "You deserve to sleep in after what happened." Well, since he brought it up. I understood about half of what transpired. "Do you want to talk about it?" "I was angry. He's always provoking everyone, but he went too far. Wish you'd have let me kill him." "Bloom, killing someone isn't always the answer. We'll have to agree to disagree. You don't know what happened." "Then tell me." But he kept his mouth shut. He'd never hidden anything from me. At least I didn't think so. Of course, when he did, it had to do with the club. I got the coffee machine going. "Are you upset with me?" "A little. You're not telling me something." "That's because we didn't want anyone to know. But that damn Tango had to open his mouth. You remember the first time I came here, and I left the next morning and disappeared for a week?" "Yeah." I leaned back against the counter, munching on a banana. Saint came to pick me up that day, and we went looking for Winter. We found him, and he didn't look good. I'd seen him strung out before, but never like that.
What happened?
I was arrested for killing someone.
What? You're wanted?
Not anymore.
But you just said you killed someone.
When you have dirt on people, you can make anything happen.
Of course. How could I have forgotten how this system worked? 10 years out of the game, and I'd gotten too comfortable. Why did you kill the guy?
Winter was unconscious. That man hadn't just given him laced coke, he had fucked Winter while he had OD'd. There's no excuse for that, so I broke his fucking face with my knife.
He raised his chin in defiance, as if daring me to criticize him. But we all had a past. We were all going to the same hell anyway. Why be sanctimonious now?
I see. The chair scraped on the floor as Bloom got to his feet and walked over to me. So you hate me now? Between almost killing someone in front of you and wetting your bed, I can't even say I blame you.
Frowning, I cupped his face. What are you talking about? I could never hate you. I settled my lips over his, reassuring him. I'd already made my peace with what he was, and acknowledging it felt damn good.
Chapter 26. Logan.
As I parked in the staff facility, Bloom drove to the general parking lot, but I asked him to wait for me at the entrance. Normally, I would take the corridor meant for staff only, and ensure quicker access to my office without colleagues or families of patients who demanded answers to cases I didn't know about yet stopping me. I'd arrived early to catch up on what I might have missed during my absence yesterday, when I'd taken a day off to spend with Bloom. We'd lazed around the house, gone out for dinner at a cozy Italian restaurant, and watched a spy thriller at the movie theater. Crow had checked up on Bloom like he had said, but hadn't stayed for long. The man had looked so tortured that I'd done something against my nature, and told him, if he wanted to talk, he could call me. I was under no illusion his anxiety had anything to do with the man he'd killed. From his brief conversation with Bloom I'd overheard, he was worried about his friend in rehab. When I approached, Bloom pushed off from the wall. Last night had been much better for both of us. I had to guide him back to bed only once. While he dressed this morning in his usual ensemble, black on top of black with chains paired with more black, I'd watched him. I'd never been more turned on than the sight of him adding layers of clothes to cover himself up. His movements were so graceful, so measured, without him having a clue how much his gestures made me want him. When he'd dragged his jeans over his plump cheeks, I'd been on the verge of fucking him. At his mischievous grin, I shook my head. He scowled.
What?
I know that look.
You can't possibly know what I was thinking.
I don't need to know exactly what. It always results in the same. Trouble.
He gasped. Have I not been good these last couple of days with you?
I smiled. He'd behaved well, but then the more time we spent together, the less anxious he seemed. You have. You might even deserve a reward. I held the door open for him. He slipped under my arm, but not without touching my thigh.
I know how you can reward me.
He made an obscene gesture with his tongue and fingers. I glanced around me to see if anybody had noticed. It didn't look like it, thankfully, all too caught up in their worries and tasks. Behave, I said, trying to keep a stern face. And that's not a reward. I'm happy to do it. Who wouldn't be? Whenever I played with his hole, he transformed into a little slut. And while he had turned his nose up at bottoming in the past, he now was always eager for it. I woke up from a nap yesterday with his bare ass in my face and his plea to do that thing with your tongue.
Don't make me think about it or I'll be stopping by your office after my session with Dr. Sims.
You can drop by, but no more than 10 minutes. I can't have you distracting me while I'm at work. He pouted.
Fine. I have to check in at the clubhouse anyway.
I touched his shoulder at the intersection of the corridor where we would go our separate ways. Are you sure you don't want to sleep at the clubhouse tonight? I won't be getting off work until 7. The idea of him being alone with his nightmares for so long unsettled me. I had no choice, though, since I had to do my job, but guilt gnawed at me that I wouldn't be there for him.
I'll be fine. And you'll sleep downstairs, just like we talked about. Logan, I'm not a child. He let out a frustrated huff. I've been taking care of myself before you. I took his chin in my hand. I'm sorry if me caring makes you feel that way. It's not my intention to treat you like a child, but I want you to be safe, and I'll always do whatever it takes to make sure you are. The hard glint in his eyes and the stubborn clench of his teeth eased. I'll sleep downstairs. He pushed himself up on his toes and pressed his lips to mine. I stiffened, a warning blaring in my head that I was at work and this was inappropriate. But then I gave in and kissed him back. He looked pleased when we separated. Footsteps echoed down the corridor, so I released him. Dr. Sims rounded the corner, eyebrows pinched.
Dr. Collier.
He nodded at me and then turned to Bloom.
You're going to be late for our session if you don't get a move on. Come along.
But we're not finished talking yet.
Didn't look like talking to me. Or did you invent a new language the rest of us don't know yet?
I frowned. Damn the man, he had no business scolding Bloom. He might not approve of my relationship with Bloom, but we were well within our rights to be together. He was old enough, and he wasn't my patient. Go with the doctor, I said to Bloom. And remember, be good.
Until I'm not,
he muttered, but hurried after Dr. Sims. I continued to my office and logged into my computer to check the latest patient files and reports. I was halfway through when a knock sounded on my door. Bloom? He couldn't be done with his session already. Come in. James entered my office, grinning from ear to ear, and with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. Groaning, I returned my attention to the screen. What do you want?
Geez, is that any way to talk to the person who helped you get a love life?
He sat on my desk.
Dare, I hope you'll spill the beans. The hospital is buzzing with the news that Dr. Collier, man made of ice, has thawed for the rude boy who's been terrorizing the staff.
He held up an imaginary mic in front of me.
Do you care to comment?
What is this? Did TMZ start a medical branch while I was away? I didn't realize my love life was headline material. James cackled, his rosy cheeks turning a shade deeper as he pressed his palm against his chest in a dramatic fashion.
TMZ
has nothing on the nurses' station. The rumors they pick up are wild. Word has it you've been taking Bloom out on dates. He told you? James shook his head and sighed.
Unfortunately, as much as I've tried,
Bloom doesn't confide in me, or any of us.
Someone saw you at the restaurant a few days ago, and someone else confirmed you were at the movies. There's even a picture going around of you doing some heavy kissing in front of your car.
Jesus, is there no privacy in this town?
Come on, Doc. You're the most eligible bachelor in Smoky Vale. Everyone's invested in who takes you off the market.
Is there a reason you're here, James? And kindly remove your posterior from my desk. Bloom wouldn't like it. James's mouth fell open, but he got off.
Damn. Bloom really has you whipped, doesn't he?
He laughed loudly, and I rolled my eyes in response. Isn't there a gunshot victim somewhere you need to take care of?
It's been a quiet 2 days. Well, quiet for Smoky Vale, that is. Truth is, I was mostly bored, so I'm here to make up for lost time.
James.
Get out. Fine, I'm going. I was going to share my winnings with you, but now I won't bother.
What winnings?
The club had a bet going on Bloom's love life, whether he'd wear you down. I had my money on Bloom, of course, and he didn't disappoint.
I scowled. He should be too ashamed to bring up that bet. Why were so many people invested in my love life anyway? All I wanted was a quiet life with Bloom, free from the prying eyes of our peers, free from snapping photos that might end up in the wrong hands and ruin everything. So that's why you were so insistent on helping Bloom? Looking to make some money on the side?
Not solely,
but the stakes were high, so I went hard. No need to thank me for all the orgasms you'll be having in the future. The sex is good, right? I shot to my feet. Laughing, James ran out of my office, slamming the door behind him. I resumed my seat, opened an incognito browser computer, and did a search on the internet. When nothing came up with my face, I let out a breath. But to be on the safe side, I opened the secure messaging system on my phone and updated my contact on what was going on. They could scour the internet far better than me and remove any trace of my face. Time flew as I immersed myself in reports and charts. When Bloom didn't come to see me as he'd said, I worried, but I had no time to dwell on it because I had to make my first round. I left a message for him with the nurse. The hospital intercom buzzed, announcing an incoming trauma case. I rushed out into the hall, where chaos had erupted. EMTs wheeled a stretcher in at breakneck speed, followed by 2 cops. On the stretcher was an unconscious man covered in blood, his chest riddled with bullet holes. Even in his bloody state, in the ventilated mask, I recognized the familiar face of the head of one of Smoky Vale's notorious street gangs, the Blue Boys. The world around me narrowed to the man on that stretcher, every sound fading into a distant murmur. We rushed him into the OR, where I donned my surgical gown and gloves, the familiar ritual grounding me, even as my mind raced ahead. The cops were stationed outside the OR as we worked to save the patient's life. Was it worth it? That wasn't my judgment call to make. I had made an oath to preserve life without discrimination. As the room buzzed with activity, I grabbed a scalpel, its cold handle firm in my hand. The patient's chest was already prepped and draped, and I made the initial incision. Blood gushed from the wound, but I worked swiftly, suctioning it out of the way. My hands moved of their own accord, practiced from years of experience. Pop, pop, pop. What the hell was that? Manny, the anesthesiologist, whispered. More gunshots echoed outside. My hands trembled slightly, but then I steeled my nerves. What was happening outside wasn't any of our business. Those were gunshots, Nurse Hatchet cried, her eyes wild with panic. Stay calm, I ordered sternly, not tearing my gaze away from the wound. We have a patient's life to save, or have you forgotten? Pounding footsteps got closer and louder. The doors to the operating room burst open, and 2 men, armed with assault rifles, barreled inside. They were dressed in all black and wearing face masks that only showed their eyes. The OR, a sanctuary of healing, had suddenly become a battleground.
Nobody moves!
One of the intruders shouted. His command was met with a stunned silence, a collective holding of breaths. Are you sure that's what you want? I asked calmly. Scumbags like these were nothing new to me. It might have been years since I'd been in this position, but time was stripped away. If we don't move, we can't save his life. It took a moment for my words to sink in, but then he looked at the gang leader lying on the operating table.
Are you the one in charge?
Yes, I'm Dr. Collier.
I've heard of you. Save him! But none of you even think about leaving this room. If he dies, you all die.
Not a problem. I wasn't planning on going anywhere. I shifted my focus back to the man whose life was hanging by a thread. Time seemed suspended as we worked, ignoring the presence of our unwelcome guests. We tackled the bleeding vessels, clamping and sewing them first. There was so much blood. The nurse handed me a rib retractor, and I proceeded to spread open the incision, revealing a hemorrhaging lung. Sponge? I held out my hand. The nurse complied, her fingers shaking slightly. Placing the sponge, I assessed the damage, working skillfully to stop bleeding vessels and remove fragments of shattered ribs. With each passing minute, we were making progress, but his dropping blood pressure worried me. We were squeezing blood into him, but the rate at which he was losing it was another concern. A gunshot echoed outside, and everyone in the room tensed. The armed men exchanged glances before one rushed out the door.
Try anything funny and one of you will get fucked.
He pointed his gun at us and disappeared. Nurse Hatchet started to cry. Focus, I demanded. What we do here is more important than what's happening outside. The room was silent, except for the sounds of our patient's draining life, amplified by machines keeping him in the realm of the living. Tension clawed at each of us, but we worked with determined focus, refusing to let fear grip us.
Get that blood in faster, I growled.
The masked gunman moved closer to the operating table.
Is he going to make it?
We're doing everything we can, but it doesn't help you pointing that thing at us. This is a whole new level of stupidity when you threaten the lives of the very people who fight to keep you alive after engaging in these asinine decisions in the first place.
Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
He raised his gun, his finger on the trigger. I lowered my scalpel, not saying anything. And I didn't have to. The look in my eyes spoke volumes. one that told him that the life of their leader was in my hands. The door burst open again. "No!" I cried, dropping the scalpel as our assailant aimed his gun at Bloom. Chapter 27. Bloom. Bloom, are you paying attention? Dr. Sims's waspish tone snapped me back to reality. I blinked, refocusing on the man sitting across from me. We'd been talking about my childhood, when I'd slipped away in my mind, finding refuge in the memories Logan and I had created. They were much better than the darkness the doctor wanted to let loose. He kept insisting that until I dealt with the past, I would never have a future. But I wasn't convinced. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I crossed my arms and pursed my lips. How about we make you more amenable to remembering? Which meant he wanted to hypnotize me again. I shook my head. I already told you this morning that I didn't want to go under anymore. It makes me feel funny, unsure of what's true and what's not. Hypnosis puts you in a relaxed state so you can interact with your past and recall buried memories, Bloom. It doesn't distort the truth. Has Dr. Collier told you that? Logan says I don't have to consent if I don't want to. Is Dr. Collier your psychologist, or am I? He got to his feet and threw his notebook onto the couch. Everything was going fine until he poked his nose into my business. Taken aback at his outburst, I clenched and unclenched my fists. I'd promised Logan I'd be good. Well, it's my business too, so of course it's also his business. Why are you getting upset? It's my life. If I don't want to remember, why are you forcing me to? If you don't want to remember, why are you here? To help me find ways to cope when my anger gets out of hand. To learn to walk away instead of fighting all the time. To understand social cues and how to deal with life. To sleep better at night. And to not have to go to bed worried that I'll wake up in a puddle of my piss. But, Bloom, don't you see that all the answers you seek rest in acknowledging the trauma you faced? Did he even know what he was talking about? I was trying to get past the trauma of years of neglect and abuse, forging my core memories. Why would he want to drag me back through all that filth? I'm not ready. My words hung heavily in the air. Logan only knew the most basic information. Crow had found me and only knew what he'd seen. They hadn't lived like a dog for years. Hadn't licked water off the concrete where it dripped from a hole in the shed. Hadn't been left to starve for days. Did he know what it was like to have a dog sink its teeth into your back and feel the skin separate from your body but still fight? Because if I didn't get that scrap of food, they would beat me for losing and not give me anything but the bones from their plates to gnaw on. He had no idea what he wanted me to relive. What do you want to talk about, then? The doctor's cool facade was back in place. I suppose we should discuss your new relationship. How are things progressing? Great. Tell me about it. Have you spoken to Dr. Collier about your past? No. He doesn't pressure me to talk about it. Or he's not interested enough to know. Anyone who truly cares about someone will want to know about their past. Logan cares about me. I sat up straight. You have no idea how kind he's been to me. He took me out for dinner, and to the movies. I've never gone to the movies. And I presume you repaid him with sex. That's a common tactic men use to gain control. But you don't know that, so you romanticize everything. None of it is real. It is real! I'm the one who always pushes for us to have sex, not him. You don't know shit. If you continue talking bad about Logan, I won't come back. Bloom, as your therapist, I have to worry if I think someone is taking advantage of you. But it's your choice. He held up his hands and sat back on the sofa. But given you have a physical relationship with him, we should talk about intimacy and any problems you're having. Previously, you mentioned your abhorrence to anyone touching you or having sex with you. Yeah. Oh, I was wrong. It's neither wrong nor right. It was simply how you felt at the time. Did you experience any challenges? Nah. Logan's gentle, and he knows what he's doing. He made me enjoy it so much now I wouldn't mind doing it every day. How wonderful. The pencil on his hand snapped in half. I'm pleased we've worked so well together to prepare you for this moment. Huh? If it was left up to him, I would still think sex was gross. You were a virgin, weren't you? He asked. What does that have to do with anything? It shows how far you've come. Bloom, do you need a minute? I'm beginning to detect a tone. If you'd rather not work with me, I'm fine with you. Not really, but I didn't want to see another therapist and go through the awkward phase all over again. But I don't like when you put me under hypnosis and the way you talk about Logan. How about we avoid those two topics and focus on you? That's for the... What was that? It sounded like gunshots. Dr. Sims's phone vibrated, and he picked it up as another barrage of shots rang out. His face turned pale. Oh my God. He scrambled to his feet. Quick, we need to hide. Hide? From what? That was a red alert sent to the staff of the hospital. A group of thugs has infiltrated the building. They're executing guards and preventing staff from leaving. Logan. I climbed to my feet. Are you sure this isn't a drill or something? No, it's not a drill. It's happening. I bolted for the door. What are you doing? Dr. Sims cried. Staying here is for the best. When they get what they want, they will leave us alone. Logan's out there. Forget him. Let's find the nearest exit. Fool. All these weeks of therapy, and he still didn't understand me. How could I leave Logan alone while the hospital was under threat? I peeked out the door. The corridor seemed empty, so I slipped out, but jumped as the PA system blasted. Attention all staff, patients, and visitors. This is an emergency announcement. For your safety, please listen carefully. We have a security situation in the hospital. We are initiating a full lockdown effective immediately. Please follow the following instructions. Remain where you are if you are in a secure area. Lock all doors and stay away from windows. If you are in a corridor or an unsecured area, proceed immediately to the nearest room that can be locked. Please silence all mobile devices and remain quiet to avoid drawing attention. Do not attempt to leave the building until an all-clear announcement is made. Staff are reminded to check for emergency updates on the secure channel. Your cooperation and calm are essential. Security personnel are addressing the situation. For your safety, do not attempt to intervene. We will provide more information as it becomes available. Remember, stay in place, secure your area, and wait for further instructions. Do not attempt to leave or engage. Stay calm. Your safety is our priority. As soon as the announcement ended, it started again as I was stuck on a reel. I didn't give a damn about the instructions. Logan's well-being was at stake. I strode to his office, my steps quick and determined. I stepped over the dead body of a security guard. 2 more people laid face down in a pool of blood a few feet away. They might have still been alive, but Logan's safety was the only thing that mattered, and I couldn't waste a second on people I didn't know. I darted across corridors, checking if the coast was clear before I turned the corner. The panicked cries of people trapped in their rooms filtered into the hallway, and the scent of blood mingled with disinfectant. But I couldn't let myself be distracted, couldn't allow anything to stop me from reaching Logan. Gunshots echoed, pumping my adrenaline as I rounded another corner. Shit. A man groped the breasts of a nurse lying on the ground with her wrists tied behind her and her top cut off. I spun around, but her desperate cries brought me to a halt. Logan would have wanted me to intervene, for him. I pulled one of my knives free from my boot and placed a finger over my mouth when the nurse saw me. "Help me!" Stupid fuck. Her assailant turned. No way could I close the gap between us in time. I flung the knife. It whistled through the air and embedded itself into the man's throat. He dropped with a hoarse scream clutching at the hilt. The second he yanked it free, blood spurted from the wound, and he collapsed, his life fading in gurgles and grunts. The nurse stared at me with wide, horrified eyes, but she didn't protest as I scooped up the man's handgun, retrieved my knife, and grabbed an envelope from the desk. I dropped the knife inside and used another blade to cut her restraints. Thank you, she sobbed. Where's Dr. Collier? He, in the OR, but they've taken over that area. I don't know if he's still alive. He's still alive, I barked. Where's the OR? She gave me directions, her whole body trembling. Be careful, there are so many of them. I don't know where they came from. She rushed the opposite way. She would be lucky if she didn't run into another one of them. I took the gun with me. If I was caught with it, they would shoot me, no questions asked. I would have no option but to fight my way out. I didn't mind fighting, but not until I knew Logan was safe. If I were unarmed, they might not see me as a threat. The door of a storage closet was ajar, which gave me an idea. I hid the gun, as well as the envelope with the knife, under a pile of clean linens. If we got out, I could return for them. But first, I had to find the OR. I hurried through the labyrinth of sterile corridors, the familiar odor of antiseptic growing stronger. Scuffling feet and muffled cries echoed through the walls, a grim reminder of what was at stake. As I rounded a corner, I came face to face with a man dressed in black and wearing a ski mask, blonde hair peeking out from the bottom. He aimed his gun at me, narrowing his beady eyes. Who the hell are you? We control this area now. I'm sorry, I got lost. Please don't hurt me. I shrank against the wall, showing a vulnerability that wasn't in my nature with strangers. His mouth curved into a grin. You're pretty. I'll let it slide if you do me a favor. I bit my bottom lip. What kind of favor? Come on over here and suck my cock. Suck his cock? It took everything out of me not to show my revulsion. Logan had taught me how to please him with my mouth, not anyone else. I can't. Too bad. You don't have a choice. He lowered his gun, stormed over to me, and grabbed my hair. I pulled the knife from my waistband and shoved it into his belly to the hilt. The gun clattered to the ground. He released me and stumbled back, his eyes wide as he pressed his hand on the wound, blood seeping between his fingers. You bitch! He tried to pull the knife out. I grabbed his gun. Don't! I pulled the trigger twice, and his lifeless body crumpled to the floor. I retrieved my knife and wiped the blood off on his shirt. Shit, I couldn't leave him here. Gritting my teeth, I dragged the dead man over to the emergency stairwell and kicked him down it. Pucker up for the devil, you son of a bitch. I felt no remorse for him. I had none to spare in this callous world of ours. I continued down the corridor, the nurse's words echoing in my mind. They've taken over that area. 2 cops lay bloodied and crumpled outside one of the operating rooms. I pressed my ear against the cold metal door. A distinct and clear voice rang out. This is a whole new level of stupidity when you threaten the lives of the very people who fight to keep you alive after engaging in these asinine decisions in the first place. I swallowed a groan. Of course, Logan would be lecturing his captors even now, but I'd never been happier to hear him. I reached for the door handle. A gun clicked behind me. What do you think you're doing? I froze, my heart pounding as the barrel pressed into the small of my back. Just going for a walk, I said, trying to inject casualness into my voice. Don't take me for a fool. The man behind me growled. Raise your hands and turn around. Slowly. With slow movements, I did as he instructed. This masked man was bigger than the last one. No way I could take him one-on-one. You don't look like a cop, he said. I'm not. I just got lost. I bet you did. Get in there. 2 fingers will know what to do with you. He pushed the door open and shoved me inside. Great. Now another gun was pointed at me. No! Logan cried. Our eyes locked, and the panic in them was oddly reassuring. He loved me, didn't he? I grinned. What are you smiling about? The man I figured was 2 fingers asked. This is a restricted area. Who the hell are you? Wasn't that the $1 million question? I'm the one who's going to send you home in a body bag." The man guffawed, showing yellowed teeth.
Oh, really now? You and what army?
"Me and the dozens of dead people living in my head, bitch." "You mean you can't see them?"
Leave him alone,"
Logan snapped. "If you touch him, you can kiss your boss's life goodbye."
Are you threatening me?
"You'd best believe I'll do it, too. Try me." The man sized me up and did the same to Logan. He hitched his chin toward the far corner of the room.
"I see. This, the doctor's little slut? You got good taste. Can't fault a man for protecting his property. Stay over there and don't make trouble. Don't think your looks'll save you."
"Go on," Logan said. "Do as he says. No one's going to hurt you as long as I am here." Stunned, I stood rooted to the spot. Didn't he know I was here for him? Yet he was trying to comfort me. I'd never been prouder to have him as my man. I have to get him out of here no matter the consequences. As long as he's alive. The gunman nudged me in the back with his gun.
"Move. You listen to the doctor's orders, and I may let you all walk out of here alive."
Chapter 28. Logan. Bloom was quiet, way too quiet, in his corner, which made me nervous as I checked the patient's vitals one more time, urging him wordlessly to stay alive. I'd done as much as I could to repair his internal organs, but the bullets had done extensive damage to his lungs and abdomen. His shallow breaths drowned out the faint hum of the machines. His pulse was weak and unsteady under my gloved fingertips. How long before they realized we were having trouble stabilizing the patient? My team members understood well enough what we were up against. Through years of working together, we didn't need to communicate out loud for everyone to know the situation was serious. The stability we'd assured Two Fingers of wasn't entirely true, but had to deceive him. The lives of my team members depended on it. And Bloom's. Why had he come? He could have escaped instead of putting himself in the mix of things. At last I caught Bloom's gaze. His eyes glimmered with determination. He was up to something. I gave a tiny shake of my head to tell him to give up whatever idea he had. They outnumbered us. Even if by some stroke of luck we escaped without being shot, more of them were outside the OR. The most we could hope for was for the authorities to take control of the situation quickly. A hospital was sacred ground. We took care of the good and the bad alike. Such a monstrous act could have only been carried out by the worst scums.
"Hey!"
Two Fingers knocked me at the back of the head with his gun.
"What are you communicating to him?"
Bloom shifted. "Bloom, don't." Two Fingers walked up to Bloom and smirked over his shoulder.
"You worried about your lover boy, Doc?"
He grabbed Bloom by the hair and jerked him to his feet.
"If he means that much to you, here, take him."
He shoved Bloom into me and I caught him against my chest.
"Can't say I didn't do you any favors letting you have one last fuck. Be a good boy and bend over for the doc. You need to keep him in a happy mood so he can continue working on our friend."
Pervert. I brushed Bloom's hair from his face and ignored the asshole who was watching us as if he expected me to fuck Bloom in a room full of people. I would never degrade him that way. "Are you okay?" We both asked at the same time. We smiled at each other, and I pressed my forehead to his. "What are you doing here? Why didn't you leave when you realized what was happening?" "You're here? Why would I leave? Either we're both safe or we die together." My knees buckled, and it was more than from the long hours of standing while operating on the dying man on the table. "Bloom, you adorable fool, you are young. You have your whole life ahead of you to love." "I'm not going to love anyone else, so you'd better stay alive." "Bloom, I'll think of a way to get you out of here." "Don't you mean us?" His silence terrified me. "Please, don't. The police will take control of the situation. They're probably here already, but being cautious to minimize the casualties. We just need time."
"All right, if you're not going to take advantage of the moment, break up that whispering.
The man grabbed Bloom by his arm and threw him back across the room so effortlessly it further drove home that he couldn't take them. And he shouldn't have to. The door banged open, and a masked man stepped in with a bag full of bottled water and snacks they'd either pilfered from the shop or vending machines. I divided them among the others, then gratefully gulped down one bottle. As much as I wanted the second, I kept it just in case. Bloom did the same, even though the nurses and the anesthesiologist downed theirs in one go. Those three will be of no help at all if we escape.
"How's the situation out there?"
Two Fingers asked.
"The cops have the hospital surrounded. For now, they're staying away because Magnus has made it clear he will shoot if they enter the hospital. He's preparing to make demands. Have you locked up as many of the staff in one area like I told you?" "Yes." "If the cops try to enter, don't bluff. You kill a member of staff to show how serious we are. We're in deep now and can't back down. Where's Papercut?"
Dead.
"What the fuck do you mean, dead? He's dead, man. They said 2 cops brought in the boss after our shootout with the cops, but they're already dead. So are 3 of our guys. We must have missed a cop." "How were they killed?"
2 had knife wounds.
"We found Papercut at the bottom of the emergency stairwell. Somebody did a number on him." "Fuck. Gather as many men who aren't posted at the exits and have this place scoured from top to bottom. If a cop's hiding out there, we need to find him."
Bloom moved his finger over the floor in circles as though the conversation didn't interest him. He'd killed those men. I knew it deep in my gut. They hadn't searched him when they brought him in. Did he still have his knives on him? What if they found them? Bloom bobbed his head as if he was listening to a song, his expression cool. What kind of scheme was he hatching? Night came, and we were still not allowed to leave. From their updates, we learned that the cops were refusing to negotiate. A doctor had been killed to prove their point, now that the Smoky Vale PD seemed to be dragging out the situation and waiting for backup. Meanwhile, the criminals had demanded more. A helicopter to take their leaders safely out of the city, and me and one of the nurses to go with them. Each time they asked for a brief about the man lying unresponsive on the operating table, I fibbed. But how long could I fake it? He'd gone into cardiac arrest again, and we'd barely managed to save him. At least our captor seemed to be grateful for our efforts and sent for food for us. When we went to the bathroom, someone escorted us, but for the most part, we were left alone with Two Fingers, who seemed to be in charge. I loathed sleeping in the same room as someone so despicable, but because of Bloom's restlessness the night before and the stressful situation, I nodded off while I sat on the floor. The others had already taken turns napping. I kept jerking my head up, trying to stay awake. Bloom seemed to be sleeping already, with his knees tucked up to his chest. I couldn't sleep. I had to watch over him, ensure those assholes didn't touch him. In the middle of the night, a boot kicked my foot. My eyes flew open. Two Fingers crouched over me, his face white.
"Something's wrong. Get your ass over there and help!"
What else could I do? I'd known this was coming. I scrambled to my feet and rushed to the table. We didn't have enough people in the OR assisting, but I refused to request assistance, not when they would only walk into a hostage situation. The chaotic rhythm on the ECG monitor confirmed the worst: ventricular fibrillation. We worked with an efficiency that was fueled by the knowledge that if we fucked up, we were dead. But that pressure couldn't fix the low cardiac output signs, the low blood pressure, and pulse irregularities. Despite putting in everything that we could into saving the patient, I had to call his time of death, knowing what it meant for us. There was only so long we could carry out the resuscitation protocols.
"No, don't stop!"
Two Fingers cried out.
"You keep going until you revive him!"
It's too late. He's dead. A gunshot rang out as Two Fingers shot Manny in the chest. The anesthesiologist fell to the ground, body convulsing.
"Maybe you'll take me more seriously right now. Resuscitate him!"
I needed to save my coworker. The man on the table was dead, but there was still a chance for Manny. The two nurses huddled into each other, sobbing. "He's dead. Let me save Manny. Please, He swung the gun around to the two nurses. "I'll try again. If he dies, don't think any of you will get out of here alive. This man is the blood of our organization. Now fucking save him!" I returned to administer CPR on a dead man, while Manny took his last breath. The flat line echoed around the room as I mechanically performed chest compressions. A cold shudder ran through me. Our time's up. I can't revive him. I flicked my gaze to Bloom and my heart faltered. He had unplugged a power cord attached to one of the monitors. Two Fingers was so agitated, his whole attention on the man on the table, he hadn't noticed. Oh God, please don't let him get hurt. Two Fingers stood with his back partially turned to Bloom. In one fluid motion, Bloom wrapped the cord around his hands to form a makeshift garrote. He approached like a tiger stalking his prey while Two Fingers urged me to keep resuscitating the dead man. I have to help him. I'm sorry, he's gone. There's no use doing this anymore. Two Fingers' face turned purple as he raised his arm. Bloom sprang, looped the cord around his neck from behind and pulled tight. He gasped, clawing at the cord, but Bloom was relentless, even when a fist clocked him across the jaw. Bloom wrapped his legs around the man's waist. The gun went off. Two Fingers stumbled back into the wall, slamming Bloom against the hard surface. My little demon still hung on for dear life. How could I let him fight alone? I grabbed a scalpel, rushed forward, and did the one thing I'd taken an oath not to do. I drove the scalpel deep into his neck, right where his carotid artery lay. Bile rushed into my throat as he choked on his blood. His knees buckled, and he crumpled to the floor, the gun clattering to the floor. Unfazed by what had just happened, Bloom climbed to his feet, scooped the gun up, checked the clip, and searched the man's pocket for extra ammunition. His eyes were hard, purposeful, the softness I'd experienced as he lay in my arms, gone. This was the killer I always knew existed. I swallowed hard, my hand numb from clutching the bloody scalpel. My breaths came in gasps, each intake of air echoing loudly in the deathly silent room. "Bloom?" I stammered. Are you all right?" He barely gave a nod. "They'll have heard the gunshots. More than likely others will come. Let's go." "Wait, what about the nurses?" But the place where they had stood when pandemonium struck was empty. They must have run out when Bloom struck. "Logan, let's get moving now. Stay behind me." "Two Fingers, we heard—" A man stood in the doorway staring in shock at us. Bloom blew a hole in his face that made my stomach curdle. "Fuck, there's no time to think, Logan. Just do what I fucking say." What had happened to me giving the orders? I didn't take them, but I stumbled out of the OR after Bloom. He disarmed the dead man and stepped on the body, showing no respect at all for the deceased. "What are you thinking about? These men want you dead." Bloom handed me the gun. "Aim, fire. You don't need to have a perfect aim. Just point it at the chest area or distract them long enough for me to kill them. Do you understand?" "Pull yourself together." "Yes. I should lead, though. I know the hospital like the back of my hand." Bloom didn't seem to like the idea, but footsteps approached from the opposite corridor. "All right. This way." With the expansion work happening, the construction team had created a temporary passage, which they used to move equipment in and out without impeding regular hospital traffic. I led Bloom through a series of turns, each step filling me with hope that we might make it out of here. How could criminals overrun a busy hospital? Where had so many come from? Two men walked out of a hospital room laughing and buttoning their jeans. Sick bastards. Caught off guard by our appearance, they hesitated. Bloom didn't. His actions were swift and lethal, a marking of a seasoned killer. The dissonance between the two Blooms was jarring, but survival overshadowed my concerns. "We're close to the exit," I whispered. Bloom nodded, still not speaking. His hyper-focus was both terrifying and reassuring. We went down a flight of stairs. As we approached the final bin to escape, we stopped dead in our tracks. Shit. 4 men guarded the passage. Our exit was blocked. Not only that, but beyond them was a black van. I should have suspected this was how they gained access to the hospital and the numbers they'd shown up in. Retreat was our only option. I pulled at Bloom's arm. Thank God he didn't protest, and we retraced our steps. My mind raced for an alternative, a temporary haven within the sprawling hospital complex where we could regroup and maybe find another way out. Then it hit me. The flooded hospital wing still hadn't been dealt with. During our last meeting, the CEO had explained the last contractors they had hired were unable to do the work, so they were sourcing another company. That was a week ago. I'd never been so grateful for the stingy bureaucrats who controlled the hospital budget. This way, I whispered, steering us toward the wing. The electricity for the wing had been cut because of the flooding. Bloom used the flashlight from his phone to guide us through the halls. Watermarks stained the walls, and in some parts the paint was peeling off in large flakes, showing the mold underneath. We continued over the mildew-infested floor, the pungent scent of damp and decay making us gag, but we had no choice. It felt like stepping into a different world, one that time had forgotten. The silence was eerie, but welcome after the chaos we'd left behind. We found an abandoned patient room, its furnishings sparse and covered in dust. I closed the door gently behind us. The bed still had its sheets, but was broken. We figured it could still be used as a barricade, and together we pushed it up against the door. Light barely seeped through the dusty windows, creating a foggy gloom. Bloom walked over, used his shirt sleeve to wipe a clean circle against the window pane, and looked out. I walked up behind him and he stiffened. Why was he reacting like this? Why was he avoiding me? I placed my arms slowly around his waist and hugged him. A few seconds later, he sagged against me. Are you okay? I asked. We need to find a way to get you out of here. Bloom. Did you hear what I just asked you? I can't be okay until I know you're safe. I turned him around in my arms. Damn it, don't you think it's the same for me? I want you to be safe, and it scares me that you're making plans for me but not yourself. What's going through your head? Getting you out of here? Just so you know, whatever you're hatching, I'm not leaving you behind. He grunted and fished a knife out of his pocket. Why did he have so many knives on him? They didn't search you. He shrugged. Guess they didn't see me as a threat. He tried to pry the window open, but it wouldn't budge, and he gave up. He held up his phone. Fucking reception's horrible in here. My sweet, naive, vulnerable boy was gone. How was this the same Bloom who had sat on the floor with his arms wrapped around my legs? The boy I'd found in my shower, berating himself for wetting my bed. There was no vulnerability in him, no fear. But fear was good. Fear kept you alive. Shit, Crow's been calling me. The damn therapist makes me turn it off when we have a session. He punched in a number and put it on speaker, but turned the volume down. Bloom, is that you? Yeah, it's me. Thank God. When I couldn't get through to you, I thought you were still at the hospital. He fell silent. Bloom, you aren't at the hospital, are you? I am, with Logan. Fuck! Crow growled. Are you one of the hostages? What the hell's going on there? The cops say they had a shootout with the Blue Boys earlier and injured their leader, who they brought to the hospital. How did you end up in this mess? We have nothing to do with the Blue Boys. We avoid each other. I can't explain now. For the moment, we're safe. We're in an abandoned wing of the hospital. We were trying to get out via the exit where the construction is happening, but they have that area barricaded. Can you offer backup? I'm sorry, Bloom. My heart sank with the disappointment that appeared in Bloom's eyes. It's okay. I'll find a way to get Logan out. I gritted my teeth. There he went again, implying that I would get out, but what about him? Bloom, don't do anything rash. The police are in negotiations with whoever is in charge. They're stalling for backup assistance. You know Smoky Vale PD ain't shit, but they've covered the perimeter of the hospital so we can't get in. But we're here. We're all here. And we're not going anywhere until you're safely out. Bloom stared directly at me. Crow? What? Promise me you won't hate him regardless of what happens tonight. What the fuck does that mean? Just promise me. I placed a hand on Bloom's arm. No. I'm not making any such promise. Crow barked. You ensure you get your ass out of there safely, and I mean it. Bloom ended the call and walked away, but I caught his arm and jerked him to a stop. You listen to me, Bloom. There's no way I'm leaving without you, so you stop acting like you're a damn martyr. We'll figure this out together. I cupped his face and placed my mouth over his stiff, unyielding lips. He was like stone, not responding, no emotion showing on his face. Just as I was about to release him, he grabbed the front of my shirt and pulled me closer. His lips moved against mine hungrily, and a shudder ran through his body. And another one. They didn't stop, and then I understood. He was as scared as I was, but he'd been conditioned not to show it. Baby, we'll get through this. We will. But even as I reassured him, doubts assailed me. How long did we have before they discovered us? Chapter 29. Bloom. Logan, are you sleeping? Logan's arms tightened around me. We lay on the cold tiles, wrapped in each other's arms for warmth. If he felt anything like me, he would have been exhausted, but afraid to close his eyes in case they never reopened. My priority was getting him out safely, but I didn't want to die either. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him. I'm awake. I linked our fingers. I need to tell you something. What is it? You were right. So was Crow. About what? For me saying I loved you? What? You were right when you said I didn't even know you, yet I claimed I loved you. But I figured it out. When you spend enough time in therapy as I have, I guess some things are easier to understand. Logan shifted so he was hovering over me, his face in the shadows. We'd agreed to no lights, and I'd turned off my phone to preserve the battery life. I'm lost here, Bloom. What are you trying to say? That I didn't love you those times I told you I did. Oh. My heart thumped. Did he think me silly now? That's all you have to say? I don't know what you want from me, Bloom. You just told me you didn't love me. Maybe we should be quiet in case those men are out there. No, you don't understand. I moved closer so my lips were next to his ear. I didn't say I don't love you now, but back when I started stalking you. It's different now. How so? And if you think you didn't love me, then how are you so sure you do now? It's easy when you think about it. People consider me the crazy knife boy without any fears, but I have them. Lots of them. I placed my head on his chest. At the time, I was afraid of how my world was changing, and I couldn't do anything about it. What do you mean? Before we came to Smoky Vale, it was the four of us against the world. Crow, Saint, Winter, and me. Well, 5 if you count Sarge, but he's a nomad, so him being away was normal. But Crow came here and got together with Max. We couldn't get along. I was jealous. Jealous? His hand gripped mine. I thought you and Crow only had a platonic relationship. Yeah. But for as long as I knew him, I've always been number 1 to Crow. I was special. But then he met Max, and I wasn't that special anymore. When I first came to Smoky Vale, I played a practical joke that made Max mad. For the first time in 8 years, Crow sided with someone else. I see. But did he? He had no idea how reliant I'd become on Crow. The people in my life had made sense. We knew our places, but all of a sudden I didn't belong in my usual place anymore. I felt off balance. You know Crow doesn't care any less about you because he loves Max. I know, but it's no longer the same. If he had to save me or Max, he would choose Max. You don't know that. It doesn't matter. It's what I believe. I tried to deal with it, Tried to find who I was without Crow. It's why I went goth. Thought I'd do something new. You mean you weren't always like this? Nope. but I liked the style, so I kept it. While it made me feel better, things went to shit when Bay fell in love and moved in with Gerald.
We met when Bay was in the hospital.
Exactly. I'd walked into the room and Gerald was with Bay. They didn't need me, so I focused on you. You sounded so confident and sure of yourself, while you ignored my attempts to rile you up. At the time I didn't realize it, but you reminded me of Crow, the day he saved me. I might have been mute, but I understood enough. He was the one who convinced the others to take me with them. I decided from that moment that Crow's replacement would be you. Logan's body went rigid, and his chest expanded on a deep inhale. He sat up, dislodging me from off him. Let me get this straight. All this time you've been running after me. You wanted me to replace another man? Although I couldn't see his face, the hiss in his voice told me he wasn't pleased. You're upset. Of course I'm upset. Dr. Sims was right. What does he have to do with anything? You just admitted you didn't care for me. You felt rejected by Crow, and that's the reason you came after me. How many times did I reject you, but you insisted on being with me? Each time you came around, you wedged yourself more and more into my life, until I started caring for you. But isn't that a good thing? Except I'm not the one you really want. If Crow and Max broke up right now, you would get your first choice. You wouldn't need me at all. But that's not true. I dragged myself over and straddled his lap. Why didn't he understand what I was trying to tell him? I love you now. Do you? Or will you later find out you're only with me for some other reason? Again. There's no other reason. I'm being honest with you. Why are you taking it so badly? No man wants to know their second best. Just a replacement? Logan spat, his voice tight with accusation. But that's not how I feel anymore. Fuck, I was losing him. His body vibrated with anger. I wrapped my arms around him tightly. Bloom, let go. No. I can't think when you're on me like this. Then don't think, just listen. Yeah, I might have gotten involved with you for all the wrong reasons, but that's not why I'm with you now.
Why are you?
For one, you're everything that I am not. You're good and care about people who don't matter. You save lives while I take them, and I'm drawn to that. You took care of me even when you were pushing me away. When you were being mean, you still ensured I was okay. I placed a kiss on the side of his neck. While I can't fully explain it, I know it's real. I love being with you, Logan. You make me happy. And I don't think I've ever truly been happy, even with Crow and my other brothers. I lived because they saved me, but the way I feel about you, in here, I took his hand and placed it over my thudding heart. This is something new, and it only beats this way for you. My head's all kind of messed up, Logan. I can't trust it. My heart was too, until you fixed it by caring for me despite me annoying the hell out of you. I let out a shaky breath, praying he would understand, that he would see beyond my misguided intentions at the start and accept the way I felt about him now. His silence was nerve-wracking. I tightened my hand on his. Logan, I didn't have to say anything, but I never want to lie to you. Do you hate me now? Slowly, he placed his hand over mine. His grip was tight, but he didn't utter a word. Logan, forgive me. I squirmed closer on his lap. I can't stand it when you're mad at me. It makes me sad.
Bloom, I'm not mad at you.
Then what is it?
I'm a little hurt, but in some way this is also my fault. I always knew your feelings for me weren't real. At least I should have known. But I got sucked into having you around all the time. When I didn't see you for a day, I missed you, wondering if you were taking care of yourself or being reckless again. It was my fault for caring for you, even though I knew your feelings weren't genuine.
But they're genuine now. Isn't that all that matters?
I need to think, but now's not the time. Let's concentrate on getting out of here first. We should move soon. The longer we stay here, the riskier it is.
But Logan,
Bloom.
He didn't say anything else. Just my name, and it shut me up. Even though I wanted to continue arguing until he gave in and told me he didn't care about how we ended up together. At least he didn't tell me to get off him. I could bear anything but that.
Get some sleep.
He tugged my head forward to rest on his chest.
I'll keep watch in case we hear anything.
No. You sleep first. You never talk about it, but I know I keep you from getting a good night's sleep.
All right. But don't do anything rash. At the first sign of trouble, wake me up.
Only if I need to.
Promise me.
His hand circled my wrist.
If anything happens to you, I couldn't bear it, Bloom.
All right.
I just need a power nap, nothing more. So don't let me sleep for more than half an hour. Then I'll keep watch so you can get some sleep too.
Chapter 30. Bloom. I had my eyes closed, but I wasn't asleep. I was antsy, too afraid of acting out in my dreams and drawing attention to us. So when it was Logan's time to keep watch, I lay still, feigning unconsciousness. If we didn't have to move until morning, that would be best. I'd expected movements on this wing already, even if it was unoccupied. Why had no one come searching for us? Did they think we'd found a way out? What the hell was going on? The last time I turned my phone on and messaged Crow, he'd replied that nothing had changed. The police hadn't made a move for fear of more people ending up dead. We couldn't stay in this room for long. Although we'd snuck out once to use the bathroom and get most of the grime off us, we hadn't dared to venture too far to find food. Sooner or later, we had to move. Logan heaved a sigh. What was he thinking about? He no longer seemed upset about my confession, but he was quiet. If he had second thoughts about us, what would I do? Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut. But if I ended up dead and he escaped, I didn't want him to doubt how I felt about him, so I thought it better to explain. If only I were better at reading people.
Why aren't you sleeping?
He asked gruffly. It's November, I'm afraid. I'd started this honesty thing, so I might as well stick to it till the end.
Of what?
The nightmares. If I have one of my night terrors, I might alert someone.
What if I wake you up at the first signs of one coming on?
It's okay. I'm not that tired anyway. Silence stretched between us. What if this was my last night with him? Was this how he would remember me? As a guy who told him he'd been second best for a while?
Don't you think it's odd no one has come this way yet?
Logan asked. Yeah. What do you think happened?
Seems like they're no longer searching for us.
But why? I shrugged. Whatever it is, let's consider ourselves lucky. For now. I should leave him to scout the area, but I didn't want him out of my sight. When we tried to escape, hell would break loose. For now, I wanted to pretend we were safe and didn't have anything to worry about. Logan? Tell me something about your childhood.
My childhood?
Yes. I threw one leg over him and set my chin on his chest. Do you have a family? What are they like? What kind of kid were you? Were you into sports or what? Who was your best friend? I wanted to know everything in case I wouldn't get the chance to. His heartbeat quickened, each beat drumming against my ear. He was silent, absent-mindedly stroking my back. I liked it when he did that. Touch me, without being aware he was doing it. He let out a soft sigh.
I am an only child.
Like me. Do you want siblings?
Yeah, I did.
And you always wanted to be a doctor?
Not always. There was a time I wanted to be a clown.
I laughed. A clown?
What, you can't love a clown?
Only if that clown is you. I can't see it, though. You're way too serious to be a clown.
I wasn't always this serious. Once upon a time, I lived life to the fullest.
What changed?
Life.
His answer was so simple, but it made me think. What kind of person would I have become if I'd had a normal childhood? What if Crow had never found me? Would I have been left to fend for myself as the animal my parents had raised me to be? A shiver ran down my spine.
Cold?
He slipped his hand under my shirt and continued to stroke my back. Tingles spread through me as his fingers pressed into my naked flesh, generating a heat that chased away the chill. His touch was so comforting, so familiar. It was as if his fingers knew exactly where to roam to calm my restless thoughts. No. I inched up his body and pressed kisses to his neck. I'm so fucking glad I met you, Logan. Meeting you is one of the best things that has ever happened to me. He groaned and turned his head, capturing my lips with his. Our kiss was desperate and hungry. Whether from our precarious situation or the simple need to express our emotions, I didn't know, nor did I care. He rolled us over so he lay on top of me, our bodies molding together as I clung to him, clutching his shirt. Logan. He moved down my body, pressing kisses along my jawline and down my neck.
You're so damn tempting. It was only a matter of time before I touched you.
Don't just touch me. I gasped for air, managing to suck in a breath before his teeth found the sensitive spot on my neck.
Logan.
Fuck me. I don't have any lube. Is there no other way? I was desperate and would take it any way he gave it to me. I was no stranger to pain, and this was Logan. Why shouldn't I endure it for him?
Spit, but it might still hurt.
I can suck you off. It's not the same thing. I don't care if it hurts, Logan. If this is our last time together, I don't care how badly it hurts as long as I feel you inside me. He groaned.
I shouldn't.
But he opened my pants and helped to pull them down to my thighs. I'd already ditched my underwear when I cleaned up earlier.
I won't take them completely off, in case
we needed to make a quick escape. We were already throwing caution to the wind by fucking while we were being hunted, but what better way to go than to be found wrapped up in each other? Logan palmed my cock and leaned over me to kiss me again. He licked a path of brimstone and fire in my mouth. I bucked my hips against his hand, needing more. His free hand roamed under my shirt and over my chest, his fingers tracing the lines of my skin.
We have to make this fast.
Yes. I didn't mind fast. I just wanted him inside my body. He helped me to my knees, and I braced my arms on the floor. We'd stripped the sheet from the bed and spread it out beneath us earlier. Logan's groan sounded painful as he spread my cheeks.
Oh, I wish I could see you properly. You're so damn beautiful, Bloom. You deserve to be looked at and appreciated. You're the sexiest man I've ever met.
My chest swelled at the awe in his tone. Only he could make me believe those words. I'd been so sure spreading myself open like this for a man was degrading. Little had I known how much I craved being on my knees for Logan. His breath ghosted over my skin as he tugged the zipper of his fly open. He pressed a wet finger over my hole and shoved his thumb inside. I hissed at the intrusion, but my body was quick to accept the stinging pressure.
That's a good boy. Open up for me, my sweet little devil. Let me feel your hole stretch around my fingers.
I whimpered as he worked me open with 2 fingers and enough saliva to run down my taint and cling to my balls. I reached beneath me to grab my balls and squeeze them.
Logan,
I gasped. Do that thing with your tongue.
You mean this?
He ran his tongue along the crease of my ass and shivers racked through me. I groaned loudly, my knuckles white against the hard ground. He gripped my thighs, spreading me wider for him, and darted his tongue out. The wet sound of him lapping at my hole filled the room. Electric current zapped through me. I lowered my torso even more and spread my knees as far as my pants would allow me. I released my cock, grasped both my cheeks, and spread them. "Right there, Logan," I whispered as his tongue stabbed in and out of me. Rocking back into each thrust, I lost myself in the pleasure of Logan's mouth. My nipples were so tight, and my body hummed all over under the worship of his tongue. Oh, my Satan. He slipped 2 fingers inside me, sliding them in and out of me fast while stroking my cock with his free hand. "Shh, be good. We don't want to alert the bad guys, do we?" He bit my ass cheek. Oh, I wouldn't care if one of them popped in as long as Logan kept alternating his tongue and his fingers inside me like he was. "How does it feel, baby? Do you like the way I take care of your gorgeous ass?" "Yes, you own it. You own me, Logan, please." Oh, dear Satan, I was begging for a man to fuck me. How low had I sunk? Yet I felt so fucking high and weightless. Logan placed one last open-mouthed kiss over my hole. The next second, that beautiful cockhead I might be a little more than addicted to, slick in saliva, pressed against my hole. He hadn't been joking when he said no lube would hurt. Even with him being gentle, slowly invading my body, it stung more than it had the other times he'd fucked me. "Oh, so fucking tight," Logan groaned. "Feels so good." And I knew then I'd take him, even if it meant being unable to walk for a week. As long as Logan was happy, that was all I wanted. "Bloom." I must have made a sound because he stopped moving. "How are you doing, baby?" "Fine," I squeaked. He swore. I knew this was a bad idea. He reached beneath me to support my torso and pulled me up to my knees with my back against his. He rocked back on his haunches so he was sitting on his knees with me on his lap. "I can take it." "Show me that you can. This way I won't push past your limit. You take what you can." "Aren't you afraid I'll want everything?" "Everything's already yours." I shoved my pants down to my ankles to give me more room. Balancing against him, I spat in my hand and wet the rest of his cock that was not inside me yet. "You don't have to take all of it. Just ride the tip." "Okay." I rocked back and forth on his cockhead, my body stretching to accommodate him. Logan's hands were firm on my hips, guiding me in a slow, measured rhythm that matched my own. His hold was gentle, but firm. "Fuck, Bloom," he hissed as my muscles clenched around him. "You ride that cock so well. Just like that, baby. Fuck yourself on my tip." But the tip wasn't enough. It didn't satisfy the ache deep inside me to feel him in my guts, buried as deep as humanly possible. I sank down, stretching myself more as I took him all in. Pain, laced with pleasure, spiraled through me, a moan escaping my lips as every inch of him filled me. "Oh, that's more than just the tip." Logan groaned, but he tightened his grip on my hips so I knew he was loving it. "You could have at least stopped at an inch." "Why stop when I can have you balls deep?" "You're going to be sore tomorrow." "I could be dead tomorrow. So who cares?" "Bloom." To prevent him from chiding me, I lifted and slammed my ass back down on him. The sensation of being filled with spit alone was intense, heady, but I liked it, the pain, the throbbing pressure of his cock as I rode him. Fuck. Slow down, baby. Slow down." But he didn't mean it. His hands on my hips urged me faster, and he punched up, spearing me with his cock. My ass smacked into his lap hard, the slap mixing with our heavy breaths. I took perverse satisfaction in knowing I could reduce him to this. A man who lost control. who knew he was hurting me but wanted me too much to put a stop to it.
Oh, God.
Logan shifted us so I was back on my knees without him leaving my body. He pulled out just enough to work some spit against my hole. I hissed at his fingers rubbing around my rim.
Do you want me to stop?
He said as he shoved his cock back inside me.
Do you?
No, don't stop, please. I love the way you fuck my ass, Logan. I fisted my right hand and bit my knuckles. It was stupid, but I liked this. Liked that only his spit came between us. No manufactured lube. In that dark, dingy room, our lives hanging by a thread, I didn't want anything that wasn't us to come between us. Logan held my hips in position and ground into me. His pace was tough, even though I sensed he was holding back. His thrusts were relentless, giving me no chance to catch my breath, and my body had no choice but to open up for him. I sobbed against my fist.
Jesus, Bloom.
Logan inched away, but I reached a hand back to grip his hip and pull him back to me.
Don't you dare stop. Not until you come inside me. But it's either fuck me, or I'll wait till you fall asleep, tie you to that bed, and ride you till my legs give out. Jesus.
Logan lunged forward, the roughness of it stealing my breath.
You're so demanding. I shouldn't love it this much, but I do. Just fuck me, Logan. Stop thinking fuck me like it's the last time.
I gasped, arching my back when he did and hit that perfect spot inside me. Every thrust sent white-hot pleasure slicing through me until I was panting and writhing beneath him.
You're perfect,
he whispered, his words tender and soothing, where his pace was hard and punishing.
You're so good at taking my cock. I wish I could see the way your hole spreads around me. I swear, you have the prettiest hole I've ever seen. I could fuck you all night. I'm so proud of the way you take me inside your body.
The words fed my craving, his voice a strained growl that was as much a part of this as the cock pushing into me. I couldn't help responding to his praises as if they were the sweetest declarations of love. To me, they were.
Lo.
I stuttered out his name, trying to find the words, but failing. My mind was so clouded by pleasure, by the sensation of being utterly filled by him, words seemed futile.
Shh,
he whispered against my neck, pushing into me with a sharp thrust.
Don't talk, baby. Just feel. Let me take care of your body. So fucking perfect.
His hands were all over me, touching me. There was no possible way to feel any closer to him. My skin came alive, dancing on my bones. I tensed, the orgasm he had been building inside me cresting. I opened my mouth in a silent scream, the energy failing me to utter a sound. My release burst out in a series of spasms, and I convulsed hard beneath him.
That's it. I can't get enough of you, Bloom.
Logan's movements became erratic, the pace wild. My body continued to spasm around him, drawing him in deeper. With a throaty groan, he stiffened and filled me. He collapsed onto me as we struggled to catch our breaths. His heart was pounding against my back while he wrapped his arms tightly around me, his embrace almost suffocating, but in a comforting way. Logan pulled out, and a cry startled out of me.
Fuck!
Apparently, I'd been having sex on adrenaline because now that it ebbed away, my ass was on fire.
Shit. Does it hurt that bad?
No. I lied. If he knew how much he had wrecked me, he would be too gentle with me in the future. The aftermath might be uncomfortable, but it was so fucking worth it. He shifted, moving carefully so as not to brush against my overly sensitive skin. His rough fingers traced gentle patterns along my thigh, an act of comfort, perhaps an apology.
I'm sorry.
Logan, I'm fine. You didn't do anything I didn't want.
I can make it better. I'll sneak out and get some.
He started to get up, but I grabbed his arm. No, don't leave me.
I just want to make it better.
My heart thudded and I breathed out deeply. Please, it doesn't hurt that badly, I promise. Just stay with me. Please. After all, we had no idea what tomorrow might bring. At least he didn't. I would do everything I could to get him out of there. Chapter 31. Logan. As I came to consciousness, the first thing I noticed was the cold seeping into my bones. The second was that I couldn't move my hands. I tried harder to pull them free, but to no avail. Groaning, I opened my eyes. My hands were bound tightly together by a chain that looked familiar. What the hell? Where was I? The pale light filtered into the hospital bedroom, reminding me of where I was and why I was there. The gunmen? Had they found us? I shook my hands, but the chain didn't budge. Last night, Bloom had blown my mind when we'd had sex, but this was too much. Our safety came first. When we found a way out of the hospital, we could have all the kinky sex he wanted. The bed was no longer against the door. Where the hell was Bloom? Had he gone out without me? I tried to get up, but stumbled back. My belt was tied around my ankles. I cursed under my breath, struggling to sit up. I must have been dead tired for him to get away with restraining me without me waking up. I strained my ears, trying to make out any sounds, but other than my breathing, nothing. I twisted my wrists. The chain rubbed against my flesh, but I ignored the sting, focusing on getting myself free. I sought any leverage that might give me an inch of slack, but it was futile. Shit, I was stuck. Truly stuck. Where was Bloom? Was he okay? I could no longer deny the truth. He had tied me up and left me. Worry gnawed at me, an endless loop of increasingly dire scenarios playing out in my mind. Each minute felt like an eternity stretching out before me with no end in sight. My imagination painted vivid pictures of Bloom, hurt or in danger because of me, because he wouldn't leave me behind. Why didn't he value his life more? He was reckless, constantly putting himself in danger. I had no idea how long had passed when the doorknob turned slowly, its creaking sound slicing through the heavy silence. The door opened a crack. I stiffened, drawing in a sharp breath, bracing myself for whoever was on the other side. A slender figure slipped through. The tightness in my chest unraveled as the tension in my body rippled away, replaced by a flood of relief. Bloom. He was okay. He closed the door silently behind him. We stared at each other, the worry of the situation suspended between us. He held a bloody knife in his hand. Shit. So this was your plan? You leave me tied up to wander off on your own? I had to check out the floors to see what's going on. Someone should have found us already. I don't like not knowing what's happening. And it was necessary to tie me up. Yes. Bloom caught a corner of the sheet and wiped the blade clean. A hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Why? I asked. He wouldn't meet my gaze. I'm going to free you so you can use the bathroom. I can't flush, but it'll have to do. I let out the breath I'd been holding. For a second, I thought he would leave me tied up. He dropped to one knee and unbuckled the belt around my ankles, the belt he usually wore as a part of his wardrobe. What did you do? I asked. I found answers. To what? Come. He helped me to my feet and guided me toward the bathroom. What about my hands? You don't need them, I'll help you. I wanted to argue, but my bladder was at bursting point, and I would rather not be left in pants soaked by urine. In the bathroom, he unzipped me and helped me to aim. You have such a beautiful cock, he said. When I was done, he stroked me slowly. I gritted my teeth, willing my body not to respond. But it was Bloom, of course I was going to get hard. Fuck it, I need to taste you one more time. Bloom went down on his knees and took my still dripping cock into his mouth. I groaned at the sensation of his lips running up and down my length. He sucked me wet, just like I'd taught him, alternating between using the suction of his cheeks and the plumpness of his lips to stimulate me. I wanted to pull away, to tell him this was neither the time nor the place, and he was keeping secrets from me, but I bucked my hips instead, fucking his throat. The uncertainty of the future might be to blame for my reckless abandon as I gave in to him. He was always so eager to tease. He spat saliva on my cock, stroking me while he licked the seam of my balls and popped them into his mouth. A hum rang through me. Oh, Bloom, this is... He alternated, squeezing my balls gently and sucking the head of my cock back into his mouth. He stared into my eyes, bobbing his head with each stroke. Fuck, Bloom. I grunted as I came into his mouth while he seemed adamant about draining my balls and milking me. When he backed off and licked his lips, my weak knees almost gave out on me. As gently as he could, he placed several kisses on my cock, the last one lingering with his eyes closed. A deep sense of foreboding washed over me. My heart pitter-pattered way too fast. Bloom fixed my clothing and stood. Let's go. He slipped out ahead of me, so I had no choice but to follow him back into the dingy room. Bloom, tell me what you're planning. I have to tie your legs again. Why? So you can't come after me. Come after you for what? Sit, Logan. Please don't make this difficult. Their positions may change the longer I'm here. I'm banking on knowing exactly where they are. And if I don't cooperate, one way or another I'm tying your legs together. But I want to give you a more dignified way to do it. If I sit and let you tie that thing back around my legs, will you explain everything? Yes. Shit. I sat with my legs together. Bloom's jaw was set as he worked the belt around my ankles. I tried to create a space between them, but he wasn't that naive. Not in the illegal things. When he was done, he pressed a kiss to my lips. Thanks for not being difficult. You promised to tell me what's going on. Like I said, I needed to check what was happening in the hospital. They're still occupying the rear exit you brought us to yesterday, so that's out of the question. I need to find a way to get you out. You mean get us out? I can help. I know this hospital better than you. Why do you have to restrain me? Because you're gonna hate what I have to do. Which is... I sat up straight, staring directly at him. I have to go back out there. Alone. No. No, I will not allow it. You don't have a choice. This is the one time I can't listen to you, so don't ask me to. Too much is at stake. I've called Crow to explain where you are, and that if he doesn't hear from me, he needs to get to you regardless of what those police officers think. I shook my head slowly. His earlier words about his life not being as important as mine came back. He didn't believe that, did he? He wouldn't. I already know what you're going to say, Logan, so don't. This isn't what I want. We made it here together, and we can make it out together. I can't risk it. You're the one they want, not me. What the hell do you mean? When I surveilled the place, I learned the reason they didn't come after you. Took a while to get information out of the slime ball I killed, but you'd be surprised when a man will confess with a little motivation. What do you mean? They blame you for their leader's death. Me? He was involved in a shootout with the cops. How am I responsible for his death? I don't know who spread the rumor, but they think we killed Two Fingers and left their leader to die alone in the operating room. What the fuck? He was already dead. You and I know that. They don't. They want you to pay and don't care how many people they have to kill for that to happen. A lump formed in my throat. I'd survived all I had in my past. For this? When I decided to become a doctor, I'd been so excited about this career. I was going to do great things and save lives. But this job was the biggest misfortune I'd ever had. There's something else, isn't there? Well, there's good news. Since their leader died, some have given themselves up to the police rather than go down with the rest. So I have fewer assholes to kill. Bloom. I have to, Logan. Why? You don't need to do this. Because they hold several doctors and nurses hostage in the lunchroom on the first floor, and they plan to kill one person every hour if you don't hand yourself over, unless the cops meet their demands for a helicopter to get them out of the town. They want to take you as a hostage. From what Crow says, backups arrived to support the Smoky Vale PD, and they'll be making their move soon. The gang members are getting antsy. It's going to get bloody. I stared at him, jaw slack. You can't be serious. I'd never joke about anything concerning your life. But we have a greater chance of escaping together. Remove the restraints. I fought against the bonds, straining with the effort, but Bloom shook his head and pressed a calming hand to my chest. I know you too well. The minute you find out another victim has died, you will want to give yourself in. I won't allow it. But how could I know innocent people were being killed because of me and not do anything about it? It's the right thing to do. They've already killed too many. My life is one versus several doctors and nurses who... But it's your life. He grabbed the front of my shirt. It's worth more than 100. Do you hear me, Logan? I wouldn't sacrifice you to save 1,000. You staying alive is all that matters. I dragged heavy breaths into my lungs, his words lingering like a dense fog. This was all my fault. I'd enjoyed him putting me on a pedestal instead of showing him I was no different than him, than anyone else. My life was no more valuable than any of the other doctors. But from the determined angle of his jaw, I knew I couldn't convince him. If he died because of me, how would I forgive myself? This wasn't his fight. My life was not his war zone, and I hadn't meant to conscript him as a soldier to defend it. Bloom. Don't go. Stay here with me. Keep me tied up like this if you want. Just don't go. I have to. You don't. If I stay here with you while they're killing all these people, you'll resent me. I don't want you to hate me, Logan. I'd rather you see me as a hero. I don't care about those people. I don't even care if they survive. But I have to do what you would to try and save them. I swear I won't hate you. Just stay. Bloom slipped his fingers into my hair and kissed me. When he touched my face, his fingers trembled. He was afraid. Stay, I said against his lips. Stay, damn it. I can't lose you. He pressed his forehead to mine and smiled. Hey, I'm more capable than you think. I can take them out. The good thing is that they're spread out. I can kill them off one by one. Why won't you let me help? You will. You being here safe will help me to focus on getting business done. Bloom rose to his feet. Accept it, Logan, just as I have. I'm not afraid to die, but I am terrified at the thought of losing you. Well, my mind spun wildly, desperate to find anything to keep him with me. If you die, I'll kill myself too. Then what would be the point of you doing this? Bloom backed up toward the door, his smile sweet but sad. You won't. I'd do it for you without a doubt, but you don't love me that much to physically be unable to exist without me. Numb, I watched him go, unable to find the right words to get him to stay. Only after he had disappeared did it hit me. I never told him I loved him. What if he died, never knowing just how much he meant to me? Chapter 32. Bloom. People thought killing didn't bother me, and for the most part it didn't, but at a certain point it had taken a toll on me. I'd lost track of the men I'd killed since leaving Logan. Thanks to Smoky Vale's crappy economy, the hospital wasn't that big, which helped as I navigated floors. I had a task to do, but I stopped at the sound of a woman crying. I pushed open the door. Shit, one of those fuckers was assaulting her. A thought flashed through my mind. What would Logan do? So I blew a hole into the fucker, which alerted another one. Thankfully, none of the patients had been hit in the crossfire, but now they knew someone was in the building coming after them. Thank you! Thank you! The woman cried, but her thanks meant nothing to me. If I hadn't intervened, I might have gotten a few more before they became aware of my presence. I looked at the dying man on the floor. All the men I'd killed had been wearing black. The only difference between them and me was the mask. I rolled the dead man over with my foot and forced the mask from his head. My stomach roiled at the morbidity of it all, but I clenched my teeth and slipped on the mask. It was a bit too big, but it would have to do. The woman told me the patients weren't being targeted. They would be spared if they stayed in their rooms. Good for them. Now I had to save the one person I cared most about. The man who'd been there for me through my episodes and stayed. The man who didn't shun me when I peed his bed. With the mask covering my face, I left the room and ventured to the first floor. Their new leader was with the hostages. According to the man I'd blinded, his name was Magnus, and he was using the opportunity to get greedy. His demand wasn't only for Logan's surrender as a hostage to save the others, but also to be guaranteed a safe passage out of town with a hefty sum of unmarked bills. As soon as I reached the next floor down, I ran into 2 henchmen. Now was a chance to see if the mask worked. As I walked past them, they nodded but otherwise didn't spare me a second glance. Big mistake. With their backs to me, I easily took them out. More confident in my acquired disguise, I ran for the stairs. The first floor was a maze of corridors leading off in all directions. I took one and walked with purpose, keeping an eye on the corners and listening for any sounds of movement. It felt like walking through the belly of a beast, each step taking me deeper into its guts. If I got out of this alive, I would never stop wearing black. For all the motherfuckers who'd made fun of me for always wearing black, my fashion sense was saving the day. I slipped into a visitor's bathroom to get my bearings. The mask was stifling, and the coppery tang of blood was so strong I could all but taste it on my tongue. I checked my ammo, pleased the gun from my last victim was still fully loaded. I placed the weapon on the vanity, yanked off my mask, and splashed cold water on my face. How was Logan doing? Did he forgive me for restraining him? He would have plenty of time to get over it because he wouldn't die today. I would see to it. How dare these assholes threaten his life? No one could blame me for being ruthless. Not this time. The bathroom door creaked open and a tall figure clad in black entered, his face hidden behind a similar mask. I lowered my head, letting my hair fall over my face to partially obscure it. Hopefully he wouldn't take a good look at me.
Hey, man.
He turned the tap on.
What a shit show this has turned into, ain't it?
I grunted, shifting my gaze from him to my gun on the counter. His was in his hand. What were the odds he had a bullet in his head before he shot me?
This is such fucking bullshit. I ain't gonna get myself killed because of Magnus. We should have left when Two Fingers and the rest of them died, but no, he's after that doc who blew Two Fingers in half. We all knew the two were fucking. But that's his personal fight, not ours. Know what I mean? Yeah.
I deepened my voice.
He has no way out. He's already shot a doctor and a nurse, but I didn't kill no one. I can still walk away before we wind up being fucked. By the number of us who have been killed, several cops are already inside. So what are you doing? You staying with Magnus or turning yourself in? Staying?
He looked at me through the mirror.
You're a brave motherfucker.
He narrowed his eyes.
Come to think of it, I don't think I've seen you before.
Fuck, I'd been made. I grabbed my gun, but had no time to aim, so I slammed it hard against his temple. He staggered against the sink, grabbing it for balance. I didn't let him recover, but hit him again. This time he crumpled to the tile floor.
Wait!
I fired 2 shots into his chest. His body jerked with the impact, then lay still, slumped against the bathroom tiles, a crimson pool spreading out from beneath him. Shit. Someone must have heard the gunshots. I quickly pulled my mask back on and slipped out of the bathroom. I'd been at the hospital several times, and it had never been this quiet. At the intersection of hallways, a sign pointed at a door with the word lunchroom. Magnus would be inside with the nurses and doctors he'd taken as hostages. I approached the door, my heart pounding, my palms sweaty on the grip of the gun. The sounds were muffled here, distorted into a distant hum. I reached for the doorknob, steeling myself for what lay ahead. I pushed the door open. A burly man with a wild beard and piercing blue eyes pointed his gun at the nurse who Logan had made me apologize to. The woman was crying, her white uniform torn and dirty. Blood dripped down her leg from a wound on her thigh.
It's your turn, sweetheart,
Magnus said.
Your precious doctor doesn't care about your life. He'd rather you all die than give himself up.
Please, I have a daughter who needs me. I scanned the room, my stomach dropping. Magnus wasn't alone. The hostages sat with their backs together on the floor in the center of the room. At a table were 3 other men, all with guns, watching the sight unfolding with grins of approval. If I killed Magnus, I would still have them to deal with. The one thing I had working for me was that they sat away from the hostages, making it less likely for me to accidentally shoot any of them. I need to get closer. Neither Magnus nor the men at the table spared me a glance. So many of their men must have come and gone several times. I took this as my cue and casually walked over to a vending machine in the corner of the room.
"You're just in time to join the party,"
the bald one said, his eyes fixed on his amusement.
"Want to join our bet? We're trying to see how many workers Magnus kills before the doctor turns himself in." "Cree?"
Magnus bellowed, saving me from responding.
"Yes, sir. Get the camera rolling."
Cree jumped to his feet, leaving his gun on the table next to the other 2 men. Now the odds were more even. I only had to take out 2 before I focused on Magnus and Cree in that order. As much as I would like to save Magnus for last and torture the fucker until he begged me for mercy, he had a weapon. Cree didn't. Taking a deep breath, I approached the table under the pretense of taking the seat where Cree had sat. Cree was standing a few away from the scene, his phone held high. The fucker was streaming it live. The nurse was sobbing and begging, and many of the others had turned their faces away.
"This is barbaric."
A short man with sharp cheekbones rose to his feet.
"You can't keep killing us for something we have no control over. Dr. Collier won't turn himself in. Why don't you—"
Magnus shot the man in the leg.
"Your time will come soon enough. Are you so eager to die?"
Face pale, the doctor crumpled to the ground, groaning. The woman closest to him took off her jacket and pressed it against the wound.
"Now, where were we?"
Magnus turned slowly to face the phone Cree was using to record.
"Another hour has passed and Dr. Collier has yet to show up. Normally I would take 1 life, but reports are that the cops have entered the hospital, despite my warnings to stay away. To show you how serious I am, I will take 2 lives instead, and the police department has no one to blame but themselves. Remember, you had a choice of bringing me what I needed to get out of this hospital."
Fucking idiot, did he expect to get what he wanted? He was as good as dead. If not at my hands, then at one of those sharpshooters who would be on the scene if they weren't already. How could he not know this whole fiasco would wind up in history as the most nonsense attack on a hospital? Or did he already know, and think he could be immortalized? I'd watched enough documentaries about serial killers and mass shooters to know that some chased fame rather than escape.
"Look at the camera, sweetheart."
Magnus jerked the nurse's head up by the hair.
"Tell us your name."
I'd had enough. With them all so invested in the live stream, this was my chance. The 2 onlookers died without seeing me raise my gun, but the loud explosion echoed in the room. People screamed, lying flat on the ground. Magnus and Cree spun around, eyes wide. "Drop it," I said.
"Who the fuck do you think you are?"
Magnus said.
"You're betraying me? Did Luther put you up to this?"
"I don't know any Luther." Slowly I approached. "I'm the shadow who protects the man you want to kill. To get to him, you have to go through me." Magnus frowned.
"You? Have you been the one killing my men?"
Bingo. Slowly put the gun down. He didn't move.
"Impressive. You sure you don't want to join my side? With your kind of raw talent, we could rule Smoky Vale. Get rid of those bikers once and for all."
"You don't know when to quit, do you?" "I am a bloodhound, you fucking idiot. Put the gun down."
All right. All right."
He stooped slowly to do what I asked, but at the last minute he shifted the gun to point straight. I pulled the trigger 3 times. He cried out, falling to the ground in a lifeless heap. I tuned him out. Cree was on the move, ducking low and reaching for his gun. My first shot went wide. The second hit his arm, and the third slammed into his gut, just as the heat of a bullet seared my temple. A surge of pain clouded my vision, but I fought it down, refocusing on the threat before me. Cree groaned, his face contorted in agony as he clutched his wounded arm. His gun had skidded away on the blood-slick floor. I took 2 big strides, kicked his gun farther away, and planted a boot firmly on his chest, and shot him in the head. Silence cloaked the room. The surviving hostages rose to their feet. Some sobbed quietly while others clung to each other, dazed and trembling. They watched me nervously, not sure if I was friend or foe. Better for them not to see my face after what they had witnessed me do. A loud crash sounded as the door was kicked in. I spun around, raising my gun, prepared to battle. Flashes of blue and red danced across the walls. The police were finally here.
"I see one!"
Someone shouted. My chest was on fire. The world dimmed around me, and the ground seemed to tilt beneath my feet. Someone screamed.
"No, he's not the bad guy!"
I touched a hand to my chest, where the fire was spreading, then brought it up to eye level, even as my vision blurred. Blood. So this was it. This was how I was going to die. Not for the bad things I had done, but for the one good deed I'd ever done in my life. I fell to my knees.
"You shot the wrong man!"
Someone caught me before I face-planted. Gentle hands lowered me to my back. Why was everything white? I couldn't be going to heaven, I knew better than that. A face hovered over mine.
"Hang in there. By God, you're not going to die. Not after everything you've done."
But it was too late, wasn't it? Crow, forgive me. Logan, for you, I'd do it all again. Chapter 33. Logan. Since the police found and released me, my sole focus was to find Bloom. I'd convinced them to let me tag along because I knew the hospital and could show them every turn and how to avoid the bad guys. They'd reluctantly agreed if I stayed out of the way. As we made our way along the corridors, we passed several men, discarded like a rag doll, and each time I swayed like I would pass out, until the cops rolled them over and confirmed that not only were they dead, but also that none was Bloom.
"What the hell happened?"
One of the cops mused aloud.
"They're all dead."
My tongue was too heavy to mention Bloom. They didn't need to know he was responsible. If anyone knew he killed so many men, wouldn't he come under scrutiny? Which would be even worse because he didn't have any record of his birth. He had nothing to prove he was an American citizen. Some of the men died from bullet wounds. One had their neck slit. Another had been found with his head in the doorway, his skull split open. Whatever was needed to get the job done, Bloom had done it. The gruesome sight should have been a red flag about the kind of guy I'd become involved with, but I didn't care, as long as he was alive. We finally arrived on the first floor to an explosion of bullets. The cops rushed to stand on either side of the doorway. They signaled to each other, and on the count of 3, one burst into the room crouching. Another covered him, gun at the ready.
"I see one!"
The cop fired as a cry rose.
"No, he's not the bad guy!"
Wait, what? I tried to burst into the room, but one of the cops pulled me back. My chest rose and fell.
"What happened? Who did you shoot?" "You shot the wrong man!"
The voice was familiar, but I couldn't place who it belonged to. Wild horses couldn't drag me away. I forced my way in, ignoring their shouts that I couldn't interfere with their investigation. A gruesome sight greeted me. 3 men covered in blood lying on the floor, and one masked man kneeling in the center of the room, blood pouring from a bullet wound to the chest. Like the others, he was dressed in black, but something was different about him. Oh, God, no. Dr. McAdams, the voice I'd recognized, eased him to lie on the floor and removed the mask. Bloom's ashen face twisted in pain. A nurse cut open Bloom's shirt. My heart plummeted at the blood seeping profusely from the hole where the bullet had penetrated. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and his hand twitched. You're one of the best goddamn trauma surgeons in this country. My brain screamed at me to go to Bloom, to shove everyone aside and take over, but I was paralyzed. My hands, coated in cold perspiration, clenched into fists at my sides. An icy panic spread through my veins, causing the edges of my vision to blur.
"Stay back!"
Dr. McAdams snapped when a cop approached. His eyes were ablaze with urgency, his hand expertly pressing on the wound while he gave orders my brain couldn't comprehend. Bloom opened his eyes, and they found mine. He stared back at me with an intensity that snapped me out of my stupor. I had to save him. I moved swiftly to Bloom's side, professional instincts finally kicking in. I had a dying man who needed my attention. I barked orders of what I needed stat, but the others had already acted while I was still in shock. In little time, a nurse wheeled a gurney in to transport Bloom to the OR. Fuck. This was not how I wanted to return to the OR. Bloom tried to clutch my hand, but I placed it gently at his side. Don't move. You're going to be all right. I won't let you die. Dr. McAdams hovered close by, his face set in grim lines as I checked Bloom's vitals. You shouldn't be doing this, Dr. Collier. Let one of us handle it. You're too close to him. His words stung, but I couldn't afford the luxury of a reaction. Back off, McAdams. You don't tell me how and when to do my job. My voice was sharper than I'd intended, but I was allowed to be on edge. As we transferred Bloom to the OR, his body writhed weakly, his face contorting in pain. The wheels of the gurney clattered as we rushed him along the hall. Each step was a calculated effort to keep my hands steady, to keep my mind focused on the clinical details and not on the fact that it was Bloom lying there, bleeding out, his pained groans piercing my heart. Why weren't we there yet? The hallway seemed longer than I remembered, and the elevator was excruciatingly slow. Every ticking second felt like an eternity under the harsh fluorescent lights. My heart pounded against my rib cage with such force I thought it might burst out. I don't regret it, he gasped. Logan, I don't regret it. Shh, save your energy. We had a long day ahead of us. Thankfully, I wasn't the only one able to snap into professional mode. When we reached the surgical ward, a full team stood ready to take my orders. We avoided the room where all this started and rushed him into room 3. As we pushed inside, Bloom's breathing became labored, his eyes fluttering. His skin turned clammy and even paler, his lips blue. He's going into shock, Dr. McAdams cried. We need an IV on him now. A nurse stepped forward, her movements swift and efficient as she worked to insert the IV, threading a catheter into a vein in Bloom's arm. The adrenaline in the air of the room was palpable. Around us, machines beeped and whirred, their noises merging into an urgent symphony. Logan. Bloom wheezed out my name again, opening his eyes, which flickered with fear. He was scared. He had said he wasn't afraid to die, but he'd been lying. I won't leave you. You'll be fine. I'll make sure of it. A nurse placed an oxygen mask over his mouth and nose, and his eyelids fluttered closed again. A resounding silence descended as we watched the heart monitor for any signs of change. Nothing else mattered except keeping Bloom alive. I scrubbed in quickly, pulled on gloves and a mask, and stepped to the operating table. Dr. Collier, I must insist you let me do this. If you want to repay him for saving your lives, you'll work to ensure he doesn't die. Just as I would. Nods all around, but no words were exchanged. There didn't need to be. We all knew what was at stake. Every fiber of my being was focused on Bloom's body lying prone on the table before me. The sight of his chest with its deadly wound was daunting, but also grounding. This wasn't why I'd become a surgeon. To watch the man I cared about hang on by a thread? This was supposed to happen to other people, strangers, not to those I held dear. Navigating through this minefield of emotions, I had to remember the golden rule. Focus. One misstep could be fatal. And I refused to let him down. Our team went to work with focused efficiency. The hum of machinery and my quiet directives became the only sound necessary. Each step I made was methodical, honed by years of experience, each surgical cut precise, as I sliced open Bloom's body to remove the bullet that had almost pierced his pulsing heart. How ironic. It belonged to him, but he had no idea how beautiful his pumping heart was. But I could see it, literally. As we worked tirelessly, time became irrelevant, every second thwarting death that seemed to hover over my shoulder, whispering into my ear that my efforts were in vain. Sweat trickled down my forehead, stinging my eyes, but I never faltered. Despite McAdams's cautionary glances in my direction, I remained at the helm. I was the one bringing Bloom back to life. After all, it was because he had protected me that we were in this situation in the first place. After what felt like an eternity, I found the bullet. It gleamed maliciously under the clinical lights as I extracted it. A collective sigh rose, but our job was far from over. What? I shot up when hands shook me awake. I blinked several times to get the grittiness out of my eyes. Exhaustion weighed down my body. Where was I? My eyes landed on Bloom, lying in a hospital bed recuperating from his surgery. That's right. He's in recovery. Dr. Collier. James. James was the one who'd woken me up. I'd asked one of the nurses to wake me after an hour. How's he doing? I stood and walked to Bloom. I just checked him. He's doing well, considering the blunt force of that bullet. Just an inch to the right, and it would have hit his heart. I gritted my teeth, checking Bloom's pulse despite James's assessment. I ignored his sigh. He didn't understand. I had to assure myself he was fine. I didn't trust anyone else with Bloom's care. See, I told you he was stable, James said when I finished. I brushed Bloom's hair from his forehead. It's not you. Don't worry, I'm not offended. I know you're worried about him. You've had a traumatic experience, though, and then handling Bloom's surgery must have taken a toll on you. Why don't you go home and rest? I'll keep an eye on him. Except I didn't want anyone to keep an eye on him. I wanted to always have my eyes on him in case something went wrong. How could I trust James with such a huge task? Bloom wasn't a random patient. I couldn't afford for anything to go wrong. I can rest here. Come on, Dr. Collier. The hospital is finally back to normal and everyone is singing Bloom's praises as a hero. Go home. He's not a hero. What? He didn't do it to save those people's lives, James. Bloom couldn't care less about those people. He did it to save me. It doesn't matter why he did it. He did. And many lives were saved because of it. At the expense of his life, I snapped. I understand. You're upset. I don't need platitudes, James. I just need him to be all right. Can you assure me he'll be all right? Because if not, then go away. I don't want to talk to anyone. Eventually, you'll have to talk to the press, and the CEO, and police. You can't stay with him all the time. Watch me. He sighed. All right, I'll go. But you're not the only one worried about him. Crow's here and he wants to see Bloom. No, he's in recovery. No one can see him yet. I know that. But you've already bypassed so many red tapes. So what's one more? I'll send him in. James! But he walked out of the room, and in came Bloom's guardian, face pale, lines of worry etched deeply into the corners of his eyes. The last time we'd spoken back at my house, Crow had appeared larger than life, in control and nearly indestructible. The man in front of me was reduced to trembling hands and wet eyes. Bloom, he whispered the boy's name and approached the bed. Jesus Christ, kid. Tears spilled down his cheeks as he tentatively reached out a trembling hand and stroked Bloom's ashen cheek. There was a deep sorrow in his eyes, a crack in the tough biker president exterior he showed the world. I inhaled deeply, blinking back my tears. I thought I'd shed enough right after his surgery, but my eyes leaked seeing the way Crow cared for him. He kissed the boy's forehead. It's my fault. I should never have brought you here to Smoky Vale. He'd have been better in Riverton. In other words, away from me. I closed my eyes, acknowledging the truth of his words. Bloom would have been better off having not met me. What's the damage? He asked gruffly. My throat constricted and words couldn't pass my lips. I slowly shook my head. Is he going to make it? The surgery went well. That's not what I asked you. We have to wait and see how he responds to the surgery and treatment. He's not out of the woods yet. Son of a bitch! Crow clenched and released his fists. He stared at me, jaw set. He blamed me for what had happened. I did too. I begged him not to do it. I whispered, the words sounding pathetic even to my ears. Did you think he would listen to you? He's Bloom. He never lets new people in, but he did with you. The most dangerous thing we could have done for him was to teach him the biker way. He lives by our creed. He takes every oath to heart. And if he sees you as his,
There's nothing he's not willing to risk for you.
I know. Only too late. Bloom was who he was and would never change. And I couldn't change my history and the fact that I lived a precarious existence that, for all I knew, was already crumbling around me with the national coverage of what had happened at the hospital. I needed to check with my handler to see what damage the news had done, but I had to stall for as long as possible. If they wanted me to relocate... No, I couldn't leave Bloom like this.
If you care about him, you'll not let him die.
Crow's words lingered in my head long after he was gone, and I returned to my vigil by Bloom's bedside. The steady beep of the monitor was the only sound in the room. I watched him as if I could make him open his eyes by sheer force of will. The door creaked open, and Nurse Hatchett entered, carrying a tray with medications. She didn't look at me as she did her task, each movement practiced, efficient. Dr. Collier? Yes. A detective wants to speak to you. Can't it wait? They've been waiting for a long time. I'm afraid it can't any longer. I sighed. Let them in. Nurse Hatchett left, and a man came in. He introduced himself as Detective Marquez, and I shook his hand, bracing myself for what was coming. He asked me questions about what had happened, to which I responded curtly. They brought in a patient suffering from gunshot wounds, but I did a shit job of securing that patient, so his gang members infiltrated the hospital and put everybody's lives in jeopardy. We may reach out with further questions. Thank you for your time. He looked at Bloom, then back at me. You know, I can't decide if he's a hero or a monster. I guess we'll only know when he wakes up. As the detective walked out, shame settled inside me at what I'd said to James. The world might see Bloom as a monster, but he would never be that to me. He would always be the boy who bulldozed his way into my life and captured my heart. And damn it, he was a hero. I would ensure no one forgot it. Chapter 34. Logan. I opened the front door and stood in the doorway staring blankly at nothing. Why did I have a feeling I was leaving something? I checked my pockets. I had my car keys. My phone, too. What else did I need?
Logan?
What the hell? What were they doing here? Not just Crow, but 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 4 bikers stood on the porch. They didn't look happy, but I had no time to figure out what I'd done to piss them off. I had to go to the hospital. Look, guys, I would invite you in, but I need to go to the hospital. I'd only come home to shower and change my clothes. It was bad enough I'd fallen asleep while putting my shoes on. If you've held your little meeting and decided to beat me up, you'll have to wait. Crow frowned.
Jamie was right. You're losing reason.
Jamie? Who's Jamie and what's he right about? I assure you I have all my mental faculties still intact.
Grimm's Jamie? He works at the hospital with you?
Oh, right, he was talking about James. Why was I so slow today? What is he right about?
You've been spending too much time at the hospital. He asked us to check on you.
Well, you've checked and I'm fine. Now, out of my way. He didn't budge. I sidestepped him only to be stopped by the bald, tattooed man who had his arms crossed.
Not so fast. How about we go back inside and have a chat?
We don't have anything to talk about. Bloom needs me.
Bloom's still unconscious.
Saint moved to stand next to Crow.
It's been 5 days and you spend all your time in his room. This is not what Bloom would have wanted.
I gritted my teeth. You're going to stop me from going to the hospital.
Not permanently,
Crow said.
But for a few hours until you get proper rest, yeah. Look at you. You haven't shaved and your clothes are all rumpled. This isn't the man Bloom fell in love with.
You expect me to worry about my clothes when he's lying in the hospital still unconscious?
Yes.
On what grounds?
On account of when he wakes up and sees you looking like shit, he doesn't request my head for not having fulfilled my promise to him that I would take care of you.
I scowled, pulling my shoulders up to my ears. What did they take me for? I'm not a child. I don't need you to take care of me.
You might as well be from the way you're acting and not listening to reason. If you go to the hospital, will you get Bloom to wake up?
I opened my mouth but found myself lacking an answer. Or rather, I knew the answer but didn't want to voice the truth. My presence at the hospital frustrated the staff. I got in the way of their job, questioning everything they did while taking care of Bloom. I had seen the exasperation in their eyes more than once, but refused to acknowledge it. Didn't want to admit my presence wasn't helpful at all. I wasn't used to feeling this helpless. So many years of experience under my belt, and all I could do was sit next to him, hold his hand, and make promises about a future we weren't sure of. But he was already off the sedatives, and would wake up at any moment. I wanted to be there. You don't understand. I have to be there. In case something went wrong. In case it was the last time he took a breath. I didn't want him to feel alone and afraid. I wanted him to know I would never leave him.
Look, no one gets it quite like we do. We all had a hand in raising Bloom. He's family, our little brother. And we know how much he cares about you. So we can only carry out his wishes. Please, go back inside the house. After you've had a decent rest and some food in you, you can go to the hospital.
Could I make a run for it? Bay cracked his knuckles. I don't want to do it, but if you leave me no choice, I'll have to knock you out. Huffing a sound of disgust, I marched back inside. True to their word, they followed me until I walked into my bedroom. I couldn't even feel upset about it, I was so exhausted. The minute I lay on my bed, I drifted off into a deep, dreamless sleep. When I woke up, the sun was high in the sky. My limbs felt heavy and lethargic, not from exhaustion, but like someone who'd overslept. The time on my phone showed I'd only slept for an hour, though. Why then did my body feel so weighed down? I dragged myself out of bed and trudged to the mirror. Crow hadn't been wrong. I looked like a wreck. My usually smooth hair was disheveled, and my eyes were red and puffy from lack of sleep and constant crying. The stubble on my cheeks resembled an overgrown lawn. I barely recognized the man staring back at me. My throat was parched, so I headed down the stairs. Why was it so quiet? Had the bikers left? The aroma of something sweet and spicy hit my nostrils. My stomach growled in response, surprising me. I followed the scent into the kitchen and found Bay sitting on one of the stools feeding a baby. Where did she come from? I didn't remember Crow, Saint, and him bringing a baby with them. Had I been more tired than I'd thought? Bay spooned carrots into the baby's mouth, making a ridiculous face that had his child giggling. The sweet sound somehow felt wrong when the whole world should be black. God, he loved black. My throat thickened. Jer had to go to the urologist, so I brought her with me. He'll pick her up once he's done. By the way, I heated the food we made for you yesterday. Yesterday? When we were here. You were here yesterday. Where was I? Bay frowned at me, his hand held in midair. The little girl grabbed his hand and tried to force the spoon toward her mouth. What day do you think it is? Tuesday. Not quite. It's Wednesday. Wednesday? Impossible. Like we said, you were exhausted. I'd spent 24 hours without seeing Bloom. He's doing fine, Bay said. Sit and have something to eat. Since you're awake, I can take my girl home and you can go see Bloom. Because I knew it was better not to argue with him, I ladled some of the aromatic stew simmering on the stove onto a plate and took a seat at the island. Where are the others? They left. We've been staying here on shifts. Crow stayed the night, and I got here this morning. I took a bite of the stew, and the flavors exploded on my tongue. Warmth spread throughout my body, reminding me I hadn't eaten anything decent in days. Who made this? I asked. I did. Bay smirked without taking his eyes off Gift. Why? I'm not the best cook, but I've been learning to help Jer with everything at home. No, it's good. Real good. Or you're just starving. True. I gobbled up the stew while Bay fed and played with his daughter. Her delightful squeals made me smile. I'd never wanted children, but watching how good he was with her was heartwarming. So, you and Bloom. Yes. You know, the day Bloom met you, and he went after you, I never expected him to have his way. What are you talking about?
It might have been better had you met my expectations. For, reasons. We're all protective of Bloom.
I can tell.
It won't ever go away, so you'll have to put up with us for a lot of years.
Already figured that one out.
What exactly do you want with him?
I shrugged. The same thing you expect from your partner.
So not short-term?
No. My stomach flipped. Over the past few days, I'd received a slew of messages, but I had ignored them. I was pretty sure what they entailed. My identity and location were blown. Given this wasn't the first time, I knew what they would expect. Relocation.
You all right to get to the hospital on your own?
Bay asked. A lump formed in my throat. I'd thought all these men Bloom was associated with would want to drive a wedge between us, but they were the ones who were treating me like family. Yeah, I'm just going to wash up and head out.
Then I'll take little Missy home. If you learn anything new, call us.
Of course. By the time I finished my shower, dressed, and returned downstairs, Bay had left. On the kitchen table, he'd left a list of numbers where I could reach him if I needed anything. I folded it carefully and slipped it into my wallet. On the way to the hospital, my phone rang. I ignored it and let it go to voicemail. It rang again. After the third time, I knew the caller wasn't going to give up.
This is Dr. Collier.
Dr. Collier, this is your gardener. The autumn leaves have fallen early this year. My stomach clenched. This was it. The call I'd been dreading. It might have been 10 years, but the secret code still lived vividly in my mind. It's not that bad, is it? Surely we can wait a while before we rake it. Unfortunately, the longer we put it off, the more leaves will pile up. Do you understand? They wanted to relocate me already? I'd rather wait until the leaves pile up some. It's too premature. I'm not sure you understand how serious the situation is. The gardeners in New York don't wait for all the leaves to fall before they get to work. Shit. His mention of New York was enough to make my heart race. This isn't New York. I'm afraid I'll have to insist. I'll call you if I change my mind. I ended the call before he could remind me of the danger of what I'd just done. It was almost a week. New York might already be in Smoky Vale. I can't leave Bloom. At the hospital, I made a beeline for Bloom's room. Nurse Hatchett ran after me. Dr. Collier, the CEO is here, along with the board of directors. They've called a meeting and expect you to be there ASAP. I'd seen the notice about the meeting, but just as I'd ignored it yesterday, I intended to ignore it today as well. Is he awake? I asked. No, sir. Then I can't meet with them. Please convey my apologies. But, Dr. Collier... I entered Bloom's room and closed the door behind me, the heavy wood muffling Nurse Hatchett's protests. Bloom lay motionless, his steady breathing comforting. I swept my gaze over him for any visible signs of distress or discomfort, in case anyone had been neglectful while I was away. Rationally, I knew the staff was capable and worked hard. They weren't slackers, but I had to make sure. I checked his vitals and consulted his electronic health records to read the last reports made on his condition. He'd experienced bouts of wakefulness while I was away. Thank God. Everything seemed steady with no signs of deterioration. I gently brushed a stray curl from his forehead, then traced a familiar path down his cheek. Why do you insist on being so stubborn? I whispered. Don't you know how valuable you are to me? What makes you think I can live without you? I need you, Bloom. So you better wake up soon. A knock on the door brought an end to my vigil. James. What was he doing here? I wasn't in the mood to handle his meddling. You look much better, he said. I suppose I should thank you for interfering. I didn't do it expecting thanks. I already knew you'd be pissed at me, but you were running yourself down. We can't let that happen. You're too valuable to the hospital, to Bloom. So why are you here? Your shift has ended, hasn't it? Yes, but I thought I'd sit with him so you can attend the meeting. If they're discussing you and your conduct, you should be there to defend yourself. What can I say? I'm sure everything they'll say is true. But you can set the tone and make the context clear. Dr. Sims is there, you know. What does this have to do with him? Well, he is Bloom's psychiatrist. He volunteered to speak on Bloom's mental health. I could just hear his waspish voice condemning me for being in a relationship with Bloom. It was one thing for him to paint me as incompetent, but another completely for him to make Bloom out to be a helpless guy who didn't know what he wanted. I pointed my finger at him. You don't leave his side. I won't. Hurry. I don't want to lose you from this hospital. Your work here is so important and has made such a difference. Not everyone thinks so. He must think I didn't know of those staff members who blamed me for not showing up earlier to prevent the lives of those who had been lost. I hadn't bothered to clarify that I would have, had Bloom not tied me up. Don't pay any attention to them. Everyone's still shaken up from what happened. At least they're beefing up security and have approved the work that needs to be done to upgrade the facilities. A little too late. When I entered the conference room, the meeting was already in session. Members of the hospital's disciplinary committee sat rigidly around the long oval table, their expressions ranging from stern to somber. At the head, Andrews, the chief medical officer, presided, fingers tinted. Next to him sat Dr. Sims. To round off the committee was the human resource director, a member of the ethics committee, and the hospital's legal advisor. A chilled hush fell over the room as every pair of eyes turned to me. I focused on Dr. Sims, who stopped whatever he was saying. The man pursed his lips into a tight line. Apologies for the delay, I said curtly, claiming the nearest empty chair.
It's nice of you to finally grace us with your presence, Dr. Collier,
Andrews said, his beady eyes glinting with disdain. Dr. Andrews, I said, my tone frosty but professional. It wasn't worth stooping to his level of pettiness. He was only too glad to rope me and reprimand me before everyone because I'd been hounding him about the work that needed to be done on the hospital.
Dr. Sims, why don't you continue with what you were saying?
Andrews said. Dr. Sims adjusted his glasses.
As I was saying, before Dr. Collier interrupted,
the relationship between him and my patient, referred to only as Bloom, has raised ethical concerns that warrant our attention. Despite the professional boundaries clearly outlined by our institution, there have been instances of personal interactions between them that could be seen as compromising. I brought this to Dr. Collier's attention, but he chose to ignore my warning and persisted in this inappropriate relationship. Some of their intimate contact has happened right in this very hospital building. It is downright unethical. I frowned. Unethical in what sense, Dr. Sims? Had you engaged in a relationship with him, it would have been unethical because he is your patient, not mine. What I do intimately to a consenting adult is, frankly, none of your business. In fact, it makes me uneasy how much interest you seem to have in my relationship with my boyfriend. I'd said it out loud. Bloom was my boyfriend, and there was no taking that back. I wouldn't want to take it back either. The room went silent for what felt like an eternity. I met Dr. Sims's gaze, his cheeks flushing a deep shade of red as he struggled to regain composure. I'd caught him off guard, and for a moment, it felt good. What they didn't know was that my time at Smoky Vale was more than likely up anyway, so I had nothing to lose. If we have to relocate you again, we'll have to recommend a change in your job.
Dr. Collier, you will have the opportunity to speak, Andrews said. Please allow Dr. Sims to continue. Let's not forget this is a professional hearing.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Sims fixed his glasses. Dr. Collier doesn't seem to understand the severity of what he's done. You see, my patient is a rather unique man whose mind works in peculiar ways that is fascinating to study. You're supposed to be helping him, Dr. Sims, not treating him like a lab rat. Maybe I should have paid more attention to Bloom explaining he didn't feel comfortable with the psychiatrist. I am trying to help him, but he's declined since you began your relationship with him. You see, Bloom has several mental— Don't you dare! I climbed to my feet, glaring at the doctor. You already violated Bloom's privacy by divulging the nature of his conditions to me. You do so in this hearing without his permission, and I'll see to it you're sued so hard you won't be able to afford the paper to write your prescriptions. This is a disciplinary hearing and—
He's right, Dr. Sims,
the legal advisor said.
Unless you have permission to discuss the patient's conditions with us, you may not be specific in this hearing.
Color rushed into Dr. Sims's face.
Be as it may, Dr. Collier's relationship with my patient is affecting his treatment.
Andrews rubbed the bridge of his nose.
But you did treat this young man recently, didn't you, Dr. Collier?
Yes, I did.
Which means your argument that he wasn't a patient of yours is invalid.
That's not the case. I attended to a singular injury on Bloom's person. He was never a patient of mine. In fact, I was familiar with him before that incident. I let out a sigh and rocked back in my chair. What are we really doing here? Is this necessary right now?
I assure you it is. Dr. Sims mentioned you having intimate relations with the patient on hospital grounds. Is this correct?
We kissed once, and he saw us.
Was that all that happened between you here at the hospital?
I laughed, shaking my head at Andrews. Why can't you be honest about your agenda here? You're not looking to find fault with my conduct. You want me to take the fall for the incident, isn't it?
Well, the way you went about conducting yourself during the hostage situation
had nothing to do with this. You know what the real issue is? You decided to cut funding drastically this year and let go of a third of the security personnel. The repairs we needed done should have been finished a long time ago. Had that been done, those assailants would not have been able to access the hospital through the temporary entrance. That is what you need to address as the lawsuits pour in, not trying to make me a scapegoat. I rose.
We're not finished here, Dr. Collier. This is your career on the line. Don't think because you're one of the best trauma surgeons that we won't fire you if you walk out that door.
You don't get it, do you? You brought me here with some asinine reason while the person I care most about is still in a coma. I'm this close to not giving a shit. So now's not the time to press me. You're looking for a scapegoat to take the fall for everything that went down at the hospital, but if you so much as target that young man or me when we have nothing to do with this, you will regret it.
Are you threatening me?
I didn't answer him. As far as I was concerned, everything was already crumbling around me. How long could I stay when my face had been plastered so many times on national television in coverage of the hostage situation that there was no hiding who I was from those who wanted me found? The Augusti family that I had turned my backs on. They wouldn't let me go a third time. Chapter 35. Bloom. November sucks. The thought lingered in my mind, a dull echo in the void where time had lost all meaning. I struggled to surface from the depths of a black hole that had swallowed me whole. I was desperate to leave, to claw my way out, but my body felt impossibly heavy, like a weight was tied to me. Voices, distant and muffled, filtered through the darkness. I strained to listen, catching fragments of sentences that slipped away too soon. Logan's voice was there. I was sure of it. His words were soothing, a lifeline thrown into the murky waters of my consciousness. But what had he said? The memory was elusive, slipping through my fingers like smoke. Must wake up. A sudden urge to move surged through me. My arms twitched, weak and uncoordinated. I grasped blindly, fingers closing around something warm. A hand. Clinging to it, I anchored myself to the sensation, fighting against the darkness with all my might. My eyes flew open, and a barrage of light assaulted me. It burned my retinas, searing and unwelcome. I clamped my eyes shut again, a hiss escaping my parched lips. When had I turned into a vampire? Would Logan mind sleeping with a vampire? I would only feed on his blood.
Bloom, are you awake?
The voice cut through the fog in my brain. I cracked my eyes open more cautiously this time, squinting against the soft light, now adjusted to a bearable level. Sarge. Why was he here?
You got shot, of course I'm gonna show up.
Had I spoken my thoughts out loud? I cleared my throat, the sound gravelly and foreign to my ears.
Shot. What happened? You don't remember? Everything's foggy.
My voice was a raspy whisper, every word an effort that scratched at my throat.
Shh, don't talk. Someone should be here any minute.
The door swung open and Jamie hurried in, a big smile on his face. "Bloom, you're awake." He dropped his smile and switched into doctor mode. "How are you feeling? Any pain? Discomfort?"
"I feel like shit,"
I groaned. "That'll happen when you take a bullet to the chest." Jamie had a small flashlight in his hand. "I'm going to do a quick neurological check to see how responsive you are. Just follow my instructions." He shined the light briefly into each of my eyes. "Good, your pupils are reacting normally," he murmured, more to himself than to me. He held up his fingers. "How many fingers am I holding up?" I squinted, trying to focus.
3.
"Correct." He continued with a series of simple commands. "Can you squeeze my hand?" I felt his fingers in mine, and I gave a weak squeeze. "Good. Now, can you wiggle your toes for me?" I concentrated on the action, feeling a slight twitch in my toes.
"Yes,"
I whispered. "Excellent." He gently pressed along my abdomen, his touch light but firm. "Any pain here?"
"A little,"
I admitted, grimacing at the dull ache. "Okay, we'll keep an eye on that." Jamie turned to Sarge. "You can give him some of that water, not too much, and have him sip it slowly." As Sarge helped me with the water, Jamie continued. "We're going to do a CT scan to check for any internal injuries or complications. It's important we ensure there's no internal bleeding or swelling." Nodding was an effort, but I managed it. The cold water felt like heaven as it trickled down my throat, easing the dryness. "We'll take it slow," Jamie said. "But I need you to tell us immediately if you feel worse or experience any new symptoms, okay?"
"Okay."
Where was Logan? Why wasn't he here with me going through this procedure? Oh God, after everything, he hadn't gotten hurt, had he?
"Logan
is fine," Jamie said. "He only left your side to attend a meeting, and only because I convinced him it's imperative for him to be there." He clucked his tongue. "That man has gotten even more stubborn with you injured. But he should be back shortly. You gave us all the scare, Bloom. I'm glad you're okay." I had a feeling he wanted to say alive. When he left to have the CT scan prepared, Sarge sat down beside me, his presence a steady comfort. "Why are you here? Where's everyone else?"
"They've come several times and left. They all took turns looking in on your man, too, to make sure he was taking care of himself."
"They did that?"
"Yeah. You gotta know we got your back."
I groaned.
"What I really needed was someone standing in front of me."
Sarge laughed, which made me laugh, but razor-like pain cut through me and I gasped for air.
"You can make jokes, that's good. You'll be fine."
"Did you come for me or for Chris?" I teased. Sarge scowled.
"For you, of course."
"Yeah, right. So you're not going to pick up where you left off over Christmas?"
"How? What?"
Sarge spluttered, his face red.
"Nothing happened."
"You've always been a horrible liar, Sarge. That's why Bay always beats you at poker." I managed a weak smile. Maybe I shouldn't waste my energy. I was already so exhausted, and I hadn't seen Logan yet. Was he mad at me? The door opened, and for a second it felt like the bullet had hit my heart after all. Logan stood still in the door, glaring at Sarge. "Who the hell let you in? This is a private room."
"Logan,"
I whispered. Logan's stern expression melted into one of relief as he crossed the room quickly. Sarge got to his feet and left quietly. "You're awake." Logan sank into the chair Sarge had just vacated. His fingers found mine, and he brought my hand up to his cheek.
"You're fully awake."
"Yes, I am." "Are you angry with me?" He kissed the back of my hand, then shook his head. No, I'm not angry with you. I've been terrified, anguished, and guilt-ridden, but not angry."
"Why guilt-ridden? None of it was your fault."
"It sure feels like it. I wish I had anticipated what you would have done and stopped you." He took out a flashlight similar to Jamie's. "Now stay still, let me check you over."
"Jamie already did it."
"Then I'll do it again." I rolled my eyes but followed his instructions, which were just as thorough as Jamie's.
"Isn't Jamie your protege? Don't you trust him?"
"I just have to know for myself." He leaned forward and placed a kiss on the center of my forehead.
You're so amazing. Did I forget to mention that?
I'm glad you think so. I don't want to disappoint you.
You can never disappoint me.
Logan? Did you think I was going to die?
Bloom.
Please.
I didn't know what to think, and it scared me. Usually I can stay impartial, work on a patient, and move on. But there was no moving on from you. There never will be. You have no idea how special you are, Bloom. But I swear I'll show you. I'll spend the rest of my life showing you.
A knock sounded on the door.
It was good to be alive, but I wanted a moment alone with Logan.
Jamie entered with an orderly wheeling a gurney inside.
Dr. Collier, Why didn't you call me? Logan asked. I came here and found you gone and a strange man in his room. I thought you promised to keep an eye on him.
Sarge is one of his brothers. When he came to visit, I figured it would be fine. He glanced at me for confirmation.
Is he?
Yeah.
How come I don't know him?
I smiled at the growl in his voice. He was so protective. Surely it was worth getting shot to see him like this. He's a nomad biker, Jamie said. We're going to take Bloom for a CT scan. As long as I am still here, I might as well be useful.
I'm coming with you,
Logan said. I don't think that's best, Jamie said. We wouldn't want to break any more rules. Don't you trust me to take care of him? After everything we've been through?
I trust you, James,
Logan said.
Just please, take care of him. He gave me himself, even when I didn't know how much I needed him. Now he's the most precious gift I've ever received.
The steady beeping of the machine became faster. The squiggly lines on the monitor danced in tandem with my heartbeat. Now look at what you caused. Jamie chuckled. Calm down, Bloom. We don't want you to have a heart attack, too. Logan, I promise I'll take good care of him. Relax a little, you're way too tense. I was loaded onto the gurney with little jostling. Amid the flurry of activity, I caught Logan's gaze. He never left my side, never stopped looking to ensure they were doing everything right. His brow was wrinkled into a frown, and his eyes were heavy with worry. I'll be back before you know it, I promised him, grazing my fingers against his. The contact provided me with a sense of grounding. As the orderly wheeled me from the room, Logan whispered, I'll be waiting for you. I'll always wait for you. And I knew he would be, because if there was anyone I could count on to keep his word, it was Logan. I love you. But I was too exhausted to say the words out loud. I only hoped he knew what was in my heart. My body might feel like it had been hit by a freight train, but seeing Logan's reaction to me being hurt made me warm and fuzzy on the inside. Or maybe it was the meds. Whatever it was, we would be even closer after this. Epilogue. Please stand by for updates regarding the recent traumatic events at Smoky Vale General. Liberty Journal, Washington, D.C. Violent standoff at Smoky Vale Hospital leaves community in shock. Gang leader dies. Hostage crisis ensues. Heroic acts highlight tense moments. Keisha Mendez. A tragic series of events unfolded at Smoky Vale General Hospital on Thursday evening, culminating in a chaotic night-long siege that has left the community grappling with grief and raising serious questions about local law enforcement effectiveness. The confrontation began after a police shootout left Paul DeNeo, the 34-year-old leader of the notorious Blue Boys gang, known by the moniker Body Bag, critically injured. DeNeo was transported to Smoky Vale General under heavy police guard, sparking a violent response from his gang members. In a desperate attempt to extract DeNeo from police custody, the gang stormed the hospital, igniting a fierce and deadly standoff. As the night progressed, the situation deteriorated. DeNeo succumbed to his injuries, which led to further chaos when some gang members surrendered, while others escalated their aggression, taking several hospital staff hostage. These hostage-takers demanded not only safe passage and financial compensation, but also targeted Dr. Logan Collier, the lead trauma surgeon, whom they wrongfully accused of medical negligence in DeNeo's death. The siege resulted in the deaths of 7 healthcare professionals, 3 doctors and 4 nurses, whose identities are withheld pending notification of their families. The total number of casualties remains uncertain as the Smoky Vale Police Department continues its investigation. In a poignant twist amid the mayhem, a young man emerged as a heroic figure whose decisive actions significantly aided police efforts to reclaim control of the hospital. His identity has been kept confidential for safety reasons, but his bravery was overshadowed by a grave mishap. He was critically injured by a police bullet in a tragic case of mistaken identity. Smoky Vale, a town already marred by its association with organized crime, including 2 motorcycle clubs and a noted mafia presence, faces renewed scrutiny over its security and governance. This incident has intensified criticism, especially following recent revelations of ties between city officials and criminal elements, including a police chief who resigned to marry the leader of a motorcycle club and a former mayor implicated in personal connections with gang members. The community now confronts the dual challenges of mourning its losses and addressing the systemic issues that allowed such a breach of security. Calls for stringent security measures in hospitals and other vulnerable settings are growing louder as the town seeks to prevent a recurrence of such devastating events. Our coverage will continue, offering insights from security experts and updates on the ongoing investigations into this tragic incident that has shocked the nation and highlighted critical vulnerabilities in public safety protocols. The National Mirror, Smoky Vale, Ohio. Hospital hostage crisis in Smoky Vale ends with multiple fatalities and a community in mourning. Arnold Bigby. Smoky Vale, Ohio. Late Thursday evening, Smoky Vale General Hospital became the epicenter of a violent siege when members of the Blue Boys gang attempted a daring rescue of their critically injured leader, Paul DeNeo, alias Bodybag. The confrontation with local law enforcement resulted in a night-long hostage scenario, ending with several deaths and a community questioning the efficacy of its police force. The crisis escalated after DeNeo died from injuries sustained in a police shootout, causing discord among his followers. Some gang members capitulated while others escalated their tactics, seizing hospital staff and demanding outrageous concessions, including the alleged delivery of the lead trauma surgeon, Dr. Logan Collier, accused by the gang of negligence. The standoff concluded with the death of 7 hospital staff members, although the full extent of the casualties remains under investigation. Amid the chaos, an unidentified young man emerged as a critical player in resolving the crisis, later becoming a victim of a police shooting in a devastating case of mistaken identity. This incident casts a harsh light on Smoky Vale, notorious for its entrenched criminal networks and compromised civic leadership. Recent developments, such as the police chief's departure to marry a motorcycle club leader, have only intensified scrutiny. As Smoky Vale reels from this tragedy, there are urgent calls for strengthened security protocols in hospitals nationwide, highlighting a critical need for systemic reforms to prevent future calamities. The Tribune Review, Los Angeles. Smoky Vale Hospital Siege, a symptom of broader security failures in American small towns. Lisa Marrakech. A critical incident at Smoky Vale General Hospital has exposed significant vulnerabilities in local security and law enforcement after a standoff between police and the Blue Boys gang resulted in multiple fatalities and a prolonged hostage situation. The crisis began with a failed attempt by gang members to extract their leader, Paul DeNeo, also known as Bodybag, from police custody, following a shootout that left him critically injured. The situation quickly escalated into a full-blown crisis, leading to the deaths of 7 healthcare professionals and a near-catastrophic breach of hospital security. The siege has spotlighted the dire consequences of Smoky Vale's notorious criminal landscape and the connections between organized crime and local governance. The incident has sparked a nationwide debate on the need for robust security measures in healthcare facilities, particularly in regions vulnerable to organized crime. This event not only raises questions about the preparedness of small-town America to handle such crises, but also underscores the economic and social costs of failing to adequately protect critical community institutions. The Dan Matthews Show. Interview. Interview with Dr. Emily Stanton, a resident at Smoky Vale General Hospital during the siege. Interviewer. Dr. Stanton, can you describe what happened at the hospital the evening of the siege? Dr. Stanton. It was like something out of a nightmare. The evening started as any other shift. Busy. Anyone who has been to Smoky Vale Gin knows we're always busy. It's a crime-infested town, you know? The police came in with a gang leader. He'd suffered from multiple gunshot wounds. The staff was occupied dealing with the emergency. Suddenly, everything changed when we heard gunshots. At first, we thought it was outside, but then we realized the gunmen had breached the hospital itself. The corridors became chaotic. Everyone was scrambling to secure themselves and the patients. Interviewer. How did you and your colleagues react to the unfolding situation? Dr. Stanton. We followed our emergency protocols as much as possible. Theory and practice, however, give room for error. Still, we locked down the wards and ensured all patients were as safe as possible. Some of us, including myself, helped barricade doors, while others tried to provide medical attention despite the circumstances. But there was only so much we could do. We didn't expect there to be so many of them, and that the police would have taken so long to resolve the issue. Interviewer. Were you aware of the reasons behind the siege at the time? Dr. Stanton. Not initially. We only knew about the gang leader who was brought in, but we handle so many cases like these that we didn't think anything special of it until it escalated way too fast. The levity of the situation really hit us when we learned that some of our own were taken as hostages. They only allowed a few doctors to attend to the patients, while the majority of us were held in the lunchroom. Interviewer. And you were one of those taken hostage. What was going through your mind during those critical moments? Dr. Stanton. Honestly, my first thought was that I was going to die, that I wouldn't see my kids again. Then as reality sank in, I realized my patients' safety was my priority. When they took us to the lunchroom, it was terrifying. They threatened to kill us, and we couldn't do anything to prevent it. I watched them shoot my colleagues right in front of me. Interviewer. That's okay. Take your time. Dr. Stanton. I'm sorry. It's just I keep seeing it over and over in my head. You can continue. Interviewer. How did the situation resolve from your perspective? Were you satisfied with how it was handled? Dr. Stanton. Frankly, what happened should never have been allowed to take place. The police should have been swift to handle the matter. There's no reason it should have dragged overnight, but the police department is incompetent. They're on their third chief of police in just 2 years. When they finally arrived, the young man who intervened had already saved us. They only made the situation worse when they shot him because he was wearing one of their masks. Interviewer. So far, the hospital has been pretty quiet about the identity of the young man who saved you. What can you tell us about him? And what is the reason behind all the secrecy? Dr. Stanton. That young man was an angel. And I hope he sues the police department for all they've got. Interviewer. Wow. Looking forward, what do you think needs to change to prevent such incidents in the future? Dr. Stanton. There needs to be a serious discussion about hospital security, not just in terms of preventing violence, but in effectively managing crises when they occur. We also need more support for staff who experience these traumatic events. It's crucial for the well-being of everyone involved. People need to be held accountable when they fail us. Interviewer. Thank you, Dr. Stanton, for sharing your experience with us and for your bravery and service during such a harrowing ordeal. Dr. Stanton. Thank you. I just hope our experience can lead to positive changes. We owe it to those we lost and to those who continue to face these dangers every day. This concludes Bloom, Part 1, by Gianni Holmes. Narrated by John Solo. Copyright 2024 by Gianni Holmes. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Gianni Holmes and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. briefly into each of my eyes. Good, your pupils are reacting normally, he murmured, more to himself than to me. He held up his fingers. How many fingers am I holding up? I squinted, trying to focus. 3? Correct. He continued with a series of simple commands. Can you squeeze my hand? I felt his fingers in mine, and I gave a weak squeeze. Good. Now, can you wiggle your toes for me? I concentrated on the action, feeling a slight twitch in my toes. Yes, I whispered. Excellent. He gently pressed along my abdomen, his touch light but firm. Any pain here? A little, I admitted, grimacing at the dull ache. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Jamie turned to Sarge. You can give him some of that water, not too much, and have him sip it slowly. As Sarge helped me with the water, Jamie continued. We're going to do a CT scan to check for any internal injuries or complications. It's important we ensure there's no internal bleeding or swelling. Nodding was an effort, but I managed it. The cold water felt like heaven as it trickled down my throat, easing the dryness. We'll take it slow, Jamie said. But I need you to tell us immediately if you feel worse or experience any new symptoms, okay? Okay. Where was Logan? Why wasn't he here with me going through this procedure? Oh God, after everything, he hadn't gotten hurt, had he? Logan is fine, Jamie said. He only left your side to attend a meeting, and only because I convinced him it's imperative for him to be there. He clucked his tongue. That man has gotten even more stubborn with you injured. But he should be back shortly. You gave us all the scare, Bloom. I'm glad you're Okay. I had a feeling he wanted to say alive. When he left to have the CT scan prepared, Sarge sat down beside me, his presence a steady comfort. Why are you here? Where's everyone else?
They've come several times and left. They all took turns looking in on your man, too, to make sure he was taking care of himself.
They did that?
Yeah. You gotta know we got your back. I groaned. What I really needed was someone standing in front of me.
Sarge laughed, which made me laugh, but razor-like pain cut through me and I gasped for air.
You can make jokes, that's good. You'll be fine.
Did you come for me or for Chris? I teased. Sarge scowled.
For you, of course.
Yeah, right. So you're not going to pick up where you left off over Christmas?
How? What?
Sarge spluttered, his face red.
Nothing happened.
You've always been a horrible liar, Sarge. That's why Bay always beats you at poker. I managed a weak smile. Maybe I shouldn't waste my energy. I was already so exhausted, and I hadn't seen Logan yet. Was he mad at me? The door opened, and for a second it felt like the bullet had hit my heart after all. Logan stood still in the door, glaring at Sarge. Who the hell let you in? This is a private room.
Logan,
I whispered. Logan's stern expression melted into one of relief as he crossed the room quickly. Sarge got to his feet and left quietly. You're awake. Logan sank into the chair Sarge had just vacated. His fingers found mine, and he brought my hand up to his cheek.
You're fully awake.
Yes, I am. Are you angry with me? He kissed the back of my hand, then shook his head. No, I'm not angry with you. I've been terrified, anguished, and guilt-ridden, but not angry.
Why guilt-ridden? None of it was your fault.
It sure feels like it. I wish I had anticipated what you would have done and stopped you. He took out a flashlight similar to Jamie's. Now stay still, let me check you over.
Jamie already did it.
Then I'll do it again. I rolled my eyes but followed his instructions, which were just as thorough as Jamie's.
Isn't Jamie your protege? Don't you trust him?
I just have to know for myself. He leaned forward and placed a kiss on the center of my forehead.
You're so amazing.
Did I forget to mention that?
I'm glad you think so. I don't want to disappoint you.
You can never disappoint me.
Logan?
Hmm?
Did you think I was going to die?
Bloom,
please.
I didn't know what to think, and it scared me. Usually I can stay impartial, work on a patient and move on. But there was no moving on from you. There never will be. You have no idea how special you are, Bloom. But I swear I'll show you. I'll spend the rest of my life showing you. A knock sounded on the door. It was good to be alive, but I wanted a moment alone with Logan. Jamie entered with an orderly wheeling a gurney inside. Dr. Collier, Why didn't you call me? Logan asked. I came here and found you gone and a strange man in his room. I thought you promised to keep an eye on him. Sarge is one of his brothers. When he came to visit, I figured it would be fine. He glanced at me for confirmation. Is he? Yeah. How come I don't know him? I smiled at the growl in his voice. He was so protective. Surely it was worth getting shot to see him like this. He's a nomad biker, Jamie said. We're going to take Bloom for a CT scan. As long as I am still here, I might as well be useful. I'm coming with you, Logan said. I don't think that's best, Jamie said. We wouldn't want to break any more rules. Don't you trust me to take care of him? After everything we've been through? I trust you, James, Logan said. Just please, take care of him. He gave me himself, even when I didn't know how much I needed him. Now he's the most precious gift I've ever received. The steady beeping of the machine became faster. The squiggly lines on the monitor danced in tandem with my heartbeat. Now look at what you caused. Jamie chuckled. Calm down, Bloom. We don't want you to have a heart attack, too. Logan, I promise I'll take good care of him. Relax a little, you're way too tense. I was loaded onto the gurney with little jostling. Amid the flurry of activity, I caught Logan's gaze. He never left my side, never stopped looking to ensure they were doing everything right. His brow was wrinkled into a frown, and his eyes were heavy with worry. I'll be back before you know it, I promised him, grazing my fingers against his. The contact provided me with a sense of grounding. As the orderly wheeled me from the room, Logan whispered, I'll be waiting for you. I'll always wait for you. And I knew he would be, because if there was anyone I could count on to keep his word, it was Logan. I love you. But I was too exhausted to say the words out loud. I only hoped he knew what was in my heart. My body might feel like it had been hit by a freight train, but seeing Logan's reaction to me being hurt made me warm and fuzzy on the inside. Or maybe it was the meds. Whatever it was, we would be even closer after this. Epilogue. Please stand by for updates regarding the recent traumatic events at Smoky Vale General. Liberty Journal, Washington, D.C. Violent standoff at Smoky Vale Hospital leaves community in shock. Gang leader dies. Hostage crisis ensues. Heroic acts highlight tense moments. Keisha Mendez. A tragic series of events unfolded at Smoky Vale General Hospital on Thursday evening, culminating in a chaotic night-long siege that has left the community grappling with grief and raising serious questions about local law enforcement effectiveness. The confrontation began after a police shootout left Paul DeNeo, the 34-year-old leader of the notorious Blue Boys gang, known by the moniker Body Bag, critically injured. DeNeo was transported to Smoky Vale General under heavy police guard, sparking a violent response from his gang members. In a desperate attempt to extract DeNeo from police custody, the gang stormed the hospital, igniting a fierce and deadly standoff. As the night progressed, the situation deteriorated. DeNeo succumbed to his injuries, which led to further chaos when some gang members surrendered, while others escalated their aggression, taking several hospital staff hostage. These hostage-takers demanded not only safe passage and financial compensation, but also targeted Dr. Logan Collier, the lead trauma surgeon, whom they wrongfully accused of medical negligence in DeNeo's death. The siege resulted in the deaths of 7 healthcare professionals, 3 doctors and 4 nurses, whose identities are withheld pending notification of their families. The total number of casualties remains uncertain as the Smoky Vale Police Department continues its investigation. In a poignant twist amid the mayhem, a young man emerged as a heroic figure whose decisive actions significantly aided police efforts to reclaim control of the hospital. His identity has been kept confidential for safety reasons, but his bravery was overshadowed by a grave mishap. He was critically injured by a police bullet in a tragic case of mistaken identity. Smoky Vale, a town already marred by its association with organized crime, including 2 motorcycle clubs and a noted mafia presence, faces renewed scrutiny over its security and governance. This incident has intensified criticism, especially following recent revelations of ties between city officials and criminal elements, including a police chief who resigned to marry the leader of a motorcycle club and a former mayor implicated in personal connections with gang members. The community now confronts the dual challenges of mourning its losses and addressing the systemic issues that allowed such a breach of security. Calls for stringent security measures in hospitals and other vulnerable settings are growing louder as the town seeks to prevent a recurrence of such devastating events. Our coverage will continue, offering insights from security experts and updates on the ongoing investigations into this tragic incident that has shocked the nation and highlighted critical vulnerabilities in public safety protocols. The National Mirror, Smoky Vale, Ohio. Hospital hostage crisis in Smoky Vale ends with multiple fatalities and a community in mourning. Arnold Bigby. Smoky Vale, Ohio. Late Thursday evening, Smoky Vale General Hospital became the epicenter of a violent siege when members of the Blue Boys gang attempted a daring rescue of their critically injured leader, Paul Denio, alias Body Bag. The confrontation with local law enforcement resulted in a night-long hostage scenario, ending with several deaths and a community questioning the efficacy of its police force. The crisis escalated after Denio died from injuries sustained in a police shootout, causing discord among his followers. Some gang members capitulated while others escalated their tactics, seizing hospital staff and demanding outrageous concessions, including the alleged delivery of the lead trauma surgeon, Dr. Logan Collier, accused by the gang of negligence. The standoff concluded with the death of 7 hospital staff members, although the full extent of the casualties remains under investigation. Amid the chaos, an unidentified young man emerged as a critical player in resolving the crisis, later becoming a victim of a police shooting in a devastating case of mistaken identity. This incident casts a harsh light on Smoky Vale, notorious for its entrenched criminal networks and compromised civic leadership. Recent developments, such as the police chief's departure to marry a motorcycle club leader, have only intensified scrutiny. As Smoky Vale reels from this tragedy, there are urgent calls for strengthened security protocols in hospitals nationwide, highlighting a critical need for systemic reforms to prevent future calamities. The Tribune Review, Los Angeles. Smoky Vale Hospital Siege, a symptom of broader security failures in American small towns. Lisa Marrakech. A critical incident at Smoky Vale General Hospital has exposed significant vulnerabilities in local security and law enforcement after a standoff between police and the Blue Boys gang resulted in multiple fatalities and a prolonged hostage situation. The crisis began with a failed attempt by gang members to extract their leader, Paul Denio, also known as Body Bag, from police custody, following a shootout that left him critically injured. The situation quickly escalated into a full-blown crisis, leading to the deaths of 7 healthcare professionals and a near-catastrophic breach of hospital security. The siege has spotlighted the dire consequences of Smoky Vale's notorious criminal landscape and the connections between organized crime and local governance. The incident has sparked a nationwide debate on the need for robust security measures in healthcare facilities, particularly in regions vulnerable to organized crime. This event not only raises questions about the preparedness of small-town America to handle such crises, but also underscores the economic and social costs of failing to adequately protect critical community institutions. The Dan Matthews Show. Interview. Interview with Dr. Emily Stanton, a resident at Smoky Vale General Hospital during the siege. Interviewer. Dr. Stanton, can you describe what happened at the hospital the evening of the siege? Dr. Stanton. It was like something out of a nightmare. The evening started as any other shift, busy. Anyone who has been to Smoky Vale Gen knows we're always busy. It's a crime-infested town, you know? The police came in with a gang leader. He'd suffered from multiple gunshot wounds. The staff was occupied dealing with the emergency. Suddenly, everything changed when we heard gunshots. At first, we thought it was outside, but then we realized the gunmen had breached the hospital itself. The corridors became chaotic. Everyone was scrambling to secure themselves and the patients.
Interviewer: How did you and your colleagues react to the unfolding situation?
Dr. Stanton: We followed our emergency protocols as much as possible. Theory and practice, however, give room for error. Still, we locked down the wards and ensured all patients were as safe as possible. Some of us, including myself, helped barricade doors, while others tried to provide medical attention despite the circumstances. But there was only so much we could do. We didn't expect there to be so many of them, and that the police would have taken so long to resolve the issue.
Interviewer: Were you aware of the reasons behind the siege at the time?
Dr. Stanton: Not initially. We only knew about the gang leader who was brought in, but we handle so many cases like these that we didn't think anything special of it until it escalated way too fast. The levity of the situation really hit us when we learned that some of our own were taken as hostages. They only allowed a few doctors to attend to the patients, while the majority of us were held in the lunchroom.
Interviewer: And you were one of those taken hostage. What was going through your mind during those critical moments?
Dr. Stanton: Honestly, my first thought was that I was going to die, that I wouldn't see my kids again. Then as reality sank in, I realized my patients' safety was my priority. When they took us to the lunchroom, it was terrifying. They threatened to kill us, and we couldn't do anything to prevent it. I watched them shoot my colleagues right in front of me.
Interviewer: That's okay. Take your time.
Dr. Stanton: I'm sorry. It's just I keep seeing it over and over in my head. You can continue.
Interviewer: How did the situation resolve from your perspective? Were you satisfied with how it was handled?
Dr. Stanton: Frankly, what happened should never have been allowed to take place. The police should have been swift to handle the matter. There's no reason it should have dragged overnight, but the police department is incompetent. They're on their third chief of police in just 2 years. When they finally arrived, the young man who intervened had already saved us. They only made the situation worse when they shot him because he was wearing one of their masks.
Interviewer: So far, the hospital has been pretty quiet about the identity of the young man who saved you. What can you tell us about him? And what is the reason behind all the secrecy?
Dr. Stanton: That young man was an angel, and I hope he sues the police department for all they've got.
Interviewer: Wow. Looking forward, what do you think needs to change to prevent such incidents in the future?
Dr. Stanton: There needs to be a serious discussion about hospital security, not just in terms of preventing violence, but in effectively managing crises when they occur. We also need more support for staff who experience these traumatic events. It's crucial for the well-being of everyone involved. People need to be held accountable when they fail us.
Interviewer: Thank you, Dr. Stanton, for sharing your experience with us and for your bravery and service during such a harrowing ordeal.
Dr. Stanton: Thank you. I just hope our experience can lead to positive changes. We owe it to those we lost and to those who continue to face these dangers every day. This concludes Bloom, Part 1, by Gianni Holmes. Narrated by John Solo. Copyright 2024 by Gianni Holmes. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Gianni Holmes and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.